The return of Voldemort heralds a tempestuous upheaval in the magical realm. Yet he finds himself accompanied by an unexpected Little Traitor. Though the other appears timid and frail, they consistently manage to disrupt the Death Eater's schemes at critical junctures. They have even succeeded in rendering the Dark Lord utterly helpless. Are they an ally or an adversary? None can discern. As the Little Traitor's secrets gradually unfold, Voldemort realizes that he has been subtly transformed through their absurd companionship. Thus commences a farcical battle that subverts the very notions of good and evil. Chapter 1. A Second Chance. In the aftermath of the Great War, Hogwarts rejoices at the demise of Voldemort, celebrating a victory that shattered their adversary. So this is how it ends for him, mused Voldemort's soul in its final moments, lost in confusion, refusing to acknowledge any fault or express remorse. He felt that it ought not to have been this way, as if his intellect had diminished alongside his fragmented soul. How had he spiraled to this woeful state? His talent, his ambition, his grand aspirations, had they all led him to such a dismal conclusion? As darkness enveloped him, upon regaining consciousness, Voldemort discovered that his soul was ensnared within Hogwarts. He should no longer possess any Horcruxes. Why then does his soul persist? He was bewildered by his predicament, invisible to all, unable to escape. He witnessed truths previously unknown to him. Excellent Lucius Severus. Voldemort contemplated that, given the chance for rebirth, he would not spare his Little Traitor. In a sudden instant, a rift in space devoured Voldemort's soul. "System, grant me my cheat," exclaimed a young man clad in a t-shirt, evidently a college student barely past his teenage years. "Very well, our agreement stands. I shall resolve this child's soul and bestow upon you the devil fruit, concluding the causal chain that led you into this peculiar world." The system discarded an unsightly tropical fruit, tearing through the fabric of space and dissolving into luminous particles. In the final moment of its dissolution, Voldemort's soul abruptly manifested within this realm. The young man exuberantly proclaimed, "The world of Harry Potter in the body of young Voldemort, endowed with his abilities, and I have also requested a side effect-free freezing fruit from the system, impervious to water. In this world, there is no hockey. The elementalization of the devil fruit is invincible. I shall surpass Voldemort, dominate the magical world, and emerge as the supreme ruler. Ha ha ha." The soul of his childhood, Voldemort observed as he gazed upon the ground, where an arcane pentagram was inscribed. The young Voldemort collapsed, his body gradually transforming into luminous particles and drifting into the young man's form. With a split-second decision, Voldemort launched an offensive. Avada Kedavra! Even without a wand, his soul could cast spells. What? How can there still be someone? The young man fell, bewildered, his eyes still reflecting a clear, foolish innocence. Voldemort stepped into the pentagram, and both souls suddenly coalesced into radiant points, merging into his body, accompanied by the unconsumed fruit that floated in as well. Upon regaining awareness, Voldemort extended his small hand. He had once more acquired a corporeal form. Scanning his surroundings, he realized he was in his former room at the orphanage, with a Hogwarts acceptance letter resting on the bedside. With a flick of his hand, a magical mirror materialized before him, revealing his 11-year-old visage. To live again, Merlin had truly favored him. As he sensed the potency of his soul, he pondered, 11-13? No. Voldemort's lips curled into a perilous arc. That is not how it is calculated. 1 + 1 + 1 equals invincibility. He could feel his magical power, stronger than at the peak of his former life. And he was merely 11 years old, just beginning to enter the growth phase of his magical abilities. In a few years, his magical prowess would grow exponentially, and that outsider had left him an invincible legacy, the devil fruit. Any magic aimed at him, even the bullets of a muggle firearm, would render his body ethereal, causing no harm whatsoever. According to the memories he had assimilated, the only ability capable of injuring him was known as hockey, but it did not exist within this world's system of powers. What does this signify? It signifies that no one can breach his defenses while he can relentlessly attack. The sole method to defeat him would be to exhaust his magical energy. Yet, in this world, no one in this lifetime would possess greater magical power than he. Voldemort regarded that individual as a fool, devoid of any combat experience or awareness, wielding such a treasure, yet falling victim to a single strike. This was his destined fate. Dumbledore would soon arrive. This time, he would transform the entire Slytherin house into his Death Eaters at Hogwarts. He would no longer create Horcruxes. The drawbacks of splitting one soul were the weakening of the soul, the decline of intelligence, and the deterioration of appearance. Remembering his serpentine visage from his previous life, Voldemort furrowed his elegantly arched brow. As long as he remained alive, there was no need for him to exert himself. He was invincible. In his past life, his methods had been excessively forceful. In this life, there was no rush. The magical realm would ultimately dance at his command. He would conquer all, and glory should bow before him. Subsequently, Voldemort pondered that he ought to exact a measure of retribution upon his future little traitor, Severus Snape, a double agent, toying with the intellect of the great Dark Lord. Though Snape's potion-making talent was indeed exemplary, thus he still held considerable utility. This time, Voldemort intended to take Lily's place as the one who would rescue Snape from the darkness, compelling him to serve his interests. Indeed, Voldemort mused, he would have Snape brew 100 vials of potions every 3 days, ensuring that Severus Snape would labor to the point of exhaustion, exclaiming his gratitude for the trust of his master. Snape's future was to be that of a laboring beast of burden. While concerning Lucius Malfoy, Voldemort's eyes narrowed slightly. Excellent, truly excellent. It could not have been better. Lucius had caused him to lose the Horcrux of his diary. Entrusting Lucius with any task was utterly futile, as he accomplished nothing. His wife, Narcissa, had the audacity to deceive the great Dark Lord, misleading him into believing that Harry Potter was dead, causing him to miss the opportunity to eliminate Harry Potter. His son, Draco, was indeed the instigator of the Elder Wand's rebellion. He even had the audacity to brazenly present Harry Potter with a wand at the end. Without that family, the great Dark Lord might not have perished. The entire Malfoy clan was a pack of traitors. How delightful, far more infuriating than Severus. Severus would need to become a potion-making automaton, toiling away at his post without much movement. Thus, it was decided that Lucius would serve as the outlet for the Dark Lord's wrath. A laboring beast of burden and a scapegoat, this decision was made. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, I am Albus Dumbledore, a professor at Hogwarts School. The sound of knocking echoed from outside the door. Voldemort opened the door, and Dumbledore, this time you shall not impede me. Chapter 3. The meeting time has flown by, and over 2 decades later, Voldemort's influence casts a shadow over the entire wizarding world. The Death Eaters no longer wreak havoc openly as they once did, instilling terror with their brazen acts of violence. Instead, they have donned a veil of respectability, manipulating public opinion. In this new order, a significant majority of the Ministry's upper echelons are now high-ranking Death Eaters. Gringotts has been subjugated, and the purse strings of the magical realm lie firmly in Voldemort's grasp. He has infiltrated nearly every vital stronghold within the wizarding community, compelling most wizards to bend the knee and pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord. In their quest for survival, they require galleons, allowing Voldemort to ascend, bloodlessly, to the status of the unacknowledged king of the wizarding world. The will of the Dark Lord is unstoppable, pressing down upon the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore, and a scant few remaining officials within the Ministry, who struggle to maintain their tenuous grip on resistance. In the Riddle Manor, the Death Eater Assembly Hall, the members of the Sacred 28 and Half-Blood Wizards stood in solemn silence. With a soft click, the door creaked open, and Voldemort, clad in a flowing black robe, strolled in with deliberate calm. The Death Eaters, in unison, bowed deeply in reverence to their master, ignoring the prostrate figures at their feet. Voldemort ascended the 3-tiered dais and settled into his designated throne before languidly addressing them. "Thank you, Master," the assembly responded in unison, before rising respectfully, heads bowed. The absence of chairs in the meeting room dictated their stance. Discussions were held while standing. Failure in their duties would result in kneeling. Their gestures of respect extended beyond mere bows. They knelt, humbled and devout, in the presence of his overwhelming power. Master Not Selwyn, one step forward. "We have discovered that the Order of the Phoenix is preparing ancient magical artifacts. We are uncertain of their intentions, but we have identified several suspicious locations." Selwyn bowed his head, his gaze fixed on the carpet a meter before him, his tone imbued with respect. Voldemort rested his hand on the armrest of his chair, propping his chin upon his palm, his eyelids fluttering slightly. "Selwyn, what I require are confirmed locations, not mere suspicions. You have 1 week." If you fail to uncover the truth, you may find yourself in Azkaban, keeping company with the Dementors. Understood, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations, someone replied. Trembling as he retreated back into the ranks, a cold sweat suddenly coating his back. Master Avery Rosial, another stepped forth, bowing low. From the Ministry. I am attempting to sway the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have bribed him multiple times, yet his stance remains somewhat uncertain. Uncertain? Voldemort's tone lingered, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. Is my gold so easily acquired, Rosial? At these words, Rosial felt a tightening in his throat. His knees quaked uncontrollably, compelling him to kneel. Forgive my master's anger. I will expedite the process and provide you with satisfactory results. 3 days, Voldemort decreed. I care not how you achieve this. The consequences of failure are clear to you. Rise. Thank you for your leniency, Master, Rosial stammered, shakily rising and returning to his place. Having witnessed 2 subordinates reprimanded, the third, Ilsha Fick, approached, visibly trembling. Master, he began, his heart racing. In Germany, the Durmstrang Institute is largely under our control, yet there are a few professors who are rather uncooperative. I am uncertain whether to employ extreme measures. I seek your guidance. If they are uncooperative, then replace them. Must I instruct you on everything? Voldemort leaned forward, his eyes narrowing, his tone inscrutable, leaving Ilsha to ponder how best to respond. Ilsha's pupils dilated, his complexion drained of color, and with a thud, he collapsed to the floor. I do not presume to act on my own, Master. I promise to fulfill the tasks you have set upon my return. Very well. I await your report of success, Voldemort commanded. Rise. Understood. Thank you for your mercy, Master. Ilsha replied, cautiously standing and returning to his place. As the assembly concluded their reports, Abraxas Malfoy stepped forward, bowing deeply. My lord, my son, Lucius Malfoy, will soon celebrate his 18th birthday. I humbly request that you allow him to join the Death Eaters, granting him the chance to kneel at your feet and pledge his loyalty to you. After a brief pause, Abraxas continued, My lord, the Malfoy family is committed to serving you for generations. Voldemort's hand, resting casually on the armrest, tapped lightly as he absorbed the words. Oh, the little traitor comes of age. I have no desire to bully a child, but it is delightful that he has reached adulthood. My little traitor, my small outlet for frustration. Abraxas, I have no doubt regarding the Malfoy loyalty. Bring your son to me the day after his birthday, Voldemort replied, reclining against the sofa, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the armrest, his tone indifferent. Thank you for your graciousness, Master, Abraxas said, bowing even deeper, his head lowered. Chapter 4. The Game at Malfoy Manor. Peacocks strolled gracefully through the garden, their elegance on display as they spread their wings. Glimmering in the sunlight that danced upon the fountain, droplets sparkling like gold. Lucius Malfoy reclined on a luxurious feather-down duvet, its surface gleaming like pearls, his fingers gliding over it, feeling the smoothness and coolness of its opulence. Behind him, an exquisitely carved bed frame adorned with various gemstones stood proudly, with his eyes closed. Lucius leaned back, appearing to rest, while his mind engaged with his gaming interface. His beauty potion had automatically brewed in his game inventory, and he beheld his beauty stats soaring to a remarkable 99, just one drink away from hitting the perfect score of 100. Oh, my visage is the most valuable treasure within the Malfoy Manor, he thought with a smirk. Gazing at his level 90 status, Lucius sighed. Had he known he would be transported here, he would have ensured he purchased a fully leveled Harry Potter game account. 7 years ago, he had arrived with an 86 level account he had recently acquired, testing the waters without splurging too much, only spending 100 galleons. Little did he know that within a week, the game would become his reality. Had he foreseen this twist of fate, he would have invested in a top-tier account worth 10,000 galleons. Currently, his card collection was incomplete, though he possessed a complete arsenal of dark magic spells, including the highly coveted Avada Kedavra and an impressive 300,000 galleons in currency. Upon arrival, his wealth transformed into galleons, signifying that Lucius Malfoy carried with him a staggering sum of 300,000 galleons. He also had a dozen wand skins, which all morphed into his own wand. During gameplay, Lucius favored the Dragon Knight wand, finding it exceptionally stylish. Now holding this wand, which was pitch black and exuded wisps of smoke, one glance revealed it was anything but benevolent. Yet, these game-provided wands were not resistant to his use. They felt as comfortable as the wand he had purchased from Ollivander S. in Diagon Alley, crafted from you with a dragon heartstring core. Suddenly, possessing a dozen perfectly compatible wands instilled a sense of security within him. As for the wand skins, they were of little use now, as they transformed into extravagant garments in reality. As the heir of the Malfoy family, would he ever lack for exquisite attire? Preposterous. The most delightful surprise was the backpack's built-in potion brewing feature, provided with the necessary ingredients. All he had to do was wait for the countdown to conclude. Moreover, there were potions that did not exist in the wizarding world, uniquely crafted within the game. The spells on the cards he possessed transitioned seamlessly into his repertoire, while those he lacked would require his own study. Who wouldn't he want to unleash a powerful Avada Kedavra while gaming? Lucius had acquired an account from Slytherin, fully stocked with dark magic spells. Every spell below gold quality was accounted for, including transfiguration, levitation, disarm, and restoration. However, for spells of gold quality and above, such as the all-ending spell and summoning charm, he would need to learn them on his own if the cards remained unlit. However, with an arsenal of high-level dark spells at his disposal, such as the Avada Kedavra, the Cruciatus Curse, and Fiendfire, each card surpasses the last in its proficiency. Lucius contemplated that his only path to graduation lay in retracing his steps to join the Death Eaters. The souls of the game's wizards were tinged with a sickly green, their forbidden values maximized. A message emblazoned on the game panel read, "For those who do not seek the light, the darkness can shine as brightly as day." Moreover, the agency in this choice was not his. He was ensnared by the Malfoy family's deep ties to the Dark Lord. This realization left Lucius with a throbbing headache. This Dark Lord was not as he had anticipated. The script did not unfold this way. Why had the Dark Lord's power escalated to the brink of upheaval? He recalled that the narrative did not depict such a scenario. The films and novels had not conveyed such overwhelming dominance. The Dark Lord's might was inexplicable. He would never permit the Malfoys to ally with the Order of the Phoenix, armed with a deck of dark cards and a soul imbued with an otherworldly advantage. Lucius understood that his father had long made it clear. Only by following the Dark Lord's power could the family be preserved. Most crucially, there existed no feasible path to oppose the Dark Lord without facing complete annihilation, an acceptance of the Malfoy family's disavowal from the wizarding world, to which Lucius was resignedly willing. As Lucius revisited the Harry Potter films in the present, he initially felt indifferent towards Voldemort. After all, a noseless figure was an unmistakable villain. However, upon encountering the Nose Tom Riddle, he found himself enamored by this malevolent Harry Potter, declaring, "For the esteemed Lord Voldemort, I shall vanquish you." In modernity, he developed a fondness for Voldemort. Witnessing the nosed version of him imbued the antagonist with a thrilling dichotomy: conquer the world or possess nothing at all. Lucius pondered ways to avert Voldemort's downfall, yearning to see if he could alter the inevitable demise of the Dark Lord. If not, he would strive to resurrect Voldemort preemptively, pledging unwavering loyalty, unlike the Lucius of the original tale, who might have been a rebel at heart, wishing to stand with the villains. However, during his years of investigation, Lucius found himself increasingly bewildered. Particularly jarring was the news of Voldemort's clash with Grindelwald, which revealed that Voldemort had vanquished hundreds of Grindelwald's followers with a single ice spell. Lucius recalled that ice was not Voldemort's forte, and to obliterate hundreds of wizards with one strike. Did Harry Potter possess such a caliber of magic? Was this a manifestation of the butterfly effect from his transmigration? Why had everything changed so drastically? With the aid of his enhancements, Lucius dedicated 7 years to honing his skills, raising his level from 86 to 90. The experience required for levels above 90 was exceedingly vast. Lucius surmised it might take him 3 years to achieve just one more level. Lacking experience potions, he could only cultivate his magical proficiency to augment his experience bar. The boost provided by the enhancements was fixed. His card proficiency was set at its level, sparing him from starting anew like others. Lucius began at level 86. And while the enhancements made him a formidable wizard, they did not elevate him to the pinnacle of mastery. Furthermore, some game features, such as self-created cards, had been altered to reflect reality, rendering the Echo card and Partner card conspicuously absent. Lucius could discern the levels of others, with the highest currently noted at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, at level 100. His father, Abraxas Malfoy, stood at level 95. The disparity between levels above 90 was stark. Battling between levels 90 and 91 bore resemblance to a conflict between levels 70 and 80. Lucius speculated that, according to the altered narrative, Voldemort might exceed Dumbledore's level by a notch, estimating him at 101. Dumbledore's level 100 should signify a maximum, rendering this conjecture plausible. The thought of a divergent Voldemort irked him. All sources of narrative change stemmed from Voldemort himself. Was this also a consequence of his transmigration? Lucius' eyes suddenly widened, his pupils trembling. How to approach this? A vivid image flashed in his mind. Lucius clinging to Voldemort's leg, imploring, "We are fellow countrymen, are we not? Do you know the unchanging amidst the changing?" Voldemort's eyelids lowered as he delivered a Cruciatus Curse, causing Lucius to writhe in agony. "Then do you know the tiger that covers the earth?" Voldemort smirked coldly, Avada Kedavra. No, this wouldn't do. To pose such bizarre questions before Voldemort was tantamount to courting death. He could not be 100% certain. He dared not inquire. As his coming-of-age ceremony approached, he resolved to first consume a beauty potion to maximize his attractiveness. With a haughty demeanor, Lucius, a figure of maximum value, observed his beauty score reach 100. Rising from his bed, he approached the full-length mirror. His platinum hair cascaded, each strand shimmering translucently under the sunlight, with even the tips radiating a delicate glow that made his skin appear as luminous as pearls. Beneath thick lashes, his gray eyes exuded an air of aloof nobility, sparkling as if harboring countless stars. His facial contours were exquisitely chiseled, skin flawless, with a high nose and lips that resembled lush petals ready to bloom. Truly, he was a vision of beauty. Lucius smiled with satisfaction, the reflection revealing a charming figure, eyes slightly curved, the arc of his lips reminiscent of the gentle sun. Clear and warm, with a crescent moon-like allure. Suddenly, a house elf named Kaka appeared, exclaiming, "The master has returned. Kaka is here to inform you, young master, that you are summoned to the first-floor hall. The master has matters to discuss with you." "I understand. I shall go to see father," Lucius replied, lifting his gaze to Kaka. "Very well, young master." Kaka bowed and retreated. Lucius adjusted his attire and descended the staircase. Chapter 5. The Coming-of-Age Ceremony. Upon entering the first-floor hall, Lucius was enveloped in an aura of opulence. Golden embellishments shimmered along the walls, while the ceiling boasted intricately carved reliefs. A dazzling crystal chandelier bathed the hall in a spectrum of colors, and grand floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to cascade within. Abraxas sat in the principal seat, savoring a set of gold-threaded tea utensils. Lucius inclined his body slightly, paying his respects to Abraxas. "Sit, Lucius," Abraxas commanded, placing down the tea set. Lucius took a seat beside his father. "Father, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Gazing at Lucius's elegant demeanor, Abraxas nodded approvingly. "Your coming-of-age ceremony is imminent. Once this holiday concludes, you will enter your 7th year at Hogwarts. I have already informed the master. After your ceremony, you will join the Death Eaters and serve him. The master has granted his consent." Abraxas paused momentarily before continuing. "Lucius, you must understand that to maintain the glory of the Malfoy name at its zenith, it is imperative to align with the right forces. In this world, no one possesses greater power than the Dark Lord. This is essential. You are the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage. To safeguard the family, no one can defy the Dark Lord's will." "I understand, father," Lucius replied quietly, his fingers tensing momentarily. Abraxas offered Lucius a reassuring glance. "Do not worry, Lucius. This is merely to allow you to meet the master and receive the Dark Mark. Formally joining the Death Eaters, you will only partake in their affairs a year after your graduation." With a hint of regret, Abraxas gazed at Lucius. "I am sorry, my child, but this is the only path for the Malfoys. I believe I understand the master well enough. He will not tolerate betrayal, and he wields a power that instills dread. From the day I knelt to pledge my allegiance to him, the Malfoy family has been bound to the path of subservience. And you, as my only child and the sole heir to the Malfoy legacy, must understand that should you choose a different path, our master would perceive it as treachery, and he would obliterate everything we hold dear. Father, fret not, for I am willing to pledge my loyalty to the Dark Lord. He is the sovereign of the wizarding world, and Slytherin has always bowed only to the powerful. Who possesses greater strength than the Dark Lord? I have long been inclined towards this path," Lucius replied earnestly, casting a glance back at Abraxas. "I follow our master. He has granted me wealth, fame, and influence. The authority of the Malfoy family, under his dominion, now reigns at the pinnacle of the pyramid. While this is partly due to the Malfoy family's inherent influence in the wizarding realm, it is also attributable to the camaraderie I shared with our master during our school days. However, the next generation," Abraxas paused, his eyes betraying a profound reverence for the master. "I dare not speak too freely, for such favor will not secure your assent. The future power of the Malfoy family will depend upon your capabilities, Lucius. Ensure you satisfy the master. Let him witness the loyalty and prowess of the Malfoy lineage." Abraxas extended his hand toward Lucius. "I shall," Lucius affirmed. "Upholding the glory of the Malfoy family is my sacred mission." He grasped his father's outstretched hand. "One piece of advice I must impart, my son. The master's legilimency is most exquisite. When in his presence, you must not allow your thoughts to wander. Although I know you are adept at concealing your mind, you cannot guard against him." Abraxas sighed. "I am subservient to him, loyal to him, and yet I fear him." Looking at Lucius, whose eyes widened slightly, Abraxas continued, "When you meet the master, you will understand. Spend the next few days fortifying your mind, allowing loyalty to permeate your thoughts. I am uncertain whether the master will take an interest in your mind, but you must be thoroughly prepared." Abraxas rose and gently ruffled Lucius's soft hair. "Rest well, Lucius." Lucius nodded, standing with a slight bow, embodying nobility and grace. "I shall return now, father." Upon returning to his chamber, Lucius bit his lip in contemplation. Tom Riddle, Voldemort, the Dark Lord, what manner of man is he? Over the years, having traversed through life as an orphan, devoid of experiencing love or affection, Lucius had come to regard Abraxas as his most cherished kin. In his eyes, his father had always been noble, powerful, and omnipotent. Yet, witnessing his father's fear for the first time, Lucius pondered, is Voldemort truly as terrifying as they say? On the day of Lucius's 18th birthday, the pureblood families, the so-called 28, gathered in attendance. The title of the sole heir of the Malfoy family carried weight, ensuring that, at least in the social arena, all would extend their respect, maintaining the facade of propriety. In the opulent hall adorned with glistening chandeliers and the lively atmosphere of a grand banquet, Lucius required no effort to command attention. His mere entrance plunged the room into silence. The man before them retained a youthful innocence, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, his handsome features and striking profile captivating the hearts of those present. His silver-gray eyes exuded an irresistible allure, ensnaring all who dared to gaze upon him. Amidst the murmurs and whispers, the head of the Black family approached the Malfoys. "Abraxas, what good fortune! We must converse at length," said Walburga Black, clinking his goblet against Abraxas's. In his mind, the head of the Black family mused, "Is this not a prime candidate for a splendid union? The Malfoy heiress standing surpasses our own, promising prestige, and I have heard this young Malfoy is a prefect at Hogwarts, displaying remarkable talent. With lineage beyond reproach and capabilities to match, and now, to top it off, he possesses such striking looks. Surely, he would sire a lineage of excellence with the Black family." "Indeed," replied Abraxas, as he clinked his goblet in return, his gaze turning towards Lucius, filled with pride and satisfaction. Chapter 6. The meeting the following day. Abraxas escorted Lucius to Riddle Manor. "Lucius, you must conduct yourself with utmost decorum. Show respect before our master, do you understand?" Abraxas adjusted Lucius's collar at the entrance of the manor. "I understand, father," Lucius replied with a solemn nod, though he felt an undercurrent of nervousness, a slight perspiration forming on his palms. The house elf knelt respectfully before Voldemort. "Master, the head of the Malfoy family has arrived and seeks an audience." Voldemort reclined in his chair, his long legs crossed, exuding an air of languid indifference. "Let them approach," he commanded. The elf obeyed, guiding Abraxas and Lucius into the manor's opulent parlor. With heads bowed, they stepped toward a position approximately 5 meters from Voldemort, gradually kneeling onto the carpet, their upper bodies lowering in reverence. "Master, this is my son, Lucius Malfoy." "Lucius, greet the master." Lucius knelt slightly behind Abraxas, embodying the humility of a delicate flower, his posture reflecting an exquisite blend of softness and respect. With his hands folded on his knees, he gently touched his forehead to his palms. "Master, I am Lucius Malfoy, here to pay my respects." Upon hearing this, Voldemort raised an eyebrow, his tone languid. "Abraxas, you may depart. I shall send Lucius back to Malfoy Manor later." Abraxas was taken aback, casting a fleeting, concerned glance at Lucius but refraining from voicing any objections. "As you command, master." He stepped back 3 paces before turning to leave. Voldemort's gaze lingered on Lucius, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his voice dripping with languor. "Lucius, your holiday has come to an end, and you are now entering your 7th year at Hogwarts. How many subjects have you taken, and how many outstanding grades have you achieved?" Lucius was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the master's first inquiry pertained to his academic performance. Quickly regaining his composure, he responded, "Master, I have pursued a total of 12 subjects, achieving 10 outstanding grades. All 9 of my core classes received an O, and in my electives, I attained an E in Ancient Runes and an A in Divination." Lucius felt a sense of satisfaction with his results. He was currently the top student in his house, and even the brightest among the original trio, Hermione, had also garnered 10 O's. The grading system in the wizarding world consisted of 6 tiers: outstanding, O, exceeds expectations, E, acceptable, A, poor, P, dreadful, D, and troll, T. Lucius believed his performance ranked among the elite, even when compared to prior graduates of Hogwarts. Yet, Voldemort merely responded with a disinterested O and lapsed into silence. The atmosphere grew heavy with stillness, broken only by the rustle of turning pages. Lucius, heart racing, awaited the command to rise, uncertain whether he was being punished for some perceived slight against the master. Reflecting on his every action since entering, he believed he had been nothing but humble, having committed no offense. Curiosity piqued, Lucius cautiously lifted his gaze, hoping to discern Voldemort's expression and gauge whether he was displeased. To his astonishment, he met the piercing gaze of those mesmerizing eyes. He is truly captivating, Lucius thought, as he beheld Voldemort seated in his lofty position, his hair as black as ink, his nose elegantly pronounced, and his features exquisitely chiseled, radiating an otherworldly beauty that dared not be desecrated. Before he could fully contemplate this, Lucius suddenly noticed the level above Voldemort, his pupils constricting in shock. How could this be? Level 130. No, Dumbledore had only reached level 100. Lucius believed he might someday attain a level comparable to his father Abraxas, perhaps 95, or with a stroke of luck, even 96 at most. Dumbledore was at 100. Lucius thought that was the ceiling. Even if Voldemort surpassed that limit, he could be at 101, 102, or even 103, but how could Voldemort possibly be at level 130? Levels above 90 implied that even a single tier could signify a disparity of nearly 10 levels beneath. What then of those beyond 100? How significant could the gap be? Dozens of levels? The disparity should not be so vast. There must be something amiss with Voldemort. Could it be that Voldemort is also a fellow traveler from another world? I did not permit you to raise your gaze. Lucius felt Voldemort's penetrating stare like a poisoned arrow, piercing directly into his eyes. The air around them seemed to freeze in an instant, and Lucius sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him, akin to a fish awaiting slaughter on a chopping board. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he dared not entertain any errant thoughts. With a stiff neck, he lowered his head, his throat tightening as he forced out a broken voice. Master, please quell your fury. It was my subordinate who transgressed. I implore you to punish me. Voldemort let out a derisive laugh, pondering how to placate me, to prevent my wrath, while he elongated his tone, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. It seems our young Malfoy is quite taken with my appearance. Gazing upon the platinum-haired boy kneeling before him, he recalled the fleeting glimpse he had caught earlier. The boy possessed a strikingly refined beauty. His eyes sparkled like gemstones, and the flawless contours of his face exuded an undeniable nobility. Even while kneeling, he exuded an allure. Voldemort mused that this little traitor was, in fact, more attractive than in his past life. Drawing forth a flicker of contempt as he recalled Lucius's futile efforts in service of the Dark Lord, a mere hindrance, a worthless burden. He swiftly suppressed the momentary fondness that had unexpectedly arisen for the boy's visage. Meanwhile, Lucius, upon hearing Voldemort's words, felt as though his very breath had been seized. His blood had ceased to flow. What had he just contemplated? To win his master's favor? His master's beauty was indeed captivating. But was there something amiss with his master's status? Had he inadvertently revealed his identity as a time traveler, destined to be dissected and bled dry for research? Trembling as he awaited the verdict of death, he found the anticipated judgment lacked conclusion. Lucius felt the blood return to his veins. The only explanation for his silence was that his thoughts had eluded the grasp of the soul extraction spell. This must be the gift of his time travel. Perhaps all matters pertaining to his journey were impervious to others' mind reading, thus serving as his hidden advantage. Voldemort's cold laughter reverberated, the air suddenly feeling thin. It seems our young Master Malfoy does not wish to pledge his loyalty to me. I am inquiring, and you dare to zone out? Voldemort's voice, deliberately drawn out, sliced through Lucius's ears like a knife, while Lucius had only just lowered his head to the ground, unable to offer an explanation or apology. Come here, Voldemort commanded in a low tone. Lucius, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter another word or hesitate. He crawled forward to kneel at Voldemort's feet. In that fleeting moment, he felt terror wash over him like frigid seawater, chilling him to the bone. Satisfied that he had sufficiently intimidated Lucius, Voldemort beckoned him closer. As Lucius inched forward, without warning, a resounding slap struck his face, leaving his pallid complexion flushed with red. Voldemort's gaze darkened. The little traitor dared to linger in a daze before him, inflaming his anger further. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Voldemort's lips, determined to further humiliate him. Lucius, caught entirely unprepared, stumbled to the side, instinctively bracing himself against the ground to regain his balance. Anger surged momentarily, only to be swiftly eclipsed by overwhelming shame, which in turn was consumed by an avalanche of fear. Lucius trembled violently, his heart racing, cold sweat drenching his body, his face as pale as a sheet. Master, please quell your wrath. I acknowledge my mistake. I beseech your mercy. This is merely a lesson. Next time will not be so simple. Lucius, henceforth, my inquiries and commands must be met with absolute compliance, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Do you understand? Voldemort leaned back in his chair. A look of disdain etched across his features. Lucius bowed deeply, his forehead touching Voldemort's polished shoes. Master, I shall serve you faithfully from this day forth, aligning my every action with your desires and adhering to your every command. Excellent, Lucius. I shall now bestow upon you the mark. Remove your clothing, Voldemort instructed, his lips curling in an icy manner. Remove my clothing? Lucius faltered momentarily, recalling that the dark mark was typically located on the arm. Voldemort's expression darkened, his voice chillingly commanding, lift your gaze. The moment Lucius complied, he received another merciless slap across the other side of his face, rendering it red and swollen. What did I just say? You hesitated regarding my command, Lucius? Lucius's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, unable to control the flow as they cascaded down his cheeks. He did not wish to cry, yet he had never been treated in such a manner. The overwhelming injustice was unbearable. Master, I simply did not react quickly enough. I would never defy your orders. I implore you to pardon me once more. I assure you it will not happen again. As he wept, Lucius removed his shirt, kneeling bare-chested in place. Voldemort gripped Lucius's hair, his voice low. Lucius, you are special, deserving of a unique mark. Enduring the painful tug on his scalp and the burning sensation on his cheeks, Lucius managed a compliant smile. It is my honor. I am grateful for your trust, Master. Observing the pitiable sight of the platinum-haired boy, his cheeks swollen from the blow, yet striving to appease his master, with tears of grievance still glistening in his eyes. It was a heart-wrenching sight that softened even Voldemort's demeanor for a fleeting moment. Sit up straight. Do not move, Voldemort commanded in a stern voice. Lucius complied, straightening his posture, his lips pressed tightly in anxiety. This curse has been specifically devised for you. Lucius, Voldemort chuckled darkly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. To prevent you from moving about recklessly, I must apply a precaution. With a wave of his wand, 2 chains materialized in the air. One end hung invisibly in space while the other bound Lucius's hands, suspending them above his head, rendering him immobile. The wand flicked again, and shackles materialized on the ground, securing Lucius's feet firmly in place. Lucius's teeth chattered in fear. With a swift motion, Voldemort sliced open Lucius's chest, revealing a heart that thudded wildly. Blood, pain, and terror compelled Lucius into an uncontrollable scream. Silence, Voldemort commanded, casting a silencing spell. Lucius opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. What was Voldemort intending? Fear engulfed Lucius entirely. Every fiber of his being quaked in terror before this man. He longed to flee, yet found himself utterly shackled, forced to kneel in place. Voldemort extracted a drop of blood from his heart, casting a healing spell to restore his chest to its former state. Then pressed his wand against the same area to cast a spell. A coiling black serpent mark began to manifest on his skin, the drop of blood merging with the design, causing the serpent to shimmer with a trace of crimson light. Releasing Lucius from the silencing spell, Voldemort spoke with keen interest. This is unlike the ordinary dark mark. I can ascertain your every action at will. The blood from your heart serves not only as a means of monitoring, but also binds your soul to me, allowing you to experience what it means to wish for death, yet be unable to attain it. Before Lucius could respond, Voldemort raised an eyebrow. Let us see how you fare, shall we? As Lucius's thoughts stirred, Voldemort activated the mark. As the serpentine design began to coil around his heart, the pain became unbearable. Lucius's agonized scream echoed through the hall, his body trembling violently. Every part of him felt as though it were being crushed, cold sweat matting his platinum hair, disheveled strands clinging to his forehead. I beg you, Master, spare me. I beseech you. Lucius cried out, his voice breaking in desperation. Be a good child. You ought to experience another sensation, Voldemort murmured as he gently caressed Lucius's crown, then snapped his fingers. A serpent-like pattern began to ooze with a sanguine glow, growing ever brighter, eliciting a more anguished scream from Lucius. The pain compelled him to curl his body, yet he remained imprisoned, unable to move, bound to the spot. The agony instinctively tore at his form, and his suspended wrists throbbed with such intensity that they revealed stark, white bones. The torment, piercing his very soul, made him ponder whether death might indeed be a mercy. Observing Lucius's increasingly pallid visage and erratic breaths, Voldemort mercifully chose to halt his assault. Chapter 8. As the bindings dissipated into nothingness, Lucius collapsed to the ground. With a mere wave of his hand, Voldemort cast a healing spell upon Lucius's wrist, where bone had been exposed. In the blink of an eye, his wrist regained its alabaster appearance, restored to its original state. Lucius, as though pulled from the depths of water, was drenched in a mixture of tears and sweat that cascaded from his inflamed face, staining the carpet beneath him. Voldemort kicked Lucius's calf, prompting him to kneel properly. As Lucius slowly regained consciousness, every cell in his body screamed in agony, yearning for rest. Nevertheless, his rational mind compelled him to exert control, forcing himself to kneel upright. He dared not defy his master's will, for this torment was an experience he wished never to endure again. Lucius, consider this a mere 2-minute warning, just a cautionary reminder. I trust you shall refrain from inciting my displeasure again. The next time will not be so lenient. Do you understand? Voldemort cast a fleeting glance at the man kneeling at his feet. Gripping his chin firmly, he administered a potion of clarity. After checking the time, he departed the parlor, ignoring Lucius's dutiful acknowledgement of his command as he struggled to maintain a proper kneeling posture. Without a command to act, Lucius dared not move, desperately holding his position, even finding a semblance of solace in the thought that this position was somewhat more comfortable than standing upright. As time meandered on, the plushness of the carpet could not quell the protests of his knees and muscles. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open pierced the silence. Lucius endeavored to present himself more decorously. Soon, his lowered gaze fell upon a pair of polished shoes, and Voldemort stood before him, casting an ominous shadow over Lucius. Raise your head, Lucius. You have 2 assignments that did not receive an O. Thus, I have decreed that you shall kneel for 2 hours. What say you? Do you have any objections? Voldemort's voice was deep and devoid of warmth, instilling fear within Lucius. None, my lord. My subpar performance is my own failing, and it is my fault for burdening you with my shortcomings. Your willingness to reprimand me signifies your regard for me, a privilege many would covet. I am fortunate indeed. Lucius swallowed hard, raising his gaze just enough to catch a glimpse of Voldemort's robes, speaking cautiously. I harbor no objections, nor would I dare to. Though he did not lift his eyes, Lucius felt Voldemort's penetrating stare, as if any unsatisfactory response would invite further torment. Lucius stiffened, internally lamenting, by Merlin's socks. Who will come to my rescue? This man is terrifying. He feared incurring Voldemort's wrath, hoping that flattery might elicit even a modicum of goodwill from him. Clenching his hands tightly at his sides, Lucius steadied his kneeling position and earnestly replied, I truly have no objections, my lord. Your concern for my studies is a testament to your regard for me. With proper education, I shall better serve you in the future. Your interest is a blessing, and I am grateful. How could I possibly object? After a brief pause, taking a deep breath, Lucius continued, I would never dare to have any objections to your commands. I am willing to kneel at your feet for all eternity, obeying your every order, devoted to your service. Voldemort chuckled softly, his tone languid. Lucius, you possess a way with words and know how to please me. Rise. Grateful for the reprieve, Lucius exhaled deeply as he prepared to stand. But as he shifted his weight, pain erupted from his knees, causing him to stumble forward, landing directly in Voldemort's embrace. The Dark Lord chuckled with delight. Lucius, are you seeking refuge in my arms? Lucius's face blanched further as he struggled to apologize, but Voldemort silenced him with a gesture, guiding him onto the sofa before taking a seat beside him, their bodies closely pressed together. Gazing at Lucius's pale face, marred with red marks and adorned with glistening tears, still trembling from the ordeal, Voldemort felt a surge of satisfaction. This little traitor must be taught a lesson. He ought to weep, to feel fear in his bones. I shall instill in him the true essence of terror, ensuring he never dares to betray me again. This is his due. Especially this beautiful little traitor, trembling before him, was a sight to behold, a delight for his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a healing aura enveloped Lucius, and once the luminescence faded, Voldemort conjured a mirror that hovered before him. Today, nothing transpired. You know how to report to Abraxas, do you not? You must have felt the mark. As long as I desire, I shall be aware of your every move. Voldemort's voice bore an undeniable authority as he stroked Lucius's hair. Staring into the mirror at his own flawless visage, unmarred by any marks, his sweat-drenched garments now dry, Lucius was engulfed by dread. He longed to prostrate himself as a testament of his unwavering loyalty, yet his head was held firmly in place. Lucius could only respond cautiously, my lord. Today you merely bestowed upon me the mark and expressed concern for my studies. My father will be immensely gratified by your regard. Such a good child, Voldemort said, lowering his hand from Lucius's head. Rest for a moment. I shall escort you home. Tomorrow, your father will bring you to me at the same hour, and I shall assess your academic progress. His tone was playful with an undertone of command. Lucius dared not lift his gaze, remaining seated on the sofa like a rigid marionette. It was not until Voldemort departed the parlor, his long legs striding away, that Lucius felt a slight easing of his tension. Once Lucius had regained a modicum of composure, Voldemort re-entered, saying, Come, Lucius, I shall escort you home. Lucius quickly rose to comply, suppressing the ache in his knees. Voldemort led Lucius to the fireplace, tossing in a handful of flue powder, then grasping Lucius's hand. They stepped into the emerald flames. Malfoy Manor, he murmured softly. As they emerged from the fireplace at Malfoy Manor, Abraxas, sensing the magical disturbance, hastened toward them. Abraxas entered the room with measured steps, bowing respectfully. Greetings, my lord, he acknowledged, and upon seeing Lucius kneeling, he took a step back to kneel beside his son, bowing his head deeply. Rise, Abraxas. I am quite pleased with your son. I have bestowed upon him the mark. He is now, like you, a proud Death Eater. Bring him to the manor tomorrow, so I may personally oversee his studies. Voldemort's voice was firm, an unyielding command. Both father and son stood at attention, Abraxas's eyes glinting with excitement. The master's favor was a source of pride for the Malfoy family. Abraxas lowered his head, responding with utmost respect. As you command, my lord. Thank you for your regard. The Malfoy family shall remain eternally loyal to you. Excellent. Voldemort's imposing figure departed from the fireplace. And only then did Lucius release a sigh of relief, feeling an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. He now merely yearned to recline and indulge in slumber. Father. The master exudes an aura of authority that instills a profound sense of reverence within me. I find myself somewhat fatigued and desire a moment of respite. Lucius gazed at Abraxas with a hint of supplication. Abraxas, observing Lucius with concern, inquired, Is something amiss, Lucius? You appear to be in a less than optimal state. Lucius momentarily clenched his hands, lowering his eyelids. It is nothing, father. The master holds me in high regard, yet, as you are aware, the master possesses an imposing presence that leaves me feeling rather tense in his company. Ah, indeed, the master's demeanor is truly awe-inspiring. Go and rest, my child. Do remember to join us for dinner this evening. I shall have Karkaroff prepare your favorite dishes. Abraxas gently patted Lucius's shoulder. Upon returning to his chamber, Lucius nearly collapsed onto his bed, gasping for breath. The mere thought of Voldemort sent involuntary shivers coursing through his body. Overwhelmed by mental fatigue, Lucius had little time to ponder further, as exhaustion swiftly enveloped him, and he soon drifted into a hazy unconsciousness. Chapter 9, Examination. When the house elf summoned him for dinner that evening, Lucius managed to appease his father before retreating to his room, where he finally had the opportunity to meticulously analyze the events of the day. Voldemort posed a significant concern, of that he was certain. The power dynamics within the Harry Potter universe had irrevocably collapsed. Though the specific reasons eluded him, Voldemort had chosen not to unleash chaos. Yet that did not imply he lacked the capacity to do so. It was not a matter of time travel. Lucius hastily dismissed the notion that had first sprung to his mind. How could it be that in the illustrious land of the Flower Kingdom, prosperous, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, just, rule-bound, patriotic, industrious, honest, and benevolent, such a terrifying figure as Voldemort could exist? He was a true demon. It must be a parallel universe. But even in a parallel world, the power structure ought to be self-contained. How could there exist a being like Voldemort, who transcended all rules? The logic simply did not hold. No, Lucius shook his head. That was not the crux of the matter. Voldemort was the unrivaled sovereign of the heavens and the earth. And in truth, he bore no personal grudge against Lucius. The pivotal question was, how had he offended Voldemort? By all accounts, the Malfoy family stood at the forefront among pure-blood wizards, and in this world, his father Abraxas had followed Voldemort since his school days, acknowledging him as master and being among his earliest supporters, serving as Voldemort's right-hand man. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, one would expect Voldemort to regard him with favor, bestowing upon him significant responsibilities, at the very least, a familiar acquaintance's benign indifference, if not outright affection. Yet today, it seemed that Voldemort's demeanor was decidedly hostile, bordering on contempt, as if he were deliberately seeking conflict. What had he done to provoke Voldemort's ire? Inciting the disdain of the Dark Lord who reigned over the wizarding world? Lucius felt an urgent need to unravel this mystery, for it was evidently clear that he could not stand against Voldemort. The honor of his family, their wealth and power, and even the lives of his loved ones rested precariously in Voldemort's hands. Should he fail to comprehend how he had offended Voldemort, leading to such animosity, the days ahead would surely be fraught with hardship. With the prospect of meeting him again the following day, Lucius angrily struck his pillow. Oh, Merlin, save this child. There was still a month until school commenced. If Voldemort were to seek trouble daily, life would become unbearable. The next day, at Riddle Manor, Abraxas bowed and retreated, leaving poor Lucius kneeling in his place. Once more in Voldemort's presence, Lucius humbly pressed his forehead to the carpet, having done nothing yet. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Lucius, Voldemort's voice was chilling, causing Lucius's heart to quiver. He immediately rose to kneel upright. Master. Casting a glance at Lucius, Voldemort blandly inquired about the properties of bone-regenerating potion. Taken aback by the examination of his knowledge, Lucius faltered for a moment before promptly responding. It can regenerate broken bones, Master. The duration of its effects? 8 hours, Master. What are the properties of Devil's Snare? Voldemort sipped his coffee, continuing his inquiries. Lucius pondered for a moment, just about to respond when Voldemort posed yet another question. The ingredients of a polyjuice potion? Leech juice, powdered bicorn horn, 2 sprigs of lacewing flies, fluxweed, African snake skin, and hair from the target. Master, Lucius swallowed nervously, sensing that he was afforded barely a second to answer each question before Voldemort would move on to the next. What results from the mating of a scorpion-tailed lion and a fire crab? An exploding snap, Master. After 10 minutes of rapid-fire questioning, Voldemort's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Lucius? How many did you fail to answer? Kneeling in trepidation, Lucius's gaze fixated on the small patch of carpet before Voldemort's feet as he tremulously replied, Master. I failed to answer 3 questions. Voldemort remained silent, picking up a document from the desk to review it, the only sound in the study being the faint scratching of his quill against paper. Lucius dared not move or speak, though he believed he knew some answers. The time allotted by his master was simply too brief for him to respond. He refrained from voicing this sentiment, fearing it might suggest that he was accusing his master of being unreasonable, a risk he was not willing to take. For now, it appeared he was merely being punished by kneeling. If that was to be his fate, it was certainly preferable to the torment he had endured the day before. Chapter 10. Do you have any objections? Voldemort left the room briefly, leaving Lucius kneeling in place, paralyzed by fear that there might be monitoring enchantments within the chamber. Until Voldemort's return, Lucius did not dare to move a muscle. As time wore on, despite the plushness of the carpet beneath him, Lucius's complexion began to pale, his muscles stiffening and his knees throbbing with pain. Come here. Voldemort lifted his gaze to Lucius. Lucius struggled to suppress the dull ache in his legs, slowly maneuvering his stiff limbs to crawl forward until he knelt beside Voldemort's calves. You failed to answer 3 questions. For each question unanswered, you shall kneel for an hour. Do you have any objections? Voldemort loomed over Lucius, casting an imposing shadow that enveloped him entirely. Lucius felt the air grow thin, as if he were suffocating. The oppressive weight of Voldemort's presence caused his knees to tremble uncontrollably. No objections, Master. It is a punishment I rightly deserve. I appreciate your diligence in teaching me, and I thank you for your reprimand. Lucius managed to respond, his throat tightening. He felt as though he were engulfed in darkness. A chill creeping from his feet to his head, fear entwined with despair and impotence, rendering him shivery. Voldemort drummed his fingers idly on the table. Yesterday, I spoke with Abraxas and mentioned that I would be examining your studies today. You were present, so, Lucius, did you not prepare? With that, Voldemort seized Lucius's hair, tugging it to force his head upward, while his other hand grasped a stack of documents from the table and slapped them against Lucius's face several times. Lucius instinctively recoiled, but the grip on his hair yanked him back, causing his scalp to sting. With a flick of his wrist, Voldemort tossed the documents back onto the table, grasping Lucius's chin with one hand while squeezing his reddened cheek with the other. Do you dare to evade? Master, please, temper your anger. I shall strive to learn better. This is not such a grave sin, is it? You are not a merciless master, punishing without just cause. Lucius bit his lip, desperate to appease. Voldemort's veins bulged ominously, his gaze as frigid as ice, while the chill in his tone seemed to pierce directly into one's bones. My life is forfeit. Lucius instantaneously felt his blood freeze, momentarily forgetting that Voldemort was a master of extracting souls and thoughts at will. He yearned to plead for mercy, his teeth chattering, yet his throat betrayed him, unable to utter a single word. Before Lucius could even react, Voldemort struck him down with a swift blow, and without waiting for him to rise, he pressed his foot firmly upon Lucius's head, pinning it mercilessly to the ground. Lucius, perhaps you should contemplate which of your words will cost you dearly now. A cruel, excruciating curse erupted from Voldemort's hand, and Lucius let out a wretched scream, a mere minute of agony serving as a grim warning. Master, please forgive me. Lucius, overwhelmed with fear, disregarded the spasms of pain coursing through his body, the burning humiliation of being trampled underfoot, and the dread of not surviving this day. Frightened that the hellish agony of yesterday might replay anew upon his flesh. You acknowledge your wrongdoing. Voldemort relinquished his foot from Lucius, observing him from above. A trembling platinum-haired youth, who had risen to kneel in submission. I acknowledge my mistakes, Master. I shall never dare to offend again, Lucius sobbed, his fear palpable, his mind consumed by a singular thought, to appease Voldemort. All notions of humility, pride, and dignity faded into insignificance. He was gripped by a profound terror of his master, longing only to gain his favor and secure his life. Voldemort grasped Lucius's chin, lifting his face to meet his gaze. The boy's long, delicate lashes quivered, his gem-like gray eyes filled with desperation, tears pooling in their corners before cascading down his exquisitely alluring yet pitifully swollen cheeks, each droplet crystal clear, tracing a path down to his alabaster neck. He exuded an aura of fragility, akin to a beguiling yet sorrowful fairy. Voldemort could not deny, as he reflected, that he was captivated by this visage. The legitimacy revealed the boy's thoughts racing through his mind, a desperate desire to please his master. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. You wish to ingratiate yourself with me? With his chin firmly held by Voldemort, Lucius could only blink nervously. Yes, master. I seek only to delight you. Voldemort chuckled softly, appearing in good spirits. A good boy must be obedient to suffer less. You will, henceforth, heed my commands. Will you not? His fingers kneaded the boy's lips, the friction eliciting a quiver from the platinum-haired youth's skin. Lucius longed to respond, but remained paralyzed by the ministrations upon his mouth. Only when Voldemort released his grip, leaving Lucius's lips reddened and swollen, did he hastily pledge, Master, I shall be obedient. I will heed your every word. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you bid me chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken. Voldemort paused, momentarily taken aback before laughter escaped him. Where did you learn such words? They are quite novel. Seeing Voldemort's amusement, Lucius exhaled a sigh of relief. Perhaps he would survive this day after all. To see his master pleased brought him a sense of fulfillment. Casting a glance at Lucius, Voldemort reclined in his chair, adopting a languid pose. Consider this a reprieve, Lucius. I do not wish to have to point out your mistakes a second time, or you may know the consequences well. He continued, your performance is unacceptable. This holiday, I shall provide you with additional tutoring. I will inform Abraxas of this. Lucius bowed his head in deference, his heart racing, his pupils dilating. The prospect of further lessons filled him with dread. He dared not dwell on it, hastily replying, As you command, master. As before, Voldemort permitted him to rise and rest, casting a healing spell that restored Lucius's appearance to that of the noble platinum-haired youth. As though nothing had transpired, Lucius mused that Voldemort's healing magic was indeed formidable. Whether it stemmed from his own enhancements or his inherent power, he could not discern. A slight pout formed on his lips as he trailed behind Voldemort, a shadow of discontent stirring within him. He had endured punishment and pain, yet a simple incantation rendered him untouched, save for the lingering mental fatigue. It was incredulous that the Dark Lord, lofty and burdened with responsibilities, would expend such effort on an 18-year-old. He must possess abundant leisure time. Moreover, Lucius knew he dared not speak of it, not a whisper. For in these past days he had come to understand one crucial truth. One must never resist their master's will. A master's command supersedes all. The Dark Lord's intentions were unmistakable. He required Lucius to present a polished facade to the world, as the Malfoy family remained his staunch ally. Perhaps even his most trusted servant in public. Yet in private, he was but a dog to Voldemort, his dignity crushed underfoot, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Chapter 11. Any objections? At the Malfoy Manor, Voldemort sat in a position of authority, while Abraxas and Lucius stood respectfully. Abraxas, attend to the affairs in France. You shall depart tomorrow. Taking command, Voldemort commanded with a voice as cold as steel. After a brief pause, he continued. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, ensure Lucius is delivered to me before your return. This holiday, I shall instruct him thoroughly. I expect to see a score of 120 from him in his final year at Hogwarts. Abraxas placed his right hand over his heart, bowing deeply. As you wish. I shall manage this and provide you with a satisfactory report. I also express my gratitude for your regard towards Lucius. The Malfoy family shall serve you loyally for generations to come. He cast a significant glance at Lucius. Lucius bowed deeply, nearly to the ground. Thank you, master. I am eternally grateful for your willingness to teach. I shall dedicate myself to my studies and will not disappoint your expectations. Excellent, Lucius. I expect to see you in my study at 10 a.m. Do you understand? Voldemort's low voice carried the weight of command. Yes, master, Lucius affirmed, his heart pounding as he and Abraxas bowed in farewell, watching Voldemort depart from the Malfoy Manor. Lucius, you must be obedient tomorrow, do you understand? Whatever your master commands. You shall do without question, Abraxas warned, concern evident in his tone, yet helpless to defy the master's orders, for which Death Eaters would dare not negotiate. Inside, Lucius was a tempest of emotion, yet he forced a smile for Abraxas, feigning pride and honor. Father, do not worry, the master values me, and I shall not tarnish the Malfoy name. Back in his room that evening, Lucius locked the door and collapsed onto his bed, clutching his pillow as he wept, feeling as if he had borne the weight of a lifetime's grievances in just 2 days. He was but a boy, held captive by another's whims regarding honor and life. That person needed say nothing. A mere display of disfavor from Voldemort could lead to his immediate demise at the hands of the other Death Eaters. He could not fathom the cause of his offense against Voldemort, which had left him with no means of amends. Lucius gnawed at the corner of his pillow, utterly convinced that he had unwittingly crossed the Dark Lord, not with a trivial affront, but one that inspired a deep-seated vendetta. I am doomed. I am doomed. His father had been dispatched to Germany, likely not to return for 10 days to 2 weeks. Living daily within the confines of Voldemort's manor, Lucius shivered, tears welling in his heart. By Merlin's undergarments, he truly felt he was nearing his end. Each day he faced the capricious Dark Lord. Lucius remained silent, a deep sorrow overwhelming him. Reflecting on the recent days filled with misfortune, he felt he should prepare himself for a position of submission. An ominous premonition loomed over him. As he suspected, he would be punished to kneel again the following day. Without hesitation, he set to work. With magic, even sewing became significantly easier. Soon, 2 kneeling cushions were crafted, and Lucius, burdened with thoughts, drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Lucius rose from his bed, clad in a lightweight, silky white robe, his soft platinum hair cascading gently beside his face. His pale eyes and jade-like visage exuded an indescribable freshness and elegance. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, Abraxas offered a few words of caution and affectionately stroked Lucius's hair before departing. At 9:50 a.m., Lucius stood hesitantly before Voldemort's study door, contemplating the closed barrier with trepidation. His mind surged with conflicting thoughts. Would he be provoked today? Had he prepared the kneeling cushions adequately? How long would he be forced to kneel? What had he done to offend Voldemort? After much internal conflict, Lucius pressed his lips together, gritted his teeth, and respectfully rapped 3 times on the door. He entered. Upon stepping inside, his gaze fell upon Voldemort seated in the main chair. Lucius dared not linger his glance, swiftly shutting the door behind him before kneeling firmly on the carpet. Before he could offer his customary greeting, a command from Voldemort beckoned him closer, his tone betraying no sign of emotion. Without hesitation, Lucius crawled forward on his knees until he was barely half a meter from Voldemort, a distance that invited reprimand with a mere outstretched hand. Once settled, Lucius presented a conciliatory smile, avoiding direct eye contact and focusing instead on Voldemort's jawline, softly offering his greetings. Voldemort glanced at the kneeling Lucius, his gray eyes shimmering like glass, bright and full of intent. 3 parts concentration, 3 parts anxiety, and 4 parts servility. His exquisite features were flawless, his youthful visage radiating vitality. Even in a position of submission, Lucius was undeniably captivating, exuding an enchanting allure. Voldemort's mood lifted slightly. Indeed, the young traitor was pleasing to the eye. He summoned Lucius closer, but returned to his documents, disregarding him. After a prolonged silence, Lucius understood that Voldemort intentionally ignored him. Bowing his head respectfully, he silently rejoiced in his accurate prediction. Another session of kneeling awaited him. Thankfully, he had prepared the cushions. Though familiarity bred some comfort, Lucius remained anxious. Yet his nervousness was futile. The one who held his fate was seated just before him. Lucius lost track of time as he knelt, only to be startled by the sound of documents being tossed onto the desk. Instantly, his body tensed, and he looked up, unable to meet Voldemort's gaze, instead focusing on his mouth and nose. How beautiful, Lucius thought unbidden. It was the most exquisite nose he had ever seen, a high bridge and perfectly shaped lips that could effortlessly invoke surrender and fascination. Lucius, what time did I tell you to arrive? Voldemort's voice sliced through the air. 10 o'clock, Master. Lucius swallowed nervously. Then what time did you actually arrive? Voldemort inquired, tapping his fingers idly on the desk. I arrived at 9:50, Lucius stammered, momentarily caught off guard. Voldemort casually toyed with a strand of Lucius's hair, entwining it around his fingers. My dear Lucius, you arrived 10 minutes early but chose to hesitate at the door. By the time you entered, it was already 1 minute past 10. You are thus 1 minute late, and for that, I shall punish you with 1 hour of kneeling. Do you have any objections, Lucius? Listening to Voldemort's nonchalant words, Lucius quivered, then bowed deeply, pressing his pristine forehead against the carpet in utter submission. I have no objections, Master. It is my fault, and I acknowledge my mistake. Your punishment is deserved. Voldemort extended his leg, using his shoe to lift Lucius's chin. It is good that you recognize your error, Lucius. Now, lift your head and look at me. Do not be afraid. Under Voldemort's gentle coaxing, Lucius gradually raised his gaze until it met Voldemort's eyes. His eyelashes trembled with anxiety. Voldemort's beauty was undeniably striking, and the weight of his authority, born from his long reign atop the wizarding world, exerted a pressure that made it hard to breathe. In that moment, as they gazed upon each other, perhaps due to the warm sunlight streaming through the window or the intimate atmosphere, Voldemort appeared less cold, exuding a subtle warmth that eclipsed the brilliance of the sunlight flooding the room. Yet, Voldemort remained elevated, while Lucius lay prostrate at his feet, a stark reminder of their disparate statuses. One sought to conquer the world, to command reverence and subjugate all, while the other merely yearned to survive. This fleeting warmth felt like poison coated in honey. Those who swallowed it would inevitably find themselves in turmoil. Chapter 12, Punishment. Suddenly, Voldemort removed his foot. His deep black eyes narrowing dangerously, their icy glare fixed on Lucius. Perhaps you could enlighten me, Lucius, on what it means to kneel submissively. Lucius's pupils constricted. Cold sweat drenching his back as his heart raced, threatening to burst from his chest. The pressure was suffocating. Damn it. Lucius's nails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood. Yet he felt no pain. He wished to plead for mercy, but as he opened his mouth, he found his throat too constricted to utter a sound. With a flick of his wrist, Voldemort levitated Lucius into the air, stripping away his trousers and retrieving the cotton strips tied around his knees. Lucius crumpled back to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, fear etched across his features. Grasping the cloth strips, Voldemort's eyes flared with anger. Lucius, are you attempting to evade the punishment of the great Dark Lord? His gaze, devoid of warmth, bore down on Lucius. No matter. Today, I shall teach you what it means to kneel in obedience. A silent curse struck Lucius, robbing him of his voice, rendering him incapable of pleading for mercy. This also signified that Voldemort would not relent until he was satisfied with the punishment. A small patch of ice encased Lucius's calves, the frigid touch biting into his skin, leaving him shivering. The ice bound his legs firmly to the ground, and chains descended from the void, binding his hands and neck. To breathe, he would have to straighten his body, or else he would experience suffocation. Voldemort's voice carried an unyielding authority. Since you have evaded an hour of punishment, we shall double it. I trust you have no objections, Lucius. As Voldemort's words hung in the air, sharp ice spikes formed above Lucius's calves, rapidly plunging down to pin him to the ground. Blood gushed forth, only to congeal into crimson ice crystals before it could disperse. Oh! The excruciating pain that tore through Lucius was unbearable, contorting his features into a grimace, yet he could not utter a single syllable. The agony was so intense that he longed to writhe on the ground, but his body was firmly restrained in a standard kneeling posture. As Lucius twisted his head in anguish, he was compelled to maintain his position in the face of violent coughs that threatened to suffocate him. Fear, fear, fear. Voldemort would never comprehend that his brutality and cruelty had indelibly etched themselves into Lucius's mind, ingrained within his very bones. No matter how benevolent Voldemort might be in the future, Lucius's perception of him would forever remain that of a tyrant. When terror becomes instinctual, even the individual himself cannot discern it. As Voldemort leisurely exited the study, Lucius gradually regained his sanity, liberated from the oppressive source of his intense dread. However, the torment still gnawed at his nerves, leaving him no respite. His father's words resurfaced in his mind. Your only counsel is this. My son, the Master's mastery of legilimency is unparalleled. When in the presence of the Master, do not allow your thoughts to wander. Though you have excelled in your mental occlusion, you cannot defend against it. Truly, he found himself utterly defenseless. The moment their eyes met, his thoughts were anything but focused on the ease of kneeling. That notion was merely a trivial distraction during the punishment of kneeling, and the chaotic thoughts that followed had been suppressed. How could a fragment of memory, now buried within a vast sea of mottled recollections, be extracted? It was not a matter of meticulous examination, but rather an instantaneous retrieval. Did his memories also address Voldemort as master? Would they leap forth from the clutter of his mind at the mere whim of Voldemort's curiosity? What to do? Lucius's inner self screamed silently. He had offended again. Without even comprehending how he had done so, he was oblivious to what had sparked Voldemort's ire, and he had no means of atonement. Lucius composed himself. The pressing concern now was how to survive the day, tears streaming down his face. He had already sunk to the depths of humility. How could he further appease this Dark Lord? After much deliberation, Lucius arrived at a singular conclusion: obedience. Yes, obedience. He was at a loss for what else to do. The initiative lay solely in Voldemort's hands. If he chose to strike, Lucius could only endure. If he opted to punish, Lucius could only suffer. At this moment, Voldemort forbade him speech. He was even denied the ability to plead for mercy. He was not allowed to move, unable to even bow his head like a dog in supplication. What remained was to brainwash himself, to prevent Voldemort from indulging in whimsical thoughts that might lead to further torment. Lucius furrowed his brow in pain, his mind swirling with thoughts, transforming himself into a sycophantic follower. Master, you are the greatest. Loyal and true. Great Master, you are powerful and strong. Ah, the ocean, it is all water, Master. You are invincible. Chapter 13, Rest. When Voldemort returned to the study, he released Lucius from his bindings and cast another healing spell. Lucius collapsed onto the floor. While the wound on his calf healed, the pain continued to ravage his nerves. Moreover, the prolonged kneeling had sent sharp pangs through his knees. Yet, he dared not dawdle. He mustered the strength to support himself and knelt before Voldemort, bowing his head in thanks for the mercy of his master, acknowledging his mistakes. Voldemort seized a handful of the platinum-haired boy's hair, lifting him to an upright kneeling position, and gently raised Lucius's chin with his wand. These past days, you have professed your errors only to repeat them daily. Lucius, now trembling, met Voldemort's gaze. Suddenly, he was assailed by a barrage of flattery. For the Master, I am infatuated. For the Master, I am fervent. For the Master, I would crash against a great wall. The great Dark Lord is indeed the most esteemed in all realms. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling into a wider smile until he erupted into laughter. This little traitor truly managed to bring him joy each day, softening his heart just a fraction, prompting a desire to treat him with greater kindness. I did not realize you held such thoughts of me, Voldemort mused, retracting his wand and lightly patting Lucius's cheek with a hint of a smile in his voice. You may rise. Thank you, Master. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief. Today had passed without further incident. Taking a deep breath, Lucius attempted to rise with the support of his arms, but his knees betrayed him. The blood pooling from prolonged kneeling brought a spreading ache, and his leg bones could not withstand the burden. Lucius tumbled back into Voldemort's embrace. This is your second time finding solace in my arms, Lucius, Voldemort remarked, kindly catching him to prevent him from striking the ground. Do not provoke my ire, he warned. After Lucius's startled gasp, if you anger me, I shall teach you a lesson. For now, I will escort you back to your chamber. You will complete your holiday assignments, and I shall send a house elf to notify you when it is time to dine. Lucius quietly expressed his gratitude, observing the Master who carried him down the corridor. Feeling bewildered by this unexpected display of warmth, all his suffering had been inflicted by Voldemort, and yet, in this fleeting moment of tenderness, he felt compelled to offer his heart and submit in astonishment. How could he deserve such an embrace from his master? The act of Voldemort lowering himself to carry him made him feel that death was a fitting consequence for his existence. No. This was madness. He must not think such thoughts. Lucius, you are not safe yet. After placing Lucius on the guest room bed, he listened to the soft, respectful thanks, while Voldemort leaned against the doorframe. I shall not treat your leg injury. There is medicinal alcohol in the room for you to apply. You must learn a lesson, Lucius. Understood, Master, Lucius replied, bowing his head as Voldemort closed the door. The moment the door clicked shut, Lucius collapsed onto the bed. Oh, Merlin, take me away. I cannot endure another day of this. After a lengthy respite on the bed, Lucius finally sat up, grimacing as he applied ointment to his swollen knees. It struck him that Voldemort had commanded him to complete his holiday assignments, fearing that if he did not write them, he would suffer yet again during dinner. Lucius dared not waste time. He limped to the desk and began to write with utmost seriousness. Without the looming presence of that terrifying Dark Lord, the atmosphere felt refreshingly clear. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, until suddenly, a house elf appeared before him, bowing deeply. Mr. Malfoy, dinner is ready. Master requests your presence. I understand. I will come down shortly. Lucius nodded, signaling his comprehension. After the house elf departed, he hurriedly adjusted his attire and, after casting a cleaning charm on himself, stepped out of the room. Upon reaching the first floor, he found the opulent hall adorned with sculptures, the lofty ceiling illuminated by a radiant crystal chandelier. The polished Italian marble floor shone like a mirror, and the long table was laid with gilded cutlery, sparkling under the lights. Voldemort sat at the head of the table, and Lucius hurried a few steps forward, stopping 3 paces away to bow respectfully. Your servant greets you, Master. Rise, Voldemort commanded. Thank you, Master, Lucius exhaled, a wave of relief washing over him. Today, he had felt utterly drained. It was a blessing that his master could spare him with such leniency. Lucius pressed his hands against the floor and gradually stood up. The prolonged kneeling had left his knees throbbing dully. He endured the discomfort, fearful of offending Voldemort and incurring his wrath. Sit, Voldemort instructed, his expression indifferent and casual. Lowering his gaze, Lucius replied, yes, and cautiously took a seat at Voldemort's right side, his back straightened to convey respect. During the course of their meal, nothing of note transpired. Both individuals were well-versed in dining etiquette and possessed strikingly handsome appearances, one more pleasing to the eye than the other, though regrettably, they were without an audience. After the meal, Voldemort rose, signaling for Lucius to follow him into the parlor. Chapter 14, Interests. Voldemort seated himself in the principal position, taking a delicate sip of the freshly brewed elven coffee, his long legs crossed elegantly. Lucius, how fared your assignment? Thankfully, Lucius had not been remiss. He felt a slight alleviation of anxiety as he slightly bowed in response. My subordinate has completed the dream interpretation guide for divination. Oh, without lifting his gaze, Voldemort uttered a spell nonchalantly, and Lucius's assignment soared through the air into Voldemort's outstretched hand. Watching Voldemort silently peruse his work, Lucius's hands clenched tightly in nervousness. Moments later, Voldemort tossed the assignment onto the table, declaring it unsatisfactory. Rewrite it. Your grade in divination is an A, the lowest of your 12 subjects. And yet your assignment reflects such a lack of diligence. Speak, how shall I punish you? Voldemort's tone was as sharp as a blade, each word piercing into Lucius. At those words, Lucius's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees with a resounding thud, the sound echoing painfully. Master, I shall rectify my errors tonight, and present it to you by morning. It is I who have been negligent, disappointing you, and I submit myself to your punishment. Voldemort looked down to find the young man kneeling, his platinum hair cascading like a waterfall, yet tinged with a hint of panic, mirroring the master's own tumultuous emotions. Trembling slightly, his frail form evoked a sense of pity. The fingers clutching at his garments turned white from exertion, accentuating the delicate beauty of his hands. With his head bowed, though his expression remained hidden, he emanated a sense of fragility, his waist bending into a vulnerable arc leaning languidly against the sofa. Voldemort beckoned with a curl of his finger. Unexpectedly seized upon his errors, Lucius remained tense, refraining from raising his gaze but attentively observing Voldemort's movements. When he saw the indication, disregarding the agony in his knees, he hastened to crawl forward, kneeling before Voldemort. As he touched the trembling shoulder blades of the youth, sensing the helplessness in his quivering form, Voldemort's gaze darkened. The little traitor had struck a chord deep within him, igniting a desire to bully him, to truly torment him. A playful smile graced Voldemort's lips, his tone dripping with mockery. Why not let you choose your own punishment? Lucius held his breath, cautiously replying, Thank you, master. Voldemort scoffed lightly, his tone languid. You must be weary from kneeling today. You may either continue to kneel for another day, or you shall obey my wishes for the evening. The thought of kneeling for another day was unbearable, his knees still swollen and painful. Yet he feared the alternative could be worse. Lucius's fingertips trembled, his voice barely a whisper, as if each word were weighed upon a razor's edge. I shall heed your will, master. He thought that if Voldemort displayed even a hint of dissatisfaction, he would immediately amend his statement, declaring, I will kneel here until you are satisfied. I only wish for you not to be displeased with me. Noticing the slight raise of Voldemort's brow and the subtle lift of his lips, he knew he had made the right choice, and thus lowered his head once more. Lucius understood well that the choice was not truly his. While it appeared that the power lay in his hands, the ultimate decision was dictated by the Dark Lord's will. Should the Dark Lord desire him to kneel, even if it meant breaking his legs, he would do so willingly, and he would beg for it. He dared not defy his master's wishes and could only utter what Voldemort desired to hear. Rise and follow me, Voldemort commanded in a low tone, turning to stride away. Lucius, using the sofa for support, struggled to his feet and hurried to keep pace. Voldemort brought him to his bedroom, lounging upon the bed, his gaze languidly resting upon Lucius, his eyes filled with amusement. Tonight, I offer you the opportunity to serve the great Dark Lord. What say you? At those words, Lucius's head shot up, his pupils constricting in shock, breath hitching in his throat. Did this mean what he thought? Was the Dark Lord interested in him? With a sudden movement, Lucius knelt, scrambling to Voldemort's feet, repeatedly bowing his head. I am terrified, master. I dare not presume to encroach upon your honor. Voldemort smiled softly, his voice steady, yet carrying an undeniable command. Is it that you do not dare, or do you simply not wish to? As he spoke, he leaned forward, grasping the cascading platinum hair, lifting Lucius by the chin. Lucius held his breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. None could refuse the might of the Dark Lord. 80% of the wizards across Europe knelt before him, and those remaining were not beyond his reach. Lucius understood deeply that this man possessed a power surpassing that of anyone else in the world. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had chosen not to exert that power. Furthermore, countless individuals, both men and women, aspired to share the Dark Lord's bed. Within noble circles, such tales were frequently whispered. Over the years, Lucius had heard many express their admiration for Voldemort, especially during gatherings of pure-blood families, where discussions of reverence and faith in their master were commonplace. There were even those who spoke of their desire to serve at his side. His former Hogwarts classmate, young Barty Crouch, was a fervent admirer of the Dark Lord, dreaming of graduating to join the Death Eaters, longing to kneel and kiss Voldemort's robes. Lucius had no doubt that if Barty were offered such an opportunity, he would eagerly comply. Similarly, Bellatrix Lestrange, a fervent follower, viewed Voldemort as her deity. Even if it meant becoming a mere servant, she would gladly accept, provided he was her master. If Lucius were to refuse Voldemort, he knew that with a mere word or a disapproving glance, the following day, far more obedient men and women would be kneeling in his place, possibly even fighting for the privilege to do so. Could he truly refuse the Dark Lord? Did he dare to? To wager his life against the wrath of the Dark Lord, given the brutality he had witnessed recently, was a risk he could not take. Lucius thought. He was not mad. He still wished to live, and he dared not gamble. These chaotic thoughts surged through his mind in an instant. Yet he did not wish to waste any more time keeping his master waiting. A prolonged silence might lead Voldemort to delve into his thoughts, and he feared his previous musings might have offended. Should they be uncovered, given Voldemort's nature, he would likely find himself in a fate worse than death. The kneeling youth inhaled deeply, his voice trembling. I do not dare, master. You reign supreme, the sovereign of the wizarding world. I would not sully your name. Pausing, Lucius felt the sting of tears at the corners of his eyes. It is the thought of serving you that brings me honor, master. You are my faith, and I only fear failing in my service to you. Chapter 15, Bathing. Releasing his grip on Lucius's chin, Voldemort smirked derisively. So you desire what you cannot have, Lucius. Then, let us commence your service with a bath. Yes, master, he replied, closing his eyes. Lucius bowed deeply, then rose to follow Voldemort into the bathroom. Inside, Lucius prepared the bath, filling the tub with water, treating the Dark Lord with the utmost reverence as he invited him in. Voldemort cast a fleeting glance at Lucius, tilting his chin slightly, his eyes signaling for Lucius to kneel beside him. Lucius knelt gracefully, obediently submitting to the task at hand as he swallowed hard, providing a massage to Voldemort with a perceptive awareness of his surroundings. Feeling the firm yet gentle kneading at his side, he caught sight of his reflection in the water and was suddenly reminded of a past life, recalling the folly of requesting a memory orb, which had ended in disaster. An inexplicable displeasure began to brew within Voldemort, and as he glanced at the kneeling traitor beside him, he seized Lucius by the hair and plunged his head into the bathtub. The abruptness of the water startled Lucius, and his body instinctively rebelled against the submersion. However, Voldemort intensified his grip, causing Lucius to quickly realize who was in control. Relinquishing his struggle, Lucius held his breath. The sensation of suffocation was truly unbearable. His chest felt as though it might explode, and darkness threatened to cloud his vision. Fortunately, Voldemort's whimsy lasted only a couple of minutes before he released him. Gasping for air, Lucius's damp hair clung to his face. After a few moments to recover, he crawled backward, respectfully bowing his head, acknowledging his shortcomings in service, and expressing gratitude for his master's punishment. Ah, you wish to thank me for punishing you? Voldemort replied, raising an eyebrow with an amused interest. Lucius straightened, maintaining his kneeling position, his gaze fixed on the rim of the bathtub, ensuring his master could see the humility etched on his face. Your willingness to punish me is indeed a great grace, master, he declared, devoid of any trace of resentment. As if the life and death struggle mere moments ago had not involved him at all. Whether reward or punishment, I accept it all with gratitude. You truly know how to please me. Voldemort chuckled heartily, his expression one of delight. Even the way he pronounced Lucius's name took on a tender lilt. He beckoned. Come here, continue. Crawling to the opposite side of the tub, Lucius gingerly resumed massaging Voldemort's other shoulder. His knees ached under the strain, each moment a testament to his willpower. When commanded to scrub his back, Lucius gritted his teeth, carefully gauging the pressure he applied. He dared not be too gentle, lest it be perceived as laziness, nor too forceful, which might suggest discontent. Caught in this dilemma, a thin sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. Lucius clenched his jaw, not out of grievance, but rather an acute awareness of his station in relation to Voldemort. To put it bluntly, Voldemort was akin to an ancient emperor, while he was but a mere servant. To serve was a privilege, thus there was no basis for complaint. The only discomfort stemmed from the pain in his knees, which, if he did not endure, would leave him groaning in agony. As Voldemort rose from the water and stepped onto the dry ground, Lucius hastily crawled forward, summoning a towel with a spell to dry his master's lower body. Voldemort took a towel for himself, drying his upper body and hair. As he did so, Lucius felt a flush rise to his cheeks. His master was indeed extraordinary, exuding strength and power in every aspect. Voldemort lifted Lucius's chin, observing the flush on his cheeks and the flustered look in his eyes, which only elevated his mood. Lifting Lucius, who inclined his head in submission, he felt the pain in his knees causing his features to scrunch together for a brief moment before he forced himself to compose. Lucius assisted Voldemort into a bathrobe, expertly tying the sash into a neat bow. With towel in hand, he accompanied Voldemort back to the bed, kneeling once more as he took a deep breath, the pain in his knees nearly causing him to black out. Yet his expression remained unwaveringly reverent. He gently lifted Voldemort's feet from his slippers, meticulously drying them with the towel. Having come this far, Lucius thought he could afford to be even more humble, hoping to elevate his master's spirits for his own sake. Voldemort cast his gaze down, observing Lucius like a delicate flower, fragile and inviting. The young man's face was pale as porcelain, long lashes casting shadows under the light. his devout posture lending a softness to his features. Here he knelt, the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy lineage, now utterly submissive before his master, ready to offer everything in tribute. It was not merely revenge, Voldemort pondered. He was acutely aware of his power over Lucius. The fear and apprehension that kept Lucius subservient only fueled his desire for dominance. He was reluctant to shatter this fragile veneer, understanding that Lucius would comply with his wishes, thus ensuring his own desires would be fulfilled, especially under the guise of Lucius's careful appeasement. The identity of the traitor, a noble pureblood, begging and submitting, only served to heighten Voldemort's sense of conquest. Lucius was undeniably attractive. Every inch of his skin, every tremor, seemed to please him, igniting a genuine desire within. With a gentle motion, Voldemort tucked Lucius's hair behind his ear, his voice raspy as he commanded, "Go wash yourself. I shall await your return." "Yes, master." Lucius bit his lip, rising with a grimace as the pain nearly overwhelmed him. He dared not show any weakness, bowing slightly before turning to the bathroom. Once submerged in the bathtub, Lucius let out a long sigh. He examined his swollen, bruised knees, contemplating using a healing potion, yet hesitated. Recalling Voldemort's earlier assertion that he needed to learn a lesson, he retrieved the medicinal alcohol he had stashed in his clothing, but as he twisted the cap off, he hesitated, sighing deeply as he replaced it. He feared the scent would spoil Voldemort's mood. With a resigned acceptance, he gently massaged his knees with Merlin's shampoo and soap. Not wanting to keep Voldemort waiting too long, Lucius hurriedly washed himself, donned a bathrobe, and stood before him. His cheeks flushed, a wave of shyness washing over him. Such circumstances were unprecedented in his life. Not only was it with a man, but he also had to refer to him as master, a situation that felt profoundly humiliating. Pulling at the robe's sash, Voldemort loosened it, and Lucius obediently stood still as the garment slipped to the floor. Noting the red, swollen areas on Lucius's knees, Voldemort maliciously pressed down on them, causing Lucius to think that perhaps he could afford to be a bit more indulgent, believing that a little display of vulnerability might not provoke Voldemort's wrath. Yet, he remained vigilant, observing Voldemort's demeanor. Should any hint of dissatisfaction arise, he would immediately kneel in contrition. Voldemort appeared quite taken with Lucius's delicate demeanor, his expression softening, a rare smile gracing his lips, his handsome features illuminated by the light like a precious gem. In that moment, Lucius felt that the starlit sky outside paled in comparison to the enchanting reflections dancing in Voldemort's gaze. He mused that perhaps he was not at a complete loss. If he were to find himself in a film alongside a faceless villain, that would indeed be a true misfortune. In contrast, his current situation might even be advantageous. After all, a model of such caliber in modern times would certainly command a fortune beyond imagination. "I am deeply pained. Why do you not heal yourself?" "I have not confiscated your wand to make you fall to the ground, Voldemort. My lord, I would not dare. What you permit is not something I would presume to abuse." Lucius's unusual demeanor renders his speech fragmented. Gazing upon the exquisite yet fragile form in his embrace, one feels an overwhelming urge to cherish it. Voldemort's heart softened, his voice like gentle feathers whispering, "Just obey my words. You are so obedient." "My lord, I shall forever be obedient. I shall heed your commands," Lucius replied, leading to Voldemort's amusement. "Ah, I have revised this 5 times and still cannot achieve perfection. It must suffice as it is." Chapter 16, The Will to Live. "Does it hurt, Lucius? Why do you not implore me?" Voldemort leaned closer, his voice husky as he whispered in Lucius's ear. Lucius spoke words of supplication, yet a shadow crossed his closed eyes. Dare he plead for mercy? The master, suddenly inclined to inflict harm upon himself, appeared to revel in it. He would not risk dampening his master's spirits. To refrain from pleading was merely an act of amusement. If he truly displeased Voldemort, it was likely the Dark Lord would conjure a wooden board to deliver a punishing blow, perhaps drawing blood. It would be wiser to submit, to wait until his master was thoroughly entertained. Perhaps then, witnessing his pitiable compliance, Voldemort would soften, and Lucius might find some respite. Moreover, he had long ago convinced himself that there was no turning back. He could not fathom where he had offended Voldemort. Yet the Dark Lord's interest in him left no avenue for retreat. He was powerless, he merely wished to live. Perhaps it was due to the age-old adage, better to live a wretched life than to die with dignity. Or perhaps he simply did not wish to perish in his youth, for he had not yet begun to live. He desired to survive. Even if it meant groveling at Voldemort's feet, living a life less than that of a dog. He was but a minor figure, incapable of grand endeavors, devoid of aspirations to save the world. He was an ordinary man among the masses, greedy for wealth, lustful, and terrified of death. Even if he demeaned himself, he simply wished to exist. The instinct to survive is innate. What fault lies within that? No, he was not at fault. He was lost, terrified, lacking courage. He was merely an ordinary man. He did not understand the meaning of his existence, yet he wished to live, and living itself was not a crime. Now, observing Voldemort's expression, Lucius felt as if he were biting into tender flesh, an outcome most dreadful. Here, a significant portion is omitted. Please imagine accordingly. Suddenly, Voldemort rose, discarding his robe aside, and seated himself at the edge of the bed, gesturing towards the carpet at his feet. Kneel. After a moment's hesitation, Voldemort's malicious smile emerged. Lucius's eyes widened in shock, trembling with disbelief. What could this mean? Beholding Voldemort's wickedly amused countenance and the undeniable desire for control in his gaze, Lucius faltered. He had not anticipated that there could be further humiliation. He could not believe Voldemort would issue such a command. Biting his lip tightly, tears of shame streamed down Lucius's face as Voldemort loomed above him. What is it, Lucius? Do you feel insulted? Are you ashamed? Gripping his chin with increased force, Voldemort continued, Yet this is my command. Whether it be insulting or shameful, you must comply. Yes, my lord. Lucius trembled, as if he could hear the sound of his own dignity shattering within him. In that moment, it was not merely his knees that knelt, but also his shattered pride and collapsed dignity. As Voldemort leaned down to wipe away Lucius's tears, he smirked. Now, what should you say, my obedient child? Lucius, transported from another time, never imagined that one day he would willingly shatter his own pride, crush his dignity, and present himself in submission at his master's feet. Voldemort sighed contentedly, stroking Lucius's hair. I permit it, Lucius. But remember, should you dare to touch me with your teeth, I shall shatter your face by tomorrow. Though the gesture was tender and his tone akin to a lover's whisper, the words instilled a suffocating fear within Lucius. Deep within, he yearned to escape this perilous situation, yet his body, gripped by dread of his master, dared not move from his kneeling position. His small rebellion only heightened Voldemort's desire for control and sadism. Blood trickled down, like a peacock soaring to the highest note. Having revived the unconscious man, Voldemort reclined back onto the bed, cradling Lucius in his arms. In that fleeting moment, Lucius did not witness the unusual softness in Voldemort's gaze directed at him. Chapter 17, Settling Scores. As dawn broke, Lucius awoke to a searing pain in his back, and upon glancing around, found Voldemort absent. A small sigh of relief escaped him, and he hastily rose to wash up. However, as his feet touched the ground, the tearing sensation intensified, causing him to grimace in agony. Yesterday had not been a gentle encounter. It had been a brutal conquest. In the bathroom, summoning the magical mirror to float behind him, Lucius began a self-examination. The tearing was severe, blood oozing and scabbing. The center was red and swollen, and each step sent jolts of pain coursing through him. Truly, the Dark Lord was formidable not only in his magical prowess, but also in his capacity for inflicting suffering. He contemplated seeking permission from his master to use potions or magic for healing. Donning the only set of nightclothes laid out for him, which fittingly matched his size, Lucius surmised that Voldemort intended for him to wear this. As he washed his face, the sudden sound of the door opening startled him. Voldemort entered, carrying a bowl of porridge. The sight of him caused Lucius's knees to weaken involuntarily. He quickly dabbed his face with a towel, stepping out from the bathroom, and knelt. Lowering his head in deference, Voldemort settled onto the sofa within the room, placing the bowl on the coffee table, beckoning Lucius forward. Just as he prepared to crawl toward him, he heard Voldemort's command, crawl over. His body stiffened momentarily, swallowing hard. Lucius dared not hesitate, bending forward. He placed his arms on the carpet, alternating between his knees and arms as he crawled toward the table. Kneeling at his master's feet, Lucius's heart raced like a drum. He merely glanced at Voldemort, having done nothing wrong. What transgression had he committed? His knees, worn from prolonged kneeling without the aid of magic, had not fully recovered. The oppressive weight of being at the feet of this man heightened his sensitivity, the intertwining pains of his knees and back clamoring for attention. The fear etched deep within his bones surged to the forefront of his mind. Lucius felt his knees tremble, uncertain whether it was from pain or fear. Voldemort observed the slight quiver of Lucius's shoulders, his tone laced with mockery. You appear quite spirited today, Lucius. It seems I did not exert myself enough last night. My lord, Lucius leaned forward, his forehead brushing against the carpet. Your Majesty, your servant still suffers. Stealing a furtive glance at Voldemort, Lucius, like a timid creature, tentatively reached for the hem of Voldemort's robe, bringing it to his lips, kissing it with reverence and awe. My lord's willingness to inflict pain upon me is the honor of the Malfoy family. Watching the small traitor humbly kiss his robe, Voldemort chuckled with amusement. The honor of the Malfoys? Yes, master, Lucius replied, deliberately slowing his speech, carefully lowering the hem of his master's robe. Your regard for the Malfoy family is of utmost importance, more significant than anything else in this world. Reclining languidly on the sofa, Voldemort lifted his wand, gently tilting the chin of his little traitor. Members of the Malfoy family have always possessed the gift of eloquence. You resemble your father in this regard, young Malfoy. The kneeling boy's features were akin to a flawlessly sculpted piece of warm jade, devoid of any blemish. His pale gray eyes exuded a sense of nobility, while his cascading platinum hair added an exquisite allure, rendering him excessively captivating. Sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating Lucius, who, despite his noble lineage and appearance as a highly esteemed young aristocrat, knelt humbly and submissively, without a hint of resistance. This sight ignited a fervent desire in the observer, an overwhelming urge to dominate and possess. Voldemort's voice carried a tone of amusement, his eyes narrowing slightly. You continue to know how to please me, as always. This is commendable, Lucius. Withdrawing his wand, Voldemort lightly tapped the bowl of porridge on the coffee table. You must be hungry. Eat. Yes, thank you, master. Lucius extended his hand to grasp the bowl, feeling a twinge of awkwardness at the notion of eating while kneeling before others. Mechanically, he lifted the spoon to his mouth. But after only a few bites, the intensity of Voldemort's gaze rendered him increasingly uncomfortable. He decided instead to drink the porridge directly from the bowl, as one might with a bitter potion, gulping it down hastily. With a gentle lick of his lips, Lucius obediently bowed slightly to Voldemort. Master, I have finished eating. Observing the boy's somewhat extravagant manner of consuming porridge, Voldemort said nothing, merely raising an eyebrow and leaning slightly forward, casting a shadow over the young man. Let us settle the accounts, Lucius. Lucius felt the air grow thin, as if his heart were gripped in a vice. Settle accounts? What had he done? Had he erred in some way? His mind went blank as he watched the Dark Lord approach. A broken whisper escaped his throat. Master, forgive me. I am but a foolish servant. Please, clarify your wishes. Lucius carefully chose his words, fearful of offending his illustrious master. Last night in the drawing room, you stated you would complete your assignment and submit it to me. Voldemort's voice dripped with icy disdain. So, where's your assignment now, Lucius? The air around them seemed to freeze, cold sweat trickling down Lucius's cheek, landing on the floor. The assignment? He had indeed made that promise, but last night, he had been far too preoccupied to fulfill it. He had succumbed to exhaustion afterward. He had never anticipated Voldemort would hold him accountable for this today. Had it not been for Voldemort's insistence on the matter, had he stayed awake all night, he would have completed the assignment. It was utterly despicable that Voldemort would use this to find fault with him. Lucius clenched his teeth, feeling indignant. This was akin to being ungrateful after receiving favors. The accumulated grievances, mixed with a fiery rage, surged within Lucius, compelling him to speak out in defense. Yet, in the next moment, the deep-seated terror embedded within him silenced any protest, leaving not even a ripple in the tide of his despair. No, he could not voice such thoughts. Lucius's hands fell to his sides, gripping his trousers tightly, his knuckles turning white. To utter a defense would be to accuse his master, akin to overstepping bounds with a fleeting night of passion, daring to presume upon the privileges of a servant. Overstepping the boundaries of the Dark Lord was a grave sin, one that could lead to death. Please, master, quell your anger. It is entirely my fault for failing to carry out your command. Lucius bowed deeply, his voice choked with emotion. Punish me as you will. Do not let my shortcomings endanger your health. Lucius fought back tears. Yet the injustices weighing on his mind and heart seemed to have forged an unbreakable pact with his eyes, compelling him to weep. In his mind, he urged himself not to cry, but the tears fell relentlessly. He silently admonished himself, do not let the tears flow, yet they continued to spill. Observing the trembling figure kneeling at his feet, emitting quiet, suppressed sobs like a pitiful creature, Voldemort's fingers absently drummed against the table, his demeanor languid. Why are you crying? I did not say I would punish you. Raise your head. Voldemort lifted his foot, gently yet firmly nudging the kneeling boy twice. Lucius, with tear-filled eyes, dared to look up, trembling as he called out, Master, before adjusting his posture to kneel properly before Voldemort. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Voldemort summoned a series of assignments that flew through the air, neatly stacking themselves on the coffee table. You requested guidance with your assignments. Today, I shall teach you well. If you learn diligently, yesterday's incident shall be forgiven. However, as Lucius exhaled in relief at his words, the tension in his demeanor shifted to one of trepidation. Voldemort's eyes narrowed, a glint of anticipation flickering within his pupils. If you do not perform well, you shall face double the punishment. At that time, do not come to me in tears. Lucius trembled in response, two streams of despair cascading down his cheeks. Merlin, are you listening? Save me. Save me. Chapter 18, Longing for the Start of School. Due to review issues, much has been cut from this chapter, So it is labeled as Chapter 18. I had hoped it would not be so disheartening. All my efforts to avoid inappropriate language were in vain, as I submitted dozens of times, yet faced rejection, ultimately leading to significant cuts. Voldemort casually picked up a notebook, articulating knowledge points that brought abstract concepts to life, causing Lucius's eyes to brighten. Merlin's undergarments. Truly, it is a disservice that Headmaster Dumbledore does not allow the Dark Lord to apply for a teaching position at Hogwarts. This is a tremendous loss for the wizarding world. Lucius mused. Indeed, it is all Dumbledore's fault. Immersed in a sea of knowledge, Lucius found Voldemort's explanations to be a veritable feast of information, transforming his previously obscure questions into clear understanding. As time slipped away, he continued to thirst for knowledge, yet the discomfort in his body intensified. In the presence of the Dark Lord, Lucius dared not glance around, unable to see the clock on the wall, unaware of how long he had been kneeling. After several days of enforced kneeling, he had received magical healing in the first 2 days, but yesterday and today, he had received no treatment. He had only applied a tincture once yesterday afternoon, and now he had no idea how long he had been kneeling. Lucius felt the pain radiating from his knees, the agony of prolonged kneeling spreading through his joints, while his calves felt as if they were being pricked by countless fine needles. The muscles in his thighs began to cramp, and his lower back ached as though it might break. The pain rendered him incapable of focusing on his master's teachings. Rational thought was overwhelmed by the physiological distress coursing through his body, leaving no room for distraction from the agony. The sound of a book slamming on the table pierced the air, and a large hand forcefully grasped Lucius's chin. Lucius, Voldemort's voice commanded. Lucius's back involuntarily stiffened. His breath caught in his throat, his expression fraught with anxiety. Master, forgive me, my knees are in excruciating pain. His voice dwindled as he spoke. Aware of the rarity of such a one-on-one lesson from the wizarding world's most esteemed master, an opportunity that was nearly impossible to secure, even at the cost of one's life. To be so distracted during such a rare lesson made Lucius feel akin to a child caught daydreaming in class, a flush of embarrassment rising to his cheeks. Oh, poor wretch. Observing the trembling form of Lucius, with the reddened corners of his eyes, Voldemort released his grip, his hand instinctively tapping rhythmically upon the armrest of the chair. Once, twice, thrice. In that moment, Lucius dared not draw a breath, holding his composure as he slightly bowed his head, striving to diminish his presence, though the slight furrow of his brow betrayed his discomfort. Casting a glance at the traitorous wretch who wished for nothing more than to become invisible, Voldemort let out a derisive chuckle, his gaze glinting with mockery. If your knees ache, then you may kneel. As the Dark Lord lifted this minor interlude high and then gently set it down, a weight seemed to lift from Lucius's chest, and he exhaled slowly, grateful for his master's clemency. Having said this, he attempted to comply and kneel, hoping for a moment of relief. Yet, as he shifted his position, pain surged forth like a tsunami, and Lucius could not suppress a cry of agony, sharp pain radiating from his knee, causing his vision to momentarily darken. Lucius could not help but berate himself internally, questioning how it was possible for the Dark Lord to exhibit such compassion. Was this not merely a form of punishment? He thought bitterly. Is not the act of kneeling itself a punishment? After regaining his breath, he desperately bit his lip and bowed his head in contrition, apologizing profusely to his master, admitting his lapse in decorum and pleading for retribution. Do remember this. Continue, Voldemort admonished. I dislike repeating myself. Once I have finished speaking, I shall administer a test. Should you fail to answer adequately. He paused, lifting his foot to press down upon Lucius's knee, maliciously applying pressure, his eyes flashing with cold amusement. Then I will settle the score with you later. Hearing that brief, mocking laugh sent a chill down Lucius's spine, while the weight upon his knee filled him with dread. Swallowing hard, Lucius managed a strained response. Thank you, my lord. I shall strive to learn diligently. Merlin, could you not expedite the commencement of classes at Hogwarts tomorrow? For the first time, Lucius recognized the sheer delight of returning to school. He yearned for the academic environment, for he cherished learning. As Voldemort resumed his lecture, Lucius dutifully knelt at his master's feet, tilting his head slightly upward, afraid to lose focus, his mind racing to absorb every word. Yet, it was not long before Lucius found himself unable to restrain his thoughts. The pain in his lower body betrayed his will. He discovered that kneeling was not a favorable position. His feet were being crushed, and he had discreetly shifted positions multiple times, sometimes flat-footed, other times on tiptoe, his leg nerves rendered numb from pressure. Why had Dumbledore not permitted the Dark Lord to teach? Surely, he was passionate about instructing students, yet never had the opportunity, leading to this pent-up frustration. He dared not dwell further on this notion, his inner self seething with resentment, blaming Dumbledore for it all. Voldemort, of course, noticed the fidgeting figure at his feet. He deemed it inconsequential, allowing Lucius his moment of restlessness. Without uttering a word, he narrowed his eyes dangerously, casting a sidelong glance at the little traitor, reminiscent of a serpent fixating on its prey. No worries. Soon enough, the little traitor would experience his due discomfort. At Voldemort's command, a house elf bowed deeply, delivering a pot of coffee and placing it upon the table before retreating. Voldemort poured himself a cup, then filled another for Lucius. "Thank you, my lord," Lucius stammered, somewhat taken aback, his eyes brightening at the thought that the Dark Lord himself had poured his coffee. "Merlin, have I been too bothersome in calling upon you? Look at me now, I have achieved something." After finishing the coffee, Voldemort resumed his teachings. Sitting with his long legs crossed, appearing composed, while Lucius, still kneeling, grimaced as though he were a golden monkey pricked by thorns. Lucius steeled himself for any reprimand from the Dark Lord, for he truly could not endure the agony any longer. His legs felt as though they might snap under the pressure. Fortunately, the Dark Lord seemed disinterested in extracting memories today. Otherwise, Lucius feared the Malfoy line might very well face extinction. All morning long, Lucius had struggled to suppress his rebellious thoughts against the Dark Lord. Perhaps he had been bullied too severely, or perhaps he felt a sense of grievance. Or perhaps yesterday he had allowed himself a fleeting notion that he could afford to be a tad audacious, just the slightest bit. A deceiver, a great deceiver. He had been promised a day of kneeling or some alternative. Yet today, all he endured was this, merely kneeling. And he had never realized how much he yearned for a chair. He longed to sit, and with such pain, his master had not granted him the grace to stand, indicating a firm intent to keep him kneeling. Surely, he could not intend to impose both options upon him. To kneel for an entire day was simply unbearable. His legs were truly on the verge of breaking. Chapter 19. The Examination. Voldemort gently set down his book. "That will suffice for today. You shall wait here while I prepare your questions. If your performance is unsatisfactory," he trailed off, elongating the final word, "I shall ensure you understand the consequences." Lucius felt his throat tighten, akin to a fish awaiting slaughter on a chopping board, watching as Voldemort exited the room. The torment of pain brought a sudden clarity to his mind. He extended his hand to grasp a book to review, but tremors overtook him, rendering him unable to lift it. "It's over." Lucius could hardly fathom how he had dared to act so recklessly in front of the Dark Lord this morning. He was practically courting disaster. And now, recalling the lack of punishment from Voldemort, a shiver ran down Lucius's spine. Was his master truly capable of such kindness and mercy? It was more likely that the monkeys of a May Mountain were well-behaved and endearing, given Lucius's morning performance and Voldemort's typical demeanor. The fact that he had not received a slap or a broken leg was already a great mercy. If he had not lashed out, it was surely because he was harboring a grand scheme. Tears welled in Lucius's eyes as he awaited the reckoning, attempting to ease the discomfort in his aching legs. He shifted slightly, only to be met with a sharp, pinprick sensation coursing through him, eliciting a soft cry of despair. The pain once again enveloped his consciousness, causing him to lean forward uncontrollably, his hands pressing against the chair where the Dark Lord had just sat, stabilizing himself as he knelt properly once more. In utter desperation, he wondered how much longer he must endure this torment. Biting his handkerchief, he wept quietly. "Merlin, save me." The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, prompting Lucius to suppress his tumultuous thoughts and present himself upright. As the door creaked open, Voldemort entered, a sheet of paper in hand. A mocking smile played upon Voldemort's lips as his gaze languidly settled on the top of Lucius's head. "Now, I shall observe you as you write. Should I find your answers lacking," he let the words hang in the air, settling back into his chair with a languid demeanor. Tossing the paper and quill onto the floor, Lucius had intended to respond with "At your command, my lord," but the sight of Voldemort throwing objects startled him into silence. His throat felt locked, preventing him from uttering a single word. He could only bow his head in silence, acknowledging his understanding while enduring the pain. Taking the pen and paper, Lucius knelt on the ground, yet had not even written a single word before tears brimmed in his eyes. What kind of esteemed household conducts examinations in such a manner? "Headmaster Dumbledore, I was wrong. Perhaps I have wronged you." Imagining the scenario of Voldemort as the headmaster of Hogwarts, where desks would be abolished, and upon his arrival, the heads of the 4 houses would command the students to kneel, followed by a chorus of bows from the students, repeating the action thrice. Then piles of examination papers would be distributed, and the sight of kneeling students would be utterly absurd. Truly, it would be terrifying for Voldemort to become a teacher. Swallowing hard, Lucius trembled as he knelt, writing on the ground. Voldemort, seated above, perused a dark arts tome, casting not a single glance at the platinum-haired boy kneeling below. After completing the examination, Lucius rose to his knees, his legs trembling, hands holding the parchment aloft as he faced his master, a picture of humility and submission. "My lord, I have finished. Please review it. Not immediately attended to. Voldemort leisurely set down the book after perusing the page in his hand. Casting a fleeting glance at the trembling figure kneeling before him, whose raised fingers quivered, Voldemort scoffed dismissively, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the table. Without hearing his master's voice, Lucius dared not move or lift his gaze. The sound of fingers striking the table quickened his heartbeat, making it feel as though his heart might leap from his chest. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, while his knees quaked incessantly. Finally, as if showing mercy, Voldemort accepted the parchment from his little traitor. And with a mere thought, the quill resting beside Lucius' knee floated into his hand. Very good, Voldemort remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, laced with mockery. As anticipated, I knew my little traitor would willingly provide me with leverage, seeking his own demise. Lucius, if the highest score is 100, you have achieved only 90. Is it my teaching that has failed, or is it that you cannot absorb knowledge? His dark eyes narrowed, exuding a chilling aura of danger that bore down upon the kneeling boy. And no, my lord, Lucius stammered, his face a mask of fear and anxiety, resembling a leaf caught in an autumn gale, ready to fall, evoking a sense of pity. You are an excellent teacher. There is none better in the world. It is I who have not listened attentively, who have squandered your goodwill. I acknowledge my error and beg for your punishment. His voice trembled, fingers unconsciously digging into the carpet, pressing so hard that they turned white at the tips. His master could never be in the wrong. It was solely his fault. He had indeed been negligent that morning, and as he contemplated the punishment that awaited him, Lucius trembled in fear, like a forsaken creature. Roughly, Voldemort pulled him closer, delivering a merciless slap across his fair face, leaving red welts in its wake, turning his head sharply to one side, his body swaying. Lucius merely clenched his fists, regained his composure, and turned his head back, positioning his face within reach of Voldemort's hand, anticipating another strike. As expected, the other side of his face soon received a similar blow. Internally mocking himself, Lucius thought how one can indeed grow accustomed to anything. How he had willingly embraced his own degradation. Chapter 20, Whipping. Lucius, have you forgotten your place after climbing into bed once? Voldemort remarked slowly, rolling up his sleeves, his imposing presence casting a pall over the room as if darkness itself had engulfed it. My lord, I would never dare, Lucius exclaimed, his voice quivering as he bowed repeatedly, his forehead striking the ground until it bore a red mark. A whip, conjured from concentrated magical energy, formed in Voldemort's hand. Do you accept your punishment? He inquired, raising his hand and delivering a sharp crack through the air. The sound sent Lucius into a frenzy of fear. Trembling as he replied, I accept my punishment, my lord. It is my fault. Please, mete out your judgment. Excellent. Disrobe and kneel properly, Voldemort commanded, moving behind him, delivering a merciless lash. The sound of the whip striking flesh mingled with Lucius' cries, a savage red mark appearing across his back. Silence. Yes, my lord. With a flurry of strikes, dozens of lashes fell, causing Lucius to arch his back in agony, his teeth clenched tightly, for his master forbade him to make a sound. He had not been silenced by a curse. He simply had to endure the pain. Now was the time for his master to vent his frustrations, and any hint of defiance would summon a more severe punishment. The intersecting welts on his back swelled, some spots even breaking the skin and bleeding, droplets staining the carpet a dark crimson. When the onslaught ceased, Lucius supported himself on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to straighten his body, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth from biting his inner cheek. Approaching Lucius, Voldemort lightly kicked his head, commanding him to look up. The pain coursing through his body threatened to send him into unconsciousness, but he dared not hesitate in obeying his master's command. His hands trembled, yet he clutched the carpet tightly, forcing himself to rise, albeit unsteadily. Voldemort lifted Lucius' chin with the whip handle, the smirk on his lips more terrifying than that of a venomous serpent. Towering above the kneeling platinum-haired boy, he posed a lethal question. Lucius, how many strikes have I delivered? Lucius felt as if struck by lightning. He dared not believe his ears as he raised his gaze to Voldemort, the unwavering authority in his eyes nearly causing his heart to cease beating. Despair washed over him as he closed his eyes, a solitary tear slipping down his cheek. I beg your forgiveness, my lord. I did not keep count. Then we shall begin anew. You need not count, but you must remain silent and still. Do you understand? Voldemort lightly tapped the whip handle against Lucius' swollen face, his gaze a mix of mockery and amusement. Thank you, my lord. I shall obey. With his back already marked, there was no place left for the whip to strike. This time, it would be his thighs. The pain was unbearable. Lucius clawed at the carpet with a grip fierce enough to tear his nails, his lips bloodied from biting down hard. He could not afford to give the Dark Lord another opportunity to punish him. Should he err again, he might very well perish in this chamber. The absence of a counting command indicated that Voldemort would strike until he was satisfied, forbidding any cries for mercy, intent on delivering punishment until he felt content. The prohibition against movement signified that Voldemort desired to whip him to his heart's delight. Lucius felt darkness closing in on him, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet he held fast to the thread of consciousness in his mind. He must not faint. To do so would render his suffering meaningless. And that malicious man would surely start over from the beginning. How many strikes had been dealt? Lucius' thoughts became muddled, the continuous pain blurring his senses. Often, the sting of one lash had yet to fade before the next descended upon him. With each strike, Lucius realized there could be no unscathed flesh remaining on his thighs. The initial burn had transformed into a tearing agony. Voldemort halted, surveying his little traitor, noting that the skin on his posterior and thighs had been rendered entirely raw, swollen welts and bruises forming a gruesome tapestry. Observing the trembling figure kneeling before him, looking as if he had finally exhaled, Voldemort, with wicked intent, raised his hand and struck the most swollen and bruised part of Lucius' thighs without restraint, breaking the skin and leaving a fresh spattering of blood, unforeseen and without warning. This lash sent Lucius, who thought the ordeal was at an end, crashing to the ground. Curled in on himself, Lucius could not help but emit a cry of anguish, only to be suddenly silenced, as if his voice had been snatched away. It was over. Lucius felt utterly defeated. This blow rendered all previous suffering meaningless. And he had moved, had cried out. Voldemort dissipated the magical whip, observing the prostrate figure who struggled to rise. Upon hearing a faint whimper, he lifted his foot and nudged Lucius' head, revealing a face swollen and red, tears streaming down. Such a little creature, capable of weeping so profusely. Voldemort raised his wand, casting a spell infused with potent life energy upon Lucius, watching as his wounds healed at a visible pace. As Lucius knelt, listening to Voldemort's commands, he suddenly felt a diminishing of pain, struggling to prop himself up, straightening his posture as best as he could. With the wand pressing against his chin, Lucius obediently followed his master's lead, lifting his gaze. "Do you understand your mistake?" Lucius queried, almost pleading. "Indeed, master." Voldemort raised an eyebrow, his gaze laced with amusement. "But you have acted, Lucius, and I disapprove of your defiance against my commands." Lucius, trembling with fear, clutched the hem of the Dark Lord's robe, his voice quivering with desperation. "Master, please, no more punishment. It will be unbearable. I implore you, have mercy on me." Chapter 21, Interlude 1. Lucius, publicly flaunting their relationship, had already met the parents and traversed the path of love. Consumed by jealousy over a boy's advances towards Voldemort, he pretended to entertain a girl's affections, seeking to provoke Voldemort's ire. Voldemort found Lucius's behavior childish and jokingly remarked that he no longer desired him. Lucius took this jest to heart, pleading repeatedly for Voldemort to relent, but to no avail. In a moment of desperation, he devised a cunning plan to involve their parents. In England, at the entrance of the prestigious university, Tom Riddle answered the phone. "Hello, Mum." Upon connecting, Mrs. Merope Gaunt's voice rang out, filled with urgency. "Where are you right now?" Tom, puzzled by his mother's agitated tone, replied, "I'm at the school entrance." "What's wrong?" "You must return home immediately." Merope huffed before abruptly ending the call. Within their villa nearby, Lucius poured tea while attempting to placate his aunt. "Please, have some tea. Anger is detrimental to your health." Merope accepted the cup, took a sip, and sighed. "Lucius, I apologize for your distress. Rest assured, when Tom returns, I shall give that boy a piece of my mind and stand up for you." Lucius's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice trembling. "Aunt, please don't blame Tom. It must be my fault that I angered him. Just intercede for me, and grant me a chance to make amends." Seeing Lucius's pitiful demeanor, Merope felt a pang of sympathy. She sighed deeply, lamenting, "What has come over Tom? He has such a wonderful partner in Lucius and yet fails to appreciate him, indulging in foolish antics." Upon Tom's return home, he was greeted by the sight of Lucius wiping away tears, while his mother comforted him, offering tissues. Tom narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Lucius, you brought my mother here?" "Mum, why did you suddenly arrive? Didn't you say everything was fine at home?" He plopped down on the sofa. Merope smacked the couch. "Stand up. Who told you to sit?" With a resigned sigh, Tom stood, and seeing him rise, Lucius also shakily got to his feet. Merope attempted to usher them to sit, but Lucius stammered, "Aunt, please, you sit. I'm fine standing." When persuasion failed, Merope glared at Tom. "What have you done to Lucius?" Tom's expression darkened as he shot a sidelong glance at Lucius. "Did I bully you?" Lucius, frightened, shook his head vigorously. No. I wasn't bullied. It's my fault. I did wrong. Please forgive me." Witnessing Lucius's fearful submission, Merope became even angrier. "You dare bully him in front of me?" Tom, exasperated, explained, "Mom, it's not as you think. Stay out of our affairs." Merope slammed a photo onto the table. "Look at this. If you two are indeed having a normal relationship, and you wish to break up due to emotional discord, that's one thing. But this photo reveals your intent to pursue someone else. Tom, how could you? We do not condone such behavior in our family." She picked up the photo, revealing a boy on his knees professing love to Tom, along with images of Tom deliberately posing with another, and one of them together. "This is unacceptable." Lucius not only dared to take clandestine photos, but also to fabricate them. Tom's eyes glinted with cold fury. "Lucius, you have some audacity." Lucius, trembling uncontrollably, collapsed to his knees on the marble floor. "I was wrong." Merope felt a throbbing in her temples, recalling the first time Tom brought Lucius home, when he attempted to impress by cooking and ended up burning the kitchen. Tom had made Lucius kneel at the kitchen door, slapping himself in punishment, and she had watched in disbelief as Lucius complied without protest. By the time she reacted, she had chased Tom with a feather duster, only to find Lucius still kneeling and punishing himself, continuing until Tom commanded him to stop. Another time, she had entered to find Lucius kneeling at Tom's feet, massaging them, and was shocked to see Tom strike him for allegedly pressing too hard, followed by Lucius's apologetic demeanor. Tom had received a scolding from her, and when she turned to see Lucius still obediently kneeling, she scolded Tom again. Only when Tom spoke did Lucius dare to rise. Sighing deeply, Merope pondered how Lucius, possessing such admirable qualities, handsome, well-built, and from a noble lineage, could be so submissive to her son, trembling at a mere glance or word. "Tom," she said, "you should not involve me in your affairs. I assure you, I am not unaware of your tendencies to resort to violence when provoked. You need to treat Lucius well." Tom sighed, feeling exasperated. "Mum, I truly haven't sought anyone else. Just rest for a moment. I need to have a proper conversation with Lucius." Merope, struggling to maintain her composure, attempted to help Lucius stand but failed, seeing him shiver on his knees. Her anger flared anew. "Do you think I am blind? I will not tolerate you treating Lucius poorly. You must be responsible in your relationship. Any infidelity will not be forgiven." Lucius, casting a furtive glance at Tom, recognized this as a rare opportunity to redeem himself. He summoned his courage. "Tom, I apologize. I acknowledge my faults. I have not been the best partner. I promise to improve and will heed your words. Please grant me another chance." Merope felt utterly speechless, realizing she was witnessing a display of submissiveness she had never encountered before. With a mere glance, Lucius would kneel, and at a single word, he would punish himself. What a state they had reached, claiming to have a bad temper. What could possibly be considered a good temper? She felt a whirlwind of confusion. Chapter 22, Interlude 2. Tom sighed. "Mum, I assure you, I am not unfaithful. Just take a moment to rest, and I will talk to Lucius upstairs." Merope felt her frustration bubbling over at her son's lack of understanding. "Don't think I am oblivious to your penchant for violence. Who knows how you will treat Lucius once you are alone." Tom lamented that he had sighed more today than in the entire year, never anticipating that Lucius would involve their parents in his grievances. Truly, he had stirred up trouble for himself. Tom cast a menacing glance at Lucius, causing a chill to run down Lucius's spine. Stiffly, he turned his head to meet Tom's gaze, which resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. Lucius lowered his head, too fearful to look further, for his master's expression was exceedingly grim, radiating a fury that made him feel as if he might not escape unscathed. "Oh dear, I won't. Mother, I assure you, I shall not bully him. We simply have a misunderstanding that can be resolved," Tom lamented helplessly. Ms. Mellop looked at Lucius with concern. "Are you sure you can handle a private conversation with that little rascal? What if he bullies you? If he does, just call for me, and I will come immediately." Lucius felt a mixture of fear and elation. "Aunt, it's fine. Tom won't bully me. He is willing to give me a chance, and I am ready to do anything." Tom kicked Lucius and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Get up and follow me upstairs." Lucius, trembling, stood up and followed his son upstairs, while Ms. Mellop sighed, exasperated. She couldn't comprehend how she could claim her son would not bully anyone when he was so rough in front of her. Upon reaching the second floor and entering the room, Tom locked the door and, without giving Lucius a moment to react, delivered a resounding slap across his face. The blow was merciless, nearly toppling Lucius to the ground. His knees buckled, and he fell to the floor, cold sweat cascading down his pale cheeks. "I'm sorry, master. I was wrong. Please spare me," he pleaded. Before he could finish, another slap sent him crashing to the floor, his head ringing from the fury of two powerful blows, leaving his cheeks red and swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Well, Lucius, your courage has certainly grown in this world. Not only did you bring my mother here, but you dared to fabricate false evidence against me. Master, please let me explain." Lucius was so terrified he could barely maintain his kneeling position, his forehead hitting the ground as he curled into a pitiful ball. Tom sat in a chair, coldly uttering a single word. Lucius trembled as he raised his head. Master, I feared you would truly abandon me. I was overwhelmed with dread and in desperation. I sought Aunt's help. Tom tapped his fingers against the armrest, signaling Lucius to approach. As he crawled closer, Tom yanked his hair and delivered another slap, this time avoiding the most sensitive areas. How dare you create a fake photograph of me? If you don't clarify this matter, you won't be leaving today. Master, Lucius sobbed. I had no choice. I pleaded with you several times, but you ignored me. I was terrified you would truly dismiss me, which led me to foolishly seek another chance. I promise I won't be jealous or anger you again. I thought that even if you were furious, even if it meant my demise, as long as you still wanted me, I would be willing to endure anything. He clung to Tom's leg, sniffling. Master, I have followed you through 2 worlds. You may strike me, scold me, punish me, or even kill me, but you cannot cast me aside. Seeing the tearful youth, Tom's heart softened. I never intended to abandon you, so let us make amends. His eyes glimmered with a cold smile as he added, but you must still face punishment for your transgressions. Lucius fell silent, cowering before Tom, who raised his hand to deliver another slap, eliciting a muffled groan from Lucius. You may punish me however you see fit. I will comply, he stammered. Tom smirked, lifting his hand to deliver another strike, but Lucius bit his lip. Master, we cannot use magic in this world. And with Aunt outside, too many strikes will lead to complications when we go downstairs. Perhaps you could impose a different form of punishment? Tom, feeling frustrated at the limitations of their current reality, considered Lucius's words. You make a valid point. I shall let you off easy today, but once my mother departs, I will ensure you face a thorough reckoning. He handed Lucius his phone, revealing a grid of 9 images showcasing various implements of punishment. These are the tools for your discipline, he remarked casually. Lucius gulped nervously. Master, do you intend to use all 9? Tom playfully tapped Lucius's swollen cheek. Actually, there are 10. This includes my own hand. Rest assured, you will receive a taste of all 10 when the time comes. Tears brimming in his eyes. Lucius bowed in submission, accepting his fate. Tom, still irritable, poked his finger at Lucius's bruised face. I forgot my mother is still waiting downstairs. Had I known, I would have refrained from striking you so hard. Once summer arrives, it will be just the 2 of us, and I shall have no reservations about punishing you. Lucius cautiously suggested, perhaps I should wear a mask downstairs. My mother is aware of everything, and at worst, she will chastise me with a feather duster. Tom towered over Lucius, his tone menacing. You had better pray that my mother does not strike me. If I receive a blow, you can expect 100 slaps in return. Lucius trembled on his knees. Yes, master. As they descended the stairs, Ms. Mellop furrowed her brow, tightly gripping the feather duster. She noticed Lucius's red and swollen face, clearly the mark of a recent beating. Mother, it's nothing. We have reconciled, Tom's voice echoed as they reached the bottom. Ms. Mellop stood up, brandishing the feather duster. Tom, you little rascal, how dare you bully others? Lucius hurriedly interjected. Aunt, please don't strike Tom. He didn't bully me. I brought this upon myself for making him angry. I deserve the punishment. Lucius insisted that he was the one who provoked the situation, asserting that Tom had not lifted a finger against him. He was merely protecting himself. 100 slaps were already more than enough to bear. You foolish child. Get up and help him, Ms. Mellop exclaimed. At last, this farce had come to an end. That evening, Ms. Mellop let out a deep sigh, feeling as though she had sighed more in one day than in an entire year. Lucius, that boy, had even helped Tom cover up his misdeeds, clearly indicating that Tom had been excessively harsh. Both were willing participants in this tumultuous exchange. It was best to let it be. After all, the fortunes of the next generation would be their own to navigate. Chapter 23, Severus. Voldemort gazed down at the trembling figure kneeling at his feet. Lucius's eyes glistening with unshed tears, his entire body quaking slightly, his voice thick with emotion. In Voldemort's mind, for words suddenly emerged. I find you pitiable. Master, please stop hitting me. I beg you. It hurts, it truly hurts. Lucius clung to Voldemort's leg, his tear-filled eyes pleading. A surge of compassion welled up in Voldemort's heart as he extended his hand. Lucius flinched at first, but then, biting his lip, tilted his head slightly, presenting his chin at an angle conducive to a slap. Voldemort paused, taken aback. This little traitor, has he grown accustomed to being struck? He reached out, brushing his fingers through Lucius's platinum hair. Lucius blinked, confused. Aren't you going to slap me? He cast a timid glance at the Dark Lord seated nearby, cautiously rubbing his face against Voldemort's hand, eyes filled with a mix of hope and trepidation. Very well, Voldemort thought, observing the pitiful creature before him. Today, I shall let it go. There will be future opportunities. He lifted Lucius off the ground and embraced him. As Lucius gasped in surprise, Voldemort carried him back to the bed. Though magic healed most wounds, it could not restore one's spirit entirely. The fatigue of the mind remained. Today, I shall not punish you. Remember this, take a moment to rest. I must attend to some affairs, and shortly I shall have the elf bring your meal. I have matters to attend to later this evening, so focus on your studies. Tomorrow I will test you again. I trust you will not disappoint me, Lucius. Yes, my lord, I assure you I shall not let you down tomorrow. I am grateful for your leniency. Lucius bowed his head submissively as he sat upon the bed. Once Voldemort exited the room, Lucius collapsed onto the mattress, exclaiming, Merlin, these days are becoming unbearable. Despite receiving magical treatment, his knees, which had endured prolonged kneeling, still throbbed with pain. Perhaps he had knelt too harshly. The magic had only healed surface wounds, failing to penetrate deeper. It could also be a psychological effect. His nerves, accustomed to the unyielding pressure of punishment, convinced his mind that his knees were in agony. As he tenderly massaged his aching knees, Lucius eventually succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found that the elf had delivered dinner. After eating, he hastily positioned himself at his desk, knowing that while today was free of trouble, tomorrow remained uncertain. Ugh, the sting of that whip is unbearable. I must study diligently, lest I find myself on the receiving end of another painful reprimand. With the moon now high in the sky, Lucius finally set aside his textbooks, the clock nearing midnight. Reinvigorated, he found himself uneasy in Voldemort's chamber, hesitant to disturb anything. Lying on the bed, his thoughts began to wander uncontrollably. This cannot continue. I simply cannot endure this life any longer. What had he done to offend? He felt a surge of frustration as he struck his head with his fist. This dilemma must be unraveled. At times, his master exhibited fleeting warmth towards him, only to follow it with harsh punishment. What was the root of this inconsistency? Without understanding the issue, he could not remedy it. Among the newly inducted Death Eaters, Voldemort held a particular regard for Bellatrix Lestrange, which was understandable. That madwoman had always been a fervent devotee of the Dark Lord. No, he must not dwell on whom the master favored. Rather, he should scrutinize the masteress' attitudes. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, revealing a name, Severus Snape, his junior. According to his recollection, Severus was destined to become a master of potions. Greatly esteemed by Voldemort in the original narrative, ultimately betraying the Dark Lord due to his love for a muggle-born, witch named Lily. However, the finer details eluded him. Especially concerning Severus's childhood, he was no scholar, merely aware of the general trajectory of Harry Potter's tale. Could Severus have been adopted by Voldemort's followers in his youth? This was a notion he had never entertained before, having assumed Severus would align himself with Voldemort later on. Upon further reflection, it seemed illogical. He knew Severus held disdain for Gryffindor and spent most of his time immersed in potion studies. His connections with the witches of Gryffindor were non-existent. And yet he had claimed to have feelings for Lily. Where had she gone? Before the holiday break, he had fainted during defense against the dark arts class and was sent to the infirmary, diagnosed with chronic insomnia and warned that it could lead to his untimely demise. At that time, he had inquired about Severus, as they had maintained a cordial relationship at Hogwarts. Knowing Severus's future success as a potion master, Lucius had no reason to make an enemy of him. Severus had confided in him about his late-night potion brewing, all in hopes of fulfilling Voldemort's expectations. They were both destined to become Death Eaters, and their rapport was amicable. Thus, Severus had been forthcoming. He recounted how the Dark Lord valued his potion-making talent and inquired how many vials he could brew in a day. Severus's eyes had sparkled with excitement as he recounted how Voldemort had ruffled his hair, stating that if he could produce 100 vials within 3 days of graduating, it would greatly benefit the Dark Lord's ambitions. Thus, Severus was relentlessly honing his skills, determined not to let Voldemort down in the future. Lucius recalled that Severus had envied him for reaching adulthood first, allowing him to join the ranks of the Death Eaters, dreaming of kneeling before Voldemort, calling him master. Previously, when he had addressed Voldemort, the Dark Lord had merely stated that Severus was not yet worthy, but that he would bestow upon him the necessary qualifications and mark upon reaching maturity. Now, Severus had progressed to brewing 50 vials in 3 days. Albeit with an anxious heart, he had boasted proudly, like a victorious general, that the Dark Lord had sent him an owl praising his efforts, encouraging him to persevere. Lucius mused how utterly devoted Severus had been to Voldemort in his youth. Yet, upon reflection, something felt amiss. If Voldemort truly valued Severus, as suggested in the original narrative, would he really encourage him to brew potions tirelessly for 3 days without rest? Was this genuine mentorship or merely a path to exhaustion? If Voldemort's intention was to have Severus repeatedly brew 100 vials, Lucius's pupils dilated in horror. That would mean the Dark Lord sought his demise. Moreover, Severus would willingly march to his own death, lamenting his inability to meet his master's expectations. The thought that Voldemort might wish for Severus's downfall, coupled with how he treated Lucius, made him feel as though he were on the brink of connecting all the dots to uncover the truth. Chapter 24. A reservation for a beating. Just shy of grasping the answer, Lucius succumbed to sleep in a haze. Upon waking, he discovered that the Dark Lord had yet to return to the manor, a considerable relief to Lucius's anxious heart. He did not believe the previous day's events would simply end there. Poking at the fried egg on his plate with a fork, he mused, "My master, with his cunning mind, surely has more tricks up his sleeve." The thought drained the vitality from him, rendering him listless, as if his spirit had been siphoned away. Nevertheless, the fact that Voldemort was delayed meant he would not face punishment just yet. But what did it matter? Whether it was sooner or later, he would inevitably face repercussions. With a fierce bite, he consumed the egg, the crunch echoing in the silence, a futile attempt to vent his frustration. The pain he had endured was all too real, and he could not hide it. After his meal, Lucius dared not venture into Voldemort's quarters. Yesterday's leniency did not guarantee today's reprieve. He was wary of accruing additional charges against himself. Instead, he retreated to the room previously assigned to him by his master, diligently working on his assignments. If I write for several hours each day, I should complete my Hogwarts work in just a couple of days. The thought of returning to Malfoy Manor ignited a spark in his eyes. He longed to go home. However, the respite from Voldemort's oppressive presence was fleeting. By afternoon, the elf suddenly appeared at his desk, bowing deeply. "Master Malfoy, the Dark Lord has returned and requests your presence in the study." With a swift motion, Lucius's quill etched a long line across the parchment, and he spoke. "I understand. I shall be there shortly." The house elf bowed and withdrew, while Lucius hurriedly adjusted his appearance before the mirror, nervously swallowing hard. Even before seeing anyone, his heart raced as if he had just completed a grueling 5,000-meter run. Outside the study, he respectfully knocked on the door, announcing, "Lucius Malfoy requests an audience." "Enter," came the airy command from within. With a tight swallow, Lucius pushed the door open and immediately spotted a long cane resting on the table. His entire being stiffened, his legs began to weaken. He knew well that his master enjoyed administering lessons, and keeping his distance was futile, for he would ultimately have to crawl forward anyway. Better to get it over with. Bracing his trembling legs, Lucius approached Voldemort's feet, immediately sinking to his knees, lowering his gaze in humble submission. After acknowledging his master, he furtively stole a glance at the cane on the table, causing Voldemort to smirk knowingly. Seeing the kneeling figure tense up at the sight, Voldemort chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on Lucius. "You need not worry about this today, simply observe." Relieved, Lucius noted that Voldemort appeared in a rather good mood. He could easily discern the thoughts of this little traitor without even needing to delve into his mind. He was simply too transparent. With a playful tone, Voldemort remarked, "Perhaps I shall soak this in water for a couple of days before administering your punishment, to enhance its resilience, lest I risk breaking it on you." Lucius managed to croak out an affirmative response. "Yes, master." He felt utterly deflated. While others cherished such items as treasures, he felt as though he was merely reserving a beating. Voldemort grasped Lucius's chin, lifting it, and casually inquired, "As for your studies, we shall address that once the cane is ready. Reflect on what mistakes you have made." Observing the blank look on Lucius's face, Voldemort scoffed. Knowing full well that he need not delve into his mind to understand, Lucius's expression was practically screaming, "I have no idea," squeezing Lucius's cheeks until red marks appeared. And with tears welling in his eyes, Voldemort finally released him, only to follow up with a slap. The force was not severe, but left Lucius's head slightly turned. His skin merely flushed, a punishment imbued with more humiliation than severity. "Calm yourself, Lucius," Voldemort commanded, as Lucius trembled, cold sweat soaking his back. His hands intertwined, forehead pressed tightly to the backs of his hands. He bowed deeply in submission. "What has angered you this time? Please, do not be upset. Think quickly, what have I done to offend?" Cowering in a trembling heap, Lucius's mind was a tumult of confusion. He could not fathom the source of his perceived transgressions, all related to his studies, and he distinctly remembered being told that punishment would come 2 days hence. Stealing a glance at the small platinum ornament at his feet, Lucius cautiously rose, but Voldemort's hand again seized his chin. "Do you recall weeping at my feet yesterday, Lucius? I have no recollection of permitting you to touch me." "What?" Lucius's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind swirling. Surely such an innocent act could not be deemed a mistake. They had shared a moment of intimacy, and he had been so certain Voldemort had relished his pleas for mercy, though he dared not voice this thought. Resigned, he shut his eyes and gritted his teeth. Voldemort was clearly seeking to provoke him, a sadistic tyrant hidden beneath the facade of the Dark Lord ruling the wizarding world. Lucius felt as though he might shatter a tooth in frustration, for he was acutely aware of Voldemort's inherent sadistic tendencies, relishing in finding fault and punishing him daily. Inwardly, he fantasized about confronting Voldemort, yet in reality, he remained as pliable as dough, obediently bowing and begging for mercy. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. It was I who offended you. Please enact your punishment." Chapter 25, Serving Tea. In Asia, there exists an ancient custom of offering tea as a means of atonement. "Lucius, I trust you do not mind serving me tea." Voldemort's gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of slicing through the very fabric of Lucius's fear. "It is my honor, Master," Lucius replied, momentarily taken aback. This was reminiscent of the ancient dramas where one would kneel to offer tea. Such a mild punishment was uncharacteristic of Voldemort, prompting Lucius to bow deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your leniency, Master." Leniency? Voldemort mused internally, a sly smile gracing his lips as he lightly nudged the kneeling Lucius. "While I typically employ magic, there is a certain amusement in manual labor. Lucius, fetch your cane and accompany me to the kitchen." "Yes, Master." Lucius began to rise, shifting to kneel on one leg, only to freeze in place as Voldemort's wand pressed against his shoulder. "Good boy, I did not permit you to stand." Lucius swallowed hard, his knees collapsing back to the ground. "Forgive me, Master." Not wishing to prolong his discomfort, Voldemort simply uttered, "Follow," and began walking forward. Lucius, cane in hand, crawled behind, his face burning with embarrassment. Previously, such punishments had occurred within the confines of a closed room, devoid of spectators. While it was true that Voldemort's manor was secure, and no one would dare intrude, the presence of house elves lingered in the air. As he crawled down to the first floor, he feared that the house elves, despite their master's orders to remain hidden, would witness him. The thought of being seen in such a humiliating position was unbearable. Upon exiting the study, Lucius continued on his knees, traversing the cold marble tiles that felt like ice against his skin, especially in the current chilly weather. Christmas was fast approaching, bringing with it the promise of snow. The ground was unforgiving, and his knees felt as though they were being pricked by needles until he reached the base of the stairs. Lucius bit his lip, holding the cane aloft. He hesitantly spoke. "Master, I implore your mercy. May I rise? I fear I may fall down the stairs, and should I accidentally touch you, it would be a grave offense. I beg your permission." Voldemort glanced back, casting a sidelong look at him. "Granted. Thank you, Master," Lucius replied, rising with a momentary stiffness in his legs, suppressing the pain, and hastening to follow him down the stairs. Once at the bottom, a mere glance from Voldemort had Lucius obediently kneeling again, the sound of his knees striking the tiles echoing in the air, before he crawled to keep pace. Upon reaching the hall on the first floor, Voldemort reclined leisurely on the sofa outside the kitchen, while Lucius held the cane aloft, kneeling before him. "Go. Soak the cane in the kitchen basin, boil water, and bring me a pot of tea," Voldemort commanded nonchalantly, reclining further into the sofa. "At once, Master," Lucius bowed. But as he attempted to rise, an imperceptible wave of magic struck his legs, causing him to collapse back to the floor with a muffled grunt. "Did I permit you to rise, Lucius?" Voldemort asked, delivering a light kick, not overly forceful but lacking in mercy. Lucius feared he would bear a bruise on his waist. Not daring to dwell on it, Lucius quickly explained, "Master, forgive me. I shall fetch the tea. The tea service is in the cupboard on the wall, but I cannot reach it while kneeling. I only rose to avoid your displeasure. I promise I will serve tea while kneeling as soon as it is prepared." "What is the purpose of your magic, if you cannot use the summoning charm?" Lucius felt a surge of frustration. Had Voldemort not just stated in the study that he usually employed magic, but occasionally found joy in manual labor? Today, he had anticipated engaging in the latter. Yet it seemed every word spoken was merely for show, with the final authority resting solely with the Dark Lord. Lucius felt a profound sense of frustration within, unable to voice his discontent as he acknowledged his subordinate's error in the presence of Voldemort. What could he do? His master had proclaimed him at fault, leaving him with no recourse. As Voldemort raised his chin, gesturing for him to kneel closer, Lucius internally lamented, yet he complied, inching forward on his knees until his face was within Voldemort's reach. Expecting a sharp slap, he was instead met with the painful grip of Voldemort's fingers pinching his cheek, causing tears to well in Lucius's eyes. Once Voldemort released him, he instinctively rubbed his cheek, only to be met with a cold laugh and the admonishment. "Who permitted you to touch?" Lucius, bewildered, thought, "Am I not allowed to touch myself?" Nonetheless, he obediently lowered his hands and bowed his head in apology. When he dared to look up again, Voldemort reached out once more, mocking him with the words, "Little fool," before delivering a light slap to his other cheek, creating a symmetrical redness. Lucius felt utterly confounded. He was unsure of the reason behind the reprimands and felt a small flame of indignation ignite within him. Yet he remained silent, tears brimming in his eyes as he humbly admitted his fault, imploring his master not to harbor anger. With his head bowed, his eyes nearly ablaze with frustration, Lucius thought to himself how difficult it was to please Voldemort. If there were to be a third reprimand. Though Voldemort did not articulate it, Lucius understood that the consequences would be dire. He retreated a step while kneeling, his fingers trembling on the ground. And placing his hands in a respectful position before him, he rested his forehead against his hands, solemnly vowing never to err again. Go, came Voldemort's voice from above. Lucius crawled toward the kitchen, obediently commencing his task. As the kettle began to boil, he felt a twinge of guilt and cautiously lifted one knee to relieve the pressure on his nerves, ensuring no one was watching in the empty kitchen. Chapter 26, Serving Tea 2. With a floating charm, Lucius returned to kneel before the Dark Lord, holding the brewed tea. He anticipated being instructed to pour the tea, but Voldemort merely gestured with his finger, magically suspending the teapot in the air to maintain the tea at the optimal temperature. Suddenly, a box materialized in Voldemort's hand, which he tossed to Lucius, instructing him to open it as a reward. Yes, thank you for your generosity, Master, Lucius replied as he opened the box, revealing a thin, 3-finger-wide plank within. His heart raced, dread creeping from his toes to his chest. Was this a reward? It was clearly an instrument of punishment. Crafted from the same wood as his wand, it seemed fitting for a Malfoy, yet Voldemort's taunting voice broke through. What? Do you not like it, Lucius? Lucius's complexion drained of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he bit his lip and managed to stammer. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Master. Voldemort chuckled softly, his voice chilling. Since you like it, I shall reward you more often. Thank you for your generous rewards. Lucius felt an icy chill envelop him, his breath becoming shallow. He understood all too well the implications behind Voldemort's words. It was a tool meant for his punishment. Since you like it, carry it with you. If I inquire and you do not have it. While Voldemort lightly tapped Lucius's face, the threat implicit. At your command, Master, Lucius's throat tightened. His shirt soaked with cold perspiration. Voldemort's dark eyes glinted, his voice low. You touched me without my permission. Your hand has committed an error, so it must be punished. How many do you think is appropriate, Lucius? Swallowing hard, a shiver ran down Lucius's spine as he hesitantly suggested, 20? He wished to say just 1, but feared that would be deemed insufficient, provoking further punishment. However, he didn't want to overestimate either, fearing he would suffer for it. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. 20 for one hand, but if you flinch, we shall start over. Lucius's heart sank. The implication was that he would receive 20 for each hand. Yes, Master. He trembled as he extended both hands. Voldemort wielded the plank, striking down, and pain erupted in Lucius's mind as a crimson mark blossomed on his left hand. The strikes continued, each impact sinking into his flesh, leaving his palms bruised and his forehead glistening with sweat as he gritted his teeth. Once the left hand was punished, the right hand received the same treatment, waves of pain crashing over him, both hands now marred with red welts. Thank you, Master, for your punishment, Lucius gasped, struggling to maintain his compliant posture. His hands now resembled swollen red puddings, tears pooling in his eyes as he sought to appease his master with gratitude. Voldemort, feeling a twinge of pity, initially contemplated imposing another 20 strikes, but decided to spare this little traitor for the first offense. Are you not here to serve tea as an apology? Then commence, Voldemort instructed, placing a set of empty teacups upon Lucius's outstretched hands, which he must not lower. Lucius responded with a slight tremor, and Voldemort, with a wicked smile, summoned the kettle of steaming water, pouring it into the cups hovering above Lucius's hands. The water remained level with the cup's rim, not spilling a drop, yet it was filled to the brim, and any slight movement could cause it to overflow. Lucius felt his heart race, his entire being trembling as he desperately tried to steady his hands, but they betrayed him, shaking uncontrollably. Finally, the teacup tilted, and the scalding liquid cascaded over his skin. The thin layer of skin on his hands could not withstand the onslaught, and he knew the tea would spill sooner or later. However, when the scorching water engulfed him, he felt his heart quiver in pain, every nerve ending aflame. Biting his lip hard, Lucius managed to keep the cup from crashing to the ground, and Voldemort refilled it once more. Not long after, a muffled cry of pain escaped Lucius's lips as the cup tilted again, the injuries on his hands compounded by the burns, and he felt tears of agony hit the floor. Once more, the cup was filled, and Lucius, unable to bear it any longer, begged, Master, please forgive me. After crawling upstairs, holding the rod and the punishment plank, he now raised his arms in service, feeling the ache and strain of holding them aloft for so long, relying solely on his willpower to endure. As he watched Lucius tilt the cup again, his skin burned and swollen, resembling a fragile covering that might burst at any moment. Voldemort took the kettle in hand, pouring the tea himself, This time, I am personally serving you. Do you not like it, Lucius? Seeing the despair in Lucius's eyes as he uttered his desperate affirmation, tears streamed down his face. Voldemort, using his wand, caught a single tear. Observing as blood trickled from Lucius's bitten lip, his arms trembling. His heart softened once more. With his wand, Voldemort gently tapped Lucius's cheek, finally relenting. The last cup. Once it reaches the right temperature, is for you to serve me. Then it shall be over. Lucius, once enveloped in despair, found himself in the depths of a shadowy valley, where the torment seemed to stretch into eternity, akin to a hell devoid of light, where not even the faintest glimmer of hope could penetrate. Suddenly, he heard Voldemort's willingness to spare him, as if, amidst the encompassing darkness of despair, a solitary figure extended a hand towards him. All his suffering had been bestowed upon him by this very being, yet now, it was he who could offer salvation. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a radiant light enveloped him, his master, his son, his deity. Chapter 27, A Stir of the Heart. Voldemort appeared momentarily taken aback. His little traitor, in that instant, gazed at him with eyes shimmering with starlight, reflecting an incomprehensible ripple that compelled him to gaze for an eternity. He was bewildered by this sensation, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He idly froze the teacup to cool it down, took a sip, and set it down upon the table. A throat cleared to mask his unease, and Voldemort finally issued the decree of mercy. Thank you, master. Lucius attempted to rise as instructed, but his legs felt weak. He wished to support himself with his hands, yet upon glancing at his pitiful appendages, he hesitated to place them on the ground. Stricken with desperation, he looked at Voldemort. May I touch you? Voldemort nodded slightly. I permit it. Crawling closer, Lucius lowered his head almost to the ground, gently rubbing his face against his master's ankle, akin to an obedient pet. Please, I beg of you. With a swift motion, Voldemort lifted him onto his lap, caressing Lucius's palm, which was heated from punishment. As if it could fry an egg, he wickedly prodded it with a finger, eliciting a soft whimper from Lucius. His little traitor, brow furrowed tightly, tears glistening like pearls as they silently fell, bearing faint red marks from the slaps. Though not swollen, they only accentuated his pitiful appearance. Even with tear-filled eyes that tugged at the heartstrings, he obediently extended his hand, allowing Voldemort to toy with it at will. What a good child, Voldemort mused, feeling a profound softness within, a bittersweet ache. Suddenly, he leaned down and gently pressed a kiss to the boy's forehead. Lucius felt as if time had frozen, the world around him falling silent. He could only hear his own heart racing, not from fear this time, but from the realization that his master had kissed him. This unexpected tenderness left him in a tumult of emotions. Lucius felt he had lost his sanity, perhaps afflicted with some mental illness, for in that fleeting instant, he thought that if his master were to embrace him after every beating and bestow upon him kisses, he would willingly endure a lifetime of suffering. Madness, absolute madness. Surely, he had not developed Stockholm Syndrome. But why had Voldemort suddenly shown such gentleness? That night had been merely a brutal conquest, and the gaze he directed at him now was far from innocent. Could it be that Voldemort, too, had succumbed to Lima Syndrome? Below is an informative note on the two syndromes. For those interested, feel free to skip ahead. Stockholm Syndrome refers to a psychological phenomenon in which hostages develop feelings of affection for their captors. Lima Syndrome, conversely, describes a scenario where the captor begins to feel empathy for the victim. Madness, pure madness. Yet, in this moment, an impulse surged within him. Something he had never experienced in his life. He simply wished to surrender. The healing magic transformed into a pillar of light, enveloping him, and as the brilliance faded, the boy appeared serene, his features as exquisite as jade, radiating an ethereal grace. The one who held him, with raven hair and ruby lips, resembled a finely carved statue. Gazing down imperiously upon the world, Lucius cautiously kissed the corner of his master's lips, timidly lifting his gaze to meet his eyes. Voldemort smiled, a smile so beguiling, with a warmth that he himself did not comprehend. I have not permitted this, my good child. A deception, Lucius thought to himself, for your eyes betray a different story. And he pecked lightly at him. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, reappearing in the bedroom, where Voldemort laid the platinum-haired youth upon the bed, a tempest raging in his eyes. Do you know what you were saying, Lucius? I do, master. I am quite certain, Lucius replied, fixing his gaze upon his master. His eyes filled with starlight. Ah, Tomato, you have prevailed. I have recently discovered that there is a way to flag problematic areas. All ellipses are disallowed, so feel free to make reasonable associations. The Dark Lord yearned for beauty, seeking a nation for many years, yet failing to obtain it. Young Malfoy, just blossoming, raised in the estate, was yet unrecognized. Naturally handsome, he could not be discarded, and one day, the king chose him to be by his side, crying from beatings. How pitiful! The Dark Lord desires only him. In the cold, a grand bathtub was bestowed, warm water washing him before sending him to bed. The platinum hair flowed gracefully. Even limericks were dismissed. How excessive. As consciousness returned, dawn broke softly. Lucius suddenly recalled a song. He rose from the bed and turned to see Voldemort still lying there. The Dark Lord had no habit of snoring and looked quite regal even in slumber, lying with his eyes closed, oblivious to whether he was awake. Lucius crouched by the bedside, quietly etching Voldemort's visage in his mind, when suddenly a large hand pulled him forcefully onto the bed. He quickly supported himself with one hand, barely avoiding collapsing atop his master. Now, his master's noble and handsome face was mere inches from his own, just a little closer, and their lips would almost touch. Those inexplicable thoughts. Lucius unconsciously swallowed hard, feeling the urge to kiss, yet shook his head fiercely. Today, his clever intellect prevailed. He remained close to Voldemort's face for quite some time, admiring his alluring eyebrows, handsome nose, and perfectly shaped lips. This man was simply etched into his very heart. Lucius continued to hold himself up until his arms grew weary, then considered retreating. Voldemort, however, pulled him back into his embrace. Have you seen enough? Are you satisfied with what you see, Lucius? How could I be satisfied? Master, you are unparalleled, Lucius skillfully flattered, then added with a hint of playful reproach. When did you awaken? I awoke when you did. I felt comfortable and rested well. Voldemort's mischievous nature resurfaced. Chapter 28, Transgression. You have overstepped, Lucius, Voldemort remarked, playfully tugging at the platinum locks in his grasp. The words severed the veil of tenderness, allowing fear to seep in once more, suppressing the bitter emotions. Lucius felt the ingrained terror clawing its way from his heart, rendering his legs weak, as if he wished to kneel. He turned to the floor. A few strands of hair caught in Voldemort's grasp, pulling at his scalp painfully as Lucius knelt by the bedside, pleading, Master, please, spare my life. Lucius's voice trembled. Overstepping was a grave offense, entirely dependent on his master's mood, and a sour disposition could spell death. With one hand propping himself up, Voldemort stroked the top of his little traitor's head, chuckling softly. How could I bear to? What is this little head of yours thinking? When did I ever say I wanted your life? Gripping his chin with a slight firmness, he added, but punishment must be dealt. First, wash up, then after your meal. We shall address your transgression. Rise. Once tidied and well-fed, Lucius once again knelt obediently before his master. First, let's tally the transgressions you have committed over the past 2 days. Voldemort pointed at the U-wood paddle and declared, for each infraction, you shall receive 10 strikes. Lucius knelt before him, frantically twisting his mind in search of his misdeeds. I have overstepped my bounds and offended my master. Yesterday, without your permission, I dared to kiss you. I also stood up unbidden when you had not granted me leave. It is my fault. I humbly await your punishment. After confessing his errors, Lucius pressed his forehead to the ground, respectfully submitting to his master's will. Upon lifting his gaze, Voldemort spoke in a languid tone, his mood seemingly not too dire. After the boy straightened up, he grasped Lucius's chin, and upon meeting those glistening, pale gray eyes, Voldemort's heart softened momentarily. There was no need for legitimacy. Those eyes seemed to be etched with 8 words, the left side almost inscribed with pitiful, while the right side bore the words spare me, my master. Voldemort mused that perhaps he need not be so harsh towards his small traitor, for he was indeed obedient and had a knack for pleasing him. He felt a modicum of affection for him. He was unwell, excessively harsh in matters of intimacy, allowing no trace of defiance, yet he relished in tormenting others, which brought him pleasure. The small traitor was tailor-made for him, his alone to torment. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on him, regardless of age or gender, they would face total annihilation. However, the betrayal of the Malfoy family in his past was like a thorn lodged in his heart. Each recollection ignited a desire for cruel retribution against Lucius, even as he paradoxically felt a pang of sympathy for him. If only the past betrayal had not occurred. Voldemort thought, perhaps he could have been in a relationship with his small traitor, sharing 2 lifetimes with only this one person deserving of his compassion. Before Lucius came of age, there had been numerous attempts from both men and women to share his bed, typically selected for their appeal when he had needs, only to be subsequently eliminated. But this small traitor, though uncertain of the extent, had indeed captured his interest. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out, nor indulged him in his desires instead of killing him. No one else had ever graced the Dark Lord's bed a second time. All others had met their demise, leaving only the small traitor as an exception. Yet, Voldemort's gaze darkened. The thorn remained lodged in his heart. Let us proceed as you suggested, he said coolly, ultimately leaving a sliver of sentiment intact. If he were to seek justifications, he could easily enumerate several. Why had Lucius not remained in the master bedroom upon rising yesterday? who permitted him to lie sideways, who allowed him to touch his own face. Each infraction warranted 10 strikes, totaling 30. Lucius timidly looked at Voldemort and inquired, "Could we count 2 hands as 30, my master? Yesterday was quite painful." Voldemort's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Rest assured, it shall be 30 strikes. Since your hands are sore today, I shall refrain from striking them." He lifted Lucius's chin slightly, adding, "However, the punishment you requested yesterday must still be carried out." With narrowed eyes and a teasing smile, Voldemort's tone was laced with mockery. Cursing himself internally for his prior insolence, Lucius closed his eyes, steeling himself, and raised his delicate face. "Do as you wish." Observing the small traitor's expression of resigned bravery, Voldemort smirked and struck his face to the side. Before Lucius could react, another slap echoed through the air. "Will you still be insolent next time?" Voldemort teased, playfully pinching his nose. This punishment was undeniably humiliating. Lucius, overwhelmed by shame, struggled to respond. With 2 resounding slaps, Voldemort softly remarked, "I shall not dare again, my master." Lucius, cautiously meeting Voldemort's gaze, replied, "I shall be careful." The strikes were neither excessively forceful nor merely playful. They served as a warning. After 4 slaps, Lucius felt his cheeks ablaze. With a pitiful gaze directed at Voldemort, he attempted to awaken the remnants of his master's compassion. "Look at how obedient I am. Please do not punish me." Alas, the Dark Lord possessed no such compassion. With a sharp crack, another slap resounded, catching Lucius off guard and sending his head spinning. Before he could regain his composure, his face was struck to the other side. Voldemort chuckled maliciously. "Here, let me make it an even 6. Both of Lucius's cheeks were now flushed, radiating a feverish warmth that made him acutely aware of his embarrassment. "Thank you, my master," he uttered shyly. The desire to strike him was genuine, as was the urge to comfort him. The yearning to humiliate and punish him coexisted with an equally sincere desire to cherish and protect him. Relinquishing his inner turmoil, Voldemort leaned down and pressed his lips to Lucius's cheek. "Does it hurt, my sweet child?" As their gazes locked, a fervent emotion surged within both, revealing a profound longing buried deep within. "Why are you so gentle?" Lucius murmured, his eyes misty. "Do not look at me that way, my master." Regardless of the humiliation and pain, as long as it was bestowed by his master, it transformed into the sweetest nectar in the world. Chapter 29, Fear of Him. Grasping Lucius's chin, Voldemort drew him up to kneel straight. Suddenly, he bent down, their lips meeting in a tender caress reminiscent of a butterfly alighting on a flower, initially tentative, then deepening into exploration. The world faded away, leaving only their breaths, until they gradually parted, warmth lingering between them, foreheads touching. A magical aura of healing enveloped Lucius's face, dissipating the heat and restoring its pale complexion. A playful smile crept back onto Voldemort's lips. "Lucius, close your eyes. Do you still want more?" Lucius, shyly complying, shut his eyes, only to receive a light slap across the face, loud and startling, yet not painful. When he opened his eyes, he found Voldemort's gaze filled with teasing amusement. "I still prefer your cheeks to have a hint of redness. It enhances your beauty." "My master, how could you?" Lucius lowered his head in resignation. "If you like it, then so be it." Voldemort laughed, his voice and expression brimming with mischief, as if proclaiming to the world his satisfaction with his little pet. "Where's your paddle?" Lucius quickly crawled a few steps to retrieve the yew-wood paddle from the bedside, raising it high in both hands for his master. I can't reach it," he stammered, the situation requiring some imaginative reasoning. After accepting the paddle, Voldemort placed his foot on Lucius's lower back, pressing it against his skin. The paddle's coolness contrasting with Lucius's warmth. "Biting your teeth. My master has not commanded you to cry out, has he?" Lucius began to plead for mercy. Without holding back, Voldemort's powerful hand delivered the strikes. Hearing Lucius's pleas, Voldemort paused, tossing the paddle to the ground and returning to the sofa. The pain was overwhelming, and Lucius could not help but implore for mercy, unsure if his plea would be successful or if he would merely earn himself more strikes. Seeing that he had narrowly escaped, Lucius picked up the paddle, holding it in a manner that was both understanding and obsequious as he crawled back to kneel beside Voldemort, offering the paddle with reverence and then kneeling beside the sofa to massage his master's arm. "It is truly exhausting to be punished by your own hand." "Thank you, my master." Voldemort turned his head and beheld his small traitor's obsequious smile. "Weren't you the one who wished to serve me? How could I deny you this courtesy?" Taking up the paddle, Voldemort lightly tapped Lucius's face, observing how the platinum-haired young man tensed, his hair standing on end from anxiety. "Oh," Voldemort chuckled. "Using legilimency on you would be a waste," and with that, he tapped the paddle against Lucius's cheek. "What? Are you afraid I might strike your mouth with this paddle?" "My master." Lucius, terrified, would have gladly offered his heart to demonstrate his obedience. Fearful, indeed, a genuine trepidation. It is entirely plausible that this man could commit such acts. Observing the small traitor, drenched in cold sweat, with a trembling throat and fragmented breaths as he knelt in trepidation, Voldemort casually set the U-board aside. Lucius, albeit momentarily relieved, felt beads of sweat trickle down his brow. This man, after all, was exceedingly terrifying. Suddenly, Voldemort seized the platinum hair, tugging painfully at the scalp, while his gaze remained as unyielding as a blade, piercing into Lucius. Do you fear me? Voldemort's mind roared, grappling with the question of why Lucius, who had professed his love just yesterday morning, was now consumed by dread. Why did fear overshadow the affection? He did not desire Lucius to be afraid of him. The abrupt fury radiating from Voldemort surged through Lucius like a tidal wave of terror. His heart raced uncontrollably, fingers trembling beyond his control. How could emotions, once tender, now morph into anger? The fear, the fear, the fear. The instinctive terror instilled within him erupted, rendering Lucius's body a quivering wreck, his complexion as pale as parchment, knees trembling incessantly against the ground. Meeting those light gray eyes filled with anxiety and fear, the redness around them pitifully accentuated, tears pooling at the corners. Voldemort felt an unexpected wave of frustration. He sought to find fault, recalling how Lucius had been aimlessly bustling about in the kitchen while he was away, devoid of any decorum, losing the dignity befitting a noble. Yet, as Lucius wept like a helpless child, stammering apologies, he recognized his own culpability in the matter. Raising his hand in the impulse to strike, he hesitated upon witnessing Lucius's pitiable state. With a flick of his sleeve, Voldemort departed without leaving a trace of his presence. It was only after the door slammed shut that Lucius, wiping his tears with his sleeve, remained on the ground, like a frostbitten eggplant. Without a decree from his master, he dared not rise, kneeling in silence, his mind filled with thoughts of the Dark Lord. This man was excessively temperamental, exceedingly difficult to please. Truly, he seemed unwell, and Lucius himself was not without his own afflictions. He found himself inexplicably drawn to the Dark Lord, enduring reprimands akin to that of a pet, yet his heart still fluttered. He, too, was unwell. The torment bestowed upon him by the Dark Lord filled him with humiliation, yet his body began to acclimatize to the suffering. Lucius gritted his teeth, aware that he could deceive his mind, but not the treacherous body. Chapter 30, Apology. After Voldemort had swept out, he did not return. The sun ascended gradually, hanging high in the sky. Lucius lost track of how many hours he had knelt, his body and spirit utterly exhausted. His legs felt foreign beneath him, his kneecaps numb against the ground, as if countless steel needles pierced through his flesh. Pain surged through his legs like a relentless tide, engulfing his entire consciousness. A torturous ordeal with no end in sight. Until Voldemort pushed the door open once more, Lucius's tears mingled with cold sweat, cascading down his face. He gazed up at his master, tears brimming in his eyes, lips pressed together as suppressed sobs escaped his throat. At that moment, Voldemort felt a sudden inclination to apologize. He recognized that he was the architect of this fear, the one who had terrorized Lucius, who sought faults in him, and who, despite his own tempestuous nature, understood that he was in the wrong. Regardless of the past transgressions of the little traitor, at this moment, as Lucius wept, the fault lay with him. Rise, Voldemort commanded, his tone dry, betraying a hint of unease. The Dark Lord would never bow to anyone, thus an apology would remain unspoken. Yet, the unjust fury he directed towards Lucius and the humble suffering he inflicted upon him stirred an ache within his heart. Yes, thank you for your mercy, Master, Lucius sobbed, unable to restrain his tears, filled with pain and an ever-growing sense of grievance before this man. Finally granted permission to rise, Lucius attempted to move, only to find his legs nearly numb and rigid, devoid of sensation, sharp pains radiating from his kneecaps. Unable to contain a muffled groan, he sought support from the carpet, his fingertips digging into its fibers until they turned white, yet he could not muster the strength to lift himself, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Voldemort's shoes suddenly appeared within Lucius's line of sight, standing before his face. Like a serpent, Lucius dragged his pained, numb legs forward, pressing his face against his master's shoes in supplication. Voldemort could no longer restrain himself, swiftly lifting Lucius from the ground. Hearing the muffled sounds of pain escape his lips as he rolled up his pant leg. Upon seeing the bruising below his knees, swollen to the height of a finger, he gently prodded it, causing Lucius to shudder in pain, yet he offered no resistance, obedient in his embrace. Placing Lucius upon the bed, Voldemort intended to stroke the little traitor's head, having punished him just that morning and then unjustly making him kneel for the better part of the day. He wished to offer some comfort. However, as he extended his hand, he noticed Lucius lowering his gaze, obediently tilting his head upwards, presenting his slightly swollen cheeks. Awaiting the next wave of his master's wrath, Voldemort's hand trembled and halted mid-motion. How could he be so docile, so exceedingly compliant? Gently caressing Lucius's cheek, Voldemort's voice softened. Do not fear, I shall not strike you again. His palm radiated with the glow of healing magic as Lucius's injuries began to mend. Uncertain of his master's erratic behavior over the past few days, one moment treating him as if they were the closest allies, the next as if they were arch-enemies, Lucius sighed in exasperation. Life was indeed arduous. His emotions, entangled like a complex knot, felt beyond his comprehension. Yet, whenever he laid eyes upon Voldemort, an inherent fear persisted, compelling him to ingratiate himself, hoping to secure a more favorable existence. Master, he called softly, his tone sweet and childlike. I am hungry. May I have something to eat? Voldemort relished this display of affection from his little traitor, finding it endearing, and commanded the house elf to prepare a meal downstairs before leading Lucius to the dining room. Voldemort wished to convey his regret for the unjust harangue, yet found himself incapable of articulating an apology. After a moment's reflection, his eyes suddenly sparkled. Come here, kneel, he instructed, tapping the table with his hand. Lucius cautiously raised his gaze, stealing glances at his master's expression, which appeared cheerful. He was not angry. Yet, he dared not hesitate. Lucius obediently approached Voldemort's chair and knelt beside it. Voldemort, holding a bowl of pumpkin porridge, watched as Lucius assumed his position before scooping a spoonful, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Lucius's lips, his expression bright as he said, Come, I shall feed you. Lucius, flustered, lifted his gaze to meet his master's, whose eyes shimmered with warmth, causing Lucius's heart to swell with conflicting emotions. Why was it always him? Why was he the one caught in this relentless emotional turmoil? He could not afford to think any further. He reminded himself that if Voldemort sought to invade his mind, he would be entirely defenseless. Thus, before Voldemort could delve into his thoughts, Lucius resolved to think of nothing at all. Obediently, he opened his mouth, accepting the pumpkin porridge from his master's hand. Observing Lucius's compliance, Voldemort felt an irresistible urge to caress him. His platinum hair was being spoon-fed, and Voldemort nodded in satisfaction, as this could be considered an indirect apology to the little traitor. Indeed, it was just like him. He pondered how ordinary people might express their embarrassment when apologizing, and assumed they must have their own ways, similar to his. After feeding the boy a bowl of porridge, Voldemort picked up a fork, speared a piece of roasted potato, and offered it to him. As the little traitor took a few bites of the potato, Voldemort followed with a spoonful of French onion soup. He continued until he saw the boy had eaten his fill, licking his lips, and then he took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Lucius felt a tumult of anxiety within him. He was utterly apprehensive about what his master might concoct next. Thank you, my lord. You haven't even finished your meal, and you're feeding me. I am guilty of eating when you have not. This meal has been devoid of flavor, Lucius thought, racked with unease, fearing another reprimand. It's fine, I do not blame you. It is I who wish to feed you. Rise now and await me in the study. This afternoon, I shall teach you for a while. Voldemort gently set down his knife and fork, gazing softly at the platinum-haired youth at his feet. With a respectful bow, Lucius complied. And only when he had ascended the staircase to the second floor, completely out of Voldemort's sight, did he finally allow himself to relax. Upon entering the study, Lucius dared not approach the Dark Lord's desk, where documents lay scattered, fearing he might incur another charge against himself. He stood beside the sofa near the entrance, not daring to sit, his head bowed, appearing exceedingly submissive. When Voldemort entered, he found Lucius standing straight and with his head lowered. He came and sat upon the sofa, and as Lucius bent his knee to pay his respects, Voldemort waved a hand, motioning him to sit beside him. Thank you, my lord, Lucius murmured, cautiously settling next to Voldemort, his heart racing. With a flick of his wrist, a series of textbooks flew into the air, neatly stacking themselves on the table. What do you not understand, him? Lucius considered that the little traitor had endured some grievances today, and Voldemort's demeanor was unusually benevolent. Yet, Lucius felt a gnawing anxiety within him, trembling as he pointed out the concepts he often found perplexing, fearing that Voldemort's surface kindness concealed a deeper intent to find fault with him. To his astonishment, Voldemort indeed conducted a lesson, articulating various knowledge points with clarity and emphasis, transforming complex topics into vivid and comprehensible ideas. Within Lucius's mind bloomed a flower of knowledge, its branches growing freely. He could not help but think that the Dark Lord's absence from Hogwarts as a teacher was a tremendous loss to the entire wizarding world. Voldemort's pedagogical prowess was beyond compare, as dazzling as the stars and as vast as the seas. After dedicating 2 hours of intensive tutoring to Lucius, Voldemort mercifully allowed him to return to his guest room to study alone. It was only when Lucius finally sat down in his room that he exhaled a profound sigh of relief, having feared that his master might suddenly seek to provoke him once more, especially considering how often he had done so in recent days. After writing for a while, he set his work aside, collapsing unceremoniously onto the bed. Exhausted, he felt mentally drained, his thoughts a tangled mess, and he realized he needed to sort through his feelings. He seemed to be afflicted, harboring a peculiar fondness for Voldemort. If asked why, he would venture that it was perhaps due to the beauty of his face. Every strand of hair perfectly aligned with his aesthetic ideals. Yet he also harbored resentment towards Voldemort, questioning why he treated him in such a manner. What had he done wrong? What sin had he committed? He despised himself for his own degradation, for embracing such a lowly state. Voldemort's brutality towards him, striking and scolding, somehow stirred feelings of admiration within him. His psyche felt as if it had been gnawed upon by a giant beast. But the price of such infatuation was too steep. He could not afford it. That man, one moment elevating him to celestial heights, the next dragging him into the mire. Loving such a madman was exhausting, as he would constantly deliver emotional whiplash, leaving him battered and broken, forcing him into a relentless cycle of patching up wounds. Life under such circumstances was wearisome. Voldemort paid no heed to his emotions and suffering. It was pure selfishness on Voldemort's part. But what of him? He was solely concerned with Voldemort's thoughts and feelings. Was he not engaging in self-torture? Lucius, he admonished himself, vowing to suppress all inappropriate emotions with reason and to never allow them to surface again. To submit to the Dark Lord's might was to surrender his body to punishment, not to offer his heart and soul. There was no fairness between them. In a world where both wielded weapons, they could discuss laws. If one bore a knife, they could establish rules. Yet when both stood empty-handed, they could only engage in reason. But what of him and Voldemort? He was utterly devoid of weapons. While Voldemort possessed a weapon capable of annihilating cities, the truth lay firmly in Voldemort's grasp, who held his very life in the balance. Laws. They were mere inscriptions on parchment. In this world, they represented the will of the Dark Lord. Rules. To survive, one must adhere to the regulations set forth by Voldemort. To be of service to him was to live. To refuse was to perish. Reason? Would the Dark Lord deign to reason with him? The Dark Lord's word was law. Between them, fairness never existed. Voldemort was the superior, the oppressor, while he was the subordinate, the subjugated. Lucius's fingertips dug deeply into his palms, drawing blood. He could do nothing to alter this absurd relationship that was beyond his command to initiate or terminate. Yet that man was insufferably despicable. He could treat him with such cruelty, striking and scolding, allowing Lucius to perceive himself merely as his slave, devoid of feelings. Yet, in recent days, Voldemort had revealed glimpses of tenderness that made him feel different. Whenever he began to succumb, Voldemort would ruthlessly shatter that illusion, reminding him that he was still but a dog at his master's feet, needing to recognize his true identity. A tear slipped from his eye to his temple. He feared him, profoundly so, to the very core of his being. He dared not engage in this game of love with his master. He would guard his heart, pretending that nothing had transpired. After contemplating his relationship with Voldemort, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Having faced punishment daily and straining his mind to its limits, he felt utterly drained. Lucius unconsciously drifted into a deep slumber. It was not until the evening, when the house elf, Dobby, arrived to summon him for dinner, that he stirred awake. He hurried to the washroom to freshen up, splashing water on his face and adjusting his appearance in the mirror. In the dining room, Lucius knelt respectfully 3 steps away from his master, bowing his head in greeting. He did not hear his name called, but instead heard the sound of a chair being pushed back. Voldemort approached him, and leaning down, grasped his wrist with a powerful hand, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. Lucius lost his balance, leaning precariously against Voldemort, exclaiming, "Master, nothing to worry about, let us eat." Voldemort replied with a light cough, releasing his grip. During the meal, an unusual tranquility prevailed. After dinner, Voldemort stated, "I have matters to attend to this evening. I will summon a few Death Eaters to report. You are to remain on the 2nd floor and study. Do not come down." Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he instructed quietly. "At your command, my lord," Lucius replied, sitting down with his head bowed. Once back in his bedroom, closing the door behind him, Lucius felt a measure of comfort only in solitude. The oppressive aura exuded by Voldemort was overwhelmingly intense. Every second spent in his presence left Lucius with a taut heartstring, unable to completely relax, his entire being steeped in discomfort. That evening, Voldemort had not made an appearance, and Lucius surmised that the Dark Lord was preoccupied with matters of conquest, thus too busy to attend to him. Summoning his resolve, Lucius persevered until the early hours, completing all his holiday assignments from Hogwarts. He contemplated whether he might subtly inquire of his master if completing his work would afford him the opportunity to return home. Alas, he wondered when his father might return. Lucius missed him dearly and longed to be back at Malfoy Manor. The next morning, the golden rays of sunshine streamed into the room, and Lucius, aided by his well-regulated biological clock, rose from his bed. As he prepared for the day, a sense of unease crept over him. He recalled that he had scheduled a rather severe punishment, and that wretched switch had been soaking in the kitchen for 2 days. Today was indeed the day. With a flutter of apprehension, he approached the dining area only to be informed that the Dark Lord had left for the morning. Lucius let out a long sigh of relief. A delay was certainly welcome. He inquired with the house elf, Blackie, whether the master had left any specific instructions, and upon receiving a negative response, a rare, childlike smile broke across Lucius's face. With no tasks at hand and his assignments completed, the formidable Dark Lord absent, Lucius felt as though the sunlight had brightened and the air had grown fresh. With no plans and unwilling to linger indoors, he decided to practice his magic in the garden. Engaging in vigorous spell work, aided by his external enhancements, Lucius joyfully wielded his wand. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Protego. A voice echoed in his mind. Lucius, you are destined to become my right-hand man. Why do you only practice these spells? What of your dark arts? As the grand gates of the manor swung open, Voldemort's figure approached with ominous intent. Chapter 32. Invention. Upon sighting the Dark Lord, Lucius promptly knelt in submission. Feeling a peculiar ailment afflict him, his legs weakened at the mere sight of Voldemort, compelling him to bow. My lord, I have also learned the 3 unforgivable curses, but I dared not practice them in your manor, fearing I might harm some innocent creature and incur your wrath. I must admit, my proficiency in these white spells ought to be the focus of my training. As he stood before the youth, Voldemort extended his wand, pressing it against Lucius's chin, gently guiding his head upward. In a moment, I will have you practice, he remarked, studying the young traitor's face. In the sunlight, Lucius's fair skin glowed with a soft radiance, his delicate lashes resembling butterfly wings, his nose finely sculpted, and his lips blooming like ripe peach blossoms. Most captivating were his pale gray eyes, subtly uplifted at the corners, exuding an air of nobility, their depths seemingly harboring a shattered galaxy. Sparkling as if countless stars danced within, his platinum locks cascaded over his shoulders, enhancing his ethereal and regal appearance. Voldemort sighed with satisfaction, pleased by the young traitor's appearance, particularly the juxtaposition of his noble demeanor with the humility of kneeling before him, igniting a fierce desire for conquest and control within the Dark Lord. The sole heir to the esteemed Malfoy lineage, the proud scion had been brought low, crushed beneath the weight of glory and dignity, now trembling in submission before Voldemort. The young traitor's subservience stirred an intoxicating thrill within him, akin to electric currents racing through his veins. Each act of humble surrender from the platinum-haired youth intensified Voldemort's insatiable desires. Yes, today, the master was indeed preoccupied with the switch soaking in water. Observing Voldemort's seemingly good mood, Lucius bit his lip, contemplating a delay. He dared not embrace his master's leg, lest he provoke inquiry. Instead, he gently grasped the hem of Voldemort's robe that trailed on the ground, bringing it to his lips in an obedient kiss. Master, I have been well behaved today, without transgression. May I beseech you for a favor? Lucius gazed up at Voldemort with glimmering eyes filled with yearning. Retrieving the yew wand, Voldemort chuckled softly, pray tell. With a nervous bite of his lip, Lucius stammered, Master, could it be that the switch might not be used today? Upon speaking, he trembled, fearing he might have overstepped. Voldemort raised an eyebrow. Very well, I shall not use it on you today. He paused momentarily, not waiting for gratitude, his voice laced with mischief. Instead, I bestow upon you the yew switch, Lucius. It felt as though a hammer had struck his head. Lucius remained frozen in place, trembling as he implored. I beg for your mercy, master. I did not anticipate your early return, and I left it in my room. Voldemort's hand grasped Lucius's chin, his thumb stroking gently. Feeling the tension in the boy's skin, the warmth of his blood coursing rapidly, even hearing the quickening of his heartbeat. Voldemort's Adam's apple bobbed as he looked down, chuckling. Do you dare disregard my words, Lucius? I would not. I beseech you to quell your anger. Lucius's throat tightened as he struggled to articulate, kneeling before his master, unable to bow his head in penitence due to Voldemort's grip. Voldemort's mood appeared to brighten, his fingers playing with Lucius's chin and neck, lightly squeezing without applying pressure. Lucius's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Voldemort's eyes reflected the boy's fear, and his mood dipped slightly. He preferred Lucius's submission over his terror. Without employing his wand or uttering a word, Voldemort summoned the yew switch from within the castle, letting it hover before him. Supporting Lucius's chin with his fingertip, he explored its contours, as though charting an uncharted map. Lucius dared not move. though the sight of the switch made his heart race. At last, Voldemort released his hold, his gaze radiating an unyielding command. 20 strokes for your transgression. Yes. I thank you for your judgment. Lucius trembled as he bowed his head in submission, remaining prostrate on the ground. Blackie, Voldemort called softly, and the house elf appeared, bowing respectfully. Blackie, heed my command. Voldemort's gaze returned to the kneeling platinum youth, casually instructing, ensure all house elves remain within the castle. They are to stay out of the garden. Should anyone disobey, I shall not hesitate to execute them. Yes, master, Blackie replied, bowing deeply. With only the two of them remaining in the garden. Voldemort leaned casually against the flower bed, his eyes narrowing into a crescent, glinting with inscrutable light. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a long bench. Lucius, undress and lie across it. Lucius offered no resistance, obediently complying with his master's command, laying across the bench, gripping its edges tightly, his nails turning pale. Voldemort took several steps back, positioning himself 5 paces away, conjuring a throne from stone upon which he seated himself, looking down at the young traitor with a playful smile. As though the world was but his plaything. Lucius, I have devised a little spell just for you. Lying atop the bench, perhaps chilled by the breeze. Lucius's voice trembled as he replied, It is my honor, master. Voldemort gently waved his wand, causing the board to levitate above Lucius's thighs, suspended in midair. I need not lift a finger to mold you into my desired form. What do you think of this invention, Lucius? Lucius felt a lump in his throat. His head bowed as he leaned over the chair. With Voldemort unable to meet his gaze, his heart was filled with a tumultuous anxiety. Naturally, the master's invention was commendable. How absurd. What respectable individual would devise such a curse? This was merely a testament to the master's regard for Lucius. I truly thank you. It was indeed Lucius's fortune. Would you like this fortune? Thank you, master, for your painstaking lessons. I would very much like to strike you as well. Chapter 33. What does it matter? Voldemort squinted slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the prostrate Lucius. So pale. Such a slender waist. Exquisite curves. Quite commendable, indeed. Our little traitor has proven to be rather delightful. The following content is left to your imagination. Never mind, it can be omitted. The tip of the wand. The U-board. Suddenly, Voldemort halted the board's movement, leaning forward. Lucius abruptly raised his head to face the Dark Lord seated upon his throne. In his heart, Lucius silently vowed that even if he were tasked with counting grains of rice, he would do so with utmost precision. Voldemort cradled his chin in his hand, his tone casual, yet his eyes brimming with menace. Upon hearing this, Lucius's eyes reddened, his lashes trembling, as he parted his lips to plead for mercy. Meeting the Dark Lord's implacable gaze, the additional 20 strikes were not excessive. A flurry of sounds marked their completion, for Voldemort controlled the force, striking not too harshly, leaving only slight swelling. Lucius sobbed quietly, while Voldemort's eyes darkened at the sight of the faint crimson. With a wave of his hand, another 20 strikes followed, landing upon the already slightly swollen flesh, making the experience more unbearable than before. Until those 20 were also completed, Voldemort approached, standing beside Lucius. He had administered 10 strikes without Lucius counting, then imposed another 20, followed by an additional 20, totaling 50 strikes. It was unnecessary to punish the little traitor too severely. The current method sufficed, leaving his skin heated, which could serve to warm him in the cold winter. Master, I understand my mistake. I will surely count next time. Please spare me, Lucius implored, propping himself up with his arm, tilting his head to gaze tearfully at his master. Seeing his silence, Lucius attempted to ingratiate himself by tugging at Voldemort's robe. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, softly uttering an acknowledgement. Hearing this approval, Lucius took Voldemort's large hand, his fingertips brushing against it. Lucius closed his eyes, aware that his master was quite fond of his antics. To mitigate his suffering, what did it matter? He had long since lost any semblance of dignity before him. Very well, I shall spare you, Voldemort rasped, lifting Lucius into his arms, shedding his black cloak to envelop him, and carried him directly to the bedroom. As the Dark Lord approached, Lucius instinctively recoiled. Master, you mentioned wanting to practice the dark arts with me, Voldemort said, pulling him closer. Tomorrow we shall practice. Master, may I employ a healing charm? Lucius attempted to negotiate with the Dark Lord, hoping to lessen his punishment. No, I prefer you just as you are now. We will use it afterward. Lucius rolled his eyes behind closed lids, conceding defeat. Later, Voldemort, satiated, lifted Lucius once more. Lucius now lacked the strength even to weep, let alone resist. For he dared not. Voldemort understood that his little traitor was pleading for mercy. He rose and ventured to the bathroom, the sound of running water echoing. Upon his return, he found Lucius lying on the bed like a fish without dreams. Amused, he cast a healing charm upon him. After a surge of vibrant magical energy, Lucius felt revitalized and sat up in bed. "You may wash yourself, young Malfoy," Voldemort suddenly approached, lifting Lucius's chin with his fingertip. "Yes, master," Lucius murmured, softening as he entered the bathroom, sinking into the tub. He closed his eyes, resting his head against the edge of the tub, inwardly cursing the master's formidable power. Lucius sighed silently, pondering the nature of their relationship. What was he to Voldemort? A servant, a pet, or a lover? Yet he had no choice. The beginning was not his decision, nor would the end be dictated by him. If his master maintained this level of interest, Lucius bit his lip. "Father, I am sorry." The Malfoy line may come to an end. After bathing and donning a robe, Lucius returned to the room, only to find Voldemort propping one arm on the pillow, the other toying with the U-board. Lucius felt as though he had been jolted awake, his mind sharpened in an instant. He approached cautiously, kneeling at the bedside, his face near Voldemort's large hand. Voldemort, having indulged sufficiently, was in high spirits. "You must carry this with you upon your return to school, understand?" he admonished. Looking at Lucius, who was nervously swallowing, he added, "And should I find you without it next time, it won't be pleasant." Lucius nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, affirming that he would carry it wherever he went, even to the restroom at Hogwarts. He could scarcely imagine the consequences of neglecting it. Surely they would be severe. Chapter 34, Legitimacy. With a parting remark that he had matters to attend to and would accompany Lucius for spell practice the following day, the Dark Lord departed, as if his return had solely been to reprimand Lucius. That evening, Lucius lay alone in bed, boredom enveloping him as he pondered his father. He longed for the dawn when he might hear news of his father's arrival to take him home. He had no desire to remain even a moment longer in the Dark Lord's manor. Suddenly, Lucius sat up. He needed to investigate whether there were any herbs or other means to soften the U, allowing him to care for the board daily, thus alleviating some of his burdens during punishments. Overwhelmed with despair and tears, Lucius harbored a foreboding sense that he would soon become intimately acquainted with that board. Unaware of what the Dark Lord was preoccupied with, Lucius spent the evening practicing the Wingardium Leviosa charm alone, causing furniture to hover in the air. He then approached the door, lightly tapping his wand to cast Alohomora, amusing himself for a while before restoring everything to its original state. Lying back in bed, Lucius pouted in frustration. Despite being a formidable presence among students at school, here he had become a subservient wretch in the Dark Lord's estate. The following day, after breakfast, Lucius had barely been in his room for half an hour when he received a 90-degree bow from a house elf, informing him that his master had returned and instructed him to wait in the garden for lessons in the dark arts. Lucius acknowledged the message and, once the elf departed, immediately seized the U-board, tucking it into his robe pocket. Today, that board would not find an opportunity to trouble him. In the garden, Lucius stood for 10 minutes. Yet the Dark Lord had yet to make his appearance. He surmised that the master had just returned and instructed him to wait, perhaps to attend to a meal. Bored, he observed the ants scurrying about, lost in his thoughts when a familiar voice suddenly broke through, inquiring how long he had been waiting. His body reacted faster than his mind. Before he could even turn to see the Dark Lord's figure, Lucius found himself kneeling, his knees hitting the ground with a thud. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as the force of his kneeling stung slightly. Adjusting his position, he turned his knees 90 degrees to face the Dark Lord, greeting him with due reverence, assuring him that he had not waited long. A faint smile graced Voldemort's lips, a light laugh escaping him. "Your method of homage is quite unique. You even turned around on the ground, Lucius felt a flush creep onto his cheeks, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he glanced at Voldemort's expression. With a subtle flattery, he responded, "It is only because of your overwhelming power, master. When you exude such an imposing presence, how could I stand firm? I long to submit at your feet, pledging my unwavering loyalty." An inner voice within Lucius stood defiantly, hands on hips, proclaiming that there was nothing shameful about flattering. If it meant receiving fewer blows, it was worth it. Today marked the 6th day of his stay at the Dark Lord's manor, and Lucius urged himself to persevere. His father would soon return, and he would be home shortly. Suddenly, Voldemort turned, grasping Lucius' chin and lifting it, catching him off guard as their eyes locked. "So, you wish to return home?" His tone was inscrutable. Lucius stiffened and knelt again, his mind racing. "Master, I meant no disrespect. I was merely concerned for my father. I beg you to see my intentions clearly," he stammered. His muscles taut, his lips quivering slightly. After a prolonged silence, Lucius sensed the tension. He feared the petty man above him was indeed angry. "Rise. We shall address your transgressions later. I promise to teach you practical skills. For now, accompany me in practicing magic," Voldemort commanded, his voice deep with a hint of restrained fury. As Lucius stood, he noted the slight furrow in Voldemort's brow, and he nearly knelt again. acutely aware of his master's evident anger, knowing that it would only intensify later. Witnessing the little traitor tremble in fear, Voldemort's ire grew. He suppressed his rage, delivering a sharp slap to Lucius' face, sending him reeling. Before Lucius could kneel again to apologize, Voldemort dismissed him with a simple command to follow, striding away with long strides. Lucius' heart raced, unable to quell the tremors in his body as he followed behind. This was it. He had provoked the Dark Lord's wrath. As expected, the practical magic instruction was rigorous. Voldemort's prowess in real combat surpassed any theoretical knowledge. It was undeniable. Lucius benefited greatly from the lessons. Though the Dark Lord's temper lent a violent edge to his teaching, Lucius endured a barrage of curses, his body bruised and battered, and was soon slammed against the castle wall by a powerful expulso curse, fearing he might have broken a couple of ribs. Just as he scrambled to his feet, Voldemort's voice rang out, "Lucius, demonstrate the 3 unforgivable curses. Let me assess your abilities." Suddenly, a large spider appeared before him. "As you command, Master," Lucius replied, suppressing the pain coursing through him, and with a flick of his wand, he cast Crucio. The spider writhed in agony on the ground, and he followed with Imperio, rendering it motionless. Finally, he uttered Avada Kedavra, and the spider collapsed, lifeless. Voldemort's demeanor softened considerably, a hint of surprise lacing his tone. "Lucius, your command of the dark arts is quite commendable, particularly the potency of your killing curse. Some of the higher-ranking Death Eaters pale in comparison." Lucius thought to himself, "That's because I have a cheat. The most practiced curse is the killing curse." He dared not dwell on it, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your praise, Master. I shall continue to strive in your service." "Very well, we shall conclude today's practice here. I have documents to attend to. Heal your wounds, and come to my chamber at 8, Voldemort instructed, departing as Lucius bowed deeply in farewell. Once the Dark Lord's figure disappeared from view, Lucius cast a healing spell on himself, suddenly yearning for rest. At 7:55 p.m., Lucius stood before the door of the Master's chamber, hesitating whether to knock now or wait until precisely 8. Before he could decide, a clear command resonated from within, "Enter." Upon stepping inside, he found Voldemort seated on the sofa, legs crossed, a drink at hand, and beside him lay the very implement he wished to avoid, the whip. Nervously biting his lip, Lucius hesitated momentarily before approaching the Dark Lord, kneeling before him and bowing his head. "Lucius, I am here to serve you." He knelt close enough that his head nearly brushed against Voldemort's elegantly crossed legs. The tip of a shoe lifted his chin gently, and as he followed the Master's lead to raise his gaze, he heard, "Do you know what awaits you tonight, Lucius?" Voldemort's right hand caressed the whip, sending a shiver down Lucius' spine. Straightening his back, he swallowed nervously, contemplating if he could make an effort to avoid the impending punishment. The whip appeared menacing, long, sharp, and soaked for 2 days. He even suspected the Master had added salt to the water. "Lucius, I did not add salt to the water," Voldemort remarked, applying slight pressure against Lucius' throat. "Please, Master, I beg for your mercy. I did not intend to offend you," Lucius implored, panic gripping him. "Do not think to deceive the great Dark Lord," Voldemort replied lazily, reclining on the sofa, his fingers toying with the rim of his glass. "As long as I wish to know, everything about you is laid bare before me." Chapter 35, Flattery. Lucius' cold sweat trickled down his pale cheeks, leaving small marks on the carpet. Voldemort loomed above him, casting a shadow that made the air feel thin, stifling his breath. A sense of dread washed over him, as if contemplating how to discipline a disobedient pet. How much? He felt he might collapse to the ground. No, he had to think of a way. "Please, have mercy." "Master," Lucius' voice choked, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Are you bargaining with me, Lucius? How do you intend to appease me, to persuade me to retract my judgment?" Voldemort's tone was dismissive. "Flattery? Yes, he must flatter him." Lucius blinked through tear-filled eyes, confusion evident. Voldemort's low laughter filled the room as he uncrossed his legs. "That alone is insufficient to please me, dear child." With that, he cast Lucius aside, rising to leave. Moments later, the sound of water splashing could be heard. It seemed the Dark Lord had gone to bathe. Kneeling for approximately half an hour, his knees beginning to ache subtly, Lucius finally beheld Voldemort, clad in a nightgown, busily drying his still damp hair with a towel as he resumed his seat before him. "How do you intend to please me, my obedient child?" The platinum locks cascaded down, and with a swift motion, Voldemort drew him up, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he teasingly inquired. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Lucius felt himself flush crimson, akin to a boiled lobster. "Take a shower yourself. I shall await you," Voldemort declared, his laughter laced with undeniable delight. Lucius made his way to the bathroom, immersing himself in the bathtub. The room was filled with the ambience of spring, the stars shimmering brilliantly. Upon awakening the next morning, He found himself alone. House elf creature dutifully served breakfast, and after washing up, Lucius inspected his reflection in the bathroom mirror. Following his meal, he returned to the room Voldemort had assigned him on the first day, carrying a piece of wood. He dared not administer treatment on his own, awaiting his master's decree to avoid incurring any further accusations. The Dark Lord's chamber was a place he could not linger without command, and Lucius languidly slumped into a chair, contemplating the terrifying magic of legilimens, a spell that was particularly daunting in the hands of the Dark Lord. He vowed to be exceedingly cautious, for in Voldemort's presence, errant thoughts could indeed be perilous. The events of the previous day had merely been suppressed. Voldemort had not unequivocally signaled an end to the matter. Lucius pressed his palm to his forehead, certain that the fearsome Dark Lord would seek him out again that evening. The mere thought of the whip made Lucius want to weep. He had no desire to experience that punishment, which was undoubtedly bloodied and would surely lead to ghastly consequences. Perhaps he should plead for mercy later on, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. A delay would suffice. With a despondent expression, he sighed deeply. The day passed as Lucius practiced magic, and to his relief, he had not encountered the Dark Lord until dinner was served. He momentarily entertained the notion that he might escape unscathed. However, as the clock approached 10, creature unexpectedly delivered grim tidings. The Dark Lord summoned him. Resigned, Lucius closed his eyes, donned a nightgown, and grasped the wood before approaching the master bedroom door. He knocked respectfully 3 times, received the command to enter, and knelt obediently beside Voldemort's legs, his voice dripping with sugary flattery. "I greet you, my master." Swallowing hard, Lucius noted the dreaded whip still resting on the sofa. Gazing at the Dark Lord, clad in casual home attire, Lucius recognized that he must first find a way to ingratiate himself. The 100 lashes from yesterday must not be allowed to materialize. He tugged at Voldemort's pant leg, a look of eager supplication on his face, and received a glance that seemed to grant permission to touch him. "May I, my master?" "Yes, you may," Voldemort replied, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his tone laced with languor and nonchalance. "Thank you, my master," Lucius said, gently taking Voldemort's leg in hand to massage it. "You have been busy all day. Surely you must be weary." "I dare not speak further. I merely wish to ease your fatigue." Voldemort reclined slightly against the back of the sofa, relishing Lucius's service. "You are quite well behaved today." Boldly, Lucius took Voldemort's hand and pressed his face against it. Observing the Dark Lord nod in approval, Lucius lowered his head in a respectful bow before crawling to the bathroom. Using a summoning charm, he procured a basin, tested the water temperature with his hands, and knelt as he carried it back to rest at Voldemort's feet. With delicate hands, Lucius began to roll up the Dark Lord's pant legs, gently removing his socks and placing them on the sofa. "My master, how is the water temperature?" "Quite satisfactory," Voldemort replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Lucius felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps he had succeeded in pleasing his master, and the chances of a successful plea for mercy later were now a tad higher. With Voldemort's approval, Lucius cradled each of the Dark Lord's feet, submerging them in the warm water. He had never envisioned a day when he would willingly kneel to wash another's feet, especially one he sought to appease. His dignity lay shattered at his feet, and he knew he could never return. As Chapter 36 unfolds, the castle exterior was enveloped in darkness, save for the luminescent moon hanging high in the sky. Inside, under the soft glow of lights, the water in the basin rippled with Lucius's ministrations, the illumination casting delicate patterns. "My master, I have not studied professional massage techniques. I only have a rudimentary understanding of acupressure. I beg your forgiveness if my efforts fall short. In the future, I shall learn proper techniques in the Muggle world and provide you with a thorough massage," Lucius explained. Pressing his thumb into the Yonquan acupoint on Voldemort's foot, the bittersweet emotion swelling within him known only to himself. His words seemed to resonate with Voldemort, who found them pleasing. "You are thoughtful," he remarked, stroking the platinum-haired youth's head, increasingly charmed by the boy's compliance. Unfamiliar with other acupoints, Lucius continued to massage along the arch of Voldemort's foot, witnessing the Dark Lord's toes curl in relaxation, accompanied by soft sighs of comfort. Lucius sensed that the man's mood was currently favorable. He continued kneeling and massaging, tentatively suggesting, "My master, if you are weary today, perhaps we could forego the whip? I shall serve you in washing your feet, allowing you to rest." A flicker of amusement graced Voldemort's brow. He was not angered. "Ah, so that is your intention," he said, waving a hand dismissively. Lucius smiled, eager to please. "I would never deceive you, my master. I truly wish to serve you." Once the footbath concluded, Lucius summoned a towel with a spell, kneeling down to lay it across his lap, then gently placing Voldemort's feet upon it, delicately drying them. After everything was tidied up, Lucius obediently knelt once more before Voldemort. In a soft, dulcet tone, Voldemort inquired, "So, today you will not punish me? May I return?" Lucius's heart raced at the implication in the Dark Lord's words, anxiety tightening within him. "My master, that would be an unjust accusation. How could I dare?" His voice was soft and meek, laced with deliberate caution. "I would gladly serve you every day. I merely fear for your well-being. You toil over the affairs of the wizarding world all day, and I wish only for your health. Your power is unparalleled, and if you are well, we shall all have a steadfast leader," Lucius murmured, lowering his gaze, his posture a picture of submissive servitude. Voldemort's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he gently patted Lucius's cheek. "The Malfoy family has always been eloquent, and you certainly know how to win my favor, young Malfoy." A flicker of tenderness crossed Voldemort's gaze, his voice taking on a husky, seductive timbre. "Since you are here, do not take your leave, my obedient child." The commanding tone, imbued with an air of inevitability, urged Lucius to accept his fate, and he found himself momentarily breathless, unable to refuse. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Lucius cast his gaze towards his master's knee, his voice laced with reverence. "It is truly an honor that you deem me worthy, my master." He paused, biting his lip nervously before continuing in a hushed tone, "I humbly request a favor. Yesterday, your might was awe-inspiring. I dared not treat myself without your command. And now I still endure pain. Might I be permitted to employ a healing spell?" Upon finishing his plea, Lucius quickly glanced at the Dark Lord, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as he lowered his gaze. Such supplication was, for Voldemort, a distinct form of flattery, an extreme affirmation of the Dark Lord's dominance. With a slight gesture, Voldemort enveloped the platinum-haired youth in a powerful aura of life magic. "Thank you, my master," Lucius murmured, his head bowed, his voice dripping with sycophantic sweetness. He fancied that perhaps the Dark Lord held a modicum of affection for him, if not for his spirit, then at least for his physique. It was not entirely a sorrowful state. A flicker of shame crossed Lucius's lowered gaze, as he found himself experiencing a peculiar joy amidst this one-sided conquest, akin to being exalted to paradise. After a brief cleansing in the washroom, Voldemort embraced his little traitor. Lucius nuzzled his head obediently into his master's embrace, presenting himself like a docile creature seeking affection. "Such a good boy," Voldemort murmured, leaning down to plant a kiss upon Lucius's lips, his hot breath enveloping the platinum youth. The Dark Lord pressed him down into a deep kiss, eliciting a strange blend of pain and pleasure within Lucius, as tears of joyous ecstasy escaped his eyes. As dawn broke, sunlight filtering through the curtains and illuminating the bed, Lucius opened his eyes. There was no discomfort behind him, likely due to Voldemort's prior healing. The Dark Lord had seemed preoccupied of late. After grooming himself, Lucius cast a glance at the wrought-tin switch still resting on the sofa, a desire to hurl it out the window bubbling within him. How long could he prolong this? The wretched switch's presence indicated that his master still harbored thoughts of it. 3 days had already elapsed. Today marked the 4th. If the Dark Lord was resolute in his intentions regarding the switch, the limit of his endurance was nearing. However, the quantity remained negotiable. When Voldemort had casually mentioned 100, it had seemed an offhand remark, suggesting room for discussion. Pondering this as he made his way to the dining room, Lucius resolved to finish his meal before addressing any matters. After all, one must not lack enthusiasm for nourishment. As afternoon arrived, the ominous summons from the Dark Lord echoed through the manor. Standing before the lengthy corridor leading to Voldemort's chamber, Lucius hesitated for a brief moment. This path, which he both deeply feared and felt compelled to appease, weighed heavily upon him. A shadow of doubt crossed his mind, a realization of his own inadequacy. Only the powerful possessed the right to voice their thoughts. The weak were destined to accept the whims of fate. What fate awaited him? Was it merely to serve this dark sovereign? Could he confront Voldemort, asserting that his methods were misguided, advocating for a reign of benevolence that would garner true loyalty? Could he challenge the Dark Lord on the premise of mutual respect among men? The authority to dictate right and wrong lay solely within Voldemort's will. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path would surely face death. In the Dark Lord's eyes, the world was defined by triumph and defeat, devoid of moral dichotomies. Good and evil were mere constructs of the weak, incapable of reconciling themselves with reality. Voldemort dismissed sin, viewing past transgressions merely as stepping stones toward his conquest of the world. When his power eclipsed all, he would obliterate the standards of morality within the wizarding realm. His will superseding all laws, his word the ultimate decree. And what of Lucius? How could he dare to debate with such an overarching ruler? His own frailty rendered him voiceless. Should Voldemort take umbrage, even his very breath would be deemed incorrect. Chapter 37. The Most Terrifying Spell. Lucius halted outside the door, and before he could knock, a clear command resonated from within. Enter. Approaching the Dark Lord's feet, Lucius knelt respectfully. "Your servant greets you, my master." His eyelashes cast downwards, he appeared submissive, akin to a tamed creature, breathing softly to avoid disturbing his master, his demeanor imbued with cautious deference. After the formal greeting, hearing no immediate response from Voldemort, Lucius occasionally cast furtive glances upward, only to quickly avert his gaze, as though even the slightest eye contact required his master's permission. This display of obedience evidently pleased Voldemort, who reached out a large hand to cradle Lucius's small head. Lucius leaned into the touch, inching forward on his knees, resting his head upon Voldemort's lap. Voldemort's voice conveyed satisfaction. "Lucius, you are becoming increasingly obedient." With his head nestled in the Dark Lord's lap, Lucius felt the master's hand gliding through his hair, each stroke deliberate, akin to petting a cherished pet. "I shall always heed your words, my master," Lucius submitted, allowing Voldemort to manipulate his hair, every posture radiating compliance. A cryptic chuckle escaped Voldemort, who playfully kicked Lucius's thigh, signaling him to maintain his kneeling position. Lucius gradually straightened his posture, lifting his head to meet the Dark Lord's chin, his gaze respectfully fixed below, avoiding direct eye contact. Having delayed for 3 days, he could no longer afford to postpone. Alas, another day of unbearable anticipation loomed ahead. As he resigned himself to the task of crafting a plausible narrative to justify his procrastination, Voldemort chuckled, and suddenly a switch appeared before Lucius. Submissively, he obeyed the pressure and raised his gaze until it met his master's eyes. Voldemort sneered, lightly tapping Lucius's face with his other hand. "You understand me well. You know 3 days is your limit." Lucius's heart thundered in his chest, a cacophony akin to a war drum. Did he not even warrant inquiry before being subjected to the soul-sucking spell? "What do you wish to ask me?" Voldemort's fingertips cruelly pressed against the corners of Lucius's anxious, reddening eyes, until the surrounding skin blushed crimson. Without awaiting a response, a wicked smile curled Voldemort's lips, his eyes glinting with danger. "But I am not inclined to listen." Lucius felt as though he were submerged in icy waters, a profound chill enveloping him. This man. Lucius perceived the soul-sucking spell as the most terrifying incantation in existence, far more dreadful than the killing curse. Words of explanation fell flat in this moment. Within this manner, throughout the entire wizarding world, the Dark Lordess will reign as the singular, supreme law. Do not think at all, Lucius. Clear your mind. Dwelling on futile thoughts could lead to your demise. Rest assured, came Lucius's voice, taut with anxiety, each syllable straining to emerge from his throat. "Master." In the light filtering through the window, Voldemort's expression softened slightly. Tears streamed down Lucius's cheeks, soaking the sofa beneath him, each droplet a testament to his struggle. Voldemort grasped Lucius's chin, revealing the glistening tears pooling in his red-rimmed eyes, akin to scattered pearls. Lucius's shoulders trembled slightly, his pitiable appearance tugging at the heartstrings, prompting Voldemort to lift him from the ground, cradling him across his lap. "Do not cry. I shall not punish you." Lucius's voice trembled with emotion as he expressed his gratitude to his master, struggling to stem the tears that flowed uncontrollably, as if all the grievances of countless days had erupted at once. His tears cascaded like a tap left running, each drop falling rhythmically, with his eyelashes glistening with moisture. Lucius gazed upward at the master who dictated his fate, his voice as soft as down, each breath barely audible. He soon lowered his head, fearful of inciting his master's wrath, too apprehensive to meet his gaze. Voldemort's hand shimmered with the glow of healing magic as he gently kneaded Lucius's waist and legs, the sound of quiet sobs filling the air. A sigh escaped Voldemort's chest, akin to a general shedding his armor in surrender, as he embraced Lucius, whispering softly, "Do not cry, my dear. This is both the first and the last time. You shall not face such punishment again." Lucius's eyes widened in disbelief, still swollen and red, brimming with tears. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, his mouth slightly agape, struggling to comprehend if he had truly heard correctly. This pitiable yet endearing sight brought a fleeting smile to Voldemort's lips as he pinched Lucius's cheek, asking, "What, do you still not believe it?" No. Lucius clutched the edge of his robe tightly. "Thank you for your grace, my master." Once dressed, Voldemort meticulously arranged his garments, and Lucius obediently knelt beside him, wary not to let his guard down. Uncertain if he had truly been pardoned, he knew that while he had donned his attire once more, it could just as easily be stripped away with a single command from his master. Voldemort affectionately tousled the platinum-haired youth's hair, who dutifully leaned into his touch. The Dark Lord relaxed against the back of the sofa, his body leaning slightly backward, legs casually crossed, exuding an air of ease as he playfully toyed with Lucius. Later that evening, alone in his room, Lucius finally felt at ease. After sharing a meal with the Dark Lord, Voldemort had departed, but Lucius did not feel lonely. He relished his solitude, cherishing the moments spent alone. He gazed into the mirror, noticing the flush of red across his ears, cheeks, nose, and lips. The color deepened as the afternoon wore on, and the Dark Lord refrained from further punishment, instead treating him as a mere object of his amusement. Voldemort's playful scrutiny ignited warmth in Lucius's features, from lips to ears, as he remained still, obediently tilting his face upward, allowing his master to indulge in his whims. Lucius rubbed his knee, biting his lip, chiding himself for the simplicity of his features, yet found himself struggling to maintain the facade of submission. His neck aching from the prolonged angle, all while keeping a compliant expression as the Dark Lord toyed with him for 2 full hours. The next day, shortly after finishing lunch, Lucius was summoned by a messenger who informed him of the Dark Lord's return, instructing him to prepare 4 kettles of boiling water and the tea set, then await in the study. Confused yet compliant, Lucius made his way to the kitchen, ensuring to take the wood board with him, vowing that it would not betray him again. As he boiled the water, Lucius pondered the purpose behind the 4 kettles. Surely, 1 jug would suffice for tea, and it could not possibly be intended for watering plants. Unable to decipher the reasoning, he completed the task, and, using the spell Wingardium Leviosa, levitated the kettles and tea set upstairs to the study. Upon entering, he gently placed the tea set on the table before hastily kneeling before Voldemort, humbly addressing him. The Dark Lord lifted Lucius's chin with his foot, compelling him to meet his gaze, then casually mentioned that Abraxas would return tomorrow. Lucius's eyes sparkled with hope. If his father was coming back, might he not be allowed to go home? But a small voice in his mind vehemently shook its head, drilling into him that his master was sacred, noble, powerful, and formidable. Voldemort's deep voice, laced with a hint of coldness, pierced through the air. Lucius, do you long for your father? Or do you wish to remain in my presence? The question sent a jolt of tension through Lucius's body. His heart raced as he struggled to maintain composure. Yet the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Master, I merely yearn for my father. As for anything else, I hold no such disrespectful thoughts. I beseech you to see my sincerity. Lowering his forehead to the carpet, he assumed the most submissive posture, imploring for his master's mercy. A clear command rang through him, and, trembling with fear, he straightened, feeling the weight of Voldemort's gaze upon him. The deep-seated terror crept back into his eyes as he realized the Dark Lord's displeasure, causing Voldemort to scoff lightly and reach out to caress Lucius's cheek, a simple gesture that sent cold sweat racing down Lucius's back. After a long pause, Voldemort finally spoke. Lucius, what do you perceive me to be? The question hung in the air, a test or perhaps an indictment, provoking uncertainty within Lucius. Clenching the hem of his robe, he trembled as he replied, To you, my lord, I am a loyal servant, sworn to your service, and I am honored to serve you for a lifetime. Such eloquence. Lucius, you have always been adept at pleasing me, Voldemort remarked, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Yet alas, I know your true sentiments. Your loyalty is not as deep as you profess. What you harbor for me is primarily fear. Voldemort's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. Lucius's breath quickened, his chest rising and falling rapidly, terror flooding his system as he struggled to find his voice. The Dark Lord's fingers drummed a slow, casual rhythm on the table, the words that followed promising forgiveness. After all, we have ample time ahead. His gaze intensified, filled with an absolute, unyielding control. As you prepare for Abraxas's return to Malfoy Manor, I, as your mentor, will not chastise you today. Instead, you shall present me with a satisfactory cup of tea as a token of gratitude for my teachings. I trust you have no objections, young Malfoy. With a sudden motion, he lifted Lucius's chin, his every word penetrating clearly, while his eyes glimmered with the delight of a predator observing its prey ensnared in a trap. Faced with his master's gaze, Lucius felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he mustered the courage to utter, Thank you for your kindness and guidance, my lord. It is my honor to serve you, and I shall take great pride in preparing your tea. Voldemort subtly inclined his chin towards the tea set resting upon the table. A silent summons. Lucius, with a slight bow, approached on his knees. The height of the table made the task cumbersome, prompting Lucius to cast a beseeching glance at Voldemort. Softly uttering the term of endearment, Master, Voldemort responded with a nonchalant hum, his attention diverted as he toyed with the serpent-shaped ring upon his finger. Receiving the unspoken cue, Lucius rose from the floor, a sharp pain radiating through his knees, yet he swiftly set aside the discomfort to diligently prepare a cup of tea, presenting it before Voldemort. Lucius knelt once more, his hands raised in reverence, imploring, Please, Master, partake of the tea. Voldemort accepted the cup, his fingertips brushing against the rim, only to recoil, deeming it too hot. In an instant, an icy chill enveloped the teacup, lowering its temperature to a more palatable warmth, and Voldemort offered it to his little traitor, commanding, "Lucius, drink and brew again." Lucius, tightening his grip with determination, bowed his head in compliance. "As you wish, master." After brewing the tea for the second time and employing magic to cool it down, Lucius knelt again. However, Voldemort extended the cup toward him with an unmistakable air of authority, sending a shiver through Lucius's very bones. He comprehended the true purpose of the 4 pots of tea. "Master, the weight of the tea leaves is incorrect. Master, the brew is excessively murky." Before serving, he had naively thought it would be a simple task to kneel and present a cup of tea. Little did he know the extent of the trial that awaited him. Countless failures in serving tea had led to Voldemort's discontent, and each unsatisfactory cup was a punishment, rewarded solely to the one who brewed it. Lucius had consumed an unfathomable number of cups, the kettle now empty, his abdomen visibly swollen from the excess. Enduring the intense discomfort, he once again knelt, trembling as he raised his hands. "Master, please, partake of the tea." Voldemort accepted the cup, finally relenting in his scrutiny of its appearance, willing to taste it. The flavor was unsatisfactory. "Brew it again." Lucius, heart heavy, lifted his gaze, suppressing the urge to voice his grievances and complaints. "How have I wronged you?" Voldemort met his eyes, and with a swift motion, delivered a light slap, a mere reminder of his authority. Lucius, recovering from his shock, dared not voice any accusations against the Dark Lord. Uncertain if he had just been subjected to legilimency, he hastily replied, "I would never presume to question you, master. It is my honor that you take the time to teach me the proper decorum." Voldemort remained silent, extending the cup once more, gesturing for Lucius to continue. Chapter 39, The Thank You Tea 2. Each step Lucius took was a trial, frowning as he suppressed the uncomfortable sensation in his abdomen, presenting the tea again. Voldemort raised the cup to his lips, taking a delicate sip. Just as Lucius felt a fleeting sense of relief, Voldemort's airy command pierced through the air. "Since you have finally learned to brew tea properly, you ought to sample your own handiwork. This pot is a gift for you." With a flick of his finger, Voldemort indicated the 4th pot, adding, "I shall not punish you today. My earlier impatience was my own failing, hence this 4th pot is spared." Lucius, in disbelief, gazed up at his superior with pleading eyes, softly imploring, "Master." Though framed as a gift, he recognized the stark similarity to punishment. Under the unyielding gaze of his master, Lucius resignedly set the teapot beside him. The effort of rising and kneeling repeatedly was more than he could bear. He preferred to remain on his knees. With his belly distended from the tea, Lucius struggled to kneel again, his hands trembling as he raised them. "Master, please, partake of the tea." Voldemort accepted it, finally willing to sample it without critique. "Not to my liking. Brew it again." Lucius's heart sank as he raised his head, suppressing the urge to voice his complaints and sorrow. "How have I wronged you?" Voldemort merely lifted an eyebrow, dismissing the matter. "You may assist me in changing into new attire." With a flick of his wrist, new shoes and socks materialized before him. Under normal circumstances, this would not have posed a challenge. Indeed, under usual conditions, serving his master could spare him a punishment, and Lucius would count it a fair trade. Yet now, Lucius found himself teetering on the brink of agony. The act of kneeling and bending to serve his master felt like an unbearable torment. Assisting in the donning of the socks was manageable, but when it came to the shoes, Voldemort obstinately refused to elevate his noble foot, allowing it to dangle low instead. Lucius dared not forcibly raise his master's leg to a proper angle. Instead, he knelt lower, bending deeply, the strain causing him immense discomfort. After finally managing to assist Voldemort, he felt the foot press down on him, mercilessly grinding. Lucius, on the verge of despair, pleaded, "Master, I beg you, grant me reprieve." Voldemort lifted the teacup, pouring it himself and bringing it to Lucius's lips. Shaking, Lucius drank, even as pain coursed through him. He dared not defy his master's wishes. "Master, I implore you." Lucius clutched his abdomen, softly begging. Voldemort, seated comfortably, toyed with the teacup nonchalantly. "Beg? For what? How does one beg?" Lucius crawled forward, pressing against Voldemort's calf. "Please, allow me." Voldemort regarded him silently, and Lucius, clutching his master's leg, rested his head against Voldemort's knee, voice trembling. "I beg you, master." Gently stroking Lucius's platinum hair, Voldemort remarked, "You have yet to finish the tea I bestowed upon you, Lucius." Lucius raised tear-filled eyes, brimming with humble entreaty. "Master, I cannot drink anymore. I wish to beg you." Noticing Lucius's hand resting on his knee, Voldemort's expression shifted. "Apologies, master. I did not mean to touch you. Punish me if you must, but I beseech you, allow me." Voldemort lifted Lucius's chin, intrigue glimmering in his eyes. "But I have stated. Today you shall not be punished. Master, Please, I would rather take a beating than face the impending limits of my physical endurance, Lucius lamented, tears of desperation streaking his face. At last, Voldemort nodded, granting him mercy. Go. Once Lucius had composed himself and returned to kneel before Voldemort, the Dark Lord seized his hair, tugging him back to his lap. Do you wish to escape my side? Lucius could only respond cautiously, his head pressed against Voldemort's knee. I would never dare, master. Ah, merely daring? Then you must be contemplating it, Voldemort mused, pulling Lucius's hair sharply, sending a jolt through his scalp. Lucius's heart raced. Master, I do not wish for that. I would never dare to think such a thing. I am sincerely devoted to you. I beseech you, do not doubt my loyalty. Obedience was his mask, flattery his weapon. Lucius stifled the rising tide of resentment and heartache within him, knowing he had no choice. Voldemort pulled him close, his hands slipping beneath Lucius's garments, roaming until Lucius's face flushed and his eyes glazed. Return to your quarters. I shall seek you out later. Voldemort whispered close to the boy's ear. Lucius, his legs trembling, knelt once more, bowing his head respectfully, weary yet obedient. Upon returning to his chamber, Lucius collapsed onto the bed, pondering how increasingly difficult it had become to serve Voldemort. Tomorrow, his father would return home. The thought stirred an impulse to weep within him. He was finally returning. As he recalled the magnificent white peacocks of Malfoy Manor, each more splendid than the last, a bittersweet ache settled in his heart. However, returning does not signify the conclusion of everything. The gleam in Lucius's eyes dimmed, and he let out a deep sigh. As long as that man refuses to relinquish his hold, he remains the Dark Lord's prized possession, devoid of freedom and choice. He was at a loss for how to explain it to his father, who would undoubtedly inquire about the events that had transpired during his time with the Dark Lord. Lucius caressed the mark on his chest. If he confided in his father, the Dark Lord would surely find out. There was nothing he could disclose. He was uncertain of the Dark Lord's perception of him, whether he was a pet, a servant, or something else entirely. Yet one thing was clear. He was the Dark Lord's property. Furthermore, it seemed today that the Dark Lord was quite displeased with his thoughts of escape. It could only be said that all was suffering, with little left to chance. That night, having bathed himself, Lucius sat nervously on the edge of his bed, clutching the edge of his clothing. He felt akin to an ancient concubine awaiting the king's favor. The sound of the door creaking open heralded the arrival of the Dark Lord. At the sight of him, Lucius obediently slid from the bed to kneel on the floor, bowing his head in submission. As footsteps approached, a large hand lifted his chin. Have you cleaned yourself? Meeting Voldemort's inscrutable gaze, Lucius nodded anxiously, grasping his wrist. Voldemort effortlessly lifted him from the ground. If you are clean, then serve me. In the bathroom, Lucius had been kneeling beside his master, washing him, when suddenly he was yanked into the water, and before he could react, he found himself enveloped in Voldemort's embrace. One arm encircled his waist, and the Dark Lord's voice, soothing yet commanding, whispered in his ear, igniting a blush upon his cheeks. Their entwined figures cast elongated shadows upon the wall, resembling two distinct plants exchanging nutrients through their roots. The mingled breaths wove a web, and the pressed skin sprouted tendrils, ensnaring Lucius firmly. He was frail, pitiful, and helpless. He felt both pain and joy, immersed in a state of despair, yearning to be explored by his master in uncharted territories. Chapter 40, Home. Upon waking and finishing breakfast, Lucius placed his textbooks into a suitcase that had been enchanted with a non-detectable extension charm. Having tidied everything, he sat on the bed, awaiting a summons. It was not until Black called for him to come downstairs that Lucius descended to the first-floor hall, where he found Voldemort seated regally upon the main sofa, while his father, Abraxas, knelt before him, reporting on something. Lucius hastened to kneel beside his father, paying his respects, and remained silent, listening intently as they discussed matters of importance. Voldemort ignored him, and Abraxas merely cast a reassuring glance in his direction before continuing with his report on the tasks assigned by their master. Once the serious business concluded, Abraxas surveyed his son with a comforting gaze, then bowed once more to Voldemort, expressing gratitude for the care extended to Lucius. My lord, we are eternally loyal to you, and we shall serve you wholeheartedly. Lucius echoed his father's gesture of respect, only to hear Voldemort's voice from above. Abraxas, I trust in the loyalty of the Malfoys. Lucius is also a good boy, and I look forward to him becoming my right hand. Lucius dared to lift his eyes, meeting his master's playful gaze, and quickly lowered his head again, unaware of the amused curve of Voldemort's lips. Soon after, Voldemort commanded Abraxas to take Lucius home, and they both respectfully bowed before taking their leave. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Lucius gazed at the leisurely white peacock strolling in the garden, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to weep. He was back. It was glorious. He had finally returned home. He sniffed, suppressing the tears. He mustn't cry. Mustn't let his father perceive anything amiss. Once settled in the sitting room, the house elf had prepared tea, and Abraxas indeed inquired about Lucius's experiences at the Dark Lord's estate. Lucius could only extol the Dark Lord's vast knowledge and the chilling power he possessed, daring not to reveal anything beyond that. Abraxas sipped his tea, nodding occasionally. But after a lengthy silence, he looked at Lucius and asked, "My child, after speaking for so long, are you not thirsty?" Upon seeing the tea, Lucius recalled yesterday's events, feeling a bit faint from it. He had lost his desire for tea lately, craving coffee instead. "Oh, I became too animated in my speech to notice," Lucius thought. Wishing to avoid any unnecessary turbulence, and following his father's lead, he took a sip of tea. "Lucius, you must be even more obedient and cautious with our master from now on," Abraxas cautioned, his brow furrowed with concern. "The Dark Lord's power is growing exponentially, and he is rapidly expanding into Africa. Several countries' Ministry of Magic there have already submitted to him. It is merely a matter of time for the rest." A flicker of surprise crossed Lucius's eyes as he grasped his father's implication. Did the master intend to embark on a quest for world domination? Abraxas nodded, then shook his head, uncertain. Currently, North America, South America, Antarctica, and Oceania are all under his control. Our base in Europe, however, remains quite strong, with 80% of it in the Dark Lord's grasp. After a brief pause, Abraxas continued, "I am unclear about the reason the master has spared Albus Dumbledore. After all, Grindelwald was dispatched in an instant by him. If Dumbledore were eliminated, the Order of the Phoenix would naturally crumble. The obstinate ones still clinging to hope only do so because Dumbledore remains alive, believing he can contend with our master." Abraxas took a sip of tea, pondering the master's intentions. He believed that should the master abandon his policy of leniency and command an all-out assault, the magical landscape of Europe would bear the Dark Lord's name within a day. "Lucius, my son," Abraxas remarked, "the only regions yet to fall completely under the master's dominion are Africa and Asia. During my recent trip to France, I received a direct order from the master. Coordinating with others, he sent me to Africa, not for a forceful takeover, but for coercive persuasion. I have successfully swayed nearly half of the high-ranking officials in the African Ministry of Magic, many of whom have expressed their willingness to bear the dark mark and submit." Lucius clenched his fists. Was this not a pursuit of world domination? "Father," he questioned. Abraxas cast a reassuring glance at his son. "In Africa, we await the master to bestow the dark mark personally. His command is to infiltrate gradually, regardless of the time it takes, whether it be 10, 20, or 50 years. As for Asia, the master has made no declarations. While there has been some infiltration over the years, our influence has penetrated only a fraction of the upper echelons." Abraxas sighed. "Before you came down today, I boldly probed the master about initiating a campaign for world conquest." With a rueful smile, he continued, "The master did not answer my query, warning me not to attempt to speculate on his thoughts. As you may have observed, when you descended, I was in the midst of a punishment kneeling. I arrived at the master's estate an hour ago, and it was only after he punished me that he allowed the elf to summon you." "Father, does the master enjoy punishing those who kneel?" Lucius inquired, lowering his head. He knew this question was inappropriate, but he could not contain himself. That man had trained his knees to weaken at the mere sight of him. Even when granted the grace to stand, he felt a greater sense of security kneeling by his side. "Lucius, it is acceptable within the confines of our home. Yet out in the world, you must remember to never speak ill of your master. Do you understand?" Observing his father's stern demeanor, Lucius obediently nodded. "Ahem. You do possess a point. Our master indeed relishes the sight of others bowing in submission. When we falter in our duties, if we kneel with sufficient humility to appease him, it may spare us from enduring his excruciating ire." Abraxas discreetly cleared his throat. "However, it is not without merit, Lucius. Within the etiquette of the nobility, it is customary to kneel in deference to such formidable power as our master possesses. For one of his strength, submission is but a rightful act." Abraxas gestured for Lucius to come closer, gently ruffling his son's platinum locks. "Moreover, to kneel before our master signifies a form of power in itself. Not everyone can ascend to the ranks of the Death Eaters. Nor does every Death Eater possess the privilege of an audience with him. The world is rife with Death Eaters, countless. In fact, and should each one kneel to kiss the hem of his robe, it would soon be worn to tatters. A mere 10 changes a day would scarcely suffice." With a comforting pat on his son's hand, Abraxas spoke, "I am truly pleased, my child, that you have garnered the master's favor. To kneel and kiss the hem of his robe is, in truth, a testament to one's ascent within the ranks of the Death Eaters. It is but natural to face punishment for offending the master with one's words. There was a time, during a Death Eater meeting, when that old curmudgeon, Will Travers, spoke without restraint and was sentenced to kneel for 4 hours, unable to rise thereafter. Noticing his son's wide-eyed expression, Abraxas affectionately tapped his forehead. Why the inquiry, Lucius? Have you too found yourself punished by the master? Lucius, his cheeks flushed, replied, Father, my performance has not been satisfactory, and the master was displeased with my results. Thus, I dared not voice my concerns. It is merely tied to my performance. Abraxas soothed him, tucking a strand of hair behind Lucius's ear. Fear not, Lucius. Your father understands your youth. The master's punishment is but a reflection of your shyness, is it not? Worry not, my child, given the master's regard for you. Upon your graduation, you shall undoubtedly rise to the upper echelons of the Death Eaters. You shall become accustomed to kneeling. With a teasing smile, Abraxas added, rest assured. There will be ample opportunities for you to kneel. Lucius, feeling a mix of despair and resignation, thought, no, he did not desire such opportunities. He was already accustomed to kneeling. That man, regardless of his faults, reveled in seeing him prostrate before him. Chapter 41, The Call. After an exchange between father and son, they retired to their respective chambers for rest, sharing a moment of closeness over dinner. As the night deepened, Lucius lay in bed, when suddenly, the mark upon his chest flared with heat, so intense that it caused his heart to ache. He quickly sat up, only to hear Voldemort's voice emanating from the mark. Lucius, this mark is a telephone. Lucius was taken aback, and quickly cast spells, silencing charm, shielding charm, ignoring charm. He thought, he must not let his father discover this. Lucius respectfully replied, Master, is it truly you? Can this mark facilitate conversation? What, are you not pleased? As Voldemort's voice echoed, devoid of inflection. Lucius felt his heart race with trepidation, instinctively kneeling upon his bed. Master, I would never dare. I remain ever attentive to your teachings, Lucius expressed with fervent gratitude. Relieved that even with the silencing charm, he feared his father discovering their unusual connection. I overheard your conversation with Abraxas. One of Voldemort's remarks sent a chill down Lucius's spine. Indeed, the master was formidable, capable of instilling fear from afar with a mere sentence. Lucius, kneeling on his bed, quietly pleaded, Master, forgive my transgressions. I assure you, my father and I harbor no treachery. I beg for your pardon. He then heard a light chuckle from the mark. I am well aware that you and Abraxas have not betrayed me. Otherwise, do you think you would still have the chance to converse with me? A few careless words do not warrant my ire. I told you from the very beginning, Lucius, this mark allows me to know all your actions, should I choose. Listening to Voldemort's words, Lucius felt a wave of cold wash over him. This mark was not merely a means of torment. It was also a tool for remote surveillance. Lucius trembled as he murmured, I underestimated the Master's might. Your power is unmatched. Does kneeling cause you distress? Voldemort inquired. No, it does not, Lucius fervently declared. I would willingly kneel at your feet for all eternity. Lucius desperately professed his loyalty, hoping to navigate through this precarious situation. Voldemort's derisive laughter tightened Lucius's chest. Indeed, the eloquence runs in the family, young Malfoy. You are so concerned about my punishing others. Perhaps you should experience it yourself. Kneel for an hour before sleep. Suddenly, the mark dulled, the heat subsiding, and silence enveloped him. Lucius slapped his forehead in exasperation. What a predicament! Sighing, he dared not deceive himself. Who knew if this was merely a listening device? If it were also a surveillance tool? Meeting the master next time would surely spell doom for him. Lucius silently descended from his bed and knelt at the foot of it. The emotions that had stirred within him the previous night were doused by the cold reality of his situation. He mused that he had indeed felt a spark of attraction towards Voldemort, but upon reflection, it was truly unwarranted. Voldemort was reshaping him into his desired form. Lucius grimaced, observing the dimming light in his own eyes in the mirror. He had become someone who, at the mere sound of Voldemort's voice, longed to curl up and disappear into the ground. He genuinely feared him. He had begun to feel a sense of shame and embarrassment towards his punishments, which he had now adapted to with an unsettling ease. Instead of feeling indignation or forced submission, he found himself begrudgingly enjoying the master's dominion over him. He could only watch as the bright spark in his eyes gradually extinguished, molded into the shape Voldemort desired. Yet, he felt utterly powerless against it. Inexorably moving toward the conclusion that Voldemort had scripted for him. Tears glimmered in Lucius's eyes, a thin veil of mist clouding his vision. Why him? Why was he singled out? Even now, he could not fathom why Voldemort had chosen him. He could not match Voldemort's prowess in soul extraction. Nor would he dare employ such tactics against his master. He lacked the ability to read his master's mind, unable to decipher the hidden motives behind Voldemort's choice. Thus, Master, I shall suppress all my feelings with unwavering clarity. The cost of desire is far too great, Lucius thought. He could not afford it. As the hour hand moved forward, He knelt for an additional minute, not daring to time it precisely, before finally rising to collapse into bed. He was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically, and longed for slumber. In the morning, the sun's rays streamed through the window, casting a gentle golden hue across the room. Lucius slowly opened his eyes, still clouded with the remnants of sleep, his pale gray irises reminiscent of dewy glass. He raised a hand to rub his eyes, the sleeve of his nightclothes slipping down to reveal a slender, pale wrist. Reluctantly propping himself up, he murmured as he awoke, "Daylight has broken." The curtains were drawn open, light flooding the room, casting his shadow upon the wall, rendering him both fragile and radiant. Lucius stood before the mirror, the young man exuding an exquisite chill, with lips as red as rubies and teeth as white as pearls. His skin radiated a porcelain-like luminosity, the sunlight cascading over him, causing his platinum hair to shimmer as if adorned with a halo, rendering him irresistibly handsome. With a soft sigh, Lucius contemplated that no matter how striking his appearance, it would not earn him an ounce of affection from his master, who had not hesitated to discipline him sharply. After freshening up, Lucius tucked the yew-wood board, which he had concealed beneath his pillow, into his pocket, a precautionary measure should the Dark Lord decide to strike unexpectedly. He carried it with him everywhere, this damned board. The dining table was laid with golden cutlery, sunlight casting a myriad of sparkling reflections upon it. A steaming cup of coffee sat in an enameled porcelain mug, while freshly baked English muffins were slathered with clotted cream, as Lucius gently stirred his cup with a gilded spoon. Abracadabra suddenly spoke, "Lucius, my child, the Black family is hosting a soiree this evening. You shall accompany me." Lucius looked up in surprise. It was but the second day since his father's return, and already a banquet was planned. Was it mere coincidence? He set down his spoon and nodded. "I understand, father." As night fell, they arrived at the Black Manor, where the opulent hall glittered with grandeur. Lavish chandeliers hung low, their sparkling light reflecting the aristocratic air of the gathering. It was a luxurious affair, attended by noble wizards from the 28 pure-blood families. Lucius trailed behind his father, observing the steady stream of guests greeting him. The host of the soiree, Cygnus Black, approached, accompanied by his daughter, Narcissa Black. "Abracadabra, welcome to my gathering. It is only fitting that our esteemed guests, including young Narcissa and Lucius, who are from the same school, converse freely. Let us allow the children to chat," the head of the Black family suggested, his gaze lingering meaningfully on the Malfoy patriarch. "Indeed, I believe that is an excellent idea, Lucius. You and Miss Narcissa should engage in conversation. Remember to display proper, gentlemanly decorum." Lucius sensed an underlying tension, yet in such a setting, it was impossible to defy his father. He nodded slightly, bowing to the two heads of the families before turning to Narcissa. "Narcissa, shall we?" Narcissa gracefully lifted her skirts and curtsied before the two patriarchs. "Shall we stroll through the garden, Lucius?" "It would be my honor," Lucius replied, smiling as he inclined his head. In the garden, the fountain's spray glimmered like stars descending, and the fragrant blossoms enveloped them as they ambled along the stone pathway. "Lucius, I heard you became a Death Eater a few days ago," Narcissa remarked, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "They say the Dark Lord is extraordinarily handsome and the most powerful wizard in the world. Have you met him? What is he like?" "Not everyone is deemed worthy of receiving the Dark Mark upon reaching adulthood. I envy your closeness to him. I fear I shall have to wait until after graduation." Narcissa paused. "I had intended to ask my sister, but whenever Bellatrix speaks of the Dark Lord, she can scarcely utter a few words before becoming frenzied with excitement, running about and shouting. I have asked her several times, but to no avail." Lucius lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting shadows over his eyes. "Indeed, it was the day after my coming-of-age ceremony when I met him. We encountered one another on the very day of my ceremony. But there were too many elders present, and I could only manage to greet you briefly." A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Lucius's hidden expression. He had expected to converse about school tales or noble gossip, yet the topic had turned to their master. The Dark Lord's magic was unfathomable. Even a mere whisper of his power compelled one to kneel in submission. Lucius's mind conjured the visage of Voldemort, a countenance that rendered all rivers and lakes pale in comparison, accompanied by an aura that commanded dominion over all. He swallowed hard, realizing that this man had captivated his very soul. Every strand of hair danced to his absolute aesthetic standard. The Dark Lord was indeed unparalleled in beauty and power. "Wow. If what you say is true, the Dark Lord is as magnificent and formidable as the legends portray. I truly envy you for joining the Death Eaters so swiftly," Narcissa exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, much like a starstruck girl. Lucius, upon hearing her words, felt a thin veil of desolation wash over him. Envy? Envy of what? What was there to envy about being constantly at the receiving end of the Dark Lord's wrath? Narcissa suddenly blushed, playfully poking Lucius with her finger. Do you not realize what our fathers intend for us, Lucius? Lucius's expression turned perplexed. I'm afraid my father has not mentioned anything to me, Narcissa. Narcissa stamped her foot, her cheeks flushed. My father has told me that he wishes to arrange a marriage between our two families. He has already reached an agreement with your father. They have even chosen a date for the grand announcement after our graduation, our engagement. Lucius felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Although he was aware that according to the original storyline, Narcissa Black would eventually become his wife and take on the name Narcissa Malfoy, and they would have a son named Draco, their interactions at Hogwarts had always been platonic. He had considered that if he remained unattached by graduation, he would acquiesce to his father's wishes and likely marry Narcissa. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Since meeting his master following his coming of age, his life had taken an irrevocable turn, the direction of which was uncertain. He was now the Dark Lord's prized possession, bound to his will. Lucius shuddered at the thought of what punishment he might face if the Dark Lord learned of his impending marriage. This was no mere concern of punishment. The very notion of Voldemort's potential wrath sent tremors through him. He could not allow this to happen. The master would not show him mercy. Lives would be lost. Lucius struggled to find an excuse to placate Narcissa, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to address this imminent crisis with his father before the fuse was lit. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Lucius called out to his father, who was about to retire to his chamber for some rest. Father, I heard from Narcissa that you wish for us to be wed. Abracadabra nodded, not shying away from the truth. On the day of your coming of age, the head of the Black family subtly hinted at this. We have since exchanged messages regarding the matter. The Malfoy and Black families are well matched, and while Narcissa's grades may not surpass yours, she is still among the top students at Hogwarts. I have met her a few times. Her demeanor and appearance are commendable, making her a suitable match for you. Lucius spoke urgently. Father, I do not harbor feelings for Narcissa. Can we postpone the marriage for now? He hesitated to reveal the truth about his relationship with the Dark Lord, realizing that he could not have anyone too close to him, be they male or female. Unable to voice his fears, he understood that this issue could spell disaster for the Malfoy family. The outcome would depend entirely on Voldemort's judgment. Should he feel angered, annihilation could befall the Malfoys, or perhaps he would simply take Lucius's life. His father would have no recourse. All it would take was a nod from Voldemort, and he would be compelled to comply, bowing in submission with gratitude. The best outcome would be for the Malfoy family to remain unscathed while he preserved his own life. Yet he would be left in a state of living death, with a master whose heart was darker than coal and smaller than a needle's eye. Lucius feared that revealing this matter would be the end for him. He would repeatedly bring him to the brink of death, only to use his immense and unparalleled magic to heal him, only for the next wave of torment to begin. Lucius shuddered at the thought. He would indeed be battered. His face would be bruised, his hands would be crushed, his backside would be raw, and he would ultimately resemble a rotten persimmon. Observing Lucius barely concealed anxiety. Abraxas looked upon him with a measure of confusion. Lucius, even if you do not fancy Narcissa at present, you might consider spending more time together. Once school begins, you will have ample opportunity to interact. The more you engage, the more you will discover her virtues. Abraxas gently patted Lucius on the shoulder. Narcissa is quite suitable for you. A father would not select an unworthy bride for you solely for the sake of an alliance. She is a good girl. Promise me. Your father will not lead you astray, all right? I know full well that my father would not deceive me. Lucius bit his lip, unable to voice his true feelings. But I am bound to my master. Abraxas soothingly ruffled his son's hair. Do not worry, Lucius. Your father will arrange a grand wedding for you. At your engagement banquet, your father will certainly invite the master. After all, he has been a follower of the master since his school days, among the first to pledge allegiance. I believe the master will grant me this favor, allowing everyone to witness the esteem in which he holds the Malfoy family. Lucius could only hear the words the master will be invited echoing wildly in his mind. He was doomed. He grasped Abraxas's hand with urgency. Father, have you spoken with the master? Abraxas regarded him with a hint of surprise. Not yet, but Lucius's briefly lifted spirits plummeted once more. The head of the Black family must have already spoken, for during our conversation at the banquet, he alluded to this very notion. He seemed more anxious than I. On your coming-of-age day, he had already envisioned you as his son-in-law. Abraxas's lips curled into a smile, clearly delighted. Perhaps the owl bearing your engagement news is already on the master's desk. Lucius's eyes darkened. It was over. Nothing more could be said. It was futile. All was lost. Lucius, as if devoid of spirit, drifted back to his room, collapsing onto his bed in a sprawled position. He blinked at the ceiling, a thin veil of moisture rising in his eyes. Ever since the master had reprimanded him, he found himself increasingly prone to tears. Now, he felt like a fish on the chopping block, awaiting dismemberment. Lucius caressed the piece of yew wood in his hand, fearing it might soon be stained with blood. He longed to weep. Chapter 43. He had realized. The previous night had been a rare bout of insomnia, and upon waking, Lucius discovered dark circles under his eyes. He sighed. Thankfully, there was magic in potions. It was wise to remain presentable for the impending reckoning, lest the master summon him unexpectedly, and he appeared disheveled, which could very well result in an additional 20 lashes. Suddenly, the mark on his chest burned with a searing heat, signaling a summons. Lucius stumbled in search of his father, encountering Abraxas in the corridor. Before Lucius could speak, Abraxas gently pressed his left forearm. Lucius, I must step out for a moment. The master has summoned me. Father, I too have received a summons from the master. Lucius had not anticipated that Voldemort had called for him as well. Abraxas shot his son a surprised glance and nodded, not daring to waste any time. Then let us go together. Grabbing a handful of flue powder, Abraxas tossed it into the fireplace, and soon the two stepped into the green light. At the Dark Lord's manor, they stood respectfully in the hall, when suddenly the door swung open. As footsteps echoed, the air grew thin. The moment Lucius caught sight of Voldemort's silhouette, both he and Abraxas instinctively knelt in reverence. We greet you, master. Within Lucius's line of sight appeared a pair of dragon-hide shoes, the master's feet, commanding the wizarding world. His chin was suddenly grasped with a force that felt as though it could shatter bones, causing Lucius to wince in pain as he met Voldemort's icy, wrathful gaze. Lucius's pupils constricted like those of a reptile. He could not control his heavy breathing, the air thickening with a metallic scent of blood. As his chin was released, Lucius looked up to see the master's raised hand, a sense of helplessness washing over him. All his worries from the previous night settled in that moment. He understood. A resounding slap struck his face, followed by a low reprimand. Lucius, how dare you? Lucius stumbled to the ground, rising again to cover his face. The force of the blow too severe. The master's fury instilled fear within him. I acknowledge my fault. I implore your mercy, master. Lucius's head buzzed from the impact as he slowly breathed to regain his composure. The taste of blood filled his mouth, and the corner of his lip oozed crimson, half of his face swelling with bruises. At that moment, Abraxas was equally bewildered, his heart racing, hairs standing on end, his lips trembling. He had yet to grasp the situation but understood that his son had angered the master. Master, Abraxas intoned gravely, bowing deeply. I am unaware of how Lucius has offended you. Please, punish him as you see fit, but I beg you, for the sake of the Malfoy family's loyalty, spare his life. Cold sweat trickled down Abraxas's spine as his forehead pressed against the ground, adopting the most humble posture, praying for his son's life. Lucius's eyes glistened with tears, a solitary drop escaping to land on the carpet. An invisible pressure enveloped the hall, the air thick and suffocating, leaving no avenue for escape. He has offended me, yet I shall not kill him. Abraxas, you shall remain here. Voldemort cast a glance at the kneeling Lucius, a flash of menace in his eyes, and kicked him aside. As for you, rise and follow me. Daring not to resist, both father and son bowed respectfully, lacking the time to explain. Lucius could only meet his father's worried gaze, trembling as he followed the master's lead. It was only when their figures vanished from sight that Abraxas dared to ponder what had transpired, why the master was angered. If there was a way to remedy the situation, and what fate awaited Lucius. He did not dare to rise, in the Dark Lord's manor, lacking the master's pardon. This itself was a command to kneel. Upon entering the Dark Lord's bedroom, Lucius instinctively knelt upon entering, his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud, his body trembling slightly from fear. Voldemort snorted disdainfully, ignoring him as he settled into the sofa. Seeing him seated, Lucius hurriedly crawled to his feet, positioning himself at the master's feet. Voldemort's gaze pierced Lucius like a poisoned dagger. Leaning forward, shadows enveloping him entirely. Lucius, you ought to know to whom you belong. My possession, how dare you allow another to touch it? Master, I beseech you to allow me to explain. It is not as you think. Lucius's voice emerged hoarse and trembling, his face drained of color. Voldemort suddenly rose, his eyes brimming with danger and an inescapable possessiveness. I shall kill Narcissa Black. Lucius shivered at the mention of murder. Although he was aware such actions existed in this world, he knew that even his father might bear blood on his hands. But none of that had ever touched him personally. Narcissa had been his classmate for 6 years, and she was innocent in this matter. She knew nothing. He could not allow his innocent classmate to pay the ultimate price for his mistake. Lucius trembled increasingly, yet his left hand grasped Voldemort's calf, pleading, my master. It has nothing to do with her. Please, do not go. Allow me to explain. His gaze flitted helplessly over his master. Resembling a frightened creature unsure of how to act, kneeling stiffly and shakily, imploringly looking up at Voldemort. The Dark Lord's expression darkened significantly. Lucius, you plead for her? For her? Lucius shook with fear, persistently urging his master to listen. Voldemort's anger turned to mocking laughter. He was well aware that in a previous life, Lucius had married Narcissa, yet in this life, this traitor was his. How dare he entangle himself with another woman? Betrayal, betrayal. Once again, his little traitor had betrayed him. Voldemort's already foul mood ignited further, and he kicked Lucius several times. Lucius dared not evade. His master was in a rage. He clutched the carpet, forcing himself to remain kneeling, obediently enduring his master's wrath. In his fury, Voldemort showed no mercy. With each kick, Lucius saw stars, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. When Voldemort finally sat back down on the sofa, he lowered his gaze, contemplating the kneeling traitor at his feet, scrutinizing him. You wish to explain? I shall grant you this opportunity, but first, tell me which hand touched me. Lucius trembled as he responded, My master, it was my left hand. I grasped you without your permission. At Voldemort's command, Lucius retrieved the wand he always carried, fear gripping him, yet he unwaveringly lifted the wand, palm up, and brought it down resolutely. With a sharp crack, his palm bore a red mark. The second, third, fourth, and fifth strikes followed. However, as he punished himself, he could not bring himself to strike with full force, ultimately holding back. The sounds of impact echoed clearly in the silent room, and his palm began to visibly swell. As Voldemort did not command him to stop, Lucius dared not cease. He bit his lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood, his outstretched arm growing sore. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, tears slipping uncontrollably down his cheeks. Suddenly, Voldemort lightly tapped his shoulder with the tip of his wand, prompting Lucius to halt. My master? Do you think this will satisfy me? Lucius, you are wasting my time. How long do you expect Abraxas to kneel outside? Forgive me, my master. Lucius bowed his head, his eyes filled with trepidation and dread. He heard the coldness in Voldemort's voice, akin to a blade slicing through his nerves, instilling a profound sense of despair. Strike until you can no longer do so, then explain to me. Yes, my master. Lucius lifted his left hand again, already swollen from punishment. Fearing that a pause would make subsequent strikes more painful and sensitive, gritting his teeth, he swung down with all his might. A muffled groan escaped Lucius. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. With each successive strike, his left hand transformed from a swollen red to a deep purple, the skin stretched thinly over the bruised flesh beneath. The pain made him tremble at his core. He glanced at his palm, gritting his teeth, and with a fierce resolve, he swung down once more with all his strength. The fragile skin finally ruptured, flesh and blood splattering, some droplets even staining Voldemort's polished shoes. The intensity of the agony compelled Lucius to scream, collapsing to the ground as blood pooled on the carpet. Speak, Voldemort's voice commanded, silencing Lucius's cries as if a mute button had been pressed. The tone was as frigid as winter's breath. Lucius, you had better provide a reasonable explanation, or else. The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air, and Lucius understood all too well its implications. He knew he would invoke the wrath of this dark sovereign, and death itself would seem a luxury. The room fell silent, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. Lucius, struggling against the pain, knelt upright, carefully choosing his words, terrified of provoking the terrifying lord before him. My master, I was unaware of this matter at first. By the time I learned of it, it was too late. Please, believe me. Unaware? Voldemort's voice contained a simmering rage, as if a volcano on the verge of eruption. I received an owl from Visblake last night. Why did you not report it? Lucius, were you planning to maintain our relationship while indulging in the joys of a wife and child? My master. Lucius's voice cracked with fear. If that were Voldemort's belief, he would be doomed, unable to either live or die. My master, I would never dare. I have never entertained such treasonous thoughts. Lucius pleaded, tears streaming down his face. I beg you to believe me. Since the moment I had the honor of serving you, I have not once contemplated marriage to another. Please, my master, read my thoughts. I implore you to look at me. Lucius's right hand trembled as he clutched the edge of Voldemort's robe, wrinkling the fabric as if it were his only glimmer of hope. My master, I truly would not dare. I have no intention of straddling two boats. Please, trust me just this once. Look into my eyes, my master. I swear I have not. Voldemort extended his hand, grasping Lucius's chin with a grip like iron, the strain causing his throat to emit a strained sound, as if the Dark Lord intended to crush his jawbone, forcing him to gaze upward. Legilimens. A spell Lucius dreaded most, yet it was now his only hope to quell Voldemort's fury. As Voldemort delved into his mind, Lucius felt a slight easing of his anxiety. He had not deceived his master. Every word he had spoken regarding the engagement was sincere. He was truly unaware and had genuinely intended to remain a lifelong bachelor. After all, he had served the Dark Lord, considering himself a cherished possession, intending to wait for Voldemort's desires to summon him to his side. Not even a million lifetimes would grant him the audacity to dangle himself between the Dark Lord and a potential bride. Lucius feared that Voldemort might condemn him to death without even resorting to the legitimacy. Now that his master was willing to probe his thoughts, it was a stroke of fortune. As the invasive sensation faded, a deep gaze settled upon him. "Lucius, do you wish to serve me for a lifetime?" The pain from his wounds was excruciating, tightening his insides as if gripped by a vice. The agony left him gasping for breath. Yet he managed to muster a semblance of a smile. "My master, it is a blessing to serve by your side. Regardless of whether you desire me in the future, I shall remain devoted to you for eternity." "You have not deceived me," Voldemort remarked, his expression unusually softened, evidently pleased by Lucius's unwavering commitment to wait for his favor. "Your servant would never dare to deceive you," Lucius replied, his eyes reflecting the struggle against intense pain, striving to maintain his composure. Perhaps, he thought, this ordeal was nearing its end. The pain was unbearable, and he felt he could no longer endure it. "Regarding the betrothal to Narcissa Black, what course of action do you intend to take?" "I harbor no such thoughts, entirely reliant on your judgment, my master." "Then let us annul the engagement. I shall convey this decision to the Black family with resolute authority, reminiscent of Voldemort's command." "Yes, my master." Voldemort's powerful hand tenderly brushed against Lucius's platinum locks, fingers weaving gently through his hair. "Lucius, I have put you through distress today." Lucius's throat quivered with suppressed sobs. He bit down hard on his lower lip, one side of his face swollen and bruised, tears ceaselessly cascading from the corners of his eyes, his nose reddened from weeping. "My master, I do not feel wronged. As long as you believe in my unwavering loyalty to you, no matter the punishment, I shall not claim grievance." A healing light blossomed within the room, and in an instant, Lucius regained his pristine composure. The visible wounds on his hands and face vanished, yet the pain still danced through his veins. The swelling from that fierce slap dissipated, and the restored beauty of Lucius's visage evoked even more sympathy, his fragile shoulders trembling with quiet sobs, his eyes brimming with tears, each droplet glistening like crystal. Lucius knelt silently at Voldemort's feet, his reddened eyes pleading, filled with a mix of supplication and adoration directed at his master. Witnessing this, Voldemort's heart softened. It was his fault, upon hearing the news. He had reacted with harsh reprimand towards the little traitor, failing to trust him, presuming he would betray him once more. Contemplating the little traitor's willingness to remain devoted to him for a lifetime, vanquishing any thoughts of the Malfoy lineage's extinction, Voldemort offered rare words of comfort. His tone gentle. "My dear child, it is I who have wronged you. What is it that you desire? Abraxas has just returned from France. I could bestow the French influence upon the Malfoy family." He lifted a hand to caress Lucius's fair cheek, wiping away his tears. Voldemort noted how the little traitor's face felt like soft pudding, yielding to his touch, and he could easily crush him if he wished. Such beauty, yet so exquisitely fragile. His hand drifted to the swan-like neck, feeling the blood coursing through the veins, each pulse resonating with life. Voldemort mused, with a mere thought. This delicate little traitor could perish at his whim. Yet it was precisely this fragility that augmented the allure of his beauty, endowing him with an innate charm that invoked affection. However, it was also this very fragility that ignited his sadistic desires, his need for control and possession. Like two sides of a coin, he oscillated between wanting to cherish and kiss such a fragile face, admiring its flawless alabaster, and, uncontrollably, envisioning it blushed from his strikes, relishing the idea of it stained crimson. Chapter 45. Willing to do anything. Lucius remained oblivious to the fleeting moment, just moments ago. His master had expressed tenderness, yet now harbored thoughts of striking him again. Upon hearing Voldemort's words, his heart hung in uncertainty, a wave of anxiety washing over him. What did the offer of French influence for the Malfoy family signify? Was it a test, a trap, or some insidious scheme? Even if it were genuine, it was too great a risk. The interests of an entire nation were at stake, and aside from Voldemort himself, no Death Eater could digest such a boon. Moreover, this was merely a fleeting moment of softness from Voldemort, a response to Lucius's perceived distress, a careless remark amid a moment of weakness. Should Lucius decline, he might earn a modicum of guilt from his master, but if he accepted, it would irreparably alter Voldemort's perception of the Malfoy family as valuing interests above all else. It would also plant a seed of doubt in Voldemort's mind, suggesting that Lucius prioritized benefits granted by his master over loyalty. This seed, if unearthed in the future, could spell disaster for Lucius. He could afford not to regard his master with utmost reverence, but he must ensure that Voldemort believed he held the highest place in Lucius's heart. Mind control warning. Halt. Cease your thoughts. Lucius, quickly, brainwash yourself. My master is supreme. My master is my deity. The master who wields magic is powerful and strong. I am willing to offer my heart to my master. I am but a dog to my master. Both men, in a muddled haze. Pondered this for what felt like an eternity, though in reality, only mere seconds had passed. My master, I am filled with trepidation. The Malfoy family dares not entertain such overreaching thoughts. Please retract your command. Lucius did not feel wronged. He served his master willingly and was prepared to accept any punishment. A smile danced at the corners of Lucius's eyes as he offered his delicate neck to his master's hand, his lips curving into a humble arc. Seemingly unperturbed by the vulnerability of his life, inviting exploitation from another. I am willing to become your most loyal servant, entirely at your mercy. Serving you is the greatest honor of my life. Lucius furtively studied Voldemort's countenance, striving to capture the slightest shifts in expression to adjust his demeanor accordingly. A gesture bordering on subservient flattery. I am willing to do anything for you, my master, as long as it brings you joy. His tone was gentle and respectful, aimed at ensuring Voldemort felt comfortable and pleased. Voldemort's lips curled into a smirk, and his shoulders relaxed slightly, a flicker of satisfaction gracing his features. His large hand again caressed Lucius's cheek. You are quite perceptive, my obedient child. Do you believe I am content now? Lucius felt Voldemort's fingers grasp his cheeks, forcing their eyes to meet. Lucius clearly perceived the unmasked sadism glimmering in Voldemort's gaze. I really shouldn't be thinking this. Lucius shut his eyes, rolling them silently, stifling a sigh in his heart, then mentally commanded himself to transform into his master's sycophant, his devoted admirer. Lucius obediently turned his face towards his master. Please strike me, my master. Voldemort's palm glided over his cheek. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Lucius's gaze softened, akin to a tamed creature. I understand. My master, this pleases you. What I have just said comes from the heart. I only wish to win your favor. I am willing to do anything. Voldemort's eyes narrowed, a gentle arc forming at the corners. This little traitor is truly to my liking, such a good child. Before his words had fully dissipated, a sharp slap resounded, and before Lucius could reposition his face, a retaliatory strike met the other side, compelling him to steady himself as best as he could. His platinum head was struck back and forth, the force not overly punishing, perhaps more of a playful tease. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lucius mentally counted. Having learned from past miscalculations, Voldemort delivered 10 slaps before halting, gripping Lucius's chin to assess his cheeks, both flushed yet unblemished, warm to the touch. Voldemort smiled with satisfaction, red yet not swollen, painful yet not injurious. Well done. Lucius lowered his eyelids, suppressing an uncontainable stream of curses within. Narcissist, sadist. Is this something to take pride in? You tyrant. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he maintained his outward compliance, thanking his master for the punishment. Do you require healing? It wouldn't do for you to face Abraxas looking like this. It might be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it, Lucius? Voldemort observed the little traitor on the floor for a moment, amusement dancing in his eyes. Lucius felt a jolt of alarm. This old fiend surely harbored ulterior motives. He was undoubtedly plotting to torment him further, without a doubt. Suppressing all emotions, Lucius raised his gaze, his eyes shimmering with obsequiousness. I implore you, my master. Voldemort's lips curled into a playful smile, extending his foot adorned in polished leather shoes, stained with droplets of Lucius's blood, exuding an air of leisurely indifference. My shoes have been sullied by your blood. What do you propose we do about this, Lucius? Lucius clenched the hem of his garment tightly. After a moment, his platinum head drooped, the mingling sense of leather and blood engulfing him, along with the tears that cascaded back into his heart and the self-esteem that had long since shattered. No one aligns with my desires as you do, Lucius. Voldemort's hand emanated a healing glow as it caressed the face of the platinum-haired youth. It is my honor, Lucius replied with a slight bow, his neck curving in submission, akin to a pet awaiting its master's touch. Your father will not be able to keep it a secret. You must speak the truth. Abraxas will not dare to oppose it. Yes, my master, my father will not object. This is the honor of the Malfoy family. As Voldemort stroked the cheek of the youth kneeling before him, his eyes darkened. I am going to Africa, and you cannot return until school begins. Since you're here today, Voldemort hinted as he brushed against the boy's lips. Master, my father is still kneeling downstairs. Lucius felt a mix of embarrassment and shock. Increasing the pressure of his hold, Voldemort spoke nonchalantly. Let Abraxas continue kneeling. He and Weasley are both at fault today. Allowing him to kneel for a few hours is not unjust. Out of consideration for you, I will not impose any additional punishment. Raising a hand to silence Lucius's attempt to explain, he paused, recognizing his master's desire for quiet. Your father is downstairs after all. You may go freshen up. Voldemort pressed down firmly on the traitor's lips. Bowing his head in silent acquiescence, Lucius crawled toward the bathroom. Initially gripped by fear, he was later consumed by the pain of his hand, then remained intensely focused, attempting to turn the page on this engagement. He failed to notice the stiffness and numbness in his knees, nor the swelling pain in his calves. As he crawled, the dull ache beneath him felt as though countless tiny needles were pricking his skin. Lucius gritted his teeth, stifling any sound. After freshening up, he returned to kneel by his master, who released the fabric and lifted the platinum locks. Chapter 46. His father knew. After Voldemort bestowed a glass of milk upon Lucius, he finally showed mercy, allowing him to freshen up once more. Once Lucius had composed himself, Voldemort chuckled lightly. I shall take you downstairs. Yes, thank you, master. Lucius finally received the grace to rise. As he stood, pain shot through his knees, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, a sharp sting caused his body to lurch forward. Voldemort swiftly caught him, gazing down at the platinum youth in his arms, his gaze betraying an unrecognized affection. He leaned down, his lips brushing gently against the boy's eye corner, then his lashes, pecking at the outer corner before resting on the tip of his nose. Lucius could feel the tremor of his master's breath. Please, do not rescue me from the depths of despair one moment, only to plunge me into hell the next. Master, I cannot bear it. I will go mad. Do not treat me this way, I implore you. In a moment unnoticed by Voldemort, sorrow and confusion cascaded down Lucius's eyes like shooting stars as he closed his eyelids. Their lips pressed tightly together, entwined, as Voldemort demanded with an insistent urgency, exploring every corner and capturing what was rightfully his. The kiss, akin to a sudden tempest, rendered Lucius's mind devoid of thought, the fervor and intimacy of the moment leaving him dizzy. Voldemort slowly leaned closer to his ear. Remember, you are mine. Lucius's face flushed crimson, his gaze shimmering with a hint of longing and bewilderment. I am yours, master. Let us go. Abraxas must be waiting anxiously. Voldemort gestured, two strands of healing magic wrapping around Lucius's knees. Thank you, master. Lucius suddenly recalled his poor old father, his heart racing like an ant on a hot stove, wishing he could fly down to the first floor in an instant. When the two finally exchanged glances, both were teary-eyed. Fortunately, the other appeared unharmed, and the weight on their hearts was lifted. Lucius hurried a few steps and knelt beside his father, bowing his head, casting a swift glance at him. Voldemort sat on the sofa, his left leg casually crossed over his right knee, his toes slightly pointed, exuding a languid grace. Yes, master. Abraxas felt his heart racing within his chest like a unicorn rampaging, having not felt such a surge in decades. The moment they met, Voldemort had struck Lucius sharply, punishing him with a kneeling sentence that had lasted over 2 hours. Seeing Lucius in good condition, he surmised that Voldemort had healed him, indicating that his wrath had subsided. Thank goodness. Thus, now, the master would explain the reason for his anger, and Lucius wondered what he had done to provoke Voldemort's ire. Where would the future of the Malfoy family lead? Abraxas felt as though his thoughts were akin to paper caught in a tempest, swirling chaotically, yet he grasped nothing. He blinked rapidly, swallowing hard. The union between the Malfoy and Black families was henceforth nullified. This matter should never be mentioned again. Voldemort leaned back in his chair, looking down from his elevated position, his demeanor both languid and cold. I will address it with the Blacks. As you command, master. Abraxas managed to gulp down his anxiety, feeling an unsettling premonition. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, surveying the scene of the two platinum figures kneeling before him, a smirk playing on his lips as a quiet laugh escaped his chest. Abraxas, do not arrange any further betrothal for your son. There shall be no second chance. Lucius is mine. Voldemort rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. You may leave. He tossed an explosive revelation toward the elder platinum figure, commanding their departure. The father and son, their minds in disarray, could only suppress their turmoil momentarily, bowing respectfully. With Lucius's assistance, Abraxas straightened himself, and together they exited the Dark Lord's estate. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Lucius hurried to cast a healing spell for his father, his knees aching from prolonged kneeling, mindful of the need to refrain from indulging in excess in Voldemort's domain. Lucius, what do the master's words truly mean? Abraxas, seated heavily on the sofa in the lounge, regarded Lucius with grave concern, his fingers clenched tightly. He sensed an ominous premonition and wished he were mistaken. Lucius lowered his head. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing to convey such matters directly to his father. Yet the situation had escalated to a point where silence was no longer an option. Furthermore, their conversation was likely to be monitored by Voldemort. Realizing this, a flicker of astonishment and sorrow crossed Lucius's eyes. Thus, it was his fault, his self-degradation, his shamelessness. All of it was his fault. Father. The meaning of master is quite literal. I am deeply sorry. Abraxas's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them repeatedly, his face a canvas of incredulity. You and the master. Lucius, how could you dare? Lucius pressed his lips tightly together, clutching the hem of his garment. "Father, it was I who climbed into the master's bed willingly." Lucius's voice trembled, barely controlled. He could not meet Abraxas's gaze, his own eyes drifting downward. "Father, I am sorry. I have disappointed your expectations. I am the master's, and I cannot marry anyone." Observing his son, whose head hung low and whose hair appeared dull and lifeless, Abraxas, once filled with rage, stood to speak, only to witness Lucius tear open his shirt, revealing a distinctive mark upon his chest. Lucius's lips quivered, his complexion as pale as if shrouded in gloom, his brow furrowed deeply, tears glistening in his moist eyes. "Do not speak, father. You must not utter any words that ought not to be spoken. You must comprehend my insinuation. The master may very well be eavesdropping. Father, from the very first encounter, the master bestowed upon me a unique mark. The moment my gaze fell upon him, I was irrevocably ensnared by my love for him. There exists no one more handsome or powerful than the master in this world, submitting at the feet of the mightiest man. I can also bring glory to the Malfoy family." Lucius gazed at Abraxas with a mixture of astonishment and sorrow, his tear-filled eyes imploring. "Father, you must understand. The master initially regarded me with disdain. It was my shamelessness in offering myself that granted me the privilege of serving him. At last, tears cascaded from the corners of Lucius's eyes. I have become the master's own. By his grace, he desires to keep me close to serve him. I can no longer be entangled with anyone else, father." Abraxas, clearly a man of intellect, nodded to his chest and observed as his son subtly inclined his head. With his lips pressed tightly together and corners turned down, Abraxas closed his eyes for a moment. Upon reopening them, he beheld the sorrow etched upon Lucius's brow. "Father does not realize the folly that has unfolded. Lucius, since you have the fortune of following the master, you must remember to serve him loyally henceforth." His son. He had raised such a son. Abraxas's face contorted with anguish, his eyes reddening. This matter would not be mentioned again. For the master was of such esteemed stature that his willingness to accept Lucius was an unparalleled honor for the Malfoy family. Chapter 47. The Most Oppressed Father-in-Law. Lucius staggered as he pushed open the door, the soles of his shoes thudding against the floor with each step, draining him of strength. He collapsed onto the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling, the ticking of the magical clock resonating like a hammer against his temples. The mark upon his chest began to burn, and a voice emanated from within. "Lucius, I am quite pleased with your performance." Lucius's brow knitted in concern, his fingers subconsciously tugging at the bedspread. Yet his voice instinctively softened and became ingratiating. Earning the master's approval was Lucius's greatest honor. From the other side of the mark, a deep chuckle resonated. "Do you love me?" The question startled Lucius into a sitting position, his eyes flickering with fear, beads of sweat forming on his palms, clearly filled with trepidation and anxiety. "Forgive me, master, it was I who offended you. I do not dare to aspire for anything. I merely admire you, master," he stammered through choked sobs. Lucius found his pupils unable to focus, his body slumping on the bed, his pallor deepening, as if an invisible hand clutched his heart. "Is this sufficient?" he pondered. Uncertain of what to say, he knew nothing, only that he must convince the master of his love. The master was always domineering, subjecting him to torment and control. Yet at times, he would show unexpected tenderness, and they had shared moments of passionate affection. But even if the master exhibited a modicum of earnestness, he had to respond with complete devotion. Otherwise, he would not be spared. He belonged to the master, not only in body but also in soul. That tyrant demanded everything, every emotion, every sentiment, every aspect. At the very least, he had to believe that Lucius loved him. Lucius was at a loss, having chosen a path he deemed the most righteous. A hearty laugh resonated from the mark, filled with evident joy and elation. "I grant permission," the voice of Voldemort echoed, the commanding words softened by a gentle whisper. Lucius closed his eyes, suppressing all emotions. "Thank you for your grace, master." A gentle light flooded the room, golden beams spilling onto the sheets, sunlight filtering through the curtain seams, creating a mosaic of shadows. Lucius wearily opened his eyes, extending his hands, wondering if he could still grasp his future. The opulent tiles adorned the bathroom floor, shimmering under the soft light. As the cold water splashed onto his face, Lucius felt an exhilarating chill. After freshening up, Lucius made his way to the dining room, where Abraxas sat at the head of the table, his father appearing less than well. The silver cutlery and plates gleamed with a cold luster, and the air was rich with the aroma of food. Beside the toast, Abraxas had placed a notebook and a quill. Upon finishing breakfast, he picked up the quill, letting the tip lightly touch the paper, the letters weaving themselves into existence. "My child, the mark the master has given you differs from the ordinary dark mark. It allows for eavesdropping, correct?" Lucius took the notebook, grasped the quill, and dark liquid flowed from the tip. "Yes, father, As long as the master desires it, he can listen to my side. I deduce that there is no surveillance capability, for if there were, my performance last night was abysmal. The master did not hold me accountable. Rather, he seemed pleased. Abraxas stared at the neat handwriting on the page, his eyes reddening. Last night, the master was indeed listening, was he not? Who made the first move? You or the master? Father does not reproach you. The Malfoy family has not reached a point of no return. Father merely feels for you. This path requires the breaking of one's pride and dignity, fully submitting at the master's feet. While we pledge loyalty to the master, the Malfoy family has not been driven to such extremes. Does he treat you well? As Lucius read his father's concerned words, tears brimmed at the edges of his eyes, and he lowered his head slightly, not wishing for his father to witness his fragility. Yes, father, the master listened to our conversation last night and contacted me afterward. He is very pleased. I never intended to walk this path. It was the master who valued me, and I had no choice. Father, does he treat you well? Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Lucius recalled the master's numerous punishments. He closed his eyes, repressing the rising sorrow, and wrote the final line. The master treats me very well. Seeing his son, red-eyed and fragile, yet beautiful, Abraxas felt an uncharacteristic surge of anger towards the Dark Lord. What could his son do? Who could refuse that overwhelmingly powerful, invincible man? Surely it was the master who coerced Lucius. That foolish child did not wish to worry him, claiming the master treated him well. Abraxas was not blind. He witnessed the master deliver a brutal slap to Lucius's face upon entering the door yesterday, leaving him crumpled and bleeding. Given such treatment, how well could the master truly be to him? Reflecting on the hardships his son must have endured in secrecy, Abraxas felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. What could be done? Nothing. There was no one to turn to for help. No one could defy the Dark Lord's will. He could not even speak of it. And should the master inquire again, he would have to kneel with trepidation, honoring the master's significance and grace. How infuriating. Abraxas pounded the table in a fit of rage, as if to release his pent-up fury. Truly, it was infuriating. On the very first day of learning that his beloved son was taken away, he had to kneel in punishment, and would continue to do so for the rest of his life. If his son were wronged, the only option would be to plead on his knees, even in his own home, unable to utter a single word, only able to secretly pass notes. There was no one more oppressed than he, the father-in-law. As Abraxas observed the concerned expression on his son's face, he gently stroked Lucius's platinum hair, reassuring him. I am perfectly fine, Lucius. After you finish your meal, return to your room to revise your studies. Hogwarts will soon commence. All right, I understand, father. Chapter 48, the start of term. The final holiday passed in tranquility, with the Dark Lord no longer seeking him out. Lucius fervently wished that his master could be preoccupied for several years in Africa, granting him respite from any disturbances. Ideally, after conquering Africa, he would move on to Asia, then the moon, and perhaps even the cosmos, waging war across the universe until he was forgotten, never to return. Before long, the day of Hogwarts opening arrived. Abraxas accompanied Lucius to platform 9 3/4. My child, take good care of yourself, Abraxas said, lowering his head to tenderly caress Lucius's hair, his movements as gentle as if nurturing a blossoming flower. Do not worry, father. I will be back next month for Christmas, Lucius replied, taking a few steps with his suitcase in hand. Noticing his father still standing in place, he waved his hand in a small arc, as if to shake off all lingering reluctance. Goodbye, father. Upon boarding the Hogwarts Express, Lucius, now a 7th-year prefect, made his way to the designated prefect compartment, settling his magically expanded suitcase with ease. As the train slowly chugged along, Lucius took a window seat, his gaze fixed on the retreating scenery, allowing his thoughts to drift far beyond the confines of the train. This would likely be his last year of leisure. Graduation loomed just a day away, and he would soon find himself serving under Voldemort. He pondered what awaited him. Could it be worse than his current circumstances? Despite his efforts during the holiday, he could not decipher the true intentions of his master. With a soft sigh, Lucius felt a twinge of frustration. He had always been the top student at Hogwarts. Yet thoughts of his master left him feeling intellectually inadequate. Summoning his writing materials with a summoning charm, Lucius unfurled a blank parchment. Feeling the coolness of the quill's nib beneath his fingertips, he grasped it gently, dipping the tip into the ink pot, inscribing a resolute line. This year's goal, 12 OS, outstanding, on the newts. Indeed, his foremost ambition this year was to achieve a score of 12 OS. The mere thought of failing sent a chill through him, even with his master half a world away. Voldemort had once conveyed to his father a wish to see Lucius's 12-0 results by the end of his final year at Hogwarts. He had to secure those results. Any obstacle to his studies would be considered an enemy, an arch-nemesis. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Lucius took his place at the center of the Slytherin table. engaging politely with those who spoke to him. Glancing towards Narcissa, seated 10 meters away, he understood the implications of their separation. Typically, someone of the black family's standing would sit near him. This year, however, they had been deliberately distanced, likely due to the recent discussions regarding their engagement, which had been abruptly dismissed the following day by his master, urging her to forget it. The command had undoubtedly come from the highest authority. His master would not delve into details, and the head of the black family lacked the stature to demand an explanation from the Dark Lord. Thus, it was simply a decree, an edict from the sovereign, rendering the engagement null and void. He dared not defy his master, and the black family had never dared to oppose him. Harshly put, they were all but dogs kneeling at the feet of the Dark Lord. For now, it appeared that both he and Narcissa had an unspoken understanding, instinctively choosing to maintain their distance. In noble circles, he was confident that Narcissa would similarly uphold the dignity of pure-blood aristocracy. He felt a pang of regret for placing Narcissa in such an awkward position, and he sighed, vowing to assist her in whatever capacity he could in the future. As Lucius's mind spiraled with confusion and swirling thoughts, the Sorting Hat began to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you find a hat more clever than I will gladly consume myself. Come wear me. Do not fear. There is no need for alarm. In my presence, despite my lack of hands, you are utterly safe. For I am a thinking hat. Once all the new students had taken their seats at their respective house tables, the feast commenced. Headmaster Dumbledore stood to deliver his customary address, which Lucius could recite by heart. In his mind, he echoed alongside Dumbledore, Nitwit Blubberodment Tweak. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall sparkled like a starry sky, and an array of delectable dishes appeared on the tables, courtesy of the house elves. The Gryffindor table erupted with laughter and excitement, while the Slytherin table remained notably subdued, the new students adhering strictly to their family's hierarchical seating arrangement. Cutlery was arranged according to the BMW principle, bread plate on the left, goblet on the upper right, fork on the left. And the only sounds were those of silver spoons meeting porcelain plates, as the young Slytherins exemplified the dining etiquette of the aristocracy. Lucius casually picked up a glass of pumpkin juice and a beef sandwich. With his academic prowess, strength, and status as the sole heir of the Malfoy family, he commanded respect within Slytherin. No one dared to disturb the seemingly displeased head boy. After Dumbledore announced the conclusion of the feast, Lucius rose slowly, and the young Slytherins gazed at him with admiration and reverence. The first years had been warned repeatedly by their parents about the importance of not offending the Malfoy heir at Hogwarts. To their surprise, Malfoy was as strikingly handsome and noble as they had imagined, causing several first-year girls to blush deeply. Oh, Malfoy is so handsome. Follow me, young Slytherins, Lucius said languidly, his gaze sweeping over the newcomers before he stepped forward. The young Slytherins instinctively formed an orderly line, trailing after his platinum figure. The Slytherin dormitories lay beneath the Black Lake, in a dimly lit corridor where flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. As they approached a stone door, Lucius spoke softly. The sound of pure blood stones rubbing together was coarse, evoking a sense of timelessness. As the door swung open, Lucius turned to face the group of somewhat bewildered young Slytherins. Pure blood, he instructed, this is the password for Slytherin this week. Remember it well, lest you forget like the foolish Gryffindors did in their first week. If you do, I shan't come to retrieve you. You may as well sleep in the corridor. The young Slytherins nodded obediently, albeit with some nervousness and fidgeting. Once they had all entered the Slytherin common room and stood at attention, Lucius turned back, offering them a slight smile that maintained an elegant curve along his jawline. Welcome to the Serpent's Nest, dear young Slytherins. Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin House, emerged from the opposite side, his lips curving into an unnaturally exaggerated smile. My dear children, congratulations. You have entered the most powerful and noble of houses. His laughter resonated flamboyantly, rippling through the air. We value lineage, yet it must be substantiated by strength, my dear children. In Slytherin, ambition is never a synonym for disgrace. Suddenly, the tone of Slughorn grew somber and weighty. We are followers of the Master, and I trust your parents have spoken to you about the singular and correct path that awaits you after graduation. We emerge from the mire, filled with ambition, yearning for power. We are formidable and composed, elegant and self-restrained. We have no regrets. We are Slytherin. Although his voice trembled slightly, it was still infused with fervor. Power, fame, status, only the Master can bestow these upon us. So, children, do you know what you must do to secure your future? A small serpent from the Shafik family timidly raised its hand, pledging unwavering loyalty to the Master. Slughorn glanced at him appreciatively. Children, I believe in your loyalty, but you are not yet worthy of calling that esteemed individual master. A young snake from the Burstead family, with a keen eye, promptly declared allegiance to the Dark Lord. prompting a nod of satisfaction from the headmaster. The little serpents chorused, "We pledge our unwavering loyalty to the Dark Lord." Lucius remained silent, a deep sense of melancholy washing over him. The master's power loomed immense, casting a shadow over the entire wizarding world, leaving Slytherin as a breeding ground for Death Eaters. Chapter 49, A Test of Kneeling. Children, allow me to introduce Lucius Malfoy, your prefect, and a trusted confidant of the master, heir to the Malfoy legacy. Slughorn gently patted Lucius on the shoulder with satisfaction. Should you have any queries, do not hesitate to approach Lucius. In Slytherin, his authority is equivalent to mine. He is fully capable of addressing your concerns. Lucius, poised and graceful, bore a captivating smile. Thank you for your trust, Professor Slughorn. After the headmaster departed, Lucius softly clapped his hands, gathering the attention of those around him. Hogwarts strictly forbids students from wandering at night. Should Mr. Filch catch you, points will be deducted from the house. I sincerely hope no one from Slytherin commits such a foolish error. As Lucius presented the attendance register, he nodded and took it in hand. All new students, follow me. I shall escort you to your dormitory. Upon delivering the little serpents to their quarters, night fell, and the corridors of Slytherin shimmered like a resplendent galaxy. The flickering candlelight along the walls illuminated the intricate patterns etched upon them. Lucius's steps were elegant and unhurried as he returned to his designated prefect's chamber, the soft carpet beneath him reminiscent of walking on clouds, adorned with vintage European floral designs that bloomed like a riot of blossoms. In an instant, a thought surged in Lucius's mind. If one were to kneel on this carpet, it might be more comfortable. He abruptly raised his hand, forming a fist, and rapped his temples with his fingertips, questioning his sanity. What am I thinking? The master isn't even here yet, and I'm already contemplating kneeling. Truly, I must be losing my mind. Yet, Lucius found himself rigidly desiring to kneel and test it. His neck stiffened, and even his eyelashes remained still, as the figures of desire and reason grappled within his mind. The voice of reason, resembling an angel, proclaimed, "Kneel? Haven't you already endured enough punishment? A mere carpet. Your family possesses a wealth of galleons. Why would you need to kneel to assess its softness?" The voice of desire, akin to a devil, taunted, "Why not? The carpet feels soft beneath your feet. Kneel and try it. You need not remain there for hours. You can rise whenever you choose. Sooner or later, you will kneel regardless. It's merely a trial. What harm could it do?" Lucius's throat constricted as he swallowed hard, his breath caught in his chest. Why was he entertaining such thoughts? Such notions should not occupy his mind. His fingers clenched around his wand, knuckles whitening from the strain, while cold sweat trickled down his brow. Finally, he shut his eyes, loosening his grip on the wand, a bitter smile of self-mockery gracing his lips as he succumbed to the torrents of desire. Slowly, Lucius bent his knees, his body descending gradually. The moment his knees touched the ground, he heard a faint sound. In that instant, the world appeared to freeze. It was not merely the sound of his knees meeting the floor. Something within him collapsed and shattered entirely. He belonged to the master, his body beyond his control. His desires diverging from those of an ordinary person, he was but a plaything. Lucius knelt there, rigid as if ensnared by a binding curse, his entire being struck by a thunderous realization. His ears buzzed, and his mouth trembled in disbelief at the thoughts swirling within. He struck himself across the face, the sting reddening his cheek, but it did not awaken the slumbering remnants of his pride. He had become utterly lost in the darkness bestowed upon him. Rising from the floor, he collapsed onto his comfortable bed, managing a strained smile that concealed profound bitterness. His eyes brimmed with unmasked sorrow. With a bitter chuckle, he quivered as he covered his eyes, only to slowly reveal them after a long while, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. I truly have succumbed to my own degradation. A sleepless night left Lucius appearing weary the next morning, his gaze distant and hollow, dark circles under his eyes rendering him akin to a wilted plant. Standing before the enchanted mirror, he sighed deeply, retrieving a beauty potion from his bag. The crisp liquid spread across his tongue as he wiped away the moisture from his lips with a handkerchief. Upon looking up, the youth in the mirror appeared pale, his expression aloof and indifferent, with a graceful neck, exuding an air of cold nobility. Gazing at the proud and noble reflection, Lucius felt the bitterness in his heart intertwine like creeping vines. The precious young master of the Malfoy family, secretly a mere dog to the master, who relished in trampling his pride and dignity, shattering them into shards of glass. He was merely a solitary dog. Lucius clutched his yuan tightly. He must accept this. He could accept kneeling before one person, submitting at his feet, while others would kneel only to him. In the eyes of others, he remained the aristocrat among aristocrats. Lucius Malfoy. After breakfast, Lucius steeled himself to study for the morning's classes, determined to achieve a score of 120, lest he face the unknown consequences of the master's wrath. He could not afford to indulge in late-night musings that would impair his studies the following day. During the afternoon break, Lucius intended to catch up on sleep, but was interrupted by Davernot. Lucius, I found the ointment you asked me to procure for softening wood. However, it may not work on all types of wood, so I'm unsure if it will be of any use to you. Davernot extended a box towards Lucius, leaning slightly forward. If it proves useful, just let me know. My family deals in this area, and I can bring you more next time. Lucius's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, a satisfied smile blossoming on his lips. Wonderful. My U-board is saved. Thank you. Doff, I shall repay you when the opportunity arises. Lucius's lips involuntarily curled upwards, a clear indication of his delight. Doff was equally pleased, feeling he had struck gold. Merely through a trivial matter, he had managed to foster a closer relationship with the heir of the Malfoy family, which was exceedingly valuable. Although both hailed from the pure-blood 28 families, their statuses were hierarchically tiered, with the Knott family unable to rival the Malfoys, who resided at the pinnacle of this hierarchy, especially with Lucius being the sole heir. Despite being a direct descendant of the Knott family, Lucius was not the only one entitled to inheritance. Gaining the friendship of the Malfoy family would greatly benefit his aspirations for the position of family head in the future. After bidding farewell to the elated Doff, Lucius found himself devoid of the desire for an afternoon nap. He hastily returned to the prefect's dormitory, closed the door, and cast a silencing charm upon it. Lucius summoned a clean towel, laying it flat upon the table, and retrieved a piece of yew wood from his pocket. He washed it thoroughly with fresh water, then opened a box to extract a jar of ointment, gently twisting off the lid. A refreshing sensation enveloped his fingertips as a subtle medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Lucius nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the quality of the product by its aroma, and hoped it would prove effective. He poured the ointment into his palm, rubbed his hands together until warm, and then evenly applied it to the yew wood. If the ointment worked, it might spare him some discomfort. Chapter 49, Extra 3. When the Animagus suddenly loses control. On that fateful morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, gently illuminating the bed. Lucius, groggy, slowly opened his eyes, stretched his arms, and yawned. His fingers brushed against something hard and scaly, causing him to freeze. Turning his head stiffly, he was met with the sight of a massive black dragon occupying the space where Voldemort had been. The dragon radiated an overwhelming pressure. Its head adorned with spikes and horns, its body cloaked in shimmering scales that glinted ominously. Lucius's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Where did such a colossal dragon come from? Staring at the formidable creature that seemed capable of tearing him apart at any moment, Lucius felt his throat constrict, his body trembling in trepidation. He hesitantly stammered, "Am I master?" The black dragon let out a deep rumble, raising its enormous head to meet his gaze. Lucius felt as though he was a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. Before he could gather his wits, the dragon moved, its sharp claws reaching out towards him, the talons appearing sharp enough to pierce his throat. Lucius's lips quivered, his teeth chattering as he called out again, "Am I master?" The dragon emitted an irritated growl, as if questioning his presence. Gazing into the dragon's eyes, filled with a familiar desire for control, Lucius felt a wave of despair wash over him. There was no escape. This dragon was indeed his master, pinned beneath the dragon's claws. Lucius felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he watched the talons effortlessly puncture the bed beneath him. His tongue trembled with anxiety. "Master, your Animagus is truly majestic and valiant. I have never seen anything like it. Might you consider transforming back?" The dragon let out another rumble, surveying itself before gently shaking its head. Lucius's face went pale as he nervously clutched the hem of his clothing. "Does that mean you cannot return to your original form for now, master?" The black dragon nodded, its nostrils flaring, sending a wave of heated air directly at Lucius, who felt as though he might be scorched by his master's breath with another gust. Lucius's mind raced in confusion. What to do now? Before he could ponder further, the dragon leaned closer, and Lucius, filled with dread, found himself unable to retreat, the dragon's claws pinning him firmly to the bed. "Master, could you please release me?" Lucius cautiously attempted to negotiate for his freedom. A deep, resonant growl echoed in his ears, imbued with an unmistakable authority. Without waiting for his response, the dragon assertively used its claws to flip Lucius over, pinning him down once more. Suddenly, Lucius found himself face down on the bed, his head trapped between two of the dragon's fingers, unable to move. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air, and Lucius felt a chill wash over him. What was his master planning? When he sensed the dragon's breath against his waist, Lucius struggled to escape. The dragon emitted an irritated growl, and Lucius felt a sharp pain sear through his back as the dragon's claws left 5 distinct gashes, blood oozing from the wounds. The sight made Lucius's legs feel weak. "Master." A healing charm enveloped him, restoring his back to its pristine condition, Yet Lucius trembled even more violently. Desperation gripped him. Think. What are dragons known for? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Dragons are inherently lustful. He watched as the dragon's claws began to roam toward unmentionable regions. And Lucius's voice choked with emotion as he fought back tears. Master, please. This cannot be. It will be disastrous. His voice trembled with evident fear. Here, one could only imagine. Writing it would be futile. As a volcanic eruption surged within the confines of his small frame, the dragon finally relinquished its grip. Lucius bit his lip, the pain arching his body into a tight curve, his voice breaking into pitiful sobs. Master, have mercy on me, I beg you. The light of healing shone forth, and Lucius's shoulders shook as he wept, his nose reddened, tears pooling in his eyes, as though he had been crying for an eternity. As the sun continued its ascent, casting rays into the room, the black dragon gradually diminished in size, ultimately revealing the Dark Lord. Upon witnessing the familiar silhouette of his master, Lucius burst into tears, collapsing at Voldemort's feet. He clung to the Dark Lord's leg, sobbing, Master, you have finally transformed back. I beseech you, never turn into a dragon again. Please. Another morning dawned, warm and bright sunshine spilling onto the bed. Voldemort opened his eyes, intending to stroke the head of his beloved small animagus, but instead found only empty space. Squinting, he turned his head to find a tiny, palm-sized, platinum-colored nine-tailed fox lying beside him. Voldemort poked the little fox, which let out a soft yelp, waking it from slumber. Lucius, upon opening his eyes, was startled to see his master had become enormous. Master, he cried. Voldemort's voice emitted a soft whine, and the little nine-tailed fox froze, raising its paw to see its fluffy, pink pads standing still on the bed. Voldemort observed the adorable creature before him, its eyes round and glimmering like two bright, gray gemstones, exuding a sense of unease that appeared both pitiful and endearing. The fox's ears were small and rounded, adorned with fluff, currently pressed tightly against its head, trembling slightly. Its 9 tails unfurled, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage in all its glory. A smile crept onto Voldemort's lips as he grasped one of the tails, lifting the little fox amidst its plaintive whimpering, cradling it in his arms. Lucius, dazed, found himself hoisted up by Voldemort, his soft hindquarters and tail held securely. His delicate front paws rested against Voldemort's chest, and in alarm, he called out, Master. To Voldemort's ears, it sounded like an adorable whimper. With a gentle gaze cast upon the small fox nestled in his arms, Voldemort reached out to stroke its soft, fluffy fur. The little creature remained utterly still, only occasionally letting out a soft whimper. In a splendid mood, Voldemort alternated his attention among the 9 bushy tails, while Lucius finally came to the realization that he had lost control of his animagus form. Why, he mused, was his master a magnificent black dragon, so imposing in size, while he himself was merely a diminutive 9-tailed fox? Admittedly, the majestic appearance of a 9-tailed fox aligned splendidly with the Malfoy aesthetic, yet why was he so small? As Voldemort seized him by the scruff of his neck, Lucius found himself flailing his 4 paws and 9 tails in the air, pleading for mercy. Uncertain of Voldemort's intentions, Lucius desperately sought to plead his case. Meanwhile, the small fox in Voldemort's grasp was transforming into a whimpering creature. The sound of soft whines brought a spark of delight to Voldemort's eyes, his expression brightening as he allowed a rare smile to curve his lips. Had he known the term adorable, he would have realized just how smitten he was, whimpering about not informing his master of his transformation into an animagus. Lucius attempted to defend himself. Voldemort, sitting cross-legged on the bed, placed the little fox in his lap, its paws facing upwards. Lucius obediently curled up, his small paws raised and still, allowing Voldemort to playfully squeeze them one by one. With a gentle poke to the fox's nose, Voldemort's satisfaction radiated from him. Truly, this was his little obedient one. Lucius, with an adorable whimper, gently nibbled and licked Voldemort's thumb, attempting to curry favor. Suddenly, Voldemort's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the little fox, deliberately adopting a somber demeanor for several seconds. Lucius, frozen in place, wondered if he had somehow displeased his master. Voldemort's fingers began to caress the fox's tail, a smile creeping onto his face as he spoke. Lucius, your sudden transformation into a 9-tailed fox startled me. Do you not think you deserve a punishment for this? The little 9-tailed fox's big eyes grew moist as he clung to Voldemort's robes, tears welling in his eyes. Lucius anxiously protested, Master, did I frighten you? I am not at all intimidating in this form. Voldemort chuckled softly, retrieving a yew wand and extending it toward the trembling little creature. The platinum fox timidly extended one tiny paw, and with a flick of his wand, Voldemort delivered a light tap to the delicate paw. Will you dare to frighten your master again? He asked, delivering another playful tap. With a series of 5 taps, Voldemort playfully chastised the little paw, leaving Lucius to gather both injured paws against his chest, tears streaming down his face. The mention of 2 more taps brought a languid tone to Voldemort's voice. While Lucius gazed at his master in disbelief, would he truly be punished for a mere transformation, with no knowledge of when he could revert? In a fit of despair, Lucius leaped into Voldemort's embrace, sobbing heartily. Voldemort, without raising his gaze, absent-mindedly played with the fox's tail, while Lucius resigned himself to lie flat, raising his fluffy little paws in submission. Please, you may strike. After 5 more taps, Lucius, without needing to be prompted, wiped his tears and presented his last paw. With a total of 20 taps, the little fox lay on his back, wailing in a manner that would break any heart that heard it. Voldemort gently encircled his hands around Lucius's waist, lifting him tenderly and bestowing a soft kiss upon the tip of his nose. With a blush blooming on his cheeks, Lucius ceased his crying, feeling the warmth of Voldemort's protective embrace. As Voldemort prepared to rise and descend the stairs, the little fox suddenly transformed back into Lucius, exclaiming, "Master!" Voldemort narrowed his eyes dangerously, scooping Lucius into a princess carry and turning back toward the room. Chapter 50. The Long-Distance Call in the Twilight. The setting sun bathed the sky outside in golden hues, leaving only the faint echo of footsteps in the corridor. Having muddled through the first day of school, Lucius returned to the head boy's dormitory. In the opulent bathroom, a steaming bathtub filled with a faint scent of sulfur enveloped him in clouds of mist. With his damp hair clinging to his skin, Lucius luxuriated in the unparalleled comfort and relaxation of the moment. He resolved to take a bath to relieve his fatigue before retiring early, hoping to rise refreshed for the next day's studies. Yet, while still immersed in the tub, the mark on his chest suddenly grew unbearably hot, heralding Voldemort's voice. Lucius was startled, nearly slipping beneath the water, gasping, "Master." The Dark Lord's voice was a soft whisper, "Lucius, what are you doing right now?" Replying to my master, "I am bathing," Lucius stammered nervously, his fingers trembling. "Oh." Voldemort's voice dripped with curiosity from afar. In Africa, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. The little traitor had caused him distress. Naturally, he would not allow the little traitor any comfort in return. This was only fair. In a place where Lucius could not see, Voldemort narrowed his eyes, a teasing smile playing upon his lips. "Lucius, once you're done washing, kneel for 2 hours to review your studies before sleeping." Stunned, Lucius froze in the tub, his mind blank as he took 2 seconds to process the command, biting down hard on his lip, leaving a trail of teeth marks. He replied meekly, "As you command, master. Thank you for your punishment." Voldemort's sinister laughter echoed in his ears as Lucius clenched his fists in the tub, feeling bullied even from a distance. Once the communication was severed, Lucius emerged from the bath, toweling off the droplets on his skin, accompanied by a series of exasperated sighs. He had hoped for an early night, only to face punishment. Even without his presence, Voldemort still managed to exert control over him. After a moment's hesitation, Lucius considered the hard tiles of the bathroom, too unforgiving for 2 hours of kneeling. His master hadn't specified where to kneel. Surely, he could kneel in the room on the soft carpet, which would be more comfortable. His master had also not forbidden him from wearing clothing, so he donned thicker attire. Particularly as the weather had turned cold, wearing thick trousers seemed reasonable. After some deliberation, Lucius soon reached a decision. Although his master could not see him, he dared not defy him. Kneeling was inevitable. The choice between hard tiles and a soft carpet was clear. Casting a spell at the door, Lucius approached his bed, took a deep breath, and slowly bent his knees, kneeling with his back straight. Even in his master's absence, he would not allow himself to be disrespectful. Kneeling casually would be too presumptuous. Since it was a punishment, he would maintain decorum, having expended all his courage merely by switching from tiles to carpet. The summons arrived today with the textbooks, and Lucius had not forgotten. His master's command was for him to kneel and review. Although the floor beneath was cushioned with a soft carpet, 2 hours proved to be an interminable duration. Lucius winced in pain as he knelt, his knees first swelling with discomfort, then succumbing to a numbing ache. Maintaining an upright posture exacerbated the strain on his lower back, causing a notable soreness, and his upper body began to sway uncontrollably. At long last, when the magical alarm clock's hands reached the designated position, Lucius supported himself with his hands on the bed, using his elbows to push himself up onto the mattress. A sharp pain shot through his legs, and upon examining them, he noticed his knees were swollen and bruised. Should he seek treatment or not? 2 conflicting voices battled within his mind. The pain was acute, and he longed for relief. Yet he was apprehensive about receiving another remote reprimand from Voldemort the following day. After a prolonged hesitation, Lucius returned the potion in his hand to his game backpack, his gritted teeth audible in the stillness of the night. He was cowardly. He was afraid. He dreaded his master's inquiry the next day. Could he not simply forego treatment? The following morning, without any remedy, his knees remained a patchwork of bruises. Lucius rose from bed to wash up, despite a night's rest. His legs felt weak and sore, each step eliciting a twinge of pain below his knees. After a brief period of acclimatization, he regained the demeanor of the proud nobleman he was. Before stepping out, Lucius grimaced as he retrieved the yew-wood board for care, having applied ointment. And he placed it in an ornate satin pouch adorned with golden and silver threads, a testament to his aristocratic luxury. Due to the punishment of kneeling the previous night, Lucius found it challenging to maintain a good disposition. Even during breakfast, his brow was furrowed, and his countenance darkened, revealing the profound discontent that enveloped him. The usual quiet of the Slytherin table was further subdued, as their leader's evident displeasure rendered them wary of provoking Draco Malfoy's ire. The first class of the morning was divination, Lucius's weakest subject. His foul mood, compounded by his anxiety over potentially failing to achieve a score of 120 and facing severe punishment from his master, created a spiraling sense of dread. He forced himself to concentrate on every word the professor uttered, his brow furrowed in concentration, his lips pressed tightly together, rendering any semblance of a smile impossible. During the break, Lucius made his way to the Hogwarts library on the second floor of the castle. He could not afford to waste time, for even Merlin himself would not deter him from diligent study this semester. Selecting the books he wished to read, Lucius settled into his seat by the window. The board tucked beneath his arm, slightly bulky and unbecoming. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a bag to hold it, laying it on the table as he began his quiet study. As evening approached, the last rays of the setting sun faded, and Lucius returned to his exclusive headboy dormitory. After organizing himself, he swallowed hard, his throat tightening. Would his master reach out to him today? When the mark on his chest radiated a searing warmth, the weight that had hung over him lifted. Indeed, a communication was forthcoming. His voice, barely above a whisper, addressed his master. What have you accomplished today? Voldemort's icy tone pierced through, and Lucius's heart sank at the foreboding nature of his master's mood. After recounting the mundane details of his day, Lucius felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Who is the creator of the stimulating potion? Voldemort's deep voice cut through the air abruptly, catching Lucius off guard with the sudden interrogation. Just as he was about to respond, the next question followed. Which dragon species is the smallest? The Peruvian vipertooth. Master, Lucius stammered, his hands trembling as he fought to contain his nervousness. Memories of past rapid-fire questioning flooding his mind. Who authored the advanced potion-making? Libacious Borage, Master. Who is the author of the elemental transfiguration laws? Lucius faltered, momentarily unable to recall, and before he could explain himself, the next question erupted. What is the recipe for the draught of living death? Though he could not see his master's visage, sweat beaded on Lucius's forehead as he hurriedly recited, daffodil root powder, wormwood juice, pearl dust, ash snake's soft shell fragments. Unicorn tail hair, Master. After a barrage of questions, Lucius's palms were slick with sweat, his heart racing like a drum, as a sense of foreboding crept over him. Ah, Voldemort scoffed. Lucius, you truly have made no progress. There were several you failed to answer. Lucius squirmed in his chair, his heart pounding violently. 3 questions, Master. Last time it was 3 as well. You shall kneel for 3 hours before you sleep. Lucius bit his lip, refraining from contesting his master's decree. Thoughts of his still bruised knees filled him with trepidation, yet he inhaled deeply, summoning his courage. Master, I wish to request your permission to tend to my injuries post-punishment. He paused, clenching his fists. Yesterday, without your command, I dared not seek treatment after kneeling, and now my knees are still bruised. Therefore, I implore you, Master. I beg of you. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly sweet and ingratiating, almost as if the very sweetness could be sensed in the air. Chapter 51, The Missing Board. Voldemort's laughter was tinged with mockery, yet surprisingly devoid of anger, carrying an undercurrent of warmth. Lucius felt a great weight lift. He knew his master was fond of his endearing displays of affection. I grant you permission, Voldemort replied with a smile, but before Lucius could express his gratitude, the tone turned somber. However, Lucius, the 3 hours are for the questions you failed to answer. You have shown no improvement. After such a lengthy interval, you are still incorrect. You tell me, do you deserve to be punished? A flicker of anxiety crossed Lucius's eyes. He did not wish for an additional penalty. Master, might I request? Before he could finish, Voldemort's uncompromising voice interrupted. Kneel for 3 days, 3 hours each day. Lucius felt a surge of anger welling up. His face flushed with indignation. He was aflame with uncontainable fury, feeling utterly bullied. Yet his words emerged as a plea. Yes, Master. I shall ensure I do not err again. It is my fault, and I appreciate your guidance. Thinking of the little traitor who might be bullied into kneeling in a corner, Voldemort rubbed his fingers together, relishing the thought of the boy's misery. Once the torturous communication ended, Lucius stared blankly at the carpet, his lips curving downward in despair. On the very first day of school, he had lamented that the carpet was too soft for kneeling. Now, it seemed he had ample opportunity to kneel as he wished. Scanning the room, he resolved to kneel by the bed, for after the punishment, his legs ached so severely that he could scarcely rise. Kneeling beside the bed would allow him to brace himself as he stood. He cast a healing spell on his knees from yesterday, a thin veil of sorrow flickering in his eyes as he felt a profound sense of melancholy. He yearned for his master's affection, longing for a tender embrace and to be lifted high. Could his master not show him a modicum of kindness? The light cast wavering shadows across Lucius's face as time passed. Initially, his knees simply felt numb, but soon the throbbing pain radiated down to his calves, and his back ached terribly, muscles spasming uncontrollably. Lucius stifled a muffled groan. It hurts so much. Indeed, the Dark Lord is the most terrifying being in this world. He feared him. He truly feared him. Eventually, the magical alarm rang, and Lucius's knees buckled, sending him tumbling forward, his head plunging into the thick, soft bedding. He propped himself up with both hands on the bed, struggling to rise, his legs trembling as if weighed down by lead. Shifting his weight onto his elbows, he forced himself to collapse back onto the bed. After lying there for several minutes, Lucius felt a sharp, pinching pain in his lower body. Clutching the pillow, he let out a few muffled sobs. The pain was excruciating, too excruciating. He felt a deep sense of injustice, far too unjust. Tears mingled with cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and only then did Lucius turn to gaze at his knees, where the remnants of bruises marred his skin. A ghastly sight. Gritting his teeth, he waved his wooden wand and intoned the healing spell. The following night was much the same. On the third night, Lucius knelt at the bedside, a dull ache spreading like needles in his kneecaps. He had been kneeling for 3 consecutive days, yet the pain remained unbearable. How could his master take such delight in punishing him to kneel? It seemed every encounter ended with him being forced into this position. Damn it, how utterly infuriating. Fortunately, the Dark Lord had not sought him out in the past couple of days. He had no desire to receive a call from his master, for it would most likely result in another punishment of kneeling. Nothing good ever came from it. The nerves in his legs, compressed from the prolonged kneeling, sent sharper pangs of pain through his kneecaps. Lucius felt his vision blurring as the magical alarm clock finally indicated it was time for him to rise. Dragging his utterly exhausted body under the covers, Lucius felt his thigh muscles cramp, as if countless tiny needles were stabbing into his lower body. Skillfully waving his wand, he cast the healing spell, too fatigued even to change out of his pajamas. All he longed for was sleep. It had been nearly a week since the Dark Lord had contacted him, which was, to Lucius, a welcome reprieve. That day, Lucius found himself immersed in the Hogwarts library, the bag containing his wand resting on the table. The book in his hands was exceedingly captivating, compelling him to delve deeper into its mysteries. Lucius intended to borrow it for further reading and, casting a glance at the bag on the table, thought to himself that no one in the library would take someone else's belongings. After all, he only needed to register to borrow a magic book, which would take no time at all. Madam Pants, could you please help me register this? Lucius requested with a dignified smile characteristic of his noble heritage as he approached the registration desk, presenting a book. Certainly, Mr. Lucius Malfoy. No problem at all, the librarian. Euphemia Pants replied with a warm smile. After all, they were all part of the same circle, and she too was a Death Eater. Reflecting on the Malfoy family's influence, Euphemia decided to extend some favors to Lucius, knowing that this young Malfoy's future was destined to surpass her own. Mutual benefit. As the registration was completed, just as Lucius was about to depart, he was mysteriously called back by Euphemia. Lucius, I have a high-level forbidden book on dark magic. Come with me. I know a spot where no one can see us, and the ward's 1TB triggered. At her words, a spark of curiosity ignited in Lucius's eyes. He found forbidden books particularly intriguing, reminiscent of the anime he adored before his travels through time. Those that were forbidden often held the most allure. Nodding in agreement, he followed Madam Pants as they exited together. Meanwhile, James Potter, having come to the library in search of someone without success, was about to leave when his attention was suddenly captured by a magnificent satin bag on a table, yet he saw no one nearby to claim it. Curiously, he picked it up, attempting to open it, only to discover it was enchanted and refused to budge. Spotting a student in Ravenclaw robes sitting 2 tables away, James approached, extending his hand. Hello, I'm James Potter. May I know your name? The bespectacled boy glanced at him before extending his hand. Bookworm William, nice to meet you, Potter. William, I found this bag and would like to return it. Do you know to whom it belongs? James asked, presenting the bag forward. The bookworm lifted his gaze. Adjusting his heavy glasses and messy hair, He scrutinized the bag for 2 seconds. This should belong to Lucius Malfoy. I often see him with that bag when he visits the library. Oh, that cursed Malfoy. Had I known it was his, I wouldn't have mentioned returning it. Having spoken in front of others, he felt compelled to maintain some semblance of decorum. I just saw Malfoy head towards the registration desk with a book, William added. I see, thanks. James Potter grimaced. He had no desire to deal with Malfoy. Arriving at the registration desk, he found no one there, nor was Madame Pants in sight. Forget it. It's not a valuable item anyway. I'll just hold on to it for now and return it to Malfoy tomorrow in class. He had already made plans with Remus Lupin to practice Quidditch that evening and could not risk breaking that promise. Coming to this conclusion, James tucked the bag under his arm and swaggered out of the Hogwarts library. Chapter 52. He has arrived. Thank you, Madame Pants. I hope we can collaborate more in the future, Lucius remarked, the corners of his mouth curving into a perfectly aristocratic smile. Of course, I would certainly welcome that. Madame Pants responded, revealing a charming smile of her own. Once the matter was resolved, Lucius intended to return with his wand, but upon arriving at the library, he was struck dumb. Where was his wand? Where was the bag containing it? After searching twice without success and seeing no one to inquire, he contemplated using the summoning charm, yet feared the wand might fall out of the bag, leading to an inconvenient explanation. Lucius squatted down, cradling his head in his hands, sighing in frustration. What a nuisance. Who could be so clever yet careless? Ah, well, it was already dark. Tomorrow he would inquire around the houses. As he approached the Slytherin prefect's dormitory, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. With each cautious step, his slight anxiety deepened into a tight knot in his chest, as if some ill fate were quietly encroaching upon him. Upon reaching the door, Lucius suddenly felt his heart racing, a chill creeping down his spine. What was happening? Was he falling ill? The moment he pushed the door open, his eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. Voldemort sat upon his luxurious single sofa, casually perusing his homework. With a thud, Lucius's knees buckled, crashing heavily to the ground as if an invisible force compelled him. Bowing his head in reverence, he murmured, Lucius pays his respects to the master. Voldemort lightly tapped his fingers on the ornate armrest, and the door swung shut, multiple spells instantly enveloping the room. Lucius knelt, his humility manifest as he fixated on the floor, his mind racing. How could the master be here at Hogwarts? This was disastrous. He had lost his wand. Of all days, why today? Merlin, help me. If only the master would refrain from questioning him, a few hours of kneeling would suffice. Leaning back against the chair, Voldemort crossed his long legs and scoffed lazily. Why kneel so far away? Come closer. Hearing this, Lucius swallowed nervously, inching forward on his knees until he reached Voldemort's feet. Bowing as low as possible, his forehead pressing against the polished leather of Voldemort's shoes, trembling as he softly called, Master. Voldemort gave his head a gentle kick, a silent command for him to look up. Lucius slowly straightened, yet the loss of his wand weighed heavily on his conscience, preventing him from meeting the master's gaze. Instead, he fixated on the ground, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, his deep-set eyes gleaming with amusement. Lucius, how long has it been since I was last at your side? What is this? You long for the Dark Lord? Lucius's eyes widened in shock, realizing he had been staring intently at the place where the dragon lay sleeping. Lucius's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, as he beseeched his master for forgiveness. Voldemort, extending his hand, grasped the platinum-haired youth's chin, not with force, of course, for Lucius dared not evade, but instead complied with the pressure of his master's grip, lifting his gaze. Yet, he could not bear to meet Voldemort's eyes, fixating instead on his master's nose, which was undeniably captivating. Voldemort narrowed his eyes dangerously, inquiring, Lucius, do you harbor any secrets that you wish to keep from me? What are you concealing from the great Dark Lord? Before Lucius could respond, Voldemort struck him across the face several times. Lucius's cheeks flushed with the imprint of his master's hand, terror surging from his heart and coursing through his veins. He implored his master to quell his anger. As he raised his eyes, Voldemort's tone was icy and rigid, unmistakably commanding. The master was already incensed. Lucius dared not defy him any longer and resigned himself to meet his gaze. Another slap landed, though not with great force, catching Lucius off guard and causing his head to tilt slightly. Voldemort chuckled lightly, the sound laced with mockery. Are you afraid I might discover that you have misplaced your precious board? Please, my master, it was an accident. I shall use the levitation charm. Lucius's words faltered in his throat as he observed Voldemort's fingers splayed, pressing downwards. Lucius understood this as a directive to remain silent. It matters not if you possess it today, your transgressions extend beyond that board. A healing spell then enveloped Lucius, for Voldemort wished to enjoy their time together. And starting with a swollen visage was hardly appealing. Voldemort's fingers entwined in the strands of Lucius's platinum hair, tugging sharply, eliciting a timid whimper from the youth. "Please spare me, my master." Voldemort gazed down upon him, his eyes commanding a certain submission. "Lucius, you must adopt a more appropriate demeanor when seeking my mercy." Lucius's gaze fell upon the ornate patterns of the carpet, bewildered, blinking in confusion. Was he not lowly enough? How could he plead further when he had already humbled himself to the dust? "Open your knees, lie down, parallel to the ground." Voldemort's deep voice resonated with an air of aggression. Lucius felt as though an invisible hand gripped his heart, suffocating him with its pressure. "Yes, my master," he thought. He was uncertain of Voldemort's intentions, but he knew one thing. He was guilty and must obey. Lucius complied, kneeling with his knees and elbows pressed to the ground, his back forming two parallel lines with the earth, positioned before his master. Voldemort, satisfied, lifted his feet, placing them atop the back of the small traitor. At that moment, Lucius felt his mind come to a standstill, his thoughts blank. Was he being treated as a mere stool? After a brief moment of shock, Lucius's face flushed crimson, his heart racing. He felt a mixture of embarrassment and an unexpected willingness, even perceiving this as a reward. He was unsure of his feelings towards Voldemort. Reason admonished him against such affection, yet he undeniably feared him. The mere sight of Voldemort compelled him to kneel, every fiber of his being branded with dread. Yet, paradoxically, his body craved his master's touch, even the stinging slap that brought forth a subtle pleasure greater than his humiliation. Even now, as he was treated as an object, the overwhelming sensation of being under Voldemort's control brought him a profound, soul-stirring delight. Voldemort suddenly withdrew his foot, the tip of his shoe brushing against Lucius's cheek. Following the force, Lucius tilted his head, locking eyes with his master. The platinum-haired youth was oblivious to the beauty he exuded, the corners of his eyes tinged with red, his pale gray irises shimmering with a thin veil of moisture, glistening with an almost ethereal quality. His flushed cheeks and lush lips appeared even more alluring, unwittingly enticing. In Voldemort's gaze, Lucius was a vision of seduction, his eyes a blend of longing, desperation, and surrender, an intoxicating combination that stirred the Dark Lord's sadistic desires. He yearned to dominate him, to revel in the depths of his submission. Voldemort lowered his feet, leaning in to grasp the young traitor's chin once more, demanding, "Lucius, how shall you plead to me?" Blushing fiercely, Lucius shook his head. "I do not know, my master." "Ah, so the little traitor dares to dampen my amusement," Voldemort mused, pinching the innocent face until tears welled in Lucius's eyes, releasing him only once the red marks were visible. "It seems the board is lost. And with nothing else to strike you with, I suppose I shall resort to self-infliction." He caressed the young man's lips, silencing any further pleas. "Do you truly not know how to beg, or do you simply wish to remain silent?" Removing his hand, he delivered a light slap, his eyes glinting with a dangerous spark, teasing his prey. "Or perhaps, Lucius, you would prefer I discern your desires myself." Lucius shot his head up. Though he endeavored to conceal his shock, the surprise in his eyes was unmistakable. He met Voldemort's gaze, which bore the expression of a hunter relishing the struggles of his trapped prey. Being a shrewd individual, Lucius recognized that his master was methodically dismantling his boundaries. While he deeply feared the inability to refuse, his body had acclimated to Voldemort's lessons, memorizing the pain bestowed by his master. With every touch, his nerve endings quivered with excitement. He dared not plead nor contemplate further. Voldemort's gaze bore down upon him, compelling him to confront reality. Lucius lowered his head, obediently acquiescing. Merlin's socks, may the magical realm be spared from legitimacy. Chapter 53. He loved him. Before his master, engaging in such self-punishment was an inner torment. Voldemort noted Lucius's hesitant hand, seemingly unable to strike himself. Raising his own hand, he delivered a slap. "If you cannot do it, allow me to assist you. Strike with this intensity." Lucius's body jerked, as if frozen in place. After considerable mental fortitude, he inhaled deeply, trembling as he raised his hand, biting his lip before delivering a resounding slap upon himself. Remaining motionless after the blow, Voldemort frowned slightly, raising his hand once more. "Have I permitted you to cease? Respond." In a panic, Lucius raised his hand again, slapping himself, his mouth opening but finding his throat blocked, rendering him speechless. Observing Lucius's silence, Voldemort struck him again, causing him to stagger slightly, shifting a small distance on his knees. Cautiously peering at Voldemort's expression, Lucius tensed as he raised his hand again. Instinctively, he recoiled. Yet he dared not move, enduring yet another slap from his master. "I understand my faults, my master," Lucius confessed shamefully, bowing his head, his forehead resting against the polished leather of Voldemort's shoe, his platinum locks cascading around him, as he reverently kissed the ground. Grasping Lucius's hair, Voldemort pulled him up, pressing his fingers against the reddened marks on the young traitor's face. The sight of the beautiful youth, adorned with bruises and tear-filled eyes, inexplicably ignited Voldemort's sadistic cravings. I have told you, behave, and you shall suffer less, Lucius. Tell me, are you compliant now? With utmost sincerity, Lucius nodded, declaring, I am obedient. I am the most obedient of all, the epitome of compliance at Hogwarts. Is that so? Voldemort replied with a bemused smile, observing the shift in Lucius's demeanor. Sensing his reluctance as he responded, perhaps I am not so obedient. In the soft glow of the chandelier's light, Voldemort reclined in his chair, his eyelids lowered. Refraining from brazenly scrutinizing his master, Lucius caught but a glimpse of the man's obscure expression from the corner of his eye, and a palpable sense of the unassailable authority enveloped him. Shifting his gaze to the small traitor on the ground, Voldemort's narrowed eyes exuded an aura of danger, with a powerful, possessive desire swirling within them. Will you accept punishment, or will you choose to be beaten, Lucius? Voldemort spoke, the corners of his mouth curving in a manner akin to that of a child discovering a captivating toy. If you choose the former, strike until I command you to stop. If you choose the latter. His fingers caressed the traitor's lips, casting a pointed glance at his own shoes. The low, threatening cadence of Voldemort's words sent a shiver down Lucius's spine. He wished to neither accept punishment nor endure a beating. Rather, he yearned for the comfort of the bed. If only his master would grant him the pleasure of a dragon's flight into the lair, allowing this ordeal to be forgotten. Grasping the platinum-haired youth's chin to meet his gaze, Voldemort's lips curled into a smirk, his voice a low, hoarse whisper, You desire rewards, even after transgressing? With an unwavering grip, Voldemort seized Lucius's arm, the steady pressure of his hand sending a tremor through Lucius's skin, even through the thin fabric of his clothing. He dared not struggle, instead yielding to his master's strength, inching forward until he knelt between Voldemort's parted legs. Master, I have not seen you in days, Lucius murmured, his fingers subconsciously clenching the hem of his garment, the marks of punishment rendering his cheeks increasingly flushed. I missed you. I beg of you, please hurt me. He did not wish to be struck endlessly. Who could fathom how long that tyrant would make him endure? What if he were to be punished until his skin was ruined, only to be magically mended and forced to continue? He also did not wish to accept humiliation. As he gazed at his master's shoes, a flicker of indignation crossed Lucius's eyes. The distinction remained. His master was his master, and he willingly served him. Yet to submit to his master's footwear felt like a degradation. Though he would obey if commanded, when given the choice, he longed to escape. If those shoes belonged to his master, it would be different. Lucius swallowed hard, halting his thoughts. Stop. What am I thinking? I've just been subjected to the Cruciatus curse. Am I losing my mind? What he needed to do was plead, to entice his master's desires, thus averting the need to choose between punishment or the lash. Yet, his seduction might appear too contrived. The success of his endeavor hinged on the notion that his master harbored a modicum of affection for him, enough to take the bait. If he could succeed, Lucius lowered his eyelashes, aware that in his master's presence, he was frequently at fault. Mistakes were commonplace, and punishment felt inevitable, yet he willingly surrendered. Still ensnared. If his master were truly inclined to go with the flow, even if just a fraction of genuine affection were extended toward him, perhaps this chaotic entanglement, born of humiliation and steeped in pain, could conclude with his voluntary descent into darkness, not resulting in him becoming a mere jest. It was his desire to remain by his master's side. He could not bear to be apart from him. His voice was barely above a whisper, like the tender murmur of a lover, quickening the heartbeat, yet laced with a tremor that revealed his inner trepidation. Please, love me. I implore you, do not reject me. Tears streamed down Lucius's cheeks, his breath trembling as he cried out, Master, I beg of you. Voldemort found his small traitor undeniably endearing in that moment. He reached out to tear open the traitor's collar, revealing a delicate patch of flushed skin. The magical aura caressed his cheek. And as he beheld the traitor's return to his alabaster complexion, he leaned in closer, indulging in a passionate taste. Lucius tilted his head, his cheeks aflame. His once orderly platinum locks now disheveled. Unable to restrain himself, he quivered, his alluring countenance finally overwhelming Voldemort's self-control, leading him to press his lips against that softness. Their mouths melded slowly, and the world around them faded into silence. Lucius lost himself in thought, no longer desiring to ponder. The kiss left him lightheaded, instinctively responding to his master. When they finally parted, Lucius remained kneeling, his gaze dazed. Voldemort cradled his face, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Go wash up. I have a reward for you. The sound of water began to trickle as, within the confines of the bathroom, young Voldemort was attended to by the platinum-haired youth. The silken strands danced in the air, swaying with his master's movements, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Lucius swallowed, the desire for possession welling up within him. Voldemort chuckled softly, encircling his waist with a strong arm, lifting him effortlessly and tossing him onto the bed. Voldemort's fervent lips neared him again. Lucius felt the heat rise to his ears, his legs weakening. Bound by his master's dominance, he inhaled the scent of Voldemort. Their heartbeats and breaths intertwined, and Lucius surrendered, closing his eyes and allowing Voldemort to take control. Admit it, no matter how much you deny it. No matter how rational you try to be, you cannot deceive your own heartbeat. When his whimpers harmonized with muffled groans, a resonance of the soul, he could not deny his love for him. As dawn broke, Lucius's internal clock roused him promptly. Gazing at the figure of Voldemort beside him, his heart softened. His master, peacefully resting, radiated a profound sense of satisfaction and tranquility. Lucius bit his lip. Had he truly been the source of that satisfaction? Could he allow himself to think so? He feared him. Such fear had ingrained itself deep within his bones, and he would fear him for a lifetime. Yet, Lucius managed a faint smile. Fixating on his master's serene visage, he loved him. It was his willing self-sabotage, his body and soul weary, yet willingly spiraling into degradation. Now, simply observing his master's sleeping face, his heart clamored to be conquered, yearning to kneel by his side. Chapter 54, Morning Attendance. Voldemort opened his eyes to meet a pair of ardent ones, brimming with affection and focus, glimmering with gentle waves of emotion, as if drawn from the depths of his heart, beckoning him to immerse himself within. Instinctively, he cast a legilimency spell. He loved him. Voldemort paused slightly, realizing his small traitor loved him. Good morning, Master. Lucius knelt beside the bed, bowing in respect. Voldemort gazed down at him, lifting his chin with a hand, a rare tenderness flickering in his cold eyes, a distinct smile gracing his lips. What a good child you are. Experiencing such a gentle gaze from his master was a rarity, and as Lucius looked up, an endless smile spread across his face, sparkling like glass, glimmering with the brilliance of stars. He knew, deep down, that he too harbored a flicker of affection for him. Master, please take a seat. I shall prepare to assist you with your morning routine, Lucius stated, performing a respectful bow before hastily preparing. In that fleeting moment, he thought that nothing else mattered. His heart contained a place for his master, even if only a sliver, and that was enough. Lucius quickly arranged himself, filling a silver basin with warm water. Contemplating his master's exquisite beauty, he hesitated, then added a few fresh rose petals to the surface. He retrieved a pristine embroidered towel and a noble soap for cleansing. With everything in order, Lucius tucked the towel and soap into his robes, approaching the bedside with the silver basin and kneeling. Master, may I have your permission to touch? I am here to serve you. Voldemort responded with a pleased hum, clearly in a delightful mood. With the master's permission granted. Lucius pressed his lips together and curved the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. He was more than willing to serve his master in this manner. As long as the master did not inflict pain upon him, he longed to be close to him. Lucius knelt on the ground, inching his legs forward, and reverently lifted the master's powerful hand, which commanded the wizarding world, rolling up the master's sleeves layer by layer. He then retrieved a bar of soap from within his robes, placing it beside the edge of the bed, and straightened his posture, holding up a silver basin while softly requesting his master to wash. A gentle chuckle emanated from Voldemort's throat as he dipped his hand into the basin, scooping water to splash upon his cheeks. After his master had finished washing, Lucius set the basin down and knelt, presenting a towel to him with both hands. Voldemort accepted the towel and delicately wiped his face, discarding it carelessly into the basin, causing a splash of water to rise. Voldemort then gently lifted Lucius's chin, smiling as he asked if he had no classes today. Lucius obediently shook his head, indicating he did have classes, but nothing was more important than serving his master. If the master required it, he could swiftly fly to Professor Slughorn to request an absence note. Lucius playfully tugged at the hem of Voldemort's robes, affirming that he belonged to his master, and that graduating was merely a means to serve him better. Now, with the master before him, how could he prioritize anything else? The master was paramount. With a light, playful pat on the face of the little traitor, Voldemort observed how the boy suddenly tensed up, questioning him about the lack of mistakes that morning and teasing him about fearing punishment. With a light slap that left a faint red mark on his cheek, Voldemort stroked Lucius's platinum hair, stating he would be leaving soon, merely stopping by to check on him, as there were matters awaiting his attention. Though Lucius felt the sting of the slap, it did not hurt. Instead, it ignited within him a yearning for his master to teach him a lesson in a manner that was not overly painful. He understood that this was not punishment, but rather something his master enjoyed, and he wished to please him. Lucius gazed up with bright eyes at the one who governed his fate, expressing his gratitude for the master's kindness. Voldemort chuckled playfully, remarking on Lucius's apparent obedience. He clarified that a punishment would involve a beating with a rod or a self-inflicted one, and while it was right for his master to discipline him for his mistakes, Lucius willingly accepted such consequences. Lucius eagerly pressed his cheek against Voldemort's large hand, believing that any punishment directly administered by his master was a form of reward, for which he was grateful. Voldemort lifted Lucius's chin with his fingers, his touch imbued with an irresistible authority that compelled the boy to meet his gaze. The sincerity in the little traitor's words brought Voldemort a sense of joy. He studied Lucius's face, still as exquisitely radiant and coldly dignified as ever, the faint red mark from earlier enhancing his seemingly delicate vulnerability. As he caressed the boy's skin, Voldemort's gaze deepened. He found himself drawn to Lucius's porcelain complexion, tinged with a hint of blush. He was aware of his own peculiarities. He relished the sight of Lucius's fragile demeanor, kneeling as if pleading for his affection. It brought him an intense satisfaction, a sense of being revered, needed, and regarded as a deity, feeding his desire for control to its zenith. "Lucius, do you enjoy my gifts?" he inquired. From the very moment he had ensnared the little traitor within the shadow of his power, Lucius had become his possession. The boy's emotions, fate, and honor were to be at his command. He was meant to be wholly dependent on Voldemort, treating his will as the sole guiding principle of his actions. He belonged to him. "Yes, my master, I do enjoy it. I cherish you even more than your gifts," Lucius confessed, his words betraying a sentiment he dared not voice outright, yet it seeped through his speech. Remaining in his kneeling position, he acknowledged his affliction, which seemed incurable, finding a peculiar tranquility in his servitude at his master's feet, feeling a sense of cherished intimacy. Voldemort deliberately held his silence for a few seconds, observing the boy's growing anxiety, before a subtle smile graced his lips. "Well then, I must take my leave. There will be many more days to come." With that, Voldemort threw aside the covers and prepared to rise, prompting Lucius to call out hurriedly. Voldemort turned with a hint of curiosity, glancing back at him. "Forgive me, my master," Lucius began, bowing his head. "The weather has turned chilly, and you are still without shoes. Stepping onto the floor directly may cause you to catch a cold." Lucius stole a glance at Voldemort's expression, and upon seeing no sign of anger, he quickly summoned the master's socks, inching forward on his knees. Gently cradling Voldemort's foot in his hands, Lucius's gaze became slightly dazed. The feet capable of treading upon the world now rested in his grasp. He inhaled deeply, a blush creeping across his cheeks, intoxicated by the scent of his master. Not daring to be too audacious, he lowered his eyes, trembling slightly as he helped his master into his socks, then retrieved the shoes from beneath the bed. Supporting Voldemort's ankle with one hand and the shoe with the other, he delicately raised his master's foot, guiding his toes into the shoe with care. Looking up with a compliant smile, Lucius reflected on how, despite having served his master for some time, he had only ever been reprimanded or attended to his master's bed. This opportunity to gently tend to his master's daily needs and be rewarded was a first for him. Such rare intimacy, devoid of punishment, caused a hint of shyness to bloom upon his cheeks. Voldemort's brows relaxed, his gaze sparkling with delight as he praised Lucius for being a good boy for the second time that day. His palm lightly brushed against the top of Lucius's platinum hair, the gesture tender and imbued with an almost imperceptible warmth, leaving Lucius with a tingling sensation. With a flick of his wand, he vanished from the room. Chapter 55. The culprit. Once Voldemort's presence had completely dissipated, Lucius rose from the floor. He glanced at the time, deciding to forego breakfast, believing he had ample time. Turning his head, he fixated intently on the towel floating in the basin, which bore the scent of his master. With long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes and a lingering blush on his cheeks, he stiffly approached. Retrieving the silk cloth from the basin, using magic to dry it, he folded it with care, tucking it into his robes. This was a memento of his master, something he could hold on to when longing for him. Today he had an important task. Lucius closed the door to his dormitory and made his way to the classroom. The sound of heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor, each thud resonating like the tumultuous anger of its owner, causing the carpet to tremble in fury. Lucius's heart seethed with anger, cursing inwardly. Who took my wand? Who could it possibly be? The first class of the morning was potions, shared between Slytherin and Gryffindor. With only a few minutes until class began, Lucius maintained a composed demeanor as he occupied a central position within Slytherin. He noticed James Potter rising from the Gryffindor side, striding toward him until he halted beside Lucius. Suppressing his displeasure, Lucius furrowed his brow and said, "Potter, what do you want?" James, with his usual brashness, pulled out a bag from his pocket. "I found this in the library yesterday. It seems to be yours," he said, extending it to Lucius. Upon seeing the familiar satin bag, a spark of fury ignited within Lucius. He had finally located the culprit responsible for his punishment. James Potter remained entirely oblivious, his visage betraying a peculiar expression. Malfoy, what have you concealed within that bag, casting spells to prevent anyone from unveiling its contents? This is none of your concern. Lucius replied, his body leaning forward, the faint sound of gritted teeth punctuating his words. You ought to return to your seat. Professor Slughorn is about to arrive. What? Malfoy exclaimed, you rude fellow. I've taken the liberty of gathering your belongings, and you don't even think to express your gratitude? Lucius shot him a sharp glance. His jaw clenched tightly. Gratitude? How delightful. It was this fool who had caused him to receive a slap on the wrist, a punishment traditionally administered by his master, this being the first instance of him inflicting such a punishment upon himself. Moreover, he might face repercussions in the future due to this incident, potentially enduring physical chastisement. And you expect me to thank you? Dream on. Lucius's right hand slipped into his sleeve, grasping his wand, his anger flaring. If James Potter dared utter another offensive remark, he would not hesitate to retaliate. The worst consequence would be a deduction of points followed by confinement in the potions dungeon, but Professor Slughorn, being the head of Slytherin, was unlikely to impose severe penalties. After all, they were all on the same side, serving under their master. Confinement would merely be a formality, not intended to be overly punitive. Perhaps sensing Lucius's dark demeanor, a few nearby Gryffindors hastily persuaded James to return to his rightful place within their ranks. Times had changed now. A considerable portion of Gryffindor was comprised of Death Eater descendants. It went without saying that Slytherin was entirely composed of such lineage, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also boasted a significant majority of Death Eater progeny. Under the shadow of the Dark Lord, the value of being the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage was akin to that of pure gold. As night enveloped the sky, with the moon hanging low upon the horizon, Lucius found himself seated at the table in the Slytherin common room, retrieving the parchment upon which he had inscribed his goals for the academic year on the first day of term. This year's ambition: Newt's nastily exhausting wizarding tests. 12-0, outstanding. The previous script was still vividly etched upon the paper. Lucius dipped his quill into ink and earnestly penned a new line. This year's secondary objective: to transform Gryffindor into a diminished shadow of its former self. Apart from his studies, he was determined to confront Gryffindor head-on. Points must be deducted, and he would find any excuse to do so. Moreover, he fervently hoped that James Potter wouldn't be caught wandering at night, for if he were, Lucius would ensure that Gryffindor would henceforth be known as Gryffindor the Lesser. With a resigned sigh, Lucius slumped in his chair. This was far more than a mere matter of a few slaps. He had inflicted much punishment upon himself the previous evening. The crux of the matter was that his master had already anticipated this outcome. The remote control had only a few buttons, and suddenly, one more had appeared. How could he expect no one to press it? Lucius felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Yet the tears would not come. He could only manage a wry smile, truly feeling the despair of wanting to cry without the ability to do so. His master now had the option to punish him with a slap, and if he was destined to be chastised, he preferred it be at the hands of his master rather than his own. His heart ached at the thought. Lucius clenched his teeth in frustration. It was all James Potter's fault. If it weren't for that fool, he might not have lost his board, and perhaps this whole predicament could have been avoided. The punishment he had received the previous night had been a stark reminder of his master's wrath. All of this was Potter's fault. All of this was Gryffindor's fault. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the Christmas season was upon them, heralding yet another week of holiday from Hogwarts. Boarding the Hogwarts Express, Lucius returned to Malfoy Manor. Once ensconced in his familiar bed, he tossed and turned, his thoughts swirling like a tide. He missed his master. Ever since that day he had visited his dormitory, his master had not returned nor communicated through their mark. Nearly a month had elapsed since he last laid eyes on him, nor had he received even a whisper of command. Lucius felt a growing sense of panic. Was his master weary of him, no longer desiring his presence? Yet, he had been trained by his master to be unlike a typical person, both physically and mentally. If his master no longer wanted him, Lucius sniffed back tears. He could not cry, though he was bewildered by when he had become so sensitive. When face to face, he feared his master, yet in absence, he longed for him. Lucius furrowed his brow and sighed softly, his pale gray eyes dimming, resembling the flickering flame of an extinguished candle. He yearned for his master, even if it meant being reprimanded or receiving a few sharp slaps. With only 3 days until Christmas, Lucius resolved to venture into the Muggle world the following day. He had previously mentioned to his master his intention to learn massage. He would dedicate himself to mastering the craft. The next time his master summoned him, he would be ready to serve him well. His master was always busy. Surely fatigued from his endeavors, Lucius would ensure he learned thoroughly and would provide a delightful foot massage. If he served well, his master would surely not cast him aside. In the Muggle realm, Lucius stood outside a foot massage training center, blushing as he hesitated for an hour before finally mustering the courage to enter. With the power of gold, he secured the finest technician for a one-on-one session. This technique requires precision. Your hands' knuckles must exert pressure, akin to rolling a dough from the ankle to the toes. Only then can the muscles be truly relaxed. Do you understand, sir? Lucius nodded, his cheeks aflame, diligently practicing on a dummy under the technician's guidance. Once he had grasped the technique, the technician provided him with a foot reflexology chart, instructing him to study it for tomorrow's lesson. After paying with a gold coin, Lucius departed, donning his cloak as he returned home. His father had been busy of late, only returning at night, leaving Lucius to idly observe the white peacocks strolling through the estate. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He drew the curtains with a conspiratorial air, casting a spell to lock the door. With slender fingers, he retrieved a treasured handkerchief from his pocket. This was a piece once used by his master. Lucius inhaled deeply, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he placed the handkerchief in the center of his pillow, kneeling beside his bed to pay homage, whispering his master's name with trembling lips. Chapter 56, The Christmas Owl. On this day, Lucius once again ventured into the Muggle world to learn about foot reflexology. On his way home, he noticed a pair of platinum wedding rings displayed in a jewelry store. The unique craftsmanship created a three-dimensional play of light, refracting diverse hues under the sunlight. Lucius gazed longingly at them for quite some time, ultimately succumbing to his desires. He entered the shop and, utilizing his modest finances, purchased 2 platinum wedding bands for men. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Lucius gently opened the velvet jewelry box. The platinum rings sparkled at his fingertips, resembling the brightest stars in a night sky, dazzling and resplendent. With a complex expression, he stared at them, finally retrieving a wooden compartment etched with magical runes. He placed the jewelry box inside, tapping it lightly with his wand, causing the runes to illuminate. He would not speak of this. He would tell neither his father nor his master, nor anyone else. This was a secret to guard, a secret he cherished. On Christmas Day, owls flocked to Malfoy Manor without ceasing. Even first-year Slytherins sent their owls to him. The gifts Lucius received filled a corner of his room. After reciprocating with polite gestures to his classmates, he contemplated whether he should send a gift to his master. Lucius cast a fleeting glance towards the bedside, where an exquisitely wrapped gift box lay, containing a pair of dragon-hide shoes crafted from the hide of the Romanian longhorn. His master had an affinity for fine footwear, and due to rampant poaching, the Romanian longhorn had become exceedingly rare, making such shoes a true luxury. However, it was precisely because of their scarcity that Lucius felt these shoes were a perfect match for his master. He had orchestrated their acquisition since the beginning of the term, relying on intermediaries, his vast wealth in galleons, and the influence of the Malfoy family. Yet, it had been nearly a month since his master had acknowledged him. Did he truly possess the right to present a gift to his master? In their dynamic, his desires had never held significance. If his master wished him to kneel, then kneel he must, and even if he longed to do so willingly, it depended entirely on whether his master desired his presence. At the Dark Lord's manor, Voldemort was in a rather foul mood. He had left the Little Traitor to ponder his thoughts for a month, all in an effort to unravel a singular truth. He was perplexed by the concept of love, uncertain of his own feelings. Yet, he was certain of one thing. He was fond of his Little Traitor. More so than the Philosopher's Stone, more than the Resurrection Stone. The Little Traitor was the most cherished possession in his world. Moreover, through the use of the soul-sucking spell, he had clearly perceived that the Little Traitor loved him. He refrained from seeing him or thinking of him, striving to untangle the chaos within his mind. Voldemort did not comprehend the nature of love. He was unsure whether it was mere possessiveness or something else entirely. What he did know was that at this moment, his greatest affection was reserved for the Little Traitor, truly cherished, more than anything else. Therefore, he would not relinquish him, since he had chosen to love him. He ought to kneel at his feet for eternity. On Christmas Day, Voldemort awaited the arrival of the Little Traitor's owl with anticipation. He had spent the day signing documents, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the Little Traitor. By 8 o'clock in the evening, however, not a single shadow of the Malfoy Manor's owl had graced him, only the owls of his other subordinates. Frustrated, he resorted to drinking, becoming slightly intoxicated, and his temper flared. He resolved to wait solely for Lucius's owl. As the clock struck 10, the owl from the Malfoy estate finally appeared at the window. Upon opening it, Voldemort's disappointment was palpable. It was Abraxas's owl. It seemed the Little Traitor was still unprepared. After all, he was young, and it was normal for him to take time. Perhaps he intended to present a surprise just past midnight. With this thought, Voldemort endeavored to calm the rising tide of his anger. As midnight approached, however, silence reigned outside, and a sense of grievance began to wash over him. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, A restless Lucius leaned against the window, counting peacocks. By this hour, his master should have been asleep. Now that he had come of age, he could indulge in alcohol. Lucius glanced at the unpresented gift beside his pillow, lifted his glass, and drained it in one go. A miscalculation had been made. The wine was far too potent, burning as it coursed down his throat. Lucius poured himself another glass, tilting his head back to consume it, wishing to drown his sorrows and momentarily forget his troubles. After several cups, his emotions became even more sensitive, the weight of his worries intensifying. Did his master truly no longer want him? He hesitated, glancing at the gift box, then at the owl perched by the window. He pinned a card. "Master, Lucius misses you." Clutching the card, Lucius stood for a long while, yet ultimately failed to summon the owl. In silence, he placed the card atop the gift, setting it beside his pillow. Back at the Dark Lord's manor, Voldemort uncorked another bottle of wine, sinking into the sofa in a daze. As the magical alarm chimed at midnight, his fury reached a boiling point, and he hurled his wine glass against the floor. The resounding crash startled the house elves in the corridor, sending shivers down their spines. At Malfoy Manor, the clock struck midnight, and the moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a faint glow. Lucius gazed at the unpresented gift with a sigh. It was late, and surely his master was asleep. He adjusted his nightclothes to appear less disheveled, then knelt facing the direction of his master's estate, bowing deeply and whispering, "Merry Christmas, Master." In the Dark Lord's manor, Voldemort fixated on the shards of glass on the floor, contemplating that if the owl were to arrive, he might forgive his little traitor. After all, it was conceivable that the owl had faced delays due to thirst or hunger, and he could understand that. Voldemort silently waited for another 2 hours, then, in a fit of rage, he smashed the wine bottle as well. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius lay in bed, pondering whether his master was similarly sleepless, tossing and turning in his own bed. Gradually, tears welled in Lucius's eyes as he thought of his master, drifting into a restless slumber, feeling utterly unsettled. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as someone forcefully kicked over his wardrobe, a dark figure advancing towards his bed, eyes ablaze with fury, locking onto the drowsy Lucius. Startled by the abrupt noise, Lucius bolted upright, alertly regarding the shadow that had appeared in his room, his right hand stealthily reaching for his wand on the pillow. As the moonlight illuminated the figure, Lucius recognized the dark silhouette and gasped, "Master?" Chapter 57. He likes him. Staring blankly at Voldemort, Lucius rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was dreaming. Why would his master descend upon Malfoy Manor at such an ungodly hour? "Lucius, do you even remember that you have me as your master?" Voldemort's voice was as cold as ice. Lucius's heart raced. It truly was his master. He glanced at the magical alarm clock, 2:30 a.m. What could possibly bring his master here at such a time? With no time to ponder further, Lucius leapt from his bed, kneeling on the floor. Despite his yearning for his master, Voldemort's tone had been anything but amiable, and Lucius felt trepidation regarding his master's volatile emotions. "Calm your rage, my lord. I dare not forget my place. You are my sole faith, my only master. Dare not. I see you dare quite a lot." Voldemort's hand flicked, illuminating the room, forcefully tilting Lucius's chin upwards. He struck him sharply, the force sending Lucius's body reeling. His cheek immediately reddened, the sound echoing throughout the bedroom. Once Lucius regained his composure, Voldemort delivered another kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lucius quickly scrambled back to the position most convenient for his master's foot. "My lord, please do not let your anger harm you. It was my mistake." Lucius submissively knelt, pleading for mercy. "Humph," Voldemort scoffed, pacing before settling down on Lucius's bed. As soon as Lucius crawled over to kneel properly, Voldemort, without hesitation, struck him again. Predictably, it was Voldemort who dared to strike the Malfoy heir in such a manner. Who else in the wizarding world would have the audacity to do so but this tyrant? Now properly kneeling, Voldemort had bottled up his anger for an entire evening and consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. His emotions surged, and he felt the little traitor had grown audacious, deserving of a thorough lesson. As soon as Lucius had settled into position, a stinging slap came crashing down, the strikes alternating with no predictability, leaving Lucius oblivious to where the next blow would land. Fortunately, Voldemort retained a semblance of rationality, controlling the force of his blows. However, after delivering 20 consecutive slaps, Lucius's face had swollen, and he felt a stinging pain. As Lucius's face was turned this way and that by the relentless slaps, a sense of grievance and shame washed over him. Yet there was also an unsettling comfort and yearning. His master had not cast him aside. Being chastised in this manner by Voldemort stirred a strange thrill within him. Once the pent-up frustration was released, Voldemort finally found the inclination to inquire. Observing the small traitor's reddened cheeks with a frown, noting that the swelling was unseemly, he cast a healing charm, watching as Lucius's face transformed back to its pale, smooth complexion. Gripping his chin, Voldemort demanded, "Where's my Christmas gift, Lucius? Do you have any idea how long I waited for you last night?" The implied grievance and accusation in Voldemort's words left Lucius momentarily stunned. He gazed incredulously at his master, who appeared to have partaken of considerable alcohol. The eyes that usually inspired such deep fear now brimmed with a palpable sense of grievance. Rarely did Lucius witness such an expression on his master, prompting an unexpected feeling of affection. Daring not to dwell on it, he hastily began to apologize, imploring his master to quell his anger, explaining that he had only wished not to disturb his rest while preparing a gift. As he spoke, Lucius felt his own grievances rise, an inexplicable wave of emotion washing over him. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes as he confessed, "Master, I thought you no longer wanted me. Why didn't you send me your owl?" Voldemort pressed, his voice suddenly taking on a stubborn, childlike tone. Lucius, contemplating the possibilities, felt the seed of realization sprout within him. Though his master appeared intoxicated, he could not shake the mistiness in his gaze, and after a hesitant pause, he inquired, "Master, why do you desire my owl?" "Because I like you, more than anything. I only want your owl." Voldemort's voice softened, slurring slightly, the usual disdain replaced by a haze of inebriation. Lucius knelt, dumbstruck, as if a field of flowers had suddenly burst into bloom. His master had confessed his affection. "Lucius, is it because I have been too harsh with you that you disdain me, and thus have not sent me your owl?" The scent of alcohol wafted as Voldemort released his grip on Lucius's chin, mumbling incoherently, No, I do not disdain you." Lucius finally realized that his master was indeed intoxicated, a behavior so unlike Voldemort's usual demeanor. Yet, even a drunken Voldemort was still Voldemort. He could only comply with his master's whims, which remained equally difficult to navigate. "Lucius, do you dislike me?" "I dare not. Dare not." Voldemort slammed his hand down on the bedside table, a sharp crack resounding. Lucius stiffened, turning his neck to see a fissure forming on the surface of the table. Kneeling, Lucius gasped, a profound instinct for survival rising within him. His wet, light gray eyes seemed on the verge of tears. "Master, I would never dislike you. Then when I came to find you today, were you displeased?" Lucius nodded obediently, eager to please. "I was more than willing, most willing." Seemingly satisfied with the answer, Voldemort fell silent, his intoxicated visage softening as he fixed his bleary gaze upon Lucius, a smile dancing on his lips. This sight filled Lucius with an overwhelming affection. Yet he was also anxious about how to navigate the situation. Would he be required to kneel all night? He could not afford to act presumptuously. If Voldemort were to awaken and remember everything, any hint of defiance would surely result in severe punishment. Moreover, the cracked bedside table remained as a stark reminder of his master's strength. Crawling forward, Lucius clutched Voldemort's leg, pleading, "Master, you are intoxicated. Please allow me to serve you and help you rest." He needed to coax his master into sleep so that he could also lie down. Suddenly, Voldemort seized a handful of Lucius's platinum hair and yanked it fiercely. Lucius bit his lip to stifle a cry, unable to move a muscle. "You will stay with me. You will sleep with me." Voldemort's voice grew louder. Lucius, fearing the potential repercussions, hastily covered Voldemort's mouth, desperate to prevent the noise from reaching his father. His master was behaving like a child now, requiring gentle coaxing. Lucius spoke softly, "I will stay with you, master, I will stay." He hesitated, then stammered, "Master, could you perhaps show leniency and allow me to rise?" Looking at the platinum-haired boy on the floor, Voldemort mumbled sleepily, granting a non-committal sound. Lucius secretly sighed in relief. At least he had navigated this moment, and when his master sobered up, he would have one less mistake to account for. Kneeling to assist Voldemort in removing his shoes and socks, Lucius finally rose from the floor. He initially intended to fetch a damp cloth to cleanse his master's face, but was abruptly halted by a firm grip on his wrist. "What are you going to do?" "I am going to fetch you a basin of warm water to wash your face," Lucius replied, but Voldemort tightened his grip, insisting, "You promise to stay with me." Feeling the crushing strength of Voldemort's grip on his wrist, Lucius winced in pain. "Master, I will not go. I will stay with you. I will not go. I will not go anywhere. Please, do not squeeze any harder." Lying beside his master, Lucius covered him with a blanket. He closed his eyes, but within moments, he was pushed awake. Resigned, he opened his eyes to find his master looking at him with big, innocent eyes, murmuring, "It's uncomfortable here." Following his master's pointed finger, Lucius glanced at the dark wizard. "O great dragon, you who sleep, please do not awaken." Before Lucius could utter another word, he found himself grasped by his platinum hair, unable to resist, move, or even breathe. Voldemort felt a warm, humid comfort enveloping him, akin to a sauna. It was only when Lucius's world was illuminated by a blinding light that Voldemort finally succumbed to sleep. Resigned, Lucius rose to fetch water for cleansing, rinsed his mouth, and returned to lie beside his master. After a minute of contemplation, he gazed at Voldemort's profile before leaning in to plant a soft kiss at the corner of his lips. Chapter 58, The Gift. At 10 a.m., sunlight streamed through the curtains, piercing Voldemort's eyes as he awoke with a slight headache. Fragments of memory began to coalesce in the light, revealing a disheveled wardrobe, angry slaps, a cracked bedside table, and a small traitor who had comforted him, along with the soothing presence of that platinum-haired boy. Voldemort felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was this really him? How childish. He had initially come to hold Lucius accountable, yet it had devolved into something resembling a childish tantrum. The hinges of the door creaked softly as Lucius gently pushed it open, tiptoeing inside, careful not to disturb his master. Upon entering and seeing Voldemort's expression, Lucius hastened to the bedside, dropped to his knees, back naturally arched, hands resting on his knees, and bowed his head, his long platinum hair cascading around him. Lucius pays his respects to you, my master. Noticing Lucius, Voldemort felt a sudden wave of embarrassment wash over him. He attempted to maintain a stern facade, but soon found it slipping away. Sitting on the bed, he looked down at Lucius, lifting his chin with his foot, and once again posing the fateful question, Lucius, do you still recognize me as your master? Lucius's pupils dilated slightly. Sensing his master's discontent, fear coursing through him. Master, forgive me. You will always be the master I admire most. I was afraid you did not wish to see me, which is why I did not send you anything. The subordinate prepared himself, biting his lip before releasing it, his fingers pointing at the box beside the pillow. His clear, light gray eyes brimmed with obedience and earnestness. Master, it is my oversight that has troubled you. I am willing to accept punishment, but I implore you to eat something first. You have just awakened from your hangover. If you do not eat, your stomach will surely be upset soon. Upon hearing this, Voldemort's gaze softened slightly. The concern from the little traitor uplifted his spirits by a few degrees. With a slight acknowledgement, Voldemort set his feet down to rise from the bed. Lucius hastily picked up the soft slippers prepared beside the bed and knelt to place them on his master's feet. He then summoned Dobby, instructing the house elf to fetch the prepared food. After the elf departed, Lucius crawled over to Voldemort, who was seated at the coffee table, and knelt beside him. Observing his master leisurely enjoying the steak, Lucius eagerly poured a cup of coffee from the pot. Master, this is Brazilian Arabica coffee. It has a splendid flavor. Do try it. Lucius knelt beside his master, holding a tray adorned with a beautifully crafted coffee cup, his face alight with a dutiful smile, though his shirt was already drenched in sweat. Do not be angry. Please, do not be angry. I beg you, do not be angry. Voldemort cast a sideways glance at the platinum-haired youth, but chose to ignore him, continuing his meal. It was not until Lucius's arms grew weary from holding the cup, his fingers beginning to tremble, that Voldemort finished his steak and wiped his mouth. Abraxas knows I have arrived, master. I informed my father this morning. He wished to come and pay his respects, but seeing you still asleep, he did not dare disturb you. Voldemort gestured towards a pile of gifts in the corner that had yet to be unpacked. You seem to have quite a number of acquaintances. Have you returned their favors? Yes, master, Lucius replied, his guilt evident in his nod. Ha! Voldemort chuckled softly. You remember all these people, yet forget me. The little voice inside Lucius screamed in distress. How can I get past this question? Master, you must believe me. In my heart, you are always my foremost priority. I care for you so deeply that I dare not. The cold sweat beaded on Lucius's forehead, and he struggled to suppress the tremors in his arms, only to hear Voldemort's voice drift down from above, devoid of emotion. Lucius, you displayed quite a bit of audacity last night. Lucius shuddered at the words, his voice trembling with a pleading tone. I know I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. Please spare me. Gazing at the weeping little traitor at his feet, Voldemort nodded with satisfaction. This was as it should be. Why should he feel awkward? Let the little traitor feel awkward. This was his fault, and he deserved punishment. At last, Voldemort lifted the coffee cup to his lips and took a sip. Noticing the little traitor beside him had visibly relaxed and lowered his hands, Voldemort smiled and casually pointed to the remaining pot of coffee. The coffee is decent. Consider it a reward. Thank you for your generous gift, master. Lucius thought he might weep. He was truly suffering from his own misdeeds. What a large pot of coffee. Next time, I shall instruct Dobby to brew only half a pot. No, only a quarter. Under Voldemort's unwavering gaze, Lucius resignedly lifted the coffee pot, pouring cup after cup into his mouth. After consuming the entire pot, he felt as though his stomach might burst. Lucius knew this was merely the beginning. The true torment lay ahead in the coming hours. This is for you. Voldemort presented a luxurious jewelry box adorned with gilded reliefs. Master, is this for me? My Christmas gift. The realization brightened Lucius's eyes, and he spoke softly. Thank you, master. He accepted the box with both hands, opening it to reveal a serpent-shaped collar intertwined with dark gemstones and metal, with rubies set in the eyes of the serpent. "Put it on," Voldemort commanded softly. "Yes, master," Lucius replied, carefully taking the collar from the box and fastening it around his neck. The collar coiled like a living serpent. Voldemort's eyes glinted with amusement as he beckoned with his fingers, causing the collar to constrict tightly. Lucius felt the air grow thin, panic gripping his throat, rendering him breathless. His body began to tremble as he desperately clutched Voldemort's ankle, raising his gaze to meet his master's, his eyes pleading, "Please." Voldemort released his grip, and Lucius fell to the ground, coughing violently. "You are not to remove this without my command." Voldemort's voice sliced through the air, chilling the room. Lucius, trembling in fear, quickly bowed in obedience. "Yes, master." Voldemort's lips curled into a slight smile, warmth seeping into his tone. "I favor obedient children. Lucius, this collar suits you well." "Yes, master." "Thank you for your kindness." Lucius bowed his head submissively. "What did you send me?" "Go fetch it." Voldemort tapped lightly on the table. "Yes, master." The pressure emanating from Voldemort made Lucius break into a cold sweat. He shifted, feeling the pain in his knees as he crawled to the bedside, hands cradling the item he had brought back for his master, raising it before him. Voldemort first picked up the card from the box, a light-hearted smile gracing his lips. "You missed me." Lucius carefully glanced at Voldemort. "Yes, master, I did miss you." Voldemort responded with a satisfied hum, opening the box to reveal a pair of dragonhide shoes crafted from Romanian longhorn leather. "You know my size," he remarked, raising an eyebrow. Lucius, both close and submissive, stammered. "You have always kept me by your side, master. You never guarded against me. As long as I am attentive, it is still possible." With that, Lucius lowered his head. "I apologize, master. I measured your dimensions in secret and have offended you." A yuan suddenly pressed against his chin, prompting Lucius to raise his head. Voldemort's black eyes held a trace of indulgence, a gentle smile gracing his lips, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, making him appear dazzlingly otherworldly. "I find this delightful to behold." Voldemort's words made Lucius's heart skip a beat, leaving him momentarily stunned, his cheeks flushing, and his heart racing erratically. He saw in Voldemort's eyes an overwhelming, possessive affection directed not only towards the shoes, but also towards him. This man, Lucius clenched his hands, struggling to control the flickering anticipation and shyness ignited by Voldemort. He surrendered. He let go of all notions of pride and self-respect. He desired nothing but to kneel beside him, to belong to him, to experience this whirlwind of emotions just once in his life. In that fleeting moment, he saw that in Voldemort's eyes, there was only him. Chapter 59, The Aftermath of Christmas. The platinum-haired youth clutched the hem of his robe with delicate fingers, lowering his head to plant a gentle kiss, pleading softly, "Master, you were intoxicated yesterday. It was not my intention to offend you. Please, show mercy and forgive me." Voldemort glanced down at the little one kneeling before him, both amused and exasperated, giving a playful kick to his thigh. "You little brat, you excel at playing the fool. Have you retrieved your board?" Lucius wilted at the question, stealing a glance at Voldemort, but ultimately pursing his lips, afraid to plead for mercy. "I found it the day after you left. It was all the fault of those Gryffindors." Thinking back, Lucius still yearned to give James Potter a good thrashing for his meddling. Lucius opened the silken pouch he carried, presenting the board to Voldemort. Voldemort took the board, deliberately pausing for a few seconds, running his fingers slowly along the rim of the cup as he fixed his gaze upon Lucius, remaining silent. Under such scrutiny from his master, Lucius felt a surge of anxiety wash over him, unable to contain his plea for mercy. "Master, I realize my mistakes. Could you possibly spare me?" Voldemort let out a derisive chuckle, gesturing with a tilt of his chin for Lucius to turn around. Lucius, with a beseeching look, stared at his master for several seconds before reluctantly complying. Voldemort tossed a cushion from the sofa at him, and Lucius embraced it, leaning forward. As he shed his protective garments, Lucius, before the punishment commenced, could not help but beg, "Master, please be gentle with your punishment." He reflected on how he had changed. In the past, even if his master wielded a meter-long rod against him, he would never have pleaded for mercy beforehand. Ultimately, his expectations of Voldemort had grown. Voldemort was amused, laughing at the irony of pleading before even being struck. This little traitor had become increasingly delicate. Yet, seeing Lucius's pitiful demeanor softened his heart somewhat. With half his strength, Voldemort delivered a single blow. "Count for yourself," he commanded in a deep voice. "1. Thank you for your punishment, master. 2, 3, 4, 5. Voldemort erupted into laughter, amused by how shallow the traitor's eye sockets appeared. Extending his hand, he teasingly observed the platinum-haired boy on the floor. "Lucius, is something not warm enough here?" Lucius turned, Bewildered, "Master, what is lacking in warmth?" With tears welling in his eyes, Lucius looked at Voldemort, pleading, "Master, please. Do not strike me so harshly. Your arm must be weary as well. Please, wait a moment for me." Voldemort tapped the board thoughtfully, as if contemplating, while Lucius's heart raced in anticipation. After a long pause, Voldemort tossed the board to the ground, declaring, "I shall spare you this time, my dear little pitiable one." Though only 5 strikes were inflicted, and not with full force, Voldemort's large hand was powerful, and all 5 blows landed in the same place. "Thank you, Master." Lucius quickly prostrated himself in gratitude. After adjusting his attire, Lucius knelt once more before his master. Voldemort reached out to stroke his hair, stating, "I must take my leave now. I shall return tomorrow." "Master." Lucius suddenly grasped the hem of Voldemort's robe, feeling a pressing need to visit the lavatory. His abdomen, swollen from the coffee he had consumed earlier, was beginning to signal its urgency. He had to seek his master's permission first. If Voldemort departed, he would be unable to endure until the morrow. "Master, I beg you, allow me to visit the lavatory." Lucius lowered his head, his cheeks flushed. Voldemort's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I had almost forgotten, but since I did, perhaps it would be best to forego it. Wait until I come back tomorrow." "Master." Lucius's voice was nearly frantic, inching forward on his knees. "It cannot be disregarded. I implore your mercy. I cannot hold until tomorrow." Lucius's lips pressed tightly together in distress, his anxiety making his breath rapid. "Master, please grant me permission." Voldemort rested his elbow on the back of the chair, reclining slightly as he cast a glance at the platinum-haired boy kneeling before him. "If you plead more pitifully, I might grant it." Though Voldemort's tone was indifferent, the air of imperious authority he exuded, coupled with the long-held aura of command, instilled a cold sense of oppression, evoking deep-seated respect and reluctance to defy him. Lucius, weary and in pain, pondered how to present himself as more pitiable. "Master, master," he sobbed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Supporting his aching limbs, he clung to Voldemort's body, his tear-streaked face brushing against his master's neck, his misty gray eyes lifting to seek Voldemort's lips. "Master, I beg you." Lucius's voice softened further, his posture evoking sympathy, yet simultaneously igniting a desire for dominance in Voldemort. Voldemort, seizing Lucius by the hair, yanked him upright. And before Lucius could fully discern his master's expression, he received a slap, neither harsh nor gentle, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. Voldemort caressed his cheek, chiding, "I permit you to touch me, but you must learn your manners." Lucius trembled slightly, tears brimming in his eyes, gazing helplessly at his master, softly apologizing, "I'm sorry. Master, I was wrong." He knelt again, tilting his reddened face upward, rubbing against his master's robe sleeve, blinking back tears as he softly pleaded, "Master, I beseech you. Spare me." Voldemort lifted Lucius's chin with a finger, noticing his tear-streaked face, which truly appeared pitiable and endearing. He gently caught a tear on his fingertip before leaning down to place a soft kiss on Lucius's forehead. Then, observing Lucius's complexion flush bright red, Voldemort chuckled softly, tapping his forehead lightly. "Endure for 1 more hour after I leave, and then you may go." "Thank you for your mercy, Master." Lucius obediently bowed, wiping his tears away. "I shall serve you, Master." "Master, will you wear these?" Lucius looked up expectantly, pointing to the Romanian dragonhide shoes he had gifted to Voldemort. Upon meeting the glimmer in Lucius's eyes, Voldemort's lips curled into a faint smile, accompanied by a low chuckle. "Very well." Hearing this, Lucius's eyes sparkled with joy. "I shall serve you, Master. I do not possess new socks for you. May I offer you my new ones?" Lucius summoned all his new socks with a spell, creating a wall of socks before Voldemort. Casually, Voldemort took a pair and handed them to the kneeling Lucius, then waved his hand, causing the rest to return to their place. Lucius moved closer, nestling against his master's lower leg, dutifully putting the cotton socks on Voldemort's feet. Then, with one hand cradling his master's foot and the other supporting the shoe's sole, Lucius gently slipped the dragonhide shoes onto Voldemort's feet. Once both were secured, Lucius hesitated, nervously asking, "Master, I measured your size discreetly. Do they fit well?" Voldemort tested them on the ground, satisfied. "Perfectly, my obedient child," he remarked, patting Lucius's cheek, increasingly pleased with his little traitor. Chapter 60. Do not refer to me as your servant. A faint magical ripple swept through the air, and then he vanished, leaving no trace of how Voldemort had entered. The Malfoy Manor's defenses rendered ineffective against this man. Only after the Dark Lord's presence dissipated did Lucius become aware of the sharp pain around his knees. Since awakening, attending to his master's meals, facing his master's reprimands, and enduring several strikes had left him kneeling for over 2 hours. While his master was present, all of Lucius's focus had been on how to placate Voldemort's anger, how to win his favor, and how to serve him dutifully. The The pain in his knees had been suppressed, leaving no room for concern. Struggling to climb onto the bed, Lucius rolled up his pant legs, revealing swollen and reddened knees. The discomfort in his abdomen was intensifying, and with Voldemort's command to endure for another hour, it felt like torture. Without his master's command, Lucius dared not treat his injuries. His face bore slight pain, his knees throbbed sharply, and the ache in his abdomen was becoming unbearable. He lay on the bed, curling into a fetal position to alleviate the discomfort. As time dragged on, the pressure in Lucius's lower abdomen intensified, causing his breathing to quicken. He now found himself in a state of restless discomfort, unable to settle in any position. Lucius instinctively squeezed his legs together, biting his lower lip tightly. Although his master was absent, the designated time had not yet arrived, and he dared not indulge himself. At last, the magical alarm signaled the appointed hour, prompting Lucius to laboriously make his way to the lavatory. The release of his physical limits made him feel as if he had been revived. As the sunset's soft glow gradually faded, Lucius sat with Abraxas after dinner, engaging in idle conversation. Abraxas appeared somewhat disheartened and frantic. "Lucius, I left in such haste this morning that I neglected to inquire when the master arrived and when he departed." Noticing the troubled expression on his father's face, Lucius hesitantly replied, "Father, the master arrived at Malfoy Manor shortly after 2 in the morning and left around 1 o'clock at noon." "Father, isn't our home equipped with magical intercepts? Did you not know the master was here?" Abraxas let out a deep sigh, explaining that the master's power was unparalleled. Wherever he chose to go, no defenses could restrain him, not even those of the Malfoy family. "Our magical defenses are among the finest in the wizarding world. Yet when compared to the master's might, they are utterly insignificant. If the master wishes to remain unnoticed, no one can discern his whereabouts." Abraxas's eyes glistened with a hint of red as he gazed sorrowfully at Lucius, his expression grim. The master, during the night. Lucius understood his father's implication. He wanted to convey that he was willing, but feared angering his father. Thus he merely nodded anxiously. Abraxas, feeling utterly dejected, instructed Lucius to return and rest while he indulged in a drink in the dining room. As the sun slowly climbed the castle walls, the morning dew infused the air with a refreshing scent. After rising and having a hearty breakfast, Lucius took the pair of shoes Voldemort had discarded the previous day to the lavatory. He was uncertain if the master required them, but felt compelled to clean them nonetheless. As he prepared the shoe-cleaning tools, Lucius knelt in the lavatory. The master's shoes were not dirty, merely dusted with a light layer of grime, making them easy to clean. After washing Voldemort's shoes, Lucius suddenly smacked his forehead. Had he been struck in the head by a troll? Why not utilize a cleaning spell? Why must he kneel to scrub? Oh, he was on the verge of madness. After finishing the shoes, Lucius obediently lay on his bed, awaiting the master. The 5 strikes he received yesterday had landed in the same spot, and, lacking any healing, had festered overnight, leaving a swollen ridge and bruising that throbbed when touched. He nestled a pillow beneath his chin, lying still as instructed, knowing the master would come for him today. An aura of unyielding authority enveloped Malfoy Manor, as Voldemort made his entrance without pretense. Sensing his master's presence, Lucius and Abraxas hurried to the drawing room to pay their respects. Within, Voldemort reclined in an opulent chair, while Abraxas knelt in the center of the room. Lucius knelt beside him, holding a tray with a freshly brewed cup of tea. Abraxas discreetly clenched his fist on the ground, yet maintained a tone of unwavering subservience as he dutifully reported to his master. Once Abraxas completed his report, Voldemort casually spoke. "Ah, Abraxas, only a few days remain until school begins. Lucius, I will take you to my estate for a couple of days." After Abraxas expressed his gratitude and rose, he cast a glance at his son, who trembled slightly beside the master, his lips pale and his teeth clenched. With a deep bow, he replied, "Your subordinate obeys." "Thank you for your consideration, my master." Voldemort turned his gaze to the quiet, kneeling young traitor beside him, lifting the teacup and taking a sip. With a flick of his robes, he apparat, dragging the young traitor by the collar to the Dark Lord's estate, leaving Abraxas behind, inwardly cursing, "My Lucius, my child, this is my offspring, taken away to be bullied. Did I not say I would not raise him?" At the Dark Lord's estate, in the study, Lucius felt momentarily bewildered by the sudden apparition. Regaining his composure, he obediently knelt beside his master. "Master, your servant." Lucius was about to inquire about his master's intentions when Voldemort raised a finger, silencing him. Voldemort caressed the platinum-haired youth's lips, his expression inscrutable. "From now on, do not refer to yourself as my subordinate, Lucius. You know you are different." Lucius nervously pursed his lips. "Master, then how should I refer to myself?" Swallowing hard, Lucius's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. If he was not to be called a subordinate, this was not ancient China where servant would suffice, perhaps slave? Surely not, dog. Voldemort playfully pinched Lucius's cheek, teasing. What are you pondering so intently? I alone can decide. Lucius lowered his gaze, his heart racing. Thank you, master. Voldemort, taking hold of Lucius's chin, whispered. I initially had no particular thoughts, but I acknowledge your suggestion. On days when I am in a foul mood, I may grant you the role of a slave or a dog. Lucius felt the weight of his own folly, speechless in his despair. Voldemort released Lucius's chin, his smile fading as he commanded, lift your face. Lucius's heart leapt, and he raised his cheek slightly, inevitably receiving 2 sharp slaps from his master. The impact was not light. Lucius felt his cheeks flush with heat, and Voldemort regarded him with a gaze that was both amused and menacing. You should understand. This is not a punishment. Without waiting for a response, Voldemort leaned in, his lips brushing against Lucius's warm cheeks, his eyes reflecting a dangerous yet alluring desire. I enjoy inflicting pain upon you, and I relish seeing you plead for me. You must comprehend that there is no escape, Lucius. You belong to me. Now beg me. He no longer wished to judge Lucius for past betrayals. He found himself drawn to this pitiful little traitor. A twisted affection that perhaps was fate's greatest retribution for the young traitor. What began as revenge had transformed into something else entirely, something akin to a perverse fondness. He understood, yet would not change. He recognized his faults, but refused to amend them, nor would he admit them. Certainly, an eagle can continue to soar through the skies, but the chain around its neck must remain in his grasp. Whenever he desired, the eagle would be compelled to bow its proud head and kneel at his feet, subject to his whims, molded and shaped, with no defiance permitted. Lucius's eyes brimmed with tears, his eyelids reddening, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Master, please, spare me. I implore you. The master relished his tears, a fact Lucius was acutely aware of, yet he willingly offered himself up to further torment. Chapter 61, The Rite of Acknowledgement. Voldemort's large hand clasped Lucius's chin, playing with the platinum-haired youth's head, a flicker of tenderness dancing in his eyes. Am I your master? Or simply your master? Lucius understood. His master was inquiring if he was a sovereign to whom he must kneel in submission, or merely because it was him, he knelt in submission. You are my only master, my sole faith. Lucius lowered his head, kissing Voldemort's fingertips. Only because of you, I am willing to be under your control. At these words, a smile graced Voldemort's features, affirming that they were indeed a match made in destiny. Should I perhaps offer you a token of allegiance? The words of Voldemort, laced with a hint of amusement, echoed in the air. Lucius, caught in a web of anticipation and trepidation, tugged gently at his master's robe. Voldemort delivered a light kick to Lucius, commanding, kneel properly. I shall not make it difficult for you. Just bow your head for me. Is it truly that simple? Without hesitation, Lucius sank to his knees, performing a respectful bow. I pay my respects to my master. What was there to it? Had he not always knelt and bowed before his master? Voldemort rested his chin on his hand, observing, and suddenly chuckled. Lucius, bow once more. Lucius obediently complied. Executing another bow, Voldemort cleared his throat, insisting another one. Lucius discreetly glanced up at Voldemort, adhering to the formalities once more. Observing the obedient and endearing platinum-haired youth before him, Voldemort sighed contentedly. He truly met his expectations. A mischievous thought crossed Voldemort's mind, and a glint of mockery flickered in his gaze. Continue bowing. Lucius looked up at Voldemort with a pitiful expression. Master, you wouldn't wish for me to lose consciousness from this, would you? A bruised forehead would not be a pleasant sight. I still have to serve you. Voldemort regarded Lucius's gaze, which was a blend of grievance and flattery, and softly commanded, strike your palm. Master. Lucius's eyes darted, a flicker of surprise evident, moments ago. All was well, and now he was being ordered to hit himself. I beg your forgiveness, master. I beseech you, Lucius implored, tugging gently at the hem of Voldemort's robe. Voldemort caressed the cheek of the platinum-haired boy, his eyes brimming with suppressed desire. Why plead for mercy? I am not punishing you. I am rewarding you. With that, Voldemort cast a healing spell upon Lucius, erasing the wounds from the previous day and the recent swelling on his face. Thank you for your grace, master. Even though Lucius had mentally prepared for this day, he couldn't help but sigh. This was the price of loving a tyrant. His fate was indeed unfortunate. Just as Lucius raised his hand, he heard Voldemort's voice above him. Just enough to redden your skin. Do not bruise it. No need to count. If you do poorly, I shall punish you tonight. Lucius lowered his head, responding in frustration, unable to suppress the inner turmoil. His master was truly difficult to please. He longed to take a bite out of his master. The master desired him to feel pain, yet not to injure, and with no specified number of strikes. He could only stop when Voldemort commanded it. What if Voldemort did not call for a halt for an extended period? Striking too hard would be unbearable for him. Thus, he knelt on the ground, delivering light slaps to himself. Smack, smack. After some time, Lucius felt he had delivered dozens of strikes. Yet Voldemort had yet to call for a stop. Glancing at the enchanted clock on the wall, he realized nearly 10 minutes had passed. His arms began to ache. The pain was tolerable, but the humiliation was overwhelming, surpassing his threshold. Kneeling before his master, continuously striking himself, Lucius's skin flushed a delicate pink. Accompanying the shame was a disdained sense of excitement he could hardly fathom. "Stop," Voldemort finally commanded, ruffling the platinum-haired boy's hair, gazing at his flushed cheeks with a smirk. "Lucius, your technique is rather commendable. You truly delivered as instructed. If you had struck a bit lighter, you could have gone on for half an hour." "Master." Lucius's tone elongated, sweetly ingratiating. Voldemort studied him intently for a moment, his expression softening. "For today, as token of allegiance, what gift do you desire?" The tenderness in his demeanor was palpable. "Name your wish, and I shall grant it." Lucius's eyes widened in astonishment. "Anything, master?" Voldemort reached out to caress Lucius's reddened cheek. "Anything at all, whether it be a position within the Ministry of Magic, a coveted title of power, or an abundance of galleons. Or perhaps a smuggling route within a state. Speak your desire, and I shall fulfill it. But remember, you have but one wish, Lucius. Contemplate wisely and tell me. I will grant whatever you ask." Lucius lowered his head, his ears buzzing, his mind blank, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Anything could be his. As if Voldemort had bestowed upon him a royal decree to inscribe his own desires. Should he select the option that maximizes the Malfoy family's interests? To elevate their power further? No, that would not do. Lucius's breathing quickened, his eyelashes fluttering. His thoughts pierced through the void, focusing on the shadow of the Dark Lord. The Master had indeed granted him the opportunity to request anything, but would it truly belong to the Malfoy family once obtained? Could the Malfoy family consume such a vast fortune? All the visible power and influence were ultimately governed by the will of the Dark Lord. If the Master were to stamp a document, declaring the Ministry of Magic or an entire nation belonged to him, would it genuinely be his? Yes. Possession would be his in name, and people would heed his words, but should his Master's mind change one day, his castle would crumble in an instant. Above all else, it was the Master's will that prevailed. All of Lucius's confidence, all of the Malfoy family's strength, stemmed from the Master's trust. What he needed most now was the Master's trust. Suppressing all thoughts, Lucius gently kissed the tip of his Master's shoe, bowing deeply, as reverently as a devoted pilgrim. "I beseech you, grant me the right to touch you." Voldemort's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise glimmering in his otherwise calm demeanor. "Lucius, I have stated that anything is possible. Are you certain you wish to squander such a wish?" Lucius abruptly lifted his head, shimmering tears glistening in his eyes. A hint of grievance in his gaze. "Master, how can you deem this a waste? Neither power nor wealth. Nothing in this world compares to your will." How exalted the Master was. To be permitted to touch you would be the greatest honor of my life. As Lucius spoke, he bowed his head once more, ambition flashing briefly in his eyes. He certainly harbored ulterior motives. If he could gain the trust of his Master, the Malfoy family would truly stand above all others. Lucius affectionately rubbed his head against Voldemort's ankle, like a docile dog. "I have my own desires, Master. I have served by your side. You are so stunningly handsome that I cannot help but wish to touch my deity. You have punished me for this desire several times. If you grant this, I might endure fewer punishments in the future. This is my sole wish. I implore you, Master, grant it." Lucius's words brought a gradual smile to Voldemort's lips, broadening into a full grin, his deep laughter resonating in the air. Voldemort tilted his head slightly, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and delight. He softly uttered, "I permit it." Chapter 62, Bathing. Lucius straightened his posture, leaning into Voldemort's embrace, resting his head against him and gently nuzzling. "Thank you, Master." This obedient and endearing demeanor compelled Voldemort to reach out, tenderly tousling Lucius's platinum hair. "Such a good boy." Lucius raised his gaze, his eyes clear and soft, his cheeks still flushed from earlier. He nodded obediently. "I shall always be good, Master." Voldemort's large hand resting on Lucius's head quivered slightly, his expression unconsciously softening. "So obedient. How is it that you are so very good? I have business to attend to. Do not leave the manor. You may play wherever you wish. The wounds on your face will heal on their own shortly. Come to my chamber tonight. Do you understand?" Voldemort patted Lucius's small face, lifting him from the ground. Lucius blinked his misty eyes obediently and nodded. "I understand, Master." Voldemort's lips curled in a soothing smile. "You may go." Upon hearing his Master's command, Lucius bowed respectfully. "Yes, Master." He returned to the chamber that had been arranged for him during the previous holiday, paced to the bed, kicked off his shoes, and lay down. As he reclined, he cast 2 healing spells upon himself, caressing his porcelain-like cheek, recalling his recent self-punishment, which painted his face with a fresh blush. The slap he had received would suffice to shame him for 2 years. He could relinquish everything, debasing himself to the dust. But all he desired was his master's genuine affection. His master had proclaimed his fondness for him, uttering heartfelt truths in a drunken stupor. That affection was undeniably real. Even if that fondness resembled a prickly hedgehog, he would willingly swallow the blood and endure the pain. His master was controlling him, training him. Initially, he could not resist. Later he succumbed to the adaptation of his body and instinct, and now, despite the turmoil and suffering, he willingly chose to plummet from the heights. Lucius recognized that his current mental state was likely abnormal, yet he felt powerless to change it. He could not pinpoint when his feelings had shifted so dramatically. By the time he realized it, his heart was already ensnared. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lucius arrived at Voldemort's bedroom to await his return. After preparing himself, he filled the bathtub with water for his master, occasionally adding hot water to maintain the ideal temperature. It wasn't until after 9 that he heard footsteps approaching in the corridor, prompting him to hastily kneel at the door. When Voldemort opened the door, he beheld the exquisite platinum-haired youth dutifully kneeling at the threshold. He ruffled Lucius's hair, allowing him to assist in changing into slippers and nightclothes. "Master, would you like to bathe first? I have prepared the bathwater. A soak would be just what you need to relieve your fatigue." With a smile, he cast a glance at the little one on the floor. Voldemort merely grunted in acknowledgement, shedding his nightgown as he made his way to the bathroom. The water in the tub was at a comfortable temperature, and once Voldemort settled in, he leaned back against the edge, closing his eyes in blissful relaxation. Lucius instinctively followed him, kneeling at the edge of the tub to massage Voldemort's muscles. The little platinum-haired attendant was always attentive and meticulous in his service, and Voldemort reveled in the experience. However, tonight, Voldemort sensed that Lucius was slightly restless. While he initially served quietly, his hands grew increasingly bold as they roamed. From the shoulders exposed above the water, the ministrations became lighter upon reaching the chest. When his hands traveled to the abdomen, Voldemort distinctly felt a moment of hesitation. Lucius ultimately refrained from being too audacious and instead maneuvered around to massage his thighs. Having never learned the art of seduction, Lucius struggled to fully embrace the flirtation, making the motions seem somewhat clumsy. Voldemort found it amusing. It was rare for his little platinum to be so assertive. He cast a sidelong glance but remained silent, continuing to enjoy the experience. Unexpectedly, after massaging the soles of Voldemort's feet, Lucius began his ascent back up. Voldemort's eyes burned with desire. Reminiscent of the dark waters of a lake, his gaze gliding over Lucius's face, laced with an undercurrent of cruelty. He seized Lucius's arm, yanking him into the tub. Lucius, caught off guard, sputtered and coughed, finally managing to glance at Voldemort, apologizing. "I'm sorry, master." Voldemort's deep, penetrating gaze bore into him, heavy with possessiveness and control, causing Lucius to shiver. Observing Lucius's slightly anxious demeanor, Voldemort suddenly smiled, taking his time. "My dear Lucius, you must understand that to provoke me comes at a price." Without waiting for a response, he submerged Lucius once more. Did his master wish for him to drown? Lucius felt a wave of panic, instinctively struggling for breath. Coughing violently, he finally gasped, "Master, I'm sorry, I truly cannot breathe." The platinum strands of hair clung messily to his face and neck, and his reddened eyes glistened with tears. Voldemort silently observed the disheveled youth before him, raising a hand cruelly to gesture toward the water. Lucius trembled nervously, inhaling deeply several times, refraining from pleading. He diligently sought to appease Voldemort, hoping that his obedient demeanor would hasten the end of this torment. After multiple cycles of suffocation, Lucius found himself increasingly breathless. Ultimately unable to hold back his pleas for mercy, "Master," Lucius knelt in the tub, grasping Voldemort's large hand and placing it against his cheek, his voice soft and tentative. "It is my fault for being weak, but I truly cannot hold my breath any longer. Please have mercy on me." Voldemort tightened his grip on Lucius's wrist, but did not apply force, lowering his gaze to the tears welling in the young man's eyes. Intrigued by the sight, he decided not to press too hard. There was no rush. He had ample time to train him, and their future was long. Pushing aside Lucius's platinum head, Voldemort rose. Stepping out of the tub, Lucius blinked in confusion, only realizing his master had spared him. His eyes sparkled with joy. His master was showing him tenderness. Lucius hastily climbed out of the tub, grabbing a towel to dry Voldemort's body, serving him until he reclined half on the bed. At which point Lucius dutifully knelt at the head of the bed. "Come here," Voldemort's deep, husky voice beckoned. Lucius obediently climbed onto the bed. In the flickering light, their breaths intertwined as he clung to Voldemort's strong shoulder, a powerful hand gripping the back of his head, suppressing all his struggles. The master's movements were imbued with an irresistible tenderness, their heartbeats accelerating and overlapping until, At a certain moment, the world fell silent, and their heartbeats resonated together. Chapter 63. He feared him. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, spilling across the bed. In the warm glow, the youth's skin appeared remarkably fair, with long, thick lashes resembling delicate fans, and soft, platinum hair cascading over the pillow, rendering him exquisitely beautiful. A glimmer of tenderness flickered in Voldemort's eyes. He was his, and only his. Voldemort wrapped his powerful arms tightly around the boy's waist, exerting force as if he intended to meld him into his very being. An action that was both assertive and inescapable. Lucius awoke, startled by the tight grip around his waist, his eyes fluttering open to behold Voldemort's chiseled features, strikingly handsome. The man's gaze bore an air of dominance and superiority, exuding an intense pressure that compelled Lucius to kneel. "Master," Lucius murmured shyly, his cheeks flushed. "Awake," Voldemort whispered, his fingers gently tracing the smooth, pale curve of Lucius's cheek. "Yes, master. Please rest a while longer. I will go freshen up and then attend to you." Lucius obediently rose from the bed, noting Voldemort's lack of objection as he headed to the washroom. Lucius swiftly prepared himself and then knelt to assist Voldemort in his morning ritual. Once both were ready, they descended to the dining room on the first floor. After the house elf set the table, it withdrew, leaving only Voldemort and Lucius seated together. On the table lay a perfectly steamed fish. Wishing to please his master, Lucius refrained from eating and diligently picked out the bones. He then knelt beside Voldemort, presenting the plate with a pleasing tone, "Master," placing the dish before him. The deboned fish, rich in sauce and delectable in flavor, was thoroughly enjoyed by Voldemort, who devoured half of it with satisfaction. As Lucius contemplated rising to return to his meal, a large hand firmly pressed down upon his shoulder. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through him, prompting him to kneel obediently in place. He had not erred this morning. He had merely sought to please his master, reflecting upon his actions thus far, which had been meticulous and submissive. Surely, he had made no mistakes. Voldemort gently lifted Lucius's chin with a finger, his thumb caressing the tender flesh, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "What are you afraid of? You have committed no fault." Voldemort's fingertips felt the warmth of the boy's skin, and he could even hear the rapid thumping of his heart. Sensing the tension emanating from his platinum-haired subordinate, a low chuckle escaped Voldemort's lips. Lucius, under the touch, slightly tilted his head back, his eyelashes trembling, as if torn between endurance and reluctant enjoyment. Voldemort deigned to peel a shrimp and offered it to Lucius, who took it with trepidation, his eyes filled with fear. Initially, Voldemort had wished for a sweet breakfast with his little platinum, but witnessing Lucius's frightened demeanor dampened his enthusiasm. His tone chilled slightly. "If you do not wish to eat, then peel it for me." When his master was gentle, Lucius felt a quivering fear. Yet, when Voldemort's demeanor turned stern, Lucius found a strange sense of comfort. Complying respectfully, he straightened his posture and drew a plate of shrimp closer, diligently peeling the shells to serve his master. Once the plate was emptied of its shells, Lucius lowered his voice deliberately, his brows and eyes revealing his intent to please as he softly inquired, "Master, may I eat?" A shadow of a smile flickered in Voldemort's deep-set eyes as he flicked Lucius's forehead, leaving a faint red mark. "You may, but wash your hands first." "Thank you, master." Lucius replied gratefully, shifting his weight to his left leg, then supporting himself with his right before standing fully. Fortunately, he had not been kneeling long. Lucius thought to himself that had he been in that position for hours, rising would have been a challenge. His hands were greasy, and he dared not touch his master, nor soil the master's carpet. Upon returning from washing, Lucius hesitated, unsure whether to sit and eat, stand at attention, or kneel in service. He glanced at Voldemort, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his garment. Voldemort, finding amusement in his demeanor, beckoned him closer, pulling him onto his lap. Voldemort picked up a pumpkin pie and offered it to Lucius. "Eat." Sitting in his master's embrace, Lucius's cheeks flushed, and even the flutter of his eyelashes betrayed the racing of his heart. He nestled against Voldemort like a small hamster, obediently accepting whatever was offered, taking small bites. Observing the pitiable yet endearing visage of the little creature, Voldemort's tone softened. "Lucius, do not always be afraid of me. You are meant to be close to me. This is just as it should be." Lucius felt a warmth welling in his eyes, cleansing his hands with magic before turning to embrace his master's neck. Burying his head against Voldemort's shoulder, whispering, "Lucius understands. Thank you, master." How could he not be afraid? He loved him, yet feared him more. He was the one who had driven ice spikes into his calves, teaching him what it meant to kneel, to submit. He was the one who had shattered his proud spine, rendering him unable to stand before him again. Their relationship seemed to transcend mere servitude. Yet it could only exist in this manner. Suppressing the bitter tumult of emotions, Lucius sought to ingratiate himself with a gentle kiss on Voldemort's earlobe. Noticing his master's lack of reprimand, he dared to take the lobe into his mouth, extending his soft tongue. In an unseen moment, a fleeting thought of invasion flickered through Voldemort's mind. More fear? Voldemort's gaze darkened slightly, a hint of icy displeasure passing through his eyes. Suddenly, Voldemort stood, lifting the platinum-haired youth in his arms amidst Lucius's startled exclamation, and ascended the stairs. In the study, Voldemort could not resist flipping Lucius onto his back, tugging at the hem of his clothing, and delivered a series of stinging slaps, leaving angry welts in their wake. Though not a U-rod, Voldemort's hand carried considerable force, and Lucius trembled in pain, not daring to shift his body, tears welling in his eyes as he softly sobbed. Lucius felt as though fire ignited upon his skin. Surely swollen. Do you dare provoke me again? Voldemort's palm lightly threatened against Lucius's back. Lucius swallowed hard, his voice quivering. No, master, I beg for your mercy. Please do not strike me again. Voldemort chuckled softly, releasing his grip. I have documents to attend to. You may kneel in the corner until you have collected yourself. Lucius felt a lump in his throat. Why was he being punished again? What had he done wrong? He bowed his head, his tone respectful, devoid of any hint of rebellion. As you command, master. After 2 hours of document processing, his eyes grew heavy. Voldemort rubbed his brow, glancing at Lucius, who was dutifully kneeling in the corner. A faint smile crept upon his face. Lucius, is kneeling in punishment enjoyable? A glint of mischief danced in Voldemort's eyes. Lucius trembled slightly, perplexed by the question. What was this? He was left in a state of confusion. Lucius remained still, facing the wall, respectful yet hesitant as he replied. Not enjoyable, master. Voldemort slammed the documents onto the table, declaring, if it is not enjoyable, then remain kneeling. Lucius rolled his eyes heavenward at the wall, his lips twitching before he ultimately silenced himself, pressing them into a thin line. This was too much. How could he be so petty? He dared not argue with his master, fearing disrespect, yet the frustration and grievance within him threatened to erupt. Do you understand where you have erred? The sudden voice made Lucius's heart leap. He shook his head in confusion, his voice weak. I am sorry, master. I do not know. Voldemort raised his hand, tapping his fingers against the table. Lucius understood this as a signal to approach. Gritting his teeth against the pain from prolonged kneeling, he found it challenging to turn, each movement akin to punishment. Slowly, he crawled toward Voldemort's feet, every motion sending fresh waves of pain through his knees. Voldemort's hand caressed Lucius's pale face. You fear me. You do not trust me, Lucius. Lucius's lips moved, yet he could offer no explanation, master. Voldemort's voice, inscrutable in emotion, continued, Lucius, you must understand that you belong to me. You should offer me everything you possess, including your soul and life, let alone your trust. Lucius did not dare lift his gaze, his heart racing as Voldemort's admonition persisted. When I strike you, it is sometimes punishment, sometimes reward. But you must believe I know restraint. I can heal you. I will never send you to St. Mungo's. Voldemort's hands roamed over Lucius's face, feeling the tremors of his fragility. You need not fear me so, even in our intimacy. Beneath your compliant demeanor lies a persistent dread. Look at you now. You are afraid of me. Lucius's body began to tremble slightly, not daring to breathe. Voldemort spoke the truth. He was indeed afraid, unable to control his physical reactions. Chapter 64. So cunning. Lucius gripped the hem of his garment tightly, his nails digging into his palm as he knelt immobile, allowing Voldemort's hand to wander freely over his face. Voldemort's thumb and forefinger suddenly grasped Lucius's chin, forcing him to meet those captivating, pitch-black eyes, which held a hint of perplexity. Like a petulant, tyrannical child, Voldemort inquired, Why? Lucius, you clearly adore me. Why then do you fear me? You must not be afraid of me. In that fleeting moment, Lucius felt an overwhelming urge to wail and weep. Why must he be coerced? He had already laid his pride to waste, allowing his master to trample on it. He understood he should not love, yet he surrendered his heart, subjecting himself to torment from expectations that should never have existed. Each day, his psyche endured relentless agony. What more could he possibly do? Master, I am the rose you have willfully severed. Now you question why I wither in fear instead of blooming radiantly. How can I respond to you? The corners of Lucius's eyes reddened instantly, tears cascading down his cheeks as he clutched Voldemort's robe, tilting his delicate face upward, gazing at his master with a look of wounded innocence. Please, master, do not pursue this further. It does not alter anything. I remain loyal to you. I still love you, and I am willing to kneel at your feet for eternity, obeying your every command. Lucius's voice carried a tone of near desperation as he pleaded, Master, grant me mercy. In what way have I failed to obey? Just command me, and I shall amend my ways. You hold dominion over my life, my soul, my entirety. Lucius shall not betray you. Please, I implore you. listening to the small traitor's stifled sobs and trembling breaths, and meeting his dimming gaze. Voldemort felt an unfamiliar pang deep within, as if something had scalded his heart. The traitor's eyes conveyed profound despair, a gaze devoid of hope and utterly helpless. Voldemort's body quivered slightly. He suddenly no longer wished to invade Lucius's mind. A wave of unaccustomed sorrow surged from his heart, radiating to his limbs, enveloping every inch of his skin. His fingers froze in midair, each heartbeat laden with inexplicable pain, a sensation he had never encountered before, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is this feeling? What could it possibly be? Voldemort yearned to struggle, to flee. He sought to rise and depart, yet found his vision ensnared by the kneeling, sobbing platinum-haired youth before him. The anguish spreading from his heart rendered him too weakened to move, his limbs feeling unbearably heavy. His pupils constricted slightly. Why does witnessing his despair cause such torment within his own heart? Why? Voldemort gradually closed his eyes, allowing the pain within to flow freely through his veins. After what felt like an eternity, he opened his eyes again, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging. Yet he sighed, "Lucius, I shall not force you." Furrowing his brow, Voldemort continued, "If this is how you wish to proceed, I will not compel you." Lucius's tear-filled eyes suddenly lifted in astonishment, meeting his master's gaze. He had thought his demise was imminent today, and for a brief moment, he truly considered the finality of death. It was uncharacteristic of this man to show him mercy. He noticed the slight tremor at the corner of Voldemort's mouth. "I do not know. I merely feel the discomfort of witnessing your tears." Voldemort released his clenched fists, his fingers trembling as they rested over his heart. His expression mingled with confusion and suffering. "Lucius, your tears bring me pain," Voldemort observed quietly. Yet his eyes betrayed a deep turmoil, his brow furrowed tightly. Tears trickled down Lucius's cheeks, silent anguish piercing his heart. His nose was reddened from sobbing, and a bitter smile tugged at his lips. "Thank you, Master. How could this be? How could it be so? Master, you will eventually drive me to madness. You are the one who brings me despair, yet also the one who rescues me. You seduce me with burning desires, leading me to paradise, only to bestow upon me suffering that plunges me into a frozen abyss. Yet now, you express concern for me. You have ensnared me in an endless cycle of unspoken hopes. Master, you are far too cunning." Lucius's words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back, transforming them into a barely audible sigh. "You love me, Master. Your eyes reveal your affection." Yet a bitter smile graced Lucius's lips, more acerbic than the tears in his eyes. "Master, I have discerned your answer. The remainder, Lucius shall bear alone. I shall not burden you. I will shoulder it with my very life. Master, no one has taught you what love is. You do not know how to love, and your very nature dictates that you cannot voice it. Your love is strewn with thorns, leaving me battered and bruised, yet I relish the pain. I kneel as close to you as possible, willing to pay any price just to await a possible moment of your capitulation. Yet alas, my heart may forever remain beyond your comprehension. I am sorry, Master. It is Lucius who has caused you sorrow. Please punish me." Lucius reached out, placing his hand over his master's clenched, pale knuckles. His eyes reddened as he softly implored, "You are the sovereign of magic, the ultimate arbiter of everything, the immortal pinnacle of the wizarding world. To love you is my greatest honor, yet also my deepest sorrow. To be loved by you is my utmost fortune, yet simultaneously my greatest misfortune. Regardless of how you choose to punish or humiliate me, I accept my fate. I cannot bear to see you distressed. I shall not burden you." Thus Lucius nuzzled against Voldemort, sliding down to kiss the top of his master's shoes. "I was in the wrong, Master. You once said we have ample time ahead of us. I beg you for patience." Voldemort lifted his hand to grasp Lucius's lowered cheek, observing him for a moment as his gaze darkened. Lucius felt Voldemort's fingers caressing his face, and he could not help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps he understood how his master intended to punish him. The sharp sound of slaps echoed as Voldemort delivered 2 stinging blows to Lucius's face. Seeing the vivid imprints of his hand upon the traitor's cheek, Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. Only he could leave marks on him. He was his possession, meant to be under his control. Observing the figure on the floor, Voldemort slowly commanded, "Punish yourself, but do not brush off the dust as you did last time." Lucius obediently lowered his head, accepting the punishment. He understood that his master was training him to yield, and he recognized the continual breach of his limits. Voldemort had never concealed his intentions or purposes. Initially hesitant to resist, Lucius had now reached a point where he simply did not wish to. With each slap to his own face, he mentally counted 10, 20, 30. When he reached 30, he finally heard his master's voice, "Stop." 30 slaps. Unlike the previous time meant for pleasure, this was a punishment from his master, and Lucius dared not hold back, though he tried to moderate the force. Both cheeks still swelled noticeably. "How many times did you strike yourself, master?" 30. Voldemort pulled Lucius down between his legs, poking at the young man's reddened, swollen face. "Are you aggrieved?" Lucius shook his head, remaining silent, fearing that speaking would unleash his tears. He was not truly aggrieved. Yet Voldemort's inquiry suddenly made him feel a wave of injustice, stirring tears within him. His face and knees ached, yet his heart found tranquility. If his suffering could bring solace to his master, then so be it. Chapter 65, The Stool. Voldemort carried Lucius back to the bedroom, gently laying him upon the bed, playfully poking at the young platinum-haired man's swollen cheeks and knees. Lucius inhaled sharply in pain, yet he merely grasped the sheets beneath him, his body remaining utterly still as he allowed his master to prod at him. Voldemort gently adjusted Lucius's sleeves, a faint smile gracing his lips, truly obedient. "You are to stay in this room, forbidden from venturing outside. I shall have Black bring you your meals. I have matters to attend to. But I will return to see you this evening." Once Voldemort finished speaking and Lucius responded dutifully, he rose from the bed and paced out of the room. Left alone, Lucius let out a pained breath, discomfort radiating throughout his body. His backside, legs, waist, and face all ached. His master had neither provided him with treatment nor permitted him to tend to his own wounds, which meant he would endure this agony until nightfall. This relentless pain was a punishment in itself. Perhaps he ought to offer a massage to his master later, Lucius thought. He had just learned foot kneading a couple of days prior, and today, it seemed Voldemort was not in the best of moods. If he did not make a proper effort to please him, he feared he would face further consequences. The night was quiet, and even in winter, the view from the window revealed the manor of the Dark Lord, vibrant with greenery. The room remained as silent as ever, and Lucius sat quietly on the bed, suddenly missing his master. Being alone was far too lonely. He longed for him, even if their interactions were often laced with pain and punishment. He simply wished to be by his side. The door creaked softly, and Lucius abruptly lifted his head, standing up in his slippers. Voldemort entered, and Lucius joyfully leaped into his embrace. Wrapping his arms around the boy, Voldemort observed the swelling on Lucius's face, recalling the injuries on his behind and knees. And with a hint of amusement, inquired, "Does it hurt?" "Yes, it does, master." "Please rub it," Lucius replied, as he clung to Voldemort's waist and slowly sank to his knees, nuzzling his head against Voldemort's abdomen, greedily absorbing his master's familiar warmth. "Why are you so clingy today?" Voldemort's hand caressed Lucius's red, swollen face. Having just been punished and without treatment, his cheeks still felt warm. "I don't know. I just really want you today," Lucius said, blinking innocently up at his master, his flushed cheeks displaying adorable dimples. Voldemort's mood lifted as he gently stroked his fingers. The little platinum-haired boy looked utterly pitiful. Yet, the more pitiful he appeared, the more excited Voldemort became. Suddenly, without warning, he delivered a sharp slap to Lucius's already reddened face, leaving deeper marks of his fingers. "Ouch!" Lucius was unprepared, letting out a cry as his face swelled further. Despite having rested for half the day, it still felt feverishly hot. The sensitive skin of his cheek was not accustomed to the harshness of his master's slap, making it truly unbearable at that moment. Lucius furrowed his brow slightly in discomfort, realizing that another slap could prove too much to endure, especially after the punishment he had already received. He must plead for mercy. With his face tilted up, Lucius pressed against Voldemort's thigh, tears streaming from his reddened eyes, trickling down his pale neck and vanishing into the depths of his nightclothes. He tugged at his master's trousers, his voice trembling with caution. "Master, I understand my mistake. My face hurts so much, another hit would ruin it. Please spare me, and punish me another day. You understand your mistake?" Voldemort loomed above, gazing down at the pitiful little platinum boy weeping beneath him. I understand, master," Lucius stammered. Voldemort chuckled, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes sparkling with childlike curiosity. "What exactly is your mistake?" Lucius was momentarily taken aback. He had said it without thinking and had no idea what further transgression he had committed. Closing his eyes, he surrendered to the inevitable. "I was wrong for not knowing what I did wrong, master, boo-hoo." With that, Lucius knelt on the ground, sobbing softly while clinging to Voldemort's legs. Observing the pitiful little platinum boy gripping his legs and crying, Voldemort's chest resonated with a low, delighted laugh, his voice tinged with amusement. "Kneel properly, and look up." A sense of dread washed over Lucius, fearing another slap awaited him. Yet, his body instinctively obeyed his master's command, timidly raising his head. Voldemort leaned down. Lucius's lips were cool, perhaps due to his fright. He refrained from a deep kiss, opting instead for a gentle peck. Voldemort chuckled softly. "Lucius, I rather enjoy your current demeanor." A healing light seemed to shine upon the platinum-haired youth. "Thank you, master," Lucius murmured, his eyes still slightly red. As he lowered his head, nuzzling against his master's trousers like a docile puppy. When he lifted his gaze, his eyes were filled with a timid, endearing innocence as he looked at Voldemort. Voldemort regarded Lucius with a neutral expression. "You'd best not look at me like that, my good child." No sooner had he spoken than he delivered another slap, neither too harsh nor too gentle, just enough to leave a light blush on Lucius's previously pale face. The impact turned his head to the side. A light kick to Lucius's knee followed, and Voldemort closed the door, striding toward the sofa while leaving a lingering remark. "You were playing with fire." Once seated, Lucius approached, his face flushed but obediently crawling on his knees. He playfully nudged Voldemort's knee. "Master, I learned to massage in the Muggle world. Would you like me to give you a massage today?" "Perhaps another time. I prefer to read in peace today," Voldemort replied, affectionately stroking the little platinum head before beckoning with his fingers. Suddenly, a book flew in through the door, and he hinted, "Just need a stool." Lucius's eyes brightened. He was familiar with this task. He had done it before. "Master." Lucius knelt and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the ground. Voldemort, satisfied, lifted his noble feet and placed them on Lucius's back. Silence enveloped the room once more, save for the occasional rustle of pages. With Voldemort's feet resting on his back, Lucius dared not move, nor did he lift his head. Gradually, his waist, legs, and arms began to ache. Noticing the slight movement beneath him, Voldemort applied a gentle downward pressure with his feet. Feeling his master's weight pressing down, Lucius panicked and apologized. "I'm sorry, master." "Silence," Voldemort commanded, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, plunging the room back into silence. When Lucius shifted slightly again, Voldemort lifted his foot off Lucius's back. "It has only been half an hour. Can't you hold your position?" Summoning his courage, Lucius dared to raise his head slightly. Seeing that Voldemort's expression held no anger, he inched forward, resting his face against Voldemort's hand resting on the armrest, tenderly nuzzling it like a feather, fearful of disturbing his master. Lowering his gaze, Lucius spoke softly. "Master, please do not be angry. It is my fault for interrupting your enjoyment. I will practice diligently from now on." Voldemort, intrigued, asked, "How will you practice?" "I cannot spare time every day to help you with this." Voldemort's words left Lucius momentarily speechless, as if something had lodged in his throat. He knelt before his master, realizing that without Voldemort's presence, he truly had no means to practice. Suddenly struck by a whimsical thought, Voldemort's eyes sparkled with mischief as a playful smile crept onto his lips. "Lucius, do you recall the leather shoes you gifted me for Christmas?" "I remember, master," Lucius replied, swallowing hard, uncertain of his master's intent. "I wore the pair you gifted me. Did you dispose of the pair I replaced?" "I would never dare, master." Lucius clenched his fingers. "Your belongings. How could I handle them so carelessly? I have kept them safe, stored in my wardrobe." He would never dare throw away his master's shoes. He even polished them while kneeling. Chapter 66. The Stool 2. Voldemort suddenly leaned in, towering over him as he gazed down. Lucius fixed his eyes on his master's approaching silhouette, feeling as though the very air around him had thinned. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Voldemort spoke in a tone that was decidedly nonchalant. "Lucius, bring my leather shoes when school begins." He paused, leaning close to Lucius's ear, his words laced with a teasing mockery. "Every night upon returning to the dormitory, place my shoes upon your back and kneel for an hour before retiring." Lucius's pupils constricted in shock, a chill racing down his spine. Every night. This would demand he kneel for an entire term. "Master." Lucius's lips quivered slightly, his fingers instinctively clutching at his clothing, his voice tinged with anxiety. "I implore you for mercy. I shall surely strive to serve you better next time, to your satisfaction." He could distinctly feel the beads of sweat rolling in his palms, his eyes reddening as he softly pleaded, his pale lips parting in earnest supplication. Voldemort gently lifted his chin with a finger, his thumb stroking the skin, the sensation soft, even allowing him to sense the rapid beating of Lucius's heart. "Since you plead for leniency, I shall grant you an opportunity." Voldemort gazed directly into the platinum-haired youth's eyes, which shimmered with an insatiable desire for conquest and control akin to the depths of the sea. "No need to wait for next time. Today, you shall serve me once more." With a raised eyebrow and a smirk playing on his lips, Voldemort continued in a languid, indifferent tone, "Lucius, I shall not make it difficult for you. Just half an hour, provided you remain utterly still. If you can do that, I may reconsider my earlier words." Clenching his hands tightly to mask his inner turmoil, Lucius replied, "Yes, thank you, master." He bent down, intending to kneel as before. But Voldemort suddenly used his wand to lift his chin, causing Lucius to stiffen as he followed his master's lead and raised his head. Voldemort's gaze lingered on him. "Maintaining the same position is rather dull, would you not agree, Lucius?" Lucius looked up at his master with pleading eyes. Lowering his voice to a flattering whisper, "I shall heed your wishes, master." Voldemort set down his wand and nudged Lucius's knees apart with his foot. Yes, master, Lucius complied, spreading his legs as far apart as he could, until the strain on his muscles brought a grimace of pain to his face. Only then did Voldemort retract his foot, placing one leg upon Lucius's shoulder, glancing at the furrowed brow of the platinum-haired youth with a light chuckle before resting his other leg atop it as well. If you falter and fall, Lucius, Voldemort's voice, devoid of emotion, drifted lazily. I believe you are well aware of the consequences. Lucius nodded with difficulty. Master, I would not dare. As soon as the words left his lips, he felt the weight of his master's leg increase, pressing him down further. The agony coursing through his limbs caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead, dripping onto Voldemort's trousers. I apologize, master. Voldemort squinted, reclining on the sofa in silence. While the hands of the magical clock ticked away, Lucius felt as though his knees were being subjected to a curse that pierced to the bone. The pain evoked tears that streamed down his cheeks, staining the hem of his master's trousers. Sensing the slight tremors beneath him, Voldemort slowly opened his eyes, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You moved, Lucius. Forgive me, master, it was my fault. Lucius exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the tormenting position. He recognized his defeat. However, with his master's legs still atop his shoulders, he dared not shift, fully aware of the repercussions should he allow them to fall. After an indeterminate period, Lucius's body trembled increasingly, a faint whimper escaping his lips from the pain. He felt the weight upon his shoulder lift. Yet without his master's command, he still could not move. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he cautiously raised them to meet Voldemort's gaze. His body quivering in anticipation, filled with longing. Please, master, Lucius's voice trembled, choked with emotion. He felt miserable, yet he could not act without his master's order. Voldemort regarded him with a leisurely appreciation, his brow arching, delighting in the fragility and suffering reflected in Lucius's expression. Voldemort slowly set aside the book in his hands, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a deep, drawn-out tone. Lucius, I shall spare you for now. But do you comprehend what is expected of you shortly? Even as he battled against the pain in his legs, Lucius felt a flush of crimson creep across his face at the words. His long lashes trembled as they brushed against his cheeks. I understand, master. I beg for your forgiveness, he murmured softly. Voldemort's eyes glimmered with a semblance of amusement. Very well, close the door. Thank you, master. Lucius finally exhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he retracted his stiff, aching legs, tears of agony welling in his eyes as he struggled to maintain his kneeling posture before Voldemort once more. After school, you shall practice for an hour each day. Do you have any objections, Lucius? The corners of Lucius's mouth drooped, his tightly pressed lips parting slightly. I have no objections, master. Voldemort lifted Lucius's chin, his Adam's apple bobbing as he let out a low chuckle. You would do well not to defy my expectations, Lucius. Believe me, you would not want to discover the price of such disobedience. Desperately, Lucius raised his gaze to meet his master's eyes, eager to convey his unwavering loyalty. I would not dare, master. Your commands surpass all else for me. I have never dared to defy your words. I implore you to trust me. Have you cleaned yourself? Voldemort reached out to stroke Lucius's platinum head. Yes, master. Lucius swallowed hard, feeling his hair being tugged, drawing him closer. The familiar scent enveloped him, reminiscent of the tent. Gradually, the room was filled with oppressive breaths, causing an inexplicable flush to rise to their cheeks. A sudden flash of brilliant white light flickered before him, and with a rustle of fabric, Voldemort cast him onto the bed. With a slight creak, Lucius's body was enveloped in a powerful embrace. In Voldemort's eyes flickered an insatiable desire, a need to consume everything. You are mine, he whispered softly in Lucius's ear. Yes, master, I am yours. The master's movements were forceful and domineering, allowing for no hint of resistance. Lucius's mind blanked. He simply obediently closed his eyes, as if everything were a foregone conclusion. He forgot to think, nor did he wish to. He instinctively yearned to hold his master tighter, with increasing fervor. Chapter 67, Massage. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the room in a soft golden hue. Lucius's panicked voice suddenly broke the silence. Master, it is morning, not evening. His voice was stifled, the heat radiating from Voldemort's body pressed against Lucius's face, raw and unrestrained in its demand. Finally, Voldemort, casually draped in a nightgown, sat up. Having just experienced a tempestuous encounter, his chest slightly exposed. Voldemort's pectorals undulated like lines meticulously crafted by an artist, subtly visible beneath his clothing. Exuding an aura of power and sensuality with every breath, captivating in its allure. Lucius lay on the bed, his cheeks flushed, remnants of milk still clinging to the corners of his mouth, gazing at his master with rapt admiration. In the midday sun, as he toiled in the fields. Sweat trickling onto the soil beneath the crops, he was both Lucius and the humble farmer. "Master," came the raspy voice of Lucius, who was halted by Voldemort's outstretched hand. Voldemort's expression bore a languid satisfaction, for at such moments, men were often more agreeable. "You need not worry, go wash up, and I shall have Creature bring you your meal shortly. I must step out for a while, but I will escort you back to Malfoy Manor this evening." Lucius obediently nodded. "Yes, master." Voldemort ruffled his platinum head before preparing to depart. After a brief respite, Lucius made his way to the washroom, and while brushing his teeth, he felt a slight soreness in his throat. Contrary to his expectations of waiting until nightfall, he was summoned to the study in the afternoon. There, he knelt dutifully before Voldemort. Seeing the platinum-haired boy kneeling before him, Voldemort playfully scratched his chin, as one might tease a beloved pet. "Did you not promise me a massage? You ventured to the Muggle world to learn, so let us see your progress, Lucius." Lucius responded softly, and upon sensing no dissent from his master, he rose to gather the necessary tools before returning to kneel submissively before Voldemort once more. With lowered eyes, he gently uttered, "I serve you, master." Voldemort reclined in his chair, his long legs stretched out casually, fingers flicking a document onto the table in a languid manner. Lucius reverently removed his master's shoes and socks, rolling up his trousers layer by layer, and gently lowered Voldemort's feet into the warm water. He too rolled up his sleeves, revealing his fair arms, his slender fingers weaving between Voldemort's toes, applying gentle pressure. Then, Lucius cradled his master's feet in his hands, expertly massaging the pressure points beneath them. Using techniques he had learned, he precisely stimulated the acupoints, employing a combination of kneading and circular motions to alleviate fatigue, fostering deep muscle relaxation. Voldemort reclined further into his chair, his feet naturally relaxing, brow unfurling, and eyes fluttering closed. Observing his master's contented expression, Lucius exhaled softly, proceeding to massage from the tops of Voldemort's feet to his ankles, and then up to his calves. The basin held the papaya soup Lucius had prepared, a remedy he learned in the Muggle world to enhance circulation and warm the knees during winter. Under the attentive care of the platinum-haired youth, Voldemort involuntarily emitted soft hums of pleasure, while Lucius maintained his focus, his movements gentle and deliberate. Suddenly, Voldemort opened his eyes, lifting a hand to grasp Lucius's chin, his tone laced with jest. "You are putting in effort, my obedient child." Lucius felt a flush creep to his ears under Voldemort's approving gaze, responding, "I am glad you are pleased." Sensing the moment was ripe, Lucius lifted Voldemort's feet to his chest, reaching for the silk cloth nearby. However, Voldemort mischievously raised his foot, placing it directly upon Lucius's nose, causing the boy's face to flush crimson. "Master." Lucius held the silk cloth tightly, frozen in place. Though his expression revealed no repulsion, only a shy embarrassment, Voldemort's gaze deepened with an inscrutable meaning. "No rush, take your time, and slowly train yourself. Dry them," Voldemort instructed softly, his toes directed towards Lucius. "Yes, master," Lucius responded, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Engaging with his master in such a manner stirred a torrent of warmth within him. Fear, shyness, and an inexplicable yearning all mingled together. As he delicately wiped Voldemort's feet with the silk cloth, Lucius's entire visage bore the hue of bashfulness, kneeling without daring to lift his gaze. He focused intently on his master's feet, wiping with utmost care. "Master," Lucius ventured shyly, "may I massage your legs further?" "What a delightful little creature you are," Voldemort replied, amused, as Lucius dutifully dressed his master in freshly changed shoes and socks. Lucius inched forward on his knees, positioning himself beside Voldemort to knead his legs. Shifting from the left to the right, eager to please, Voldemort raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. "Lucius, do you have a request?" Lucius froze, realizing he had not sensed the usual intrusion of thoughts today. Did his master possess such insight as to read his mind? Having his thoughts laid bare, Lucius obediently withdrew his hands, retreating back to his original position before Voldemort. "Master, your wisdom is unmatched. Nothing escapes your notice." Voldemort's fingers lightly tapped upon the table, casually inquiring, "What is it you wish to ask?" Lucius hesitated, then placed his hand on Voldemort's knee. "Did you not instruct me to kneel for an hour each day?" Cautiously glancing at his master's expression, and seeing no anger, Lucius gently shook Voldemort's knee. "I do not wish to evade your punishment, but given the time, might we negotiate?" With a nervous flick of his tongue across his lips, Lucius raised his face, filled with anticipation, his eyes glimmering with a pleading eagerness. Voldemort's lips curled slightly, a low chuckle escaping. "I shall reduce it by half. Are you satisfied now, young Malfoy?" Lucius was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress the smile that crept across his face. "Half an hour less kneeling." "Oh, thank you, master, thank you." With that, Lucius adjusted his posture, respectfully bowing, his forehead touching the ground for a moment in gratitude, offering a deep bow of reverence. Voldemort lightly nudged Lucius's platinum head. Rise now. You've done well. Now, go to the back and massage my shoulders. Yes, master, Lucius complied, scrambling to his feet and moving behind Voldemort, placing his hands upon his shoulders, kneading gently. Lucius gazed down at Voldemort's seated form, his eyes filled with a profound admiration that he himself could not fully comprehend. A king should live as his master did, more splendidly than anyone else, embodying the adoration of the world, powerful enough to reign supreme, with all bowing before him. And he was marked as his master's possession beneath the throne, willingly submitting, destined to be his king. He was a king, forever a king. He was his king. Sunlight filtered through the study, casting dappled golden patterns upon the two, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still, as if the world was enveloped in serene tranquility. Chapter 68, A Strange Dream. As the clouds drifted lazily, in the evening twilight, Lucius was returned to Malfoy Manor by Voldemort, preparing to return to Hogwarts the following day. Voldemort did not linger, vanishing as soon as Lucius was safely delivered. After comforting his worried father, Lucius returned to his own room. He busied himself packing for his impending school return, and as he performed the summoning charm, he watched Voldemort's Norwegian dragonhide shoes float before him. Lucius cradled the shoes in his arms, a shy smile blossoming at the corners of his mouth, a blush tinting his cheeks even in his master's absence. A flicker of shame crossed Lucius's eyes, yet it was overshadowed by a wave of joy. Once, he had considered serving his master's shoes to be a source of embarrassment, and even now, he harbored similar thoughts. But he could not deny the suppressed desire that lay beneath. Lowering his gaze to conceal the shadows in his eyes, he yearned for everything his master bestowed, be it pain or reward, shame or humiliation. His soul felt as though it had been abruptly extracted from the realm of ordinary mortals and cast adrift upon a solitary vessel in an uncharted sea, where tumultuous waves roared and storms loomed, threatening to engulf him at any moment. He yearned to be under the dominion of his master, for only then would that solitary vessel find redemption, and his soul achieve tranquility. Consequently, everything previously touched by his master began to exert an irresistible allure over him. Blushing, Lucius delicately wrapped Voldemort's shoes in exquisite silk and placed them within an ornate gift box. He then carefully stowed the box into his magically enhanced suitcase, which had been charmed to expand without leaving a trace. As Lucius lay in bed, he clutched the corner of his blanket to his chest, acutely aware of his illness. Yet, by the time he acknowledged his condition, he had already succumbed to it willingly, resigned to the depths of his affliction. Boarding the Hogwarts Express once more, Lucius's mindset was markedly different from his previous journey. Previously, he had been filled with the exhilaration of temporarily escaping the clutches of a tyrant. But now he found himself overwhelmed with a sense of reluctance. Time and again, Lucius had wept until his eyes were red, only to discover that some grievances cut deeper than knives, growing sharper the further they were swallowed. Yet, he still reveled in the bittersweet edge of that pain, understanding that he could not blame anyone. This was a truth he was all too aware of, yet he continued to harbor hope. On his first night back at Hogwarts, blushing anew, Lucius unveiled Voldemort's shoes and levitated a magical clock to a position where he could behold it clearly. Gently, Lucius knelt, the subtle sound of fabric brushing against the floor intertwining with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Supporting himself with one elbow, he placed Voldemort's shoes upon his back, while his other elbow joined the first on the ground, his spine arching downward. Even in solitude, without a soul to witness, Lucius felt a warmth of embarrassment creeping into his eyes, his lower lip marked with faint imprints of his teeth, and his lashes resembling drooping butterfly wings. It was not a punishment. Kneeling for half an hour was not arduous for him at this moment, yet to honor his master's shoes felt daunting, as he had yet to cultivate the fortitude for such humility. As the hands of the clock reached their designated positions, Lucius staggered to his feet after his half hour of kneeling. His knees ached slightly, but it was within tolerable limits. Grateful for his master's grace, he realized that had he been required to kneel for an hour, it would have been far more challenging. Lying in bed, Lucius's thoughts spiraled, and in a foggy haze, he found himself in a space shrouded in white mist, his vision obscured. Following his instincts, he wandered aimlessly until a blinding light pierced through, compelling him to shield his eyes with his arm. Upon reopening them, he instinctively rubbed them, bewildered. What is this? Had he crossed over again? Before him lay an ancient, enchanting palace adorned with intricate carvings, the chambers illuminated by jade walls and pearl curtains, with the floor laid in white jade embedded with golden beads, epitomizing opulence. Still reeling from the surprise, he heard a commotion outside. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Lucius stood frozen, his mind swirling in confusion as several attendants dressed as eunuchs suddenly appeared beside him. One of them yanked him down to kneel, urgently whispering that the crown prince was about to enter, urging him to hastily prostrate himself. Dazed, Lucius complied, bowing his head. The grand doors swung open, and the sound of footsteps echoed towards him. A pair of yellow satin boots, embroidered with dragon motifs and edged with golden brocade, halted before him. "You!" A familiar voice commanded, causing Lucius's pupils to dilate in recognition. It was his master. He lifted his gaze sharply, meeting Voldemort's familiar visage. Lucius yearned to speak, but found his throat constricted. Clad in a bright yellow satin robe adorned with golden thread and dragon embroidery, topped with a white jade crown, his master exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. Lucius's eyes gleamed with adoration, yet his mind was a tumult of confusion. What was happening? Had he traversed worlds with his master? "It's you." The command to serve the prince resounded from above, and instinctively, Lucius bowed his head in submission. As the others retreated, Voldemort inquired, "What is your name?" Lucius hesitated for a moment before responding, "I am called Little Lucius." Voldemort scoffed, delivering a light kick to him. "No decorum. Who permitted you to refer to yourself in such a manner?" Lucius cautiously glanced at his master's expression, his heart a chaotic storm. What was this situation? Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to align himself with his master's wishes. Swallowing hard, he stammered. The servant erred, "I am called Little Lucius." A neutral response floated to him. "Come, serve me in my bath." Lucius clumsily rose, following in a daze into the inner chamber. The room was filled with fragrant incense, and a vast bath carved from warm blue jade lay embedded in the ground. Such lavish craftsmanship could leave even the illustrious Malfoy family, known for their wealth in the wizarding world, feeling extravagant. The curling blue smoke drifted through the chamber, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. "What are you dawdling for?" Voldemort, the crown prince, frowned, arms outstretched, clearly expecting assistance in shedding his outer robe. Lucius's breath caught for a moment before he obediently approached. Drenched in cold sweat, he was unaccustomed to handling such ancient attire. In a haphazard attempt to remove the prince's garments, Lucius earned himself a sharp slap across the face, the sound echoing with a resounding crack. His body instinctively fell to the ground, and without thinking, he muttered, "Forgive me, my master." Half of his face flushed crimson as Voldemort's voice, tinged with confusion, echoed from above. "My master?" Voldemort, unconcerned, stepped into the bath, stating, "That's acceptable. Come serve me." Lucius crawled forward obediently, kneeling to scrub Voldemort's back, though the icy floor began to seep into his knees, sending chills through him. In the midst of this disarray, Lucius felt utterly lost. It seemed his master no longer recognized him, and his heart raced with anxiety. Voldemort, sensing the lack of care in Lucius's service, suddenly smiled coldly as he settled back on the couch. "Little Lucius, your attention is lacking. Do you have another master behind you?" Voldemort leisurely teased, "Speak. Is it Prince Zhao, Prince Qian, Prince Sun, or Prince Li?" A jolt of fear shot through Lucius. Did his master doubt his loyalty? He did not recognize any of those princes, and he was still grappling with his own bewilderment. Desperately, Lucius bowed his head, exclaiming, "I have only you as my master. I swear I harbor no disloyalty. Please, my master, see it clearly." Tears streamed down his face as he continued to bow fervently. Not knowing how much time passed until a foot appeared before him, Lucius halted, lifting his gaze. Voldemort casually toyed with his fingers, illuminated by the glow of the luminous pearl, and nonchalantly lifted his foot, tapping it against Lucius's lips. Without even glancing at him, Voldemort appeared oblivious to Lucius's presence, further compounding his anxiety, as the marks from his earlier kneeling were still evident on his forehead. Silently, Lucius knelt, allowing Voldemort's toes to rest upon his lips. "Even if you are loyal, mistakes warrant punishment," Voldemort remarked with a chuckle. Lucius bowed his head submissively, murmuring, "Yes, I deserve punishment. And how shall you be punished?" Lucius resignedly closed his eyes, replying, "I shall strike my own face." Voldemort's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. "You, little servant, what strength could you possibly possess?" The servant meekly submitted to his master's whims. Voldemort clicked his tongue mockingly. "Very well. I shall bear this burden and teach you the proper etiquette befitting a dog servant." No sooner had he finished speaking than he lifted his foot and delivered a resounding slap across Lucius's face. Lucius knelt frozen in place, his body completely rigid. The sting on his face was not merely painful. It was compounded by a humiliation he had never before experienced. Tears welled in Lucius's eyes, cascading down his cheeks as he abruptly awoke, realizing it had all been a dream. Chapter 69, Oranges. Lucius buried his head beneath the covers, refusing to emerge, feeling as if his very brain might ignite. How could he have dreamt such a thing? Ah, the shame. Lucius's mind echoed with frantic cries. Was it possible that he had been thinking of his master, yearning for him? Awoken from what could only be described as either a beautiful or a nightmarish dream, Lucius found himself splendidly sleepless. Upon rising in the morning, he was greeted with the unmistakable sight of dark circles under his eyes. Relying on potions to maintain the Malfoy family's noble facade, the potions in his game bag were plentiful. One sip was not only delightful, but also beautifying, flavored like peach soda. Another month had passed without a word from his master, and each night Lucius dutifully knelt in penance, plagued by a sense of uncertainty. After the day's Quidditch lessons had concluded, Lucius returned to the prefect's dormitory. He gently turned the doorknob, the door creaking open with a soft groan. As he stepped inside, Lucius tilted his head, blinked once, then twice, his eyes suddenly sparkling as if filled with a constellation of stars. His master, Voldemort, was seated in an opulent chair, and Lucius hurried towards him, only to find himself propelled into Voldemort's embrace due to his own momentum, their bodies pressing closely together. Heartbeats echoing in unison. Voldemort's lips curled into a slight smile, reproaching such lack of decorum. You are of age now, yet still so unsteady. Lucius's cheeks flushed crimson as he retreated from his master's arms, kneeling at Voldemort's feet, his head bowed in shame, eyes averted. Voldemort raised Lucius's chin, studying him for a moment before delivering a light slap to his face. The sound was sharp, yet not delivered with full force. Voldemort examined the faint red mark that blossomed upon Lucius's skin, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. A mistake must be met with consequence. Lucius felt a mist gathering in his eyes, the untouched half of his face flushed with embarrassment. He nodded submissively. Thank you, master, I understand my error. With his gaze lowered, he failed to notice the flicker of warmth in Voldemort's otherwise cold stare. Voldemort leaned back in his chair, resting his elbow on the armrest, fingers idly tracing the rim of the teacup on the table as he spoke with a teasing tone. Tell me, Lucius, have you taken care of the punishment I bestowed upon you today? In that moment, Lucius felt his blood run cold, his heart racing uncontrollably as he trembled. Master, how did you know? When did you find out? Please spare me. His voice quivered, and Voldemort gently pressed down on his thigh, urging him to kneel submissively on the ground. Voldemort placed both shoes firmly on Lucius's kneeling legs, and in silence, Lucius dared not raise his gaze. When had his master learned of his transgression? Why had he remained silent? He longed for his master, yet today he had committed a grave error, and the thought of punishment loomed heavily over him. Ignoring the traitor beneath his feet, who was now drenched in cold sweat, Voldemort slowly peeled an orange on the table. He had brought a basket full of them, with a platter set on the table and the remaining fruit resting on the floor nearby. Once he had finished peeling, he held the orange to Lucius's lips. Lucius accepted it cautiously. Thank you for your gift, master. As he took a bite, the intense sourness burst upon his tongue, akin to an unripe lemon, causing him to grimace. How had his master managed to procure such a tart orange? Voldemort, his eyes fixed upon Lucius, paused for a moment before tilting his head and laughing softly, amusement lacing his voice. Lucius, do you have an issue with the oranges I brought? Desperation surged within Lucius, his mind nearly screaming. How could his master possess such uncanny insight? At times, he even masked his magical intrusion, leaving Lucius unaware of the invasion of his thoughts. He even kept accounts. The past could be shelved, but the reckoning would come later. Master, the oranges are delicious, particularly delightful. Lucius pleaded, his heart racing, desperate to appease his master. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Lucius, harboring secret grievances will come at a cost. Lucius's lashes trembled. Stop thinking. Cease these thoughts. It could cost me my life. He lowered his gaze, trembling slightly. I truly understand my mistake, master. I shall not dare again. No sooner had he spoken than Voldemort struck him again, though not with full force, leaving a matching mark upon his cheek. Voldemort tilted his head, his dark eyes narrowing dangerously. I won't tolerate hearing that excuse again. A chilling silence fell, an unspoken command lingering in the air. Since you claim the oranges are delightful, you shall consume all 200 of them now, and I shall watch you do so. Reluctantly, Lucius accepted the oranges his master handed him. They were indeed real, edible oranges. As he bit into the next piece, the sourness made his eyes squint tightly. Upon receiving the fourth orange, Lucius's brow furrowed in distress. He could no longer bear it. He reluctantly took it, the acidic flavor igniting every nerve in his being. Lucius felt as though his teeth might rot under the onslaught of tartness. As the pressure on his legs dissipated, Lucius seized the opportunity to speak. Knowing this was his chance to beg for mercy, though he feared another punishment awaited him. No matter what it was, he could not consume 200 sour oranges. Even 200 sweet ones would be beyond his capacity. Master, it is my fault. I was wrong. I truly cannot eat so many. I beg for your mercy. Lucius shrank back, gazing up at his master with a mix of pleading and helplessness. Voldemort beckoned with a finger, and the remaining 100 oranges floated behind him. Forming a wall of citrus, he tossed the empty basket to Lucius. Now, it is up to you to earn your keep. Place the oranges you earn in this basket, and you need not eat them. Voldemort's gaze softened slightly as he met Lucius's eyes, his voice gentle yet coaxing. Now, find a way to please me, my good boy. Lucius's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he expressed his gratitude, hesitating for a moment before raising his hand to touch his own cheek. His platinum boy is quite obedient, allowing himself to be punished while still complying with his master's wishes, which brings him a certain sense of satisfaction. Yet, this is not enough. He desires even greater obedience and submission. In Chapter 70, titled Oranges 2, Voldemort reached out to pinch Lucius's swollen face, observing the nervous bob of his Adam's apple. Without uttering a word, a palpable tension enveloped the dormitory, causing Lucius to tremble involuntarily. Voldemort let out a low chuckle, then swiftly struck Lucius with a forceful slap, causing his body to sway and leaving a deeper imprint on his already bruised cheek. The corner of Lucius's mouth, slightly split, bled, prompting him to immediately kneel upright. Bowing his head in apology, "I'm sorry, master. I angered you. It was my fault." A healing light shimmered in the air, and Lucius, with his jade-like profile, expressed his gratitude. Voldemort leaned closer, whispering into his ear, "Good boy, I do not strike you without reason. Here are 100 oranges." Suddenly, 120 oranges floated into the basket beside Lucius. He mentally calculated, having consumed 1 orange, then 4 more, adding the previous 120, leaving him with 75 oranges. Cautiously, he tugged at Voldemort's sleeve, asking, "Might you grant me another slap? That should offset the oranges, right? A slap counts as 100, so I would have 75 left. If I receive another slap, we can consider this settled, which is entirely acceptable. Otherwise, 75 oranges would be quite a daunting task to offset," Lucius thought, mentally tallying his predicament. Voldemort scrutinized him for a couple of seconds, the corners of his lips curling into a deeper arc, speaking slowly. "Lucius, do you think I do not believe you when you claim to be afraid? Do you believe that harboring disrespectful thoughts towards me in your heart holds no weight?" With that, he waved his hand, delivering another precise slap to Lucius's cheek, adding, "If you wish for me to reward you, consider this slap not part of your oranges." Lucius felt as if his breath had been stolen. What folly! He feared that this would be his end. Trembling, he pleaded, "I shall not dare again, master." Voldemort silenced him with a finger pressed against his lips. Raising an eyebrow, he leaned closer to Lucius's ear. "This is a matter you should refrain from mentioning in the future. As for your unspoken grievances against me, Lucius, you have lost all credibility with me." Voldemort's voice was low and resonant, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression as he scrutinized the platinum-haired boy before him. "Since you are so eager to exchange slaps for oranges, why hesitate? Go ahead and strike yourself." "I was wrong, master," Lucius pleaded, placing his small face upon Voldemort's knee. "You just struck me, and while the magic has healed, my nerves still ache. Please, have mercy on me." Voldemort leaned closer, his voice now low and cold. "Do not provoke my anger, dear child. This is already the 2nd time today. Should you err a 3rd time, I shall use your cherished board to teach your mouth about discipline." Fear crept up from Lucius's feet to his heart, paralyzing him with dread. He must not think of such things. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he trembled. "I understand, master. Please do not be angry." Without further delay, Lucius raised his hand and began to strike his own cheek repeatedly. After a while, Voldemort lightly kicked him, signaling the platinum boy to cease. "How many strikes was that?" 25, Lucius said, his face swollen and tearful as he looked up at Voldemort. Voldemort gently brushed the tip of Lucius's nose, affirming, "If I remember correctly, that's 25 oranges." Once the healing spell enveloped Lucius's face again, Voldemort placed a hand upon Lucius's head, absent-mindedly ruffling his hair. "Thank you, master," Lucius said, respectfully bowing his head. Voldemort smirked, his gaze toward Lucius filled with playful arrogance. "And there are still 50 oranges remaining, Lucius. How do you plan to please me?" As time passed in this kneeling position, the pressure on his nerves became unbearable, compounded by Voldemort's shoes resting upon his legs. Lucius dared not move, his feet numb as if pricked by countless needles beneath the skin. Upon hearing Voldemort's words, Lucius swallowed hard, wishing to please his master while also seeking a bit of comfort for himself. Cautiously, Lucius placed his hand upon Voldemort's shoe, his gaze inching upward from the seams of Voldemort's trousers, the hem of his shirt, to finally rest upon his face. As his eyes met his master's, Lucius pressed his lips tightly together, lowering his lashes and lifting them again, only daring to fully raise his head when he confirmed that Voldemort was not angry. Obediently, Lucius removed Voldemort's shoes, taking the opportunity to stretch his calves and shift his feet, before beginning to massage Voldemort's lower legs and ankles, with his spine naturally curved. Lucius's head hung low, his platinum hair cascading over his shoulders, the tips brushing against Voldemort's calves as he knelt. Lucius gently clenched his fist, softly pounding Voldemort's legs, conveying his desire to please. "Is this pressure acceptable, Master?" Voldemort responded with a contented hum, twisting a strand of Lucius's platinum hair around his fingers, only to release it, allowing the strands to cascade down. He found amusement in this little game. After a while, seeing Lucius's face grow pale from kneeling, he finally released his hand, letting the hair spring back to brush against Lucius's cheek. "Master," Lucius's voice came out choked from below. Voldemort lowered his gaze, momentarily frozen in place, moved by the sight. So pitiful, so adorable. There sat Lucius, a small figure on the ground, reminiscent of a wounded creature in need of solace, his pale face glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of profound compassion. "Master, please forgive me. Even if it's just for the oranges," Lucius sobbed, biting his lower lip in an effort to restrain his emotions. Yet the tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. "I have missed you so much, Master. You've already punished me. You've struck me. Could you not show me a little kindness?" The crystalline tears spilled from the corners of Lucius's eyes, his helpless expression truly eliciting sympathy. Lucius rested his head upon Voldemort's knee, cautiously taking Voldemort's large hand in his own, suppressing his tears as he trembled, reverently kissing his master's fingertips. "Please, Master, spare me." This pitiful, tear-streaked visage caused Voldemort's brows to relax, a smile naturally gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, the oranges floated into the basket. Lucius's eyes brightened, nuzzling against Voldemort's knee. "Thank you, Master. Master cherishes you," Voldemort said, pulling the small platinum boy into his embrace. The sudden rush of blood brought sharp pain to Lucius's knees, his platinum hair disheveled in Voldemort's arms, his breaths hitching with suppressed agony. Lucius looked up, his previously tear-stained eyes glimmering with a thin veil of moisture, the corners tinged with red. "Master," his voice a blend of pleading and yearning. As he gazed into Voldemort's eyes, which glimmered with an enticing allure, his soft lips slightly parted, unknowingly captivating. Voldemort leaned down, his gaze deep and penetrating, and all that could be heard was the sound of muffled sobs. When the platinum boy lifted his head again, his shoulders bore the marks of red bruises and 2 bite marks, a clear testament to the intensity of his ordeal. When Lucius was laid upon the bed by Voldemort, his cheeks flushed crimson, and his breath grew increasingly labored, every cell in his being clamoring for the proximity of his master. Voldemort's Adam's apple bobbed as his unblinking gaze fixated on Lucius, his eyes revealing an unrestrained desire, as if he intended to consume him wholly. An unprecedented possessiveness coiled around Voldemort's heart like a vine. "Lucius, remember, you are forever bound to me, my master." The layers of bed curtains cascaded down, shadows dancing within, their breaths intertwining, hair tangling together. Chapter 71, New Year's Day and Birthday. As the sun began to rise, the morning light spilled through the gaps in the curtains, casting a delicate golden hue across the room. Lucius stifled a yawn, groggily rising, his platinum hair disheveled over his shoulders, his gaze still somewhat dazed. The man beside him, who exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, seemed to have slipped away unnoticed. Lucius hugged his knees, resting his chin upon them, as if to collect his thoughts. In the presence of his master, he felt fear. In his absence, he longed for him. The Dark Lord's ability to penetrate one's mind was terrifying, leaving one uncertain of when he might strike. Lucius sighed deeply. A mere flicker of happiness came at the cost of immeasurable pain. He surrendered everything. Yet he found himself willingly ensnared. Whether willing or unwilling, nothing compared to his present acquiescence. He resigned himself to fate. Yet Lucius pondered. He might never be able to fulfill his master's wishes, even if granted a lifetime to do so, for he remained fearful. As the new year approached, Hogwarts was once again on break, and Lucius returned to Malfoy Manor. This time, he bore a significant responsibility. New Year's Eve marked the Dark Lord's birthday. In the manor's reception room, an enormous crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, surrounded by gilded relief decorations, and plush, hand-woven carpets adorned the hall. A pot of freshly brewed English breakfast tea rested on the table as Abraxas and Lucius sat across from each other. "Have you prepared a gift for your master, Lucius?" Abraxas inquired, his brow furrowed, worry etched in his gaze. "My dear child, you must understand your master's temperament, especially now that you are in his favor." He cleared his throat, pausing momentarily. "In any case, you must take your master's birthday seriously. Your current situation is delicate, and you cannot afford to displease him." As he spoke, Abraxas's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, his face a mask of concern. Lucius clasped his hands together, rubbing them nervously. "I have prepared something, do not worry. And besides, how could I dare to upset my master?" He managed a self-deprecating smile. I lack the courage for that, father. Abraxas's expression remained troubled, his eyes flickering with concern. Lucius, do you truly not require your father's assistance? I too must prepare a gift for the master. Perhaps I could aid you, at least to avoid crossing any of his taboos. Lucius met Abraxas's gaze, his eyes bright and soft, conveying silent reassurance. Father, trust me, all will be well. Very well. Prepare diligently, and if you need anything, do not hesitate to inform your father, understood? After enjoying afternoon tea, Lucius returned to his room, already contemplating the gift for Voldemort. His gaming backpack contained a dozen wands. He had previously tested one, which proved compatible not only in his hands but in others as well. He currently possessed several exceptional wands, each of which rivaled the legendary Elder Wand in quality. Lucius suspected that the wands from the game possessed even greater craftsmanship, particularly due to their striking effects, unmistakably marking them as extraordinary. Presenting Voldemort with a wand that perfectly matched his essence seemed fitting for the Dark Lord's persona. Surely, it would be to his liking. From his gaming backpack, Lucius retrieved an extraordinary wand, reminiscent of his favorite. Upon inspection, it was clear it was not meant for the faint-hearted. His most cherished wand emitted black smoke, which he had yet to dare use, fearing the need for explanations. The wand intended for Voldemort, however, emanated a green smoke, unmistakably suited for casting the killing curse, perfectly befitting Voldemort. Fearing the implications of using it himself, he found solace in the thought of gifting it to Voldemort. After all, the Dark Lord reigned supreme, and possessing such treasures was merely expected of him. In his quest to appease his master, acquiring rare and peculiar items was entirely justifiable. On New Year's Eve, the Grand Hall of the Dark Lord's manor was adorned with a red carpet. The sky outside had turned dark, and within the banquet hall, numerous candles flickered to life. The crystal chandeliers sparkled overhead, casting a radiant glow. A magical piano played enchanting melodies in the corner, while the dining table overflowed with exquisite delicacies. The hall was filled with elegantly attired nobles, engaged in hushed conversations. Lucius followed Abraxas, observing the prominent figures he usually encountered only through newspapers gathered in one place. No one dared to speak loudly, not even political adversaries, whose grandest gestures were merely cold glances and dismissive huffs. Suddenly, the grand doors of the banquet hall swung open, and before the master made his appearance, an overwhelming aura of power enveloped the entire hall. Lucius felt the air around him thicken, making it difficult to breathe, his body stiffening as he, along with everyone else, respectfully knelt upon the ground. The measured sound of footsteps echoed powerfully, impossible to ignore, each step radiating a potent sense of oppression. A pair of dragon-skin shoes came to a halt before Lucius, who knelt, his head bowed, his heart racing like a drum, frozen in place. Voldemort cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling platinum-haired figure, noting the slight tremor in his knees. Ah, such a timid one, he mused, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips before he continued forward. As Voldemort ascended the dais, seating himself above the assembly, he raised his head slightly, exuding an aura of superiority. Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year's Eve. His voice, devoid of emotion, seemed to trigger a response, and those who had knelt with their heads bowed began to stir. Lucius, along with Abraxas, turned on their knees to face the Dark Lord, bowing once more. Their voices unified in a chant, "We greet you, Master. Happy New Year's Eve, and happy birthday, Master." Voldemort remained silent, and a chill swept through the lounge, accompanied by an ominous weight, sending chills down spines. The crowd's breaths grew shallow, exchanging furtive glances, wondering who had incurred the Master's wrath. Some students, accompanied by their parents, trembled on the floor, the pressure emanating from the Dark Lord transforming into an invisible force, lowering the ambient temperature. Nor Selwyn, Voldemort's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, echoed from above. The head of the Selwyn family crawled forward, trembling, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground. Lucius, positioned closer to the front, could hear the rattling of the Selwyn patriarch's teeth. "Master, your servant is here," Nurse Selwyn stammered, his lips quivering in reverence. Voldemort's scrutinizing gaze fell upon him. Merely the act of observing brought forth a tidal wave of pressure. Even though the Master's oppressive aura was not directed at him, Lucius could not help but tremble, feeling the very air around him constrict, rendering him breathless. "How do you handle the affairs of the Beauxbatons School of Magic in France? Can you explain why several missing beautiful female students have been found at your Selwyn Manor?" Voldemort's eyes, as cold as a frozen lake, narrowed slightly, casting a chilling glare upon Noel Selwyn. Lucius could not resist the urge to sneak a glance at his master's expression. In a room where everyone bowed their heads in silence, his furtive movements stood out like a solitary crimson flower amidst a sea of green. Voldemort instantly noticed his restless pet, tempering the frost in his gaze with a dangerous glance, causing Lucius to stiffen and bow his head once more. This was disastrous. Facing his master's perilous stare sent Lucius into a panic. He had no doubt that if it were just the two of them in this moment, his master would deliver a stinging slap. He felt a surge of despair, fearing he would face punishment tonight. Chapter 72, Dread. Thus was the nature of the Selwyn patriarch. Impatience. Voldemort disdainfully tossed a document, which landed precisely before Noel Selwyn, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with a trembling sleeve. Noel's voice came out dry and hoarse as he beseeched his master for forgiveness. He had intended to argue that someone had framed him, but recalling his master's extraordinary legitimacy, he feared further incrimination and refrained from defending himself, instead bowing his head repeatedly. He confessed that it was his own folly, a moment of confusion, and begged for his master's mercy. Voldemort's voice, calm yet unwavering, resonated from above. Selwyn, I entrusted you with the task in France, and you have created this mess. He paused, a hint of derision lacing his words as he remarked on Beauxbatons being the cornerstone of the French magical community, lamenting that the sanctuary of magic could not protect its own students. Voldemort's tone darkened. Tell me, Selwyn, will they resist? Trembling and drenched in cold sweat, Noel knelt, acknowledging his error. He believed that the might of his master would prevent any rebellion from Beauxbatons. Voldemort's cold laughter hung over them like a heavy cloud, suffused with a pressure that stifled breath. Dare you suggest that your impatience allows me to be tarnished and jeopardize my grand designs, Selwyn? Voldemort's voice rumbled like distant thunder, echoing in Noel's ears. Without time to contemplate, he crawled forward like a dog, bowing deeply at the steps, his forehead bleeding from striking the ground. His breath came in quick gasps, trembling as he pleaded, I would never dare, my master. I harbor no such disrespectful thoughts. It was my foolishness, as dim-witted as a pig, that entangled you. I beseech you, for the loyalty of the Selwyn family, spare my life, and let me atone. Abraxas Malfoy paid no heed to the bloodied Selwyn, as Voldemort's voice cut through the air, sharp and devoid of emotion. Lucius watched as his father respectfully crawled from beside him, advancing a few steps on his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. My master, Abraxas Malfoy, is at your service. Lucius remained kneeling, his grip on his clothing tightening, his fingers whitening from anxiety. What did the Master's summons of his father mean? Had the Malfoy family erred as well, and would his father be held accountable? You will address the mess in France. Be sure to appease the French magical community, and feel free to offer them generous incentives. I grant you the highest authority. Voldemort tapped his bony fingers rhythmically on the armrest. I desire results, Abraxas. I trust you will not disappoint me. Yes, my master, I shall obey without fail. Abraxas bowed deeply, not daring to lift his head. Very well, you may withdraw. After Abraxas crawled back to the ranks, Voldemort descended the staircase, halting 2 steps above, while Noel Selwyn knelt before him, his head bloodied. Voldemort stood silently, the atmosphere thick with oppression, rendering all struggles futile in the presence of the Dark Lord. With a cold laugh, Voldemort's piercing gaze swept over the kneeling figures, causing many to freeze in fear, the pressure in the hall descending to suffocating levels. Everyone dared not even breathe, lowering their bodies further to the ground, wishing to merge with the carpet beneath them. As Voldemort's thoughts stirred, a bottle of red wine soared into his grasp, which he carelessly hurled to the ground, shattering it upon the steps. Selwyn, kneel. Though Voldemort's voice was not raised, it resonated in the ears of all present. No one dared to lift their gaze, yet they could feel the icy aura emanating from their master. Today, his mood was foul. Those gathered for the banquet were the core members of the Death Eaters. No fool among them. The hall remained silent, with each Death Eater adjusting their kneeling posture, striving to appear as devout as possible. I accept your punishment, my master. Noel Selwyn's trembling voice echoed, as he knelt upon the shards of glass, stifling his cries of pain, blood seeping from his bitten lips, producing only a muffled groan. Voldemort spoke again, his voice heavy like a looming storm cloud over the trembling Death Eaters. The head of the Parkinson family, shivering, crawled from the ranks, kneeling before Voldemort with a racing heart. Your servant is here, my master. Is it true that you harbor discontent over your failure to ascend to the rank of Marquis? Complaining during your discussions with the African ministry, bribing others to undermine Abraxas? Do you suspect the Malfoy family obstructed your title review? How could this involve his father? Lucius bit his lip, cautiously lifting his gaze. Voldemort's cold laugh, accompanied by a threatening glance, silenced him. Little traitor, now is not the time to deal with you. Be compliant. Under the weight of his master's threatening gaze, Lucius felt a shiver down his spine, instinctively retracting his neck and burying his head into the carpet. I am doomed. Tonight, I shall undoubtedly face my master's wrath. The chilling laughter frightened not only Lucius, but also left the kneeling head of the Parkinson family nearly collapsing to the ground. Voldemort threw a document atop Marcus Parkinson's head, silencing him. Let me make this clear, not just to Parkinson, but to all of you. If anyone dares to influence my decisions, know this, my throne, perched upon 9 steps, allows no room for a second footprint in its shadow. Voldemort's soft laughter held an enigmatic smile, the overwhelming pressure forcing everyone to kneel as if they were nearly merging with the ground. What I grant you is a boon. What I withhold, should you covet it, is an act of usurpation. Do you all understand? The coldness in Voldemort's eyes flickered momentarily, his will towering above all else in this world. In unison, the voices from the ground replied, "We shall heed your teachings, my master." Voldemort lowered his eyelids, the U-wand appearing in his hand, and with a swift, silent incantation of 4 excruciating curses, no one had time to react. Even if he had chosen to cast slowly, none would dare evade the retribution of the great Dark Lord. For piercing strikes reverberated through the air, landing mercilessly upon Selwyn, and in an instant, a chilling scream shattered the silence of the grand hall, echoing like rent metal, sending shivers down the spine. Selwyn, unable to maintain his kneeling position, collapsed amidst the shards of glass, as countless minute wounds tore open upon his body, causing him to writhe in agony, embedding the fragments deeper into his flesh. Lucius trembled uncontrollably, his peripheral gaze shifting towards his father, Abraxas, whose hand braced against the floor quivered ever so slightly. Lucius stiffened his neck, tilting his head to observe the usually haughty noble heads of families beside him, each one trembling in fear. This was the terror bestowed by the Dark Lord, rendering all beings equal in their dread. Chapter 73, Remain. Selwyn's voice began to falter, transitioning from sharp cries to subdued whimpers, his throat constricted by sheer terror, his body convulsing from excruciating pain as he collapsed to the ground, still twitching. The head of the Parkinson family, kneeling beside him, though untouched by the torment, also lay limp on the floor. You too, the Dark Lord commanded, kneel at the castle entrance for a night of reflection. Return at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Without awaiting their response, he strolled back to his throne. The heads of Selwyn and Parkinson dared not defy the order, nor rise, instead bowing their heads in reverence. The head of the Parkinson family quickly crawled out of the hall, while Selwyn, drenched in blood and his knees embedded with glass shards, continued to endure the agonizing torment that clawed at his nerves, each movement accompanied by a pained groan. Halfway through his crawl, he collapsed again, gripped by a fear of the Dark Lord that left him unable to disobey or plead for mercy. His trembling arms struggled to support his weight as he dragged his legs across the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind. The Dark Lord seemed indifferent to the scene before him, as the sounds of Lucius's labored movements intertwined with the rapid heartbeats of the Death Eaters. Lucius felt as though he could hear the heartbeats of those kneeling on either side. I do not wish to hold a banquet today. All of you may leave. The Dark Lord's voice was deep, laced with a hint of coldness. The Death Eaters, prostrating themselves, responded in unison, "As you command, my lord, we take our leave." Struggling to rise from the floor, Lucius felt the weight of his master's oppressive presence, his legs feeling as though they were leaden. Just as he took a step, the Dark Lord's voice resonated, "Lucius Malfoy." The tone was grave, yet bore an imperceptible tenderness. Lucius paused, kneeling again, bowing his head, "As you wish, my lord." Several Death Eaters cast astonished glances in his direction, but none dared to linger or inquire further, all bowing and retreating. Abraxas' worried gaze lingered on his son for a fleeting moment before he too bowed his head and exited. In the vast banquet hall, only 2 remained, one seated and one kneeling. With a flick of his wand, the Dark Lord closed the door, causing the bloodstains and shards of glass to vanish. He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them, his voice husky. "Come here, Lucius." Lucius's breath hitched. Today, he was genuinely afraid of his master. He pondered whether his master intended to ensnare him in a trap, yet he dared not voice this concern, fearing the repercussions should his master seek retribution. Hesitating, Lucius shrank back, trembling in place, remaining motionless. Do you wish to say something?" Noting Lucius's reluctance to move, the Dark Lord's lips curled into a deeper smile, his demeanor languid against the throne. "Master, Lucius stammered, swallowing hard, unsure if he could voice his thoughts. The Dark Lord's gaze bore down on him for a couple of seconds, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Today, I do not wish for you to deceive me, Lucius. Speak plainly what is on your mind, should I uncover any deceit." His unfinished sentence hung heavily in the air, an invisible yet palpable pressure weighing down upon Lucius, making his intentions all too clear. Today, his master demanded complete honesty. And though expressing certain thoughts might earn him a sharp rebuke, failing to speak would leave him vulnerable to his master's probing mind. Lucius clenched his jaw, hesitantly beginning. "Master, You just mentioned that this throne cannot accommodate a second presence. He paused, his voice faltering. You wouldn't intend to punish me for overstepping if I were to approach, would you? The Dark Lord turned his head, a laugh escaping him. Rich and full of delight. Little one, so this is what you believed. I shall not punish you for your transgressions today. Come here. He beckoned with a hand, summoning Lucius like a pet. Lucius, unwilling to oppose his master's will, crawled forward at the command. Upon reaching the steps, he hesitated, swallowing hard, as if this act could quell the tension gnawing at him. Ultimately, he did not dare to plead for mercy, knowing that even a furtive glance during his master's reprimand would be noted. While his master had declared no deception would be tolerated today, his earlier words had indeed been rather audacious. His instincts warned him that today he had erred, and not just once. He could not afford to be indulgent, for obedience might lessen his suffering. Lucius ascended the steps, placing his hands upon them, alternating between kneeling and using his hands to push himself forward, akin to a small dog rushing to its master. When he finally reached the Dark Lord's feet, he halted, heart racing, too afraid to lift his gaze. Lowering himself, he found himself staring at the polished shoes of the Dark Lord. Such a timid little creature, the Dark Lord remarked, raising an eyebrow before playfully nudging him with his foot. Lucius, taken aback by the kick, instinctively sought his master's forgiveness, only to be firmly held in place. As he raised his head, he found himself staring at his master's red-soled shoes, the scent of leather lingering in the air, revealing the pale skin and blue veins at the edge of the sock. Lucius struggled to swallow, attempting to calm his racing heart. Before his master, he felt utterly powerless. Every hair on the man seemed to dictate his absolute aesthetic. His gaze traveled upward, to the imposing figure of the Dark Lord, a magnificent yet fearsome dragon, capable of wielding control over the world and him alike, bestowing both pain and affection with those vascular, knuckled hands. In that moment, Lucius was torn between relief at being kicked rather than slapped, and regret that his master had not chosen to strike him in anger. The Dark Lord met his gaze, momentarily surprised, before tilting his head back and laughing heartily. With a gentle yet firm grip, the Dark Lord raised Lucius's chin, his eyes glimmering with a fleeting mirth. Speak now, my good boy, what occupies your thoughts? Lucius's cheeks burned crimson, even the tips of his ears aflame, as he averted his eyes, attempting to escape his master's penetrating gaze. His breath quickened, his chest rising and falling rapidly, while his hands fidgeted with the hem of his clothing. Unbeknownst to him, the blush on his face and his expression of barely contained shame only piqued the Dark Lord's interest further. The Dark Lord's eyes darkened slightly, his gaze intense as it bore into Lucius. Then, with a swift motion, he struck Lucius across the face. I am asking you a question, Lucius. Lucius turned his head from the blow, a red imprint blooming on his cheek, and closing his eyes, he dared not hesitate any longer. Master, I wish for you to tread upon my head, and I wish for you to strike my face. Lucius stammered, his voice trembling, his eyes glistening with shame. As Voldemort gently caressed the crown of his head, he observed young Lucius blushing fervently, resembling a ripe tomato. A deeper curve formed at the corners of Voldemort's lips as he spoke in an ambiguous tone. Lucius, look up. I bestow upon you a gift. Lucius, utterly mortified, felt as if steam were rising from his head. He timidly raised his gaze, angling his chin to a position befitting a strike from his master's hand. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the hall, accentuating the deep blush already adorning Lucius's cheeks. Combined with the mark from the blow, his entire visage resembled a perfectly ripe apple. Thank you for the gift, master, he managed to utter. Voldemort lowered his gaze, a smirk playing upon his lips, his voice resonating with a low, rich timbre. Now, tell me, dear child, what have I gifted you? Lucius's heart raced like a drum, his hands clutching the hem of his garments. The warmth of embarrassment spread from his cheeks down to his neck, rendering his entire complexion a fiery red. Even though he wished to vanish into the ground, he dared not defy his master's will. Slowly lowering his head, he stammered, his voice barely audible, thank you for the gift, master. Such hesitant replies will not suffice to please me, Voldemort remarked, his dissatisfaction prompting Lucius to gather his resolve. Stammering, he confessed, thank you for slapping me, master. Upon uttering those words, Lucius's head drooped in shame, and he began to quietly sob. Chapter 74. Teach him. Do you enjoy this, Lucius? Voldemort's deep, sonorous voice whispered in his ear. Lucius did not need to glance up to envision the overpowering desire to dominate that resided within his master's gaze. A thin veil of moisture gathered in Lucius's eyes as he timidly replied, I do, master. With a mix of embarrassment, anticipation, and fear, Lucius lifted his gaze, biting his lip in trepidation. In that moment, 2 slaps landed squarely on his cheeks. Lucius stifled a sound, as Voldemort's hand brushed against his now fiery and heated face, toying with the redness he had inflicted upon Lucius. Voldemort felt the warmth radiating from his skin and could even hear the rapid beating of his heart. Voldemort's throat tightened slightly, his eyes narrowing as they fixated on Lucius. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "If you dare to move while I am teaching you, you shall receive another slap." Upon hearing this, Lucius felt a weight lift from his chest. He had anticipated his master's punishment, and, with the tension released, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Kneeling on the ground, Lucius cautiously examined Voldemort's expression, hoping to ascertain whether he was displeased. "What are you thinking? Speak plainly," Voldemort commanded, reclined languidly upon his throne, his tone laced with amusement. I wish to know if you are in good spirits. To better gauge the force of my punishment," Lucius stammered, lowering his gaze, inwardly lamenting his inability to express himself more eloquently. Voldemort chuckled softly, offering no further words, but instead, he nudged Lucius's calf with his foot, signaling him to proceed. Lucius, after a moment of hesitation and without receiving any explicit direction from his master, gritted his teeth and raised his hand to deliver a slap to his own face. The sound was sharp, though he held back just enough to leave himself some leeway. Lucius feared that his master would impose a prolonged punishment, so he ensured that while it was loud, it did not carry much force, rendering it barely painful. With another resounding slap, Lucius continued to strike his own face. Understanding that he was to keep going until told to stop, he alternated sides, counting silently in his mind. 5, 10, 15. When he reached 20, Voldemort gently kicked him, signaling for him to cease. With his cheeks swollen and red, Lucius looked up submissively at his master. I have struck myself 20 times, master." Voldemort grasped his chin, examining the faint marks on his face. His tone turned discontented. "Too light, not enough redness." Lucius gasped, throwing himself onto Voldemort's knee in desperation. "Please spare me, master. I was afraid that if I struck too hard, it would look unsightly and discomfort you." Voldemort pinched Lucius's delicate cheek until tears welled in his eyes, finally releasing him with an indifferent tone. "Speak the truth." I. Lucius hesitated, gathering his courage. He lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, his eyelashes trembling. "I feared the pain, so I did not exert my full strength." "I am sorry, master." A vibrant healing spell enveloped Lucius's face, and as the magical glow dissipated, he returned to the refined visage of young Malfoy. Voldemort tilted his chin slightly, gazing down at Lucius, his expression contemplative. As his pale fingers rose slowly, Lucius dared not flinch. When Voldemort's fingers gently grasped his chin, he declared, "Lucius, you are destined to be my right hand. There are matters you must begin to comprehend. Tell me, why did I not execute Selwyn today?" "Master's mercy." "To have a master like you is a blessing for us, your subordinates." Lucius instinctively sought to please Voldemort. "Mercy?" Voldemort's voice was laced with disappointment as he delivered another slap to Lucius. "What did Abraxas teach you? Are you too soft-hearted? At your age? Such thoughts should be beneath you." "Forgive me, master," Lucius implored, his chin firmly held by Voldemort, preventing him from bowing in contrition. "The marks on your face are faint. Selwyn's offense here is a capital crime, yet his life has greater utility than his demise. Lucius, do you believe Selwyn dares to resent my punishment?" Lucius's pupils dilated as he felt Voldemort's grip, compelling him to meet his master's gaze directly. "He does not, master. No one would dare harbor such rebellious thoughts against you." With a swift motion, Voldemort released his grip and slapped Lucius once more, his fingers dancing across Lucius's chin, lifting it gently. Lucius, slightly turned from the slap, followed the force of Voldemort's hand, raising his head anew. Selwyn conversed with the head of the Burstead family at a banquet. Voldemort scoffed, his tone tinged with disdain. Those hidden intrigues of the nobility. Voldemort's expression turned cold, his demeanor shifting as he regarded Lucius with a piercing gaze. Although aware that the fury was not directed at him, Lucius's heart raced, and his kneeling form trembled slightly. "Selwyn is a foolish pawn, a sacrificial stone. Today, I punished him harshly, while the instigator, Burstead, remains unscathed." Voldemort's grip on Lucius's chin tightened, lifting his head higher. "You were correct in one aspect. Selwyn does not dare to resent me. Thus all his grievances shall be directed at Burstead. Do you consider me an emperor, Lucius?" With his head under control, Lucius refrained from moving. He endeavored to express his loyalty and submission through his gaze. "You are indeed, master." Voldemort observed the anxious young Malfoy, releasing his hold. "Then, what do you believe is the way of an emperor?" Lucius felt a wave of panic. The conversation with his master had strayed into uncharted territory, leaving him bewildered about Voldemort's intentions. With his eyes glistening, he timidly replied, "Forgive me, master, I do not know." As Lucius beheld the growing chill in Voldemort's gaze, it was evident that his response had not met the Dark Lord's satisfaction. unable to restrain the tears welling in his eyes. Lucius realized he had once again incurred his master's ire. With the sound of the wind, another resounding slap struck his face, heavier than before, leaving Lucius momentarily dazed as he knelt, tilting his head to the side. His cheek instantly bore the imprint of several fingers, and as Voldemort's voice resonated above him, Lucius felt a mist rise in his eyes, stammering, "Yes, master." Fear gripped Lucius. This intensity of punishment was reserved for moments when his master was truly angered. And though he dreaded another blow, he dutifully turned to face Voldemort. The Dark Lord looked down upon his platinum-haired servant with an inscrutable expression, taking a moment before speaking. "The path of an emperor lies in maintaining balance. If my subordinates are too united, it signifies my failure." Lucius had no time to ponder the implications of his master's words when his chin was once again seized, rendering him unable to move freely. He gazed up at Voldemort with timid submission. "I have good subordinates and bad ones alike. Loyal ministers, treacherous advisors, gentlemen, and scoundrels. All are at my command." Suddenly, Voldemort tightened his grip, and Lucius felt as though his jaw might shatter under the pressure, tears brimming in his eyes as they spilled uncontrollably. Voldemort allowed the tears to fall onto his hand, proclaiming, "I will utilize anyone, regardless of their nature. I value ability above all else. As long as their capabilities and character do not bring me harm, the scales will not tip entirely. I can afford to turn a blind eye." Releasing his grip, Voldemort extended his hand, stained with Lucius's tears, before the obedient servant dared to glance at his master's expression. Another slap, albeit a lighter one, connected with his face, prompting Lucius to obediently lower his head, gently licking the salty remnants of his tears. Observing his compliance, Voldemort tenderly caressed Lucius's cheek, the gesture deceptively gentle, before delivering another slap, this time not too harsh, yet enough to remind him of his place. "Lucius, you must understand that clarity breeds no fish. If all my Death Eaters were pristine individuals, then it would be my hands that are soiled. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, master. Thank you for your guidance," Lucius replied, nodding obediently, his eyes glistening with admiration. His master was teaching him the ways of a powerful figure. Casting a glance at the kneeling Lucius, Voldemort's demeanor softened slightly. The young man was not entirely foolish. Witnessing his timid, sparkling eyes ignited a surge of sadistic desire within Voldemort. If he wished it, there was nothing beyond his reach. No longer feeling any compassion, Voldemort acted on his whims, delivering another series of sharp slaps to the upturned face before him. A cacophony of crisp slaps and muffled whimpers filled the air as Lucius momentarily staggered under the storm of punishment. Regaining his composure, he straightened his posture, obediently tilting his face back to align with Voldemort's desires, ensuring his master's satisfaction. Before long, his cheeks were entirely swollen and crimson. Voldemort paused, reaching out to touch Lucius's face, which felt as if it were ablaze. Rather than rush to soothe him, Voldemort indulged in the sensation of manipulating Lucius's swollen visage, eliciting a muffled groan from his pet as he winced in pain. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. But Lucius, you must be a clever fisherman. With a heavy hand, Voldemort struck Lucius's already tender face again, the force so severe it felt akin to another slap. Tears welled at the corners of Lucius's eyes. Yet he dared not speak, plead, or retreat, remaining submissively on the ground, enduring his master's tempestuous emotions. "Do you understand how to be a clever fisherman?" Voldemort inquired as he brushed Lucius's platinum hair with a gentler touch. The delicate caress caused Lucius's body to tremble slightly. His master was particularly fierce this evening, and he felt a pang of trepidation. "Please teach me." "You must learn to teach the snipe and the clam how to contend," Voldemort replied with a smile, gently lifting Lucius's chin, his eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness, yet his grip was imbued with an unyielding force. Most individuals are consumed with the pursuit of hollow fame and power. Those who engage in such pursuits are merely pawns in the hands of others. Another slap landed on Lucius's face, yet its gentleness resembled a caress. As Voldemort grasped Lucius's chin, lifting it slowly, a myriad of complex emotions flickered in his gaze. Only the astute comprehend that during conflict, provisions and troops are of paramount importance. Grant them incentives. Let them know that following you yields rewards, while simultaneously showcasing your might, ensuring they understand whose hand holds the noose around their necks. Voldemort's eyes bore into Lucius's trembling ones. Perhaps he had been too harsh in his teachings today. Yet the young man must grasp these truths. If he wished to remain untainted by the world, he was entitled to such purity, for he belonged to Voldemort, who would forever shelter him under his protective wing. However, certain principles must be understood. Lucius was his pet, obediently kneeling at his feet, a role he fulfilled excellently. Yet, Before others, he must embody an ancient beast capable of crushing anything in its path. Voldemort felt that while he could refrain from killing out of emotional distress, he must possess the ability to obliterate others at will. With an icy demeanor, Voldemort's eyes darkened, for Abraxas was reluctant to impart knowledge to his only cherished son. Thus, it fell to him to teach Lucius the essential lessons he must learn. Voldemort's thumb dug into Lucius's jaw, while his other fingers gripped his jawbone like iron, prompting Lucius to involuntarily moan in supplication, "Master, please spare me." Power and profit. Grasp these, Lucius, and what do hollow titles and authority signify? Merely toys beneath your feet. Another slap echoed against his face, though its impact was mild. Yet, for Lucius, who had already endured countless strikes, it remained a torment. You cannot be a mere instrument in the hands of others. You must be the wielder of the blade. As Lucius turned his head from the impact, the imprint of Voldemort's hand reappeared on his fair skin. The path to death does not lie in whether one is a villain, but rather in how much they know and how little they are worth. I spared Selwyn not because of his goodness, but due to his potential utility. I bestowed upon him a fear that penetrates to the marrow. This profound dread will transform into loyalty, and in sparing his life, he shall be eternally grateful. With each utterance, Voldemort delivered another slap, and Lucius was compelled to realign his face after each blow, bracing himself for the next. All of Selwyn's resentment will be directed towards Bode, and I shall gain a useful mad dog. Lucius had lost count of the slaps he had received from his master. His cheeks ablaze with fiery pain. In his master's eyes, tears shimmered, their gazes locking as Voldemort surveyed Lucius's bruised visage, marred by handprints. Eventually, Voldemort graciously cast a healing spell, restoring Lucius's beauty, yet before he could express his gratitude, his jaw was once again ensnared by his master's grip. Master Lucius's murmured plea did not bring him solace. Rather, it made him tremble even more. This blade, you must wield it wisely. Only then can you vanquish your political adversaries and maximize your gains. Another slap resounded, and Lucius turned his head away, the marks of Voldemort's hand once again gracing his pale skin. However, if you fail in your duties, Lucius, it will only result in harm to your own hands. Voldemort raised his hand, striking the small platinum-haired figure with an unrelenting fervor, his voice continuing to impart lessons even as he dealt punishment. While you bestow riches upon your subordinates, you must also plant the seeds of their potential downfall. If he remains in alignment with your desires, all is well. Yet should he dare to betray you, the very favors granted today will become the evidence of his transgressions come tomorrow. Do you comprehend? Voldemort paused, his gaze fixated on Lucius's tear-filled eyes, a mocking smile creeping upon his lips. Tell me, Lucius, how many times have I struck you today? The weight of the question hit Lucius like a thunderbolt. He had lost count. Initially, he had kept track, but as his master unleashed a relentless barrage of slaps, he became disoriented. Forgive me, my lord. Lucius's muffled cries morphed from soft whimpers to loud sobs as he knelt, lowering his head, wrapping his arms around Voldemort's ankles, directing his tears toward the ground. Lucius's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, each drop darkening the carpet beneath him. The suppressed sobs that escaped his bitten lip portrayed a picture of utter helplessness and fragility. Voldemort looked down to see a small patch of the carpet stained by Lucius's weeping, amused as he lifted the foot Lucius clung to. It seems this little one remains unchanged, still so adept at crying after all this time. As his master lifted his foot, Lucius dared not cling any longer. Raising his head to meet Voldemort's gaze, filled with anxiety and trepidation, looking up at the one who held dominion over his fate. That pitiable expression, coupled with his swollen face, deepened the shadows in Voldemort's eyes, igniting a desire to possess and ravage him further. Voldemort delivered another slap to Lucius's face. I have told you before, do not look at me that way, my obedient child. Lucius's knees trembled as he refrained from even inhaling too loudly, fearful of inciting his master's wrath once more. Voldemort narrowed his dark eyes, deciding that enough was enough for the day. He could not continue striking the boy lest he break him entirely. Instead, he would take his time teaching him, without haste. With a calm demeanor, Voldemort stood, effortlessly lifting Lucius into his embrace and placing him upon his lap. Lucius, feeling somewhat at a loss, was overtaken by a hint of panic. You truly are a good child, Lucius, both in appearance and demeanor. Voldemort's large hand, radiating a soothing warmth, caressed Lucius's cheek, gradually diminishing the swelling beneath his touch. But remember, Lucius, you must only appear obedient in my presence. You cannot truly be so, do you understand? Lucius bit his lip gently and nodded, whispering, I understand. My lord. Voldemort leaned down, brushing his nose against Lucius's ear, his breath cascading over his neck, painting Lucius's cheeks with a rosy hue. Show me what gift you have prepared for me. Yes, my lord. Lucius summoned a box from a shelf filled with gifts given by Death Eaters. The one he had prepared for Voldemort in hand. Being cradled in Voldemort's arms, Lucius's eyelashes fluttered, and his shy fingers trembled as he offered the box to his master. "My lord, I have prepared a wand for you, one I stumbled upon, and I believe it suits you perfectly." As Voldemort opened the box, a remarkable wand lay within. "Oh," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with rare interest. This wand, emanating green smoke, was unlike any he had seen before. Voldemort grasped the wand, casting a few minor spells upon the furniture beneath his throne for experimentation. He turned to Lucius, his gaze softening with affection. "It is a perfect match. This wand and I are exceptionally well suited, my little one. You have done well." Lucius's fingers fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, evoking a natural inclination to cherish him. "To know that my master is pleased is my greatest honor." A gentle smile emerged in Voldemort's typically cold eyes as he deftly unbuttoned Lucius's shirt, revealing a patch of pale skin. "You are so obedient, of course. I take delight in you." With that, Voldemort lifted Lucius slightly, bending down to bite his lower lip with a punishing intent, indulging for a few seconds until a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Lucius's mouth. Lucius instinctively moved, but Voldemort held him tightly at the waist, forbidding any retreat. Voldemort raised his gaze to meet Lucius's, his dark eyes gleaming with an overwhelming possessiveness. "Do you dare to hide?" Without waiting for a response, Voldemort lowered his head, biting down hard on Lucius's shoulder until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth before he pulled away. "Lucius, you belong to me." Voldemort's eyes burned with an intensity that hinted at an insatiable desire. Ensnared by his master's gaze, Lucius struggled to steady his racing heart, his ears aflame as he whispered, "I am yours, my lord." Voldemort enveloped him with a tender embrace, his hand radiating warmth. "Fear not, my good child." Lucius's words were swallowed by Voldemort's lips, and only when the young man in his arms emitted soft whimpers did Voldemort reluctantly release him. The way his master treated him detonated a nuclear bomb within Lucius's heart, rendering him utterly defenseless. Lowering his head, Lucius sought to appease Voldemort by gently kissing his earlobe, his voice hoarse with desire. "My lord, I beg you." In a flash of apparition, Voldemort transported Lucius to the bedroom, laying him gently upon the bed as his clothing slipped from his shoulders. Voldemort's hand, firm and unyielding, caressed Lucius's slender waist, each movement replete with possessive intent. "My little platinum-haired beauty, you are truly a treasure," Lucius murmured softly, his eyes shimmering more brightly than the stars outside. "Please, reward me, my master." "What a good child you are," Voldemort sighed contentedly, his gaze fixed intently upon Lucius's delicate form, those light gray eyes appearing particularly inviting, especially now, glistening with desire-laden tears. Succumbing to his own desires, Voldemort savored the moment as he left his mark upon his little platinum-haired treasure. Chapter 76, A Date. Upon waking in the morning, the remnants of the previous night's fervor left Lucius feeling apprehensive. "Please, no more," he implored. Now awake, he realized his master had not cast a healing spell upon him. His body was sore and weak, lacking the strength to rise. Hearing footsteps, Lucius saw Voldemort approaching, and despite his efforts to stand and bow, fatigue weighed him down. With a resigned sigh, Lucius turned his head, offering a tentative smile to his master. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, taking a few steps beside the pillow, then bent his fingers in a gesture of submission. "My lord." Lucius lowered his gaze, avoiding Voldemort's penetrating stare, a blush creeping from his cheeks to the back of his ears. Voldemort sat on the edge of the bed, gently wrapping his arms around Lucius's waist, pulling him into an embrace. In that moment, their heartbeats seemed to synchronize, and all of Lucius's anxieties melted away into a sense of security. No matter the storm, even if the heavens were to collapse, within his master's embrace, he felt invulnerable. Shyly lowering his head, Lucius softly called out, "My lord." That bashful and endearing demeanor, so captivating, prompted Voldemort to tighten his hold, drawing him closer. Lucius could feel the warmth of his master's hand firmly gripping his waist, exuding an undeniable protective instinct. Lucius endeavored to quell the tumult within his heart, gently biting his lip, yet the corners of his mouth still lifted in a smile that he could scarcely suppress. As he glanced back at his master, Voldemort's gaze imbued his little platinum eyes with a starlit brilliance, and his features radiated an uncontainable joy. "How delightful it is that you yearn for closeness," Voldemort's low voice whispered enticingly in Lucius's ear, igniting a warmth within him. Lucius mused that if every time he was rewarded or punished by his master, he could experience such intimacy, he would willingly accept anything, everything. The luminescent points of healing magic cascaded down alongside the sunlight, as Voldemort rose gracefully. "After you freshen up and we dine, I shall take you to the Muggle world, for I know of your keen interest in it," he said, His demeanor softened as he tenderly caressed Lucius's cheek with his hand. A gesture so gentle it belied the tyrant he had been the previous night. "Yes, master," Lucius replied reverently, his eyes brightening with an indescribable delight. His master was taking him out. Could this be considered a date? The unexpected grace bestowed upon him almost overwhelmed Lucius with joy. He vowed to be obedient, to serve his master with utmost dedication today. The midday sun painted the sky in hues of gold, as the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral seemed to pierce the clouds. With the golden river Thames flowing through the city, red double-decker buses and black taxis occasionally traversed the streets. Lucius walked closely beside Voldemort, the cobblestones of London gleaming in the warm sunlight. Voldemort raised his hand, pausing for a moment with his palm outward and fingers slightly curled, indicating for silence. Outside, the voice calling him Sir Voldemort was deep and unadorned. Lucius hesitated briefly, then nodded obediently. "Yes, sir." His endearing demeanor captured Voldemort's attention, who could not help but gaze down at him. Voldemort extended his long, pale hand to ruffle Lucius's platinum hair, as though he were petting a cherished animal. The tenderness of the moment caused Lucius to stiffen, his heart skipping a beat. If it were his master, anything would suffice. He would give anything. As Voldemort noticed Lucius's dazed expression, a faint smile graced his lips as he affectionately tapped the tip of Lucius's rounded nose before turning away. "Come," he commanded, striding forward. Lucius stood dazed for 2 seconds before hastily following his master's pace. The warmth lingering on his nose, as if kissed by Voldemort's finger, sent ripples through his heart, a blush spreading across his cheeks. Lucius dutifully trailed half a step behind his master, who walked leisurely, exuding an air of authority as if the world lay within his grasp. Lucius imagined the subtle dragon pattern emerging on his master's robes, recalling the dream from that day, and he swallowed hard, yearning to kneel at Voldemort's feet. "What would you like to do?" Voldemort's voice drifted to his ears, prompting Lucius to suppress the emotions bubbling within him. Was this truly a date? What do ordinary people do when they are in love? Suddenly struck by an idea, Lucius cautiously took hold of Voldemort's large hand. "Sir, may we go see a movie?" Voldemort turned to regard his little platinum companion, and upon seeing the eager, pleading expression in Lucius's eyes, he inclined his head slightly in agreement. Upon entering an opulent private cinema, the moment the attendant shut the door, a silencing charm enveloped the space. Inside, there was a plush love seat. After Voldemort seated himself, Lucius intended to join him, but noticed his master's toes tapping on the ground. Lucius stiffened, realizing he was expected to kneel. Was their sweet date meant to be conducted this way? After a moment's deliberation, Lucius, reluctant to abandon this rare opportunity for a date with his master, bit his lip and hesitantly spoke. "Master, can we not sit while enjoying the Muggle world?" Voldemort chuckled softly, reaching out to touzle Lucius's platinum locks. "Lucius, remember this. Unless I explicitly grant you permission, you shall stand in the presence of others. But in my company, you are to kneel always." The weight of Voldemort's words expanded Lucius's pupils in shock. Always kneel. He felt the blood in his veins surge like wildfire, his heart racing in a tempestuous rhythm. The notion of being commanded to kneel was not one of humiliation. Rather, it left Lucius blushing like a cooked lobster. Overwhelmed with an exhilarating desire, Lucius gently closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the peculiar sensations coursing through his body. "Master," he whimpered softly, a faint ache in his voice, fearful of disrupting his master's mood. After a moment of intense pain, a subtle sensation coursed through him, impossible to ignore. How can this be? Lucius thought despairingly. Will my master find me distasteful? A powerful hand grasped his chin, lifting it, and through tear-filled eyes, Lucius gazed up at Voldemort, who wiped away his tears with a gentle touch, his expression easing into a smile. "Good boy, I find your demeanor quite delightful. You enjoy this treatment, do you not?" "Lucius? A good boy must never lie," Voldemort stated, locking eyes with Lucius, who resignedly replied, "Yes, master, I do." Voldemort's gaze deepened, realizing just how perfectly suited Lucius was to his desires. "Lucius, you are a good boy. You may only act as I allow. At present, I have not granted you such permission, do you understand?" Chapter 77. It seems he loves him. Lucius gasped, still tinged with residual pain, suddenly calling out, "Master." Voldemort lifted his foot, taking a sip of the red wine from the glass on the table, a satisfied hum escaping him. Upon hearing his little pet's inquiry, Voldemort set the wine glass down deliberately, methodically adjusting his garments, and then a sharp sound echoed through the air. Voldemort furrowed his brow, his eyes darkening slightly. "What is it, Lucius? Do you feel wronged by my command to kneel forever?" "Not at all, master. You misunderstand." Lucius's eyes glistened with moisture, as if he might cry at any moment. He felt somewhat aggrieved, gently nudging Voldemort's knee. "What I mean is, does this mean I can be with you forever?" Voldemort paused, momentarily taken aback, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Do you wish to be with me for eternity? With one cheek slightly swollen, Lucius nodded obediently. Their gazes locked, and Voldemort felt his heart tighten as though grasped by an unseen hand, a mixture of discomfort and secret delight swelling within him. Lucius, sensing the gravity of the moment, continued to nod, his eyes reflecting a devotion akin to that of a worshipper gazing upon a deity. Suddenly, Voldemort felt his heart racing uncontrollably, and he averted his gaze, focusing instead on the tips of Lucius's platinum hair, which swayed gently with his breath, each slight movement echoing the rhythm of his heartbeat. My demands will only grow, and my expectations of you will become increasingly severe. I shall not permit the slightest escape or disobedience. Lucius, blushing fiercely, whispered, Are you truly willing? The Dark Lord had never felt such uncertainty before. Could anyone truly be so willingly devoted? I am willing. Lucius gazed at his esteemed master without hesitation, his eyes crinkling at the corners with a smile. You have bestowed upon me an eternal promise. I have truly struck gold. In that fleeting moment, Voldemort's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head, watching the shadows of himself and Lucius, one seated and the other kneeling, overlap upon the ground. Voldemort's heart began to race anew. The seed he once thought would never sprout, one that everyone else believed would remain dormant, had finally broken through its long slumber, blossoming into a thorny rose. A profound confusion flickered in Voldemort's eyes. What, precisely, was this emotion? Observing the small figure kneeling before him, Voldemort gently placed his hand, imbued with a healing charm, against Lucius's slightly swollen cheek. This slap seems rather unjust to you. Voldemort leaned closer to Lucius's ear. It is indeed thanks to the healing charm that this came to pass. Lucius, my master, this is not in the magical realm. We are in the Muggle world. Shall we return? I will serve you well tonight. Voldemort's lips curled into a gentle smile as he languidly reclined on the sofa, his fingers caressing the soft petals of Lucius's lips. Do you doubt my magic, dear child? Only a fist's distance separated them, and though Lucius had previously served him, this time, in London, an inexplicable tremor coursed through him. How could I ever doubt you, my master? Please do not wrongfully accuse me. Lucius's hand reached out to Voldemort's. Sensing that his master's intention was likely unfavorable, Voldemort lowered his gaze, observing the one kneeling before him. Outwardly composed yet betraying a subconscious tremor in his lashes and the faint flush creeping up his ears, he recognized that the young man was merely feigning calmness. Voldemort, with a low chuckle, extended his finger. What should you say then? Lucius's face flushed crimson. An indescribable feeling engulfed him, rendering his breaths heavy. Suddenly, he was yanked by his platinum hair. The instinct to fight for survival surged within him, yet Lucius fought to maintain his composure. Time stretched on, and after a prolonged moment, Lucius obediently regained his posture. His eyes brimmed with pleading, helplessly gazing at Voldemort. Yet Voldemort cruelly shook his head. Lucius nestled against Voldemort's knee, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. A deep, resonant laugh escaped Voldemort's throat, his gaze reflecting a profound desire for control. If you truly cannot bear it, you may, Lucius. But such indulgence would result in my loss. Lucius's lips began to droop, yet his resolve grew stronger. Rising to a kneeling position, he parted his tightly pressed lips, trembling yet steadfast as he met Voldemort's gaze. I shall not disappoint you, my master. The platinum-haired youth knelt on the ground, his tear-filled eyes resembling dew-kissed petals, inherently pitiful. Yet he refrained from begging, merely biting his lip and lowering his gaze in sorrowful submission. He resembled a shattered petal, yet emitted an alluring fragrance that ensnared all who beheld him. Observing the fragile yet resilient platinum youth before him, Voldemort sighed with satisfaction. His little one remained blissfully unaware of just how radiant he appeared in this moment. Voldemort gently lifted Lucius's chin with his finger, his typically intimidating black eyes now shimmering with delicate light, reminiscent of melting glacial waters. His lips, as soft as feathers, brushed against Lucius's brow. Such a good child. If the emotion he could not comprehend was love, then it seemed he was indeed in love with him. Chapter 78, The Quick Answer. Following their passionate encounter, Voldemort merely breathed heavily, while Lucius knelt upon the ground, utterly disheveled. Voldemort lightly kicked the small figure at his feet, instructing him to compose himself. Once Lucius obediently knelt at his feet, Voldemort affectionately ruffled his platinum hair. Let us watch a film. Yes, my master, Lucius replied, nodding submissively. He knelt with his head resting on his master's knee, gazing at the screen. The small platinum figure whimpered, This is not the date I envisioned. Who watches a movie while kneeling? As the film progressed past the halfway mark, Voldemort suddenly pressed the pause button on the remote, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. Lucius, at 40 minutes and 30 seconds, what was the main character's line? Lucius, stiff and bewildered, lifted his gaze toward his esteemed master, blinking in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend. Clutching at the hem of his garment, he hesitantly asked, "My master, what did you say?" Voldemort's smile took on a wicked edge. "I asked you, at 40 minutes and 30 seconds, what was the main character's line?" Hearing this, Lucius's eyes shut tightly in defeat. It's over. He's looking for trouble again. In the next moment, Lucius swiftly wrapped his arms around Voldemort's thigh, clinging to him like a koala. Tilting his platinum head, with tears brimming in his eyes, he implored, "Master, please spare me. Who could possibly remember such a thing?" Lucius's small frame quivered as he clung to his master's leg, his voice choked with emotion. "Please, my master. Spare me. You promised to take me out. Could you not punish me now? Perhaps you could wait until we return to the manor?" Voldemort remained silent, a bemused expression on his face as he regarded Lucius. In a panic, Lucius glanced around, suddenly spotting a plate of grapes on the table. He knelt a few steps forward, gathered the grapes, peeled them, and offered them to Voldemort. "Master, the film is long. You must be thirsty. Please, have some fruit." Casting a glance at the anxious and eager platinum-haired boy, Voldemort accepted the grapes from his hands. Lucius's eyes brightened. His master was willing to eat. There was hope. Lucius continued to peel grapes, presenting each one to Voldemort with both hands. After Voldemort had consumed 10 grapes, he noticed Lucius still kneeling and peeling more for him. Abruptly, he delivered a sharp kick to Lucius's chest, placing his foot upon the young man's shoulder, irritated. "With so much food on the table, you only offer me one?" Kneeling at Voldemort's feet, Lucius silently peeled grapes, having been inexplicably kicked by his master. His movements paused momentarily, yet he adjusted his posture to ensure Voldemort's foot rested comfortably, remaining kneeling without further action. After a brief moment of contrition, Lucius summoned a plate of walnuts with a summoning charm, bowing his head as he peeled them for his master. Then, Lucius began to feed Voldemort the walnuts, and by the third one, Voldemort's gaze was fixed intently upon him. With the fourth and fifth walnuts, Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously as he watched Lucius, yet he continued to eat, having consumed 5 walnuts. Voldemort felt his throat dry and reached for a grape, tossing it into his mouth. Lucius, seeing this, exclaimed anxiously, "Master, you cannot eat that. I haven't peeled it. Grape skins are inedible. Spit it out." After saying this, Lucius shifted slightly, raising his hands to catch the grape skin his master might expel. Voldemort swatted his hands away. Irritated, "Swallow it." "But, master, you mustn't eat the skin." Lucius persisted, his voice filled with urgency. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Eating the skin won't kill me. If you continue to feed me in this manner, it is you who will be at risk of bursting." Lucius, kneeling, pouted in distress. "My esteemed master, how can you consume the skin? I merely wish to please you." Voldemort raised his hand to gently lift the chin of the platinum-haired youth. Once the boy looked up, Voldemort lowered his hand, his index and middle fingers lightly tapping against his temple as he sighed, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Do you wish to please me? Or are you seeking to exact revenge?" Lucius knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, his posture submissive as he pressed his small head against Voldemort's ankle, murmuring, "I dare not, my lord, I dare not." Voldemort, with his foot elegantly crossed over the other, lifted Lucius's chin with his toes, freeing the platinum head from the confines of his other foot. Meeting his master's gaze once more, Lucius shrank back slightly, confessing, "My lord, I was in the wrong." Voldemort playfully tapped Lucius's cheek with his toe, mockingly inquiring, "Where did you err, my good child?" Lucius, lowering his head in silence for a few seconds, suddenly burst into tears, stammering, "My lord, please spare me. I do not know what I did wrong. All I know is that I must have erred. For if you believe I am wrong, then I am indeed wrong. Please, my lord, spare me." Lucius's desperate pleas ensnared Voldemort momentarily, as the sight of the usually composed platinum boy weeping like a rain-soaked flower was undeniably pitiable. The sound of his sobs was stifled, choked back in his throat. It was a rare display of such unrefined emotion from Lucius, and Voldemort found himself at a loss for how to respond. Regaining his composure, Voldemort, bemused, summoned a tissue from the table and tossed it to him, stating, "You shall not be punished this time. Wipe your tears." "Thank you, my lord," Lucius said, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He had merely wished to evade an unknown punishment, not considering the implications for his dignity. As he dabbed at the tear stains on his face, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Voldemort's polished shoes. Lucius began to trace the contours of his master's footwear with his eyes. Noticing Lucius's intense scrutiny, Voldemort's expression darkened slightly, a smirk curving his lips. He raised his foot, gently placing it atop the platinum-haired boy's head. "My lord," Lucius's voice was hoarse, resonating with their unspoken understanding. Voldemort pressed down a little harder, causing Lucius to emit a soft whimper, his face pressed to the ground, while his ears flushed a deeper shade of crimson. "Please, allow me to imagine this away," Lucius murmured, tentatively reaching out to tug at Voldemort's trouser leg. Voldemort raised an eyebrow in curiosity, yet acquiesced to his platinum boy's silent request. Lucius lifted his head, gazing adoringly at the Dark Lord who governed his existence. His eyelashes quivered, his ears, neck, and entire head blushing with fervor. The depths of his gaze were awash with a yearning, and Voldemort's lips curled into a subtle smile as he regarded the increasingly red-faced boy. Lucius's platinum locks cascaded to the ground as Voldemort reclined on the sofa, remarking, "Well done, very well done. You have not only grasped the lesson but also seem eager to respond." Breathless, Lucius lowered his head, panting heavily. Though Voldemort could not see his expression, he chuckled in delight. "Do as you desire. I shall allow it, good child." Lucius's face flushed to a near-bleeding hue. Overwhelmed by shame, yet unable to quell the thrill of excitement coursing through him, he longed for more. His lord was not always this accommodating, and he knew that such opportunities might be fleeting. With a trembling breath, Lucius prepared to serve Voldemort, first soaking towels in warm water, kneeling to wash his master's feet. Once finished, he remained at Voldemort's feet, too timid to raise his gaze, his cheeks aflame like a burning sunset. "My lord," he whispered, "may I give you a massage?" Voldemort lifted his leg, tilting Lucius's chin upwards, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous yet alluring desire. "I have already stated, Lucius, do what you wish, and I shall permit it." "Thank you, my lord," Lucius replied, his gaze dreamy as he inhaled the scent of his master. He had taken the time to learn the art of massage, and though he was no master, his skill was commendable. As Lucius's fingers glided over Voldemort's feet, stimulating the pressure points, Voldemort reclined comfortably on the sofa, relishing the attention. However, the prolonged kneeling began to take its toll on Lucius's knees, and he gritted his teeth against the pain, yearning to be possessed and disciplined by his master. He cherished the opportunity to serve Voldemort and wished for time to stretch on forever. Eventually, Lucius could no longer suppress a soft whimper of pain, prompting Voldemort to lift his chin, revealing Lucius's furrowed brow and reddened eyes, which shimmered with a mix of longing and distress. Voldemort's gaze was as deep and mysterious as an inkwell, filled with unspoken desire. "Yes, my lord," Lucius murmured, his lips pale from biting them, his trembling hands still devoted to serving. Once he addressed Voldemort in his shoes and socks, the Dark Lord bent down, effortlessly lifting Lucius, who gasped in surprise. His voice choked with emotion. Voldemort's strong hand wrapped around his knee as he rose, bringing Lucius to eye level. Voldemort's expression was tumultuous, a blend of inscrutable emotions swirling as he gazed at the platinum boy nestled in his arms. "My lord." Lucius's neck flushed a brilliant red. He was being cradled like a princess. "Good child, would you prefer my guidance or the tenderness of a boyfriend?" Dressed in a tailored black suit that accentuated his elegance, Voldemort exuded an air of authority. The slight opening of his shirt revealed his muscular collarbone, exuding an irresistible allure. His sharp features, framed by a casual yet commanding stance, radiated a regal demeanor, while his gaze was as warm and gentle as a winter sun. Lucius found himself willing to comply with any request from his master. Enchanted by Voldemort's striking beauty, he momentarily lost himself before exclaiming, "My lord, did you just say boyfriend?" Surprised, Lucius's lips parted slightly, disbelief and shimmering excitement dancing in his eyes. Voldemort chuckled, lifting Lucius effortlessly. "Were you not envisioning a date with me in your mind? Is it a problem that I now refer to myself as your boyfriend?" "And no problem. I simply didn't expect such a grand favor from you," Lucius stammered, lowering his head, nearly ablaze with embarrassment. "My lord, when did you read my thoughts?" "I had no idea." Voldemort cast a warning glance at the quivering platinum-haired youth, who shivered under his gaze. "Whenever I wish, as long as I desire it. And I can even let you know? Speak, do you wish for my discipline or the affection of a boyfriend?" Lucius hesitated, uncertain of his desires. He yearned for the gentleness of a boyfriend, fearing he might never have such an opportunity again. Yet, he also genuinely craved the way Voldemort treated him, a pleasure that resonated deep within his soul. Seeing his indecision, Voldemort leaned closer, his voice laced with menace. "Choose quickly. 10 slaps will be added to your account for tomorrow. If you wish to avoid a swollen face, speak now. Each minute you delay, I shall add 10 more. Realizing he had inadvertently invited punishment upon himself, Lucius did not want the Dark Lord's unique brand of retribution. He wrapped his arms around Voldemort's neck, pleading earnestly. "I wish for both, my lord." Voldemort paused momentarily, tightening his embrace around the little one, whose insatiable greed was evident. Lucius blinked up at him, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. "Master, behold my sincere gaze." Voldemort raised an eyebrow, a deep smile gracing his lips. "As you wish, from this moment forth. Address me as sir." Blushing fervently, Lucius buried his face in his chest, murmuring, "Thank you, sir." With utmost care, Lucius whispered near Voldemort's ear, "Sir, is it time for boyfriends now?" Voldemort's arms suddenly tightened, holding Lucius firmly against his chest, his chin resting atop the silken strands of platinum hair. "Of course, my dear Lucius." A radiant light ignited in Lucius's eyes, brighter than the shimmering stars. He lifted his gaze to Voldemort. "May I be a little indulgent now, sir?" Voldemort lowered his head with a soft chuckle, his embrace tightening, leaving no space between them. "I said as you wish." Tentatively, Lucius pressed his lips against Voldemort's, his movements gentle yet earnest. Voldemort's expression darkened momentarily, taking the lead as he enveloped the little platinum in a whirlpool of affection, their kiss deepening to the point of breathlessness. Physically, Lucius struggled for air, yet emotionally, his heart raced with a desire to drown in the ocean of kisses bestowed by his master. After what felt like an eternity, Voldemort finally released those lips, allowing Lucius to catch his breath. The rush of air into his lungs brought with it an intoxicating pleasure that coursed through his entire being. Lucius's eyes sparkled with an overwhelming tenderness as he softly stammered, "Thank you, sir." A fierce possessiveness surged within Voldemort, accompanied by a satisfied smile. He was his, and he belonged solely to him. "Sir Lucius," he murmured, shaking him gently as Lucius sank into the crook of his neck. "Stay still, I shall take you outside." Voldemort held the little platinum tightly as he strode forth, casting a silencing charm that enveloped them both in an invisible veil as they exited the room. Lucius felt as though he were floating on air, time itself seeming to stand still, enveloped in a sense of security and joy he had never known. Upon stepping onto the streets of London, Lucius timidly buried his face against Voldemort's neck. With a mischievous glint, Voldemort tossed him into the air, catching him amidst Lucius's startled cries. "Sir Lucius," he pouted, his light gray eyes unusually filled with reproach as he gazed at Voldemort. Voldemort effortlessly lifted him with one hand, playfully pinching Lucius's blushing cheek. "What is there to fear when no one can see?" Lucius's eyes crinkled into crescent moons, joy radiating from him like sunlight, as if he possessed a certain magic that was contagious. Gingerly, Lucius reached around Voldemort's neck, resting his head against his master's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately. A radiant smile blossomed on his lips. "Thank you, sir, I love you." Voldemort pressed Lucius's small head firmly against his neck, preventing him from lifting it. The boy's confession stirred a tempest within Voldemort, a wave crashing against the shores of his heart, sweeping away all remnants of rational thought. This surge of emotion quickened his heartbeat and sent tremors through his very soul. He dared not meet Lucius's gaze, uncertain yet hopeful, perhaps he might love him too. Chapter 80, he might love him. Lucius, unaware of how long he had been nestled in Voldemort's embrace, finally spoke up, his breath becoming labored. "Sir?" Hearing no anger in Voldemort's voice, Lucius dared to raise his head, stealing a glance at his master's expression, relieved to find no sign of displeasure. The realization that he was being held while shopping caused his cheeks to flush crimson. Enthralled by the sights along the street, Lucius's attention was suddenly captured by a flower stall. He watched as the flower girl meticulously arranged vibrant roses, elegant lilies, and warm, gentle carnations, their fragrances wafting through the air. Lucius felt a flutter in his heart. Flowers were the perfect accompaniment to a date. He moved his lips, tightening his hold on Voldemort, yet hesitated to speak. His master had already been extraordinarily kind today. Asking for a gift might be too much. Would Voldemort think him greedy and punish him? As Voldemort set him down, Lucius's flushed face paled, standing frozen in place, tears welling in his eyes. It seemed he had been too greedy. Had he annoyed his master? Voldemort strolled over to the flower stall, lifting the spell with a casual flick of his wrist. Leaning slightly, his strikingly handsome visage appeared even more enigmatic in the soft shadow, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect. He pointed to a bouquet of roses, leaving the flower girl momentarily speechless as she completed the transaction, her cheeks flushed with admiration for such a captivating figure. By the time she regained her senses, the dashing gentleman had vanished, leaving her bewildered. How could someone disappear so swiftly? Voldemort took the flowers, turned, and cast the spell anew as he approached Lucius. A gentle breeze carried the intoxicating scent of roses, causing Lucius to freeze, his hands instinctively clutching the hem of his clothing, lips parted, yet unable to utter a sound. Voldemort held the bouquet before him, and in that instant, Lucius's world seemed to freeze. With a stiff hand, he reached out. Voldemort, seemingly unaccustomed to such gestures, placed the roses in Lucius's grasp, his ears tinged with a slight blush. Lucius felt a warmth in his eyes, his voice trembling. "Master." Voldemort tenderly stroked Lucius's head, somewhat awkwardly stating, "Did I not say to call me sir when we are outside?" His obedient child believed this was a date, and he wished for Lucius to have what others did, and even what they did not. Voldemort had once thought such trivial pursuits were beneath him. Yet for his little pet, for Lucius, he was willing to indulge. What else do you desire? Tell me, and I shall fulfill it, Voldemort thought. Convinced there was nothing he could not achieve, for as long as it was for Lucius, he would place it within his palm and make it a reality. He pondered the possibility that he might indeed love him. Lucius's tears could no longer be contained as he flung himself into Voldemort's embrace, clinging tightly to his waist. Master, you are the best boyfriend in the world. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with affection, his voice languid. What else do you wish to play? Suddenly, a spark of mischief flickered in his eyes. Lucius, how about I teach you some spells? It's been a while since I tested your skills. Shall we have a duel? Lucius's eyes widened in horror. His master was ruining the moment. At such a time, they should be kissing, or at the very least, he could reward him. Lucius first felt a flush of crimson creep across his cheeks, only to have a singular thought reverberate in his mind. Shall we have a duel? Goodness, this truly is a matter of life and death. Sir, are you suggesting that the two of us engage in a fight? Lucius's mind momentarily blanked. Doubting his own hearing, Voldemort nonchalantly nodded. He was slightly inclined to offer guidance to the young lad, and decided to adopt a gentler approach this time. Lucius felt a constriction in his throat, his hands trembling as he grasped Voldemort's sleeve. Sir, please, we cannot fight. The outcome would be a mere 30-70 split. Voldemort regarded him with mild amusement. Oh, Lucius, you've made quite the progress. You're now able to negotiate a 30-70 ratio with me. Lucius felt a lump in his throat, his legs growing weak, nearly prompting him to kneel before Voldemort. Sir, I meant you exert 3 parts of your strength, while I handle the remaining 7. Voldemort chuckled. A low, rumbling sound. Having never encountered such a proposition before, Lucius truly knew how to amuse him. With a teasing reprimand, Voldemort remarked on the impropriety of Lucius kneeling in public, despite their enchantments concealing them from the eyes of ordinary folk. However, Lucius was too flustered to consider the implications, his legs already trembling with the urge to kneel. At Voldemort's scolding, his body instinctively complied, sinking to the ground. Lucius felt a swell of emotion, lamenting his weak knees, cursing them for their treachery. Once he knelt, rising again would not be so simple. Indeed, Voldemort did not command him to rise. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, a mix of amusement and curiosity dancing within them. Voldemort lifted a foot to nudge Lucius's thigh, teasing, "Are you eager to become the master, then?" Lucius swallowed hard, his eyes glistening as he tremulously gripped Voldemort's hand. "Might you take me to a more secluded place to converse?" Voldemort leaned down, wrapping an arm around Lucius's waist, and with a flick of his wand, transported the platinum-haired boy to an abandoned factory. Voldemort observed the young lad kneeling obediently before him, a small, quivering figure. Lucius reached out to clutch Voldemort's thigh, his gaze filled with tentative inquiry. "May I still call you, sir?" Voldemort's eyelids drooped slightly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Call me once, and tomorrow you shall receive 10 slaps. I will keep a tally." Lucius swallowed hard. "Why, yes, sir, understood." Voldemort patted his face gently. "You may start when you wish and cease when you desire. Do not be greedy, Lucius." Leaning closer, Voldemort's breath brushed against Lucius's ear. "You already owe me 20, Lucius." Lucius's eyes widened in shock. 20? Wasn't it supposed to be 10? Just now. Does my question about calling you sir count? Voldemort's deep voice spread like silk in Lucius's ear. "Prepare your roses. We shall return." At the Dark Lord's manor, Voldemort raised his hand and playfully slapped Lucius. The impact light, leaving only a faint red mark. Having delivered his reprimand, Voldemort commanded Lucius to kneel in the bedroom while he retreated to the study to attend to paperwork. 2 hours passed without Voldemort's return, and Lucius knelt by the bed in the master suite, his knees aching. The door creaked open, and familiar footsteps echoed in Lucius's ears. He lowered his head, respectfully addressing "Master." Voldemort approached the bed, reclining lazily against the edge, his eyes half closed. "I shall not punish you tonight." Voldemort raised his hand, lifting Lucius's chin with his wand. "Do you enjoy being displayed? What a good boy." Lucius blinked in confusion. "I do not know, Master. I shall heed your wishes." Voldemort chuckled softly, a cryptic sound, as magical chains emerged from his hand, extending to the serpent-shaped collar around Lucius's neck. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the chains coiled around the serpent's head, while Voldemort fastened the other end to the bedpost. "Master," Lucius's voice trembled. "Are you concocting some new trick?" He unconsciously bit his lip. "Do not fear, my dear boy." Voldemort's voice was low, laced with a hint of seduction. "From this moment, remain silent, Lucius. Tonight, you shall be a quiet vase." Lucius swallowed hard, instinctively nodding in understanding. Voldemort pressed his foot down onto Lucius's lower back, forcing him against the floor, then kicked at his abdomen, signaling him to elevate himself. Lucius bowed his head deeply. nearly burying it in the carpet, rising high upon his knees. Chapter 81. The Vase. Voldemort waved his hand, summoning the roses they had purchased earlier that day during their outing. Lucius, he said, his voice low and tinged with affection, you chose a boyfriend's date during the day. Tonight, I grant you a master's date. Kneeling like this, Lucius's face pressed against the ground, flushed crimson as he pondered, a master's date? Confusion flickered in his eyes. He could not fathom what his master intended. Voldemort smirked, a playful glint in his eye. No date would be complete without roses. As he spoke, magical light enveloped Voldemort's hand, and the thorns of the roses were meticulously removed, trimmed to perfection. Suddenly, a porcelain vase appeared in midair, infused with magical energy. Voldemort's finely articulated fingers toyed with the roses, and under the light, his deep-set eyes seemed to harbor a wild beast, poised to break free. His voice was unhurried as he gazed down, meaningfully stating, it certainly adds a touch of vitality to the wintry indoor atmosphere, does it not? With that, Voldemort rose. His interest piqued. Lucius's tears cascaded down his cheeks, yet he remained obedient, refraining from moving or making a sound. Voldemort casually grasped a few more roses, allowing them to bloom gracefully within the vase. Lucius fought to suppress his instincts. His skin, already pale, appeared almost translucent. Voldemort raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, tilting his chin slightly, relishing the sight. This moment, too, had its own charm. Rise. Tears uncontrollably streamed down Lucius's face as he gazed up at his master, his expression pitiful. Voldemort extended a decree of mercy. You may speak now, Lucius. Lucius's voice trembled as he begged, and Voldemort lifted his wand, catching the large tears that fell like pearls. Such a little thing, always so prone to tears. With a mischievous glint, Voldemort decided to tease his young platinum-haired companion. He feigned a stern expression, his tone icy. Lucius, what is this? Have you learned to show me displeasure? Do you think that after being my boyfriend once, you are entitled to express dissatisfaction? Upon hearing Voldemort's words, Lucius felt as though a great weight had descended upon him. How could he ever dare to displease his master? Even if granted 100 lives, he vowed he would never show an ounce of disrespect. Master, I would never. How could I? He felt the sting of pain from his flushed face, incredulous that his master could accuse him of such insolence. Lucius's pupils dilated in shock, his eyes wide, as he realized Voldemort's knack for finding fault. He closed his eyes, suspecting that perhaps Voldemort had declared he would not punish him earlier only to change his mind without reason, deliberately seeking a quarrel. Lucius understood the need to conceal his thoughts from his master, for they were somewhat disrespectful. He closed his eyes, attempting to divert his mind elsewhere. My master, a kiss. A hug. My master is extraordinarily handsome. His smile is captivating. Holding my hand is enchanting, and the gentle pat on my head is delightful. As he raised his gaze, the voice of Voldemort drifted down from above, and Lucius dared not defy his master's will. With a mind filled with catchy tunes, Lucius met the deep, alluring gaze that both enchanted and terrified him. Voldemort caressed the side of Lucius's face, a pleased smile gracing his lips. Lucius, do you find me handsome? What peculiar thoughts occupy your mind all day long? With a drawn-out tone, Lucius rubbed his cheek against Voldemort's large hand. In Voldemort's profound eyes, Lucius discerned the intent of his master. He wished to bring him joy, and Lucius was willing to do anything for that purpose. Voldemort's satisfaction was evident as he praised, such a good boy. In this moment, Lucius's complete submission, rather than mere verbal allegiance, was what Voldemort cherished. The swirling depths of Voldemort's gaze threatened to consume Lucius, yet his lips were stretched into an unmistakable smile. Overwhelmed by pain, Lucius found that all his reason and strength were devoted not to resistance, but to suppressing his instincts, forcing himself to remain kneeling. Now, I permit you, Lucius, to be unseen by me. Voldemort's expression softened considerably. Amidst Lucius's stifled sobs, without waiting for Lucius to respond, he sought to bring him joy. They found themselves immersed in a unique lake of affection, shrouded in mist, rendering the world a blur of white. Kneeling on the ground, Lucius gasped for breath, his eyes brimming with tears, while Voldemort gently stroked his hair, an ineffable tenderness in his actions. You've done well, my good child, he praised. Such a simple compliment spread warmth within Lucius. Embarrassed, he lowered his head, realizing that he had no defenses against his master's words. Voldemort chuckled softly, teasingly nudging him. It's all right, Lucius. I mentioned earlier that I would reward you tonight. The night is still long. As rose petals scattered across the ground, their intertwined figures were reflected on the walls, their hair entwined, embracing tightly. In Voldemort's arms, Lucius slept soundly, enveloped in sweet dreams. As dawn broke, golden light draped the earth, illuminating the room and awakening the bashful platinum-haired youth. The magical chain around his neck clinked softly with his movements. Lucius, feeling weak, propped himself up, wincing at the pain in his mouth, turning to behold Voldemort, who leaned against the headboard in high spirits. Lucius hesitated for a moment before obediently leaning closer. Rubbing his small platinum head against Voldemort's chest, he softly pleaded, "Master, please heal me. I ache all over." Voldemort raised a hand to gently stroke the little platinum head, his fingers tapping lightly as the magical chains vanished, and he cast a healing spell as Lucius wished. After toying with Lucius's platinum hair for a moment, Voldemort mused, "Lucius, do you remember what you owe from yesterday?" Lucius felt a pang of anxiety. Kneeling on the bed, he replied, "I remember, Master." Before he could lift his gaze, he heard Voldemort's voice, "Then you know what to do." Lucius sighed inwardly. Acknowledging that serving his master was no simple task. Complying, he crawled down from the bed and knelt on the carpet, just as he raised his hand. He caught sight of Voldemort watching him. "Does my master have specific requirements?" Lucius stammered, a mix of confusion and eagerness evident in his eyes. Voldemort regarded Lucius with an enigmatic smile. "You'll need to be disciplined. After all, I expect you to warm my hands later, even in the winter chill." Beads of cold sweat formed on Lucius's forehead as a storm of thoughts assailed him. What did his master mean? He must not strike too hard if he was to eat afterward, yet he could not be too gentle either, lest Voldemort be displeased and impose additional punishments. Thus, he resolved to strike until his skin flushed warmly, ensuring it was suitable for his master's amusement. With a steely resolve, Lucius respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, master," and began his task. The sound of his palms against flesh echoed throughout the room, while Voldemort's intense gaze remained fixed upon him. Voldemort reveled in the sight of his obedient pet, kneeling and punishing himself entirely to win his favor. The desire for control surged within him, affirming that this platinum youth belonged to him, and only him. Lucius felt the heat of Voldemort's gaze igniting a fire within him as he continued to strike, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Yet, at the same time, an indescribable thrill coursed through him, akin to a current surging directly into his heart. Was his embarrassing display pleasing to his master? The satisfaction in Voldemort's eyes could unlock the cage of his desires. After 20 strikes, Voldemort commanded him to stop, beckoning Lucius to kneel upon the bed. He gently squeezed Lucius's slightly swollen cheeks, inspecting them with a smile. "Well done, my good child." Lucius, obediently tilting his red cheeks upward, allowed Voldemort to toy with him, grateful for his master's approval. Voldemort cradled Lucius's face in his hands, ensuring it was not too swollen, avoiding any unsightly appearance. Just a slight puffiness remained, warm to the touch, perfect for winter. Satisfied, Voldemort nodded, finding Lucius's face ideal for such playful treatment. Only when Lucius's lips were pressed tightly together, tears brimming in his eyes, did Voldemort release him. "Go wash up, and then we shall have breakfast," Voldemort instructed coolly. "Yes, master." Lucius knelt to assist Voldemort in putting on his shoes, stealing glances at him. And upon noticing no objections, he rose to prepare himself before returning to kneel and serve his master. After breakfast, Voldemort led Lucius to the study. Once seated, Lucius instinctively knelt beside him. Voldemort kicked at his knees, instructing him to spread them shoulder-width apart and kneel properly. "Yes, master." Lucius's heart raced, akin to a rabbit, aware that his master intended to teach him a lesson in this space. As Lucius adjusted his posture, tension coiled within him like a tightly strung bow, his palms glistening with sweat. Voldemort's wand tip lifted Lucius's still swollen face from this morning's punishment. His voice was low and steady. "Lucius, when you graduate and officially join the Death Eaters, what will you do if you have leverage over others?" With a hint of trepidation in his eyes, Lucius hesitated before murmuring, "Threaten them to obey me." Voldemort's cold laugh echoed as he lowered his wand, delivering a sharp slap that turned Lucius's head aside. It was neither too light nor too heavy. It was a lesson, a measured reprimand. "I'm sorry, master." Lucius turned his head, a hint of fear evident in his demeanor, though he struggled to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, he understood that an apology was undoubtedly the right course of action. Voldemort's long legs were carelessly crossed, one hand toying with his wand. He cast a fleeting glance at the anxious Lucius, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "Lucius, you must comprehend that sometimes leverage is not merely a tool for intimidation. It is not the path to maximizing one's interests." Voldemort, wielding his wand, lightly tapped the platinum-haired youth's cheek, stating, "Leverage serves better as a stepping stone for collaboration. If others are unfamiliar with you, how can they trust you enough to cooperate? However, if I possess some leverage against you, and you possess some against me, only then can our alliance be deemed secure." With a swift flick of his wand, Voldemort struck Lucius again, leaving a long, red mark across his face. Voldemort observed as Lucius adjusted his head, his fingertips lightly drumming on the table. "Now, If others hold leverage over you, what would you do, Lucius? Clenching the fabric of his clothing into tight fists, Lucius pondered how to respond in a manner that would satisfy his master. To speak frankly, master, I would assess the extent of the leverage. If it were minor, I would consult my father. If it were significant enough to impact your regard for me. A glint of malice flickered in Lucius's eyes. I would eliminate the threat, orchestrate an accident, and find a way to dispose of him. Lucius, your regard for my trust pleases me, yet your response is profoundly disappointing. Voldemort sighed softly, clearly unimpressed. Indeed, you are still but a child. Despite not being particularly angry, he delivered another slap. Once Lucius obediently turned his head back, Voldemort ruffled his hair. Will you allow others to possess leverage over you, Lucius? Sweat beaded on Lucius's forehead as he displayed a hint of panic and unease. Master, I vow that I shall never allow anyone to possess leverage over me. I will not act against your interests, please believe me. The Yuan struck his already swollen cheek once more. I trust you, Lucius, but you must also understand that sometimes you need to proactively offer your leverage. Gazing into the bewildered eyes of the young man, Voldemort prodded at his dimple with the wand. A clear stream has no fish. Are you to be the sole paragon of purity while the other Death Eaters are merely crows of darkness? As he spoke, Voldemort poked again, seemingly intending to puncture a hole until a whimper escaped Lucius's lips, prompting him to lower his wand. You cannot isolate yourself, Lucius, otherwise you will become a target, and many will seek to bring you down, even to the point of death. Chapter 83, Teaching him again. However, you must also consider what leverage to offer. Voldemort regarded the visibly anxious platinum-haired youth with amusement, gently tucking a strand of hair behind his ear with his fingers. What you voluntarily offer must serve as your leverage while simultaneously acting as a noose around your opponent's neck. Grasping Lucius's chin, Voldemort examined the boy's innocent yet tense expression. Internally lamenting, he is still merely a child, before delivering yet another merciless slap. Lucius bit down on his lower lip. He understood that his master was teaching him for his own good, acknowledging his own shortcomings. He feared not the pain of the blows, but rather the anger of his master. You must allow your adversary to grasp this leverage. It must instill fear within them, enabling you to manipulate them as your pawn. Do you understand, Lucius? Upon finishing, Voldemort lifted a teacup from the table, taking a sip. As he set it down, his hand hesitated momentarily. Lucius, with his swollen face tilted up, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, devoid of any resentment from the beating, radiating a reverent admiration akin to that of a devotee before a deity. Voldemort lightly tapped the table, inquiring, So, after you graduate and join the Death Eaters, what do you plan to do? Lowering his gaze, Lucius's lips turned pale. I shall learn to wield political cunning, master, and then ascend to the highest echelons, becoming your right hand. And how will you ascend to the highest? I will execute the tasks you entrust to me, achieving commendable accomplishments. Voldemort scoffed softly, his deep, inscrutable gaze fixed upon Lucius. And after you have achieved these significant accomplishments? A chill ran through Lucius, rendering him breathless. He dared not utter a sound. Uncertain if his words were correct, his master forbade him to conceal anything. His mind faltered, realizing he lacked the qualities of a ruler. With trepidation, Lucius finally spoke. I will accumulate countless merits, enough to ensure your favor. Voldemort's low, cold snort echoed with a sense of unarticulated frustration, yet also a deepening sense of reassurance. He had granted Lucius opportunities. He had been too obedient, so much so that it tugged at his heart. He had offered him the chance to soar like an eagle once more, and before him, Lucius would always remain in servitude. Yet beyond that, he harbored the desire to mold him into another ruler, which was something he couldn't grasp. Indeed, he had perceived Lucius accurately. He belonged by his side. He was his, and he was to be his loyal hound. Where's the rod? Lucius, trembling, retrieved it from his cloak, offering it with a sycophantic smile. I would never forget your commands, master. I take it with me wherever I go. Voldemort accepted it, but tossed it onto the table, delivering a heavy slap across Lucius's left cheek. The force of the blow caused Lucius to falter, collapsing onto the carpet, his mind buzzing, his face instantly aflame. One side swollen, a split forming at the corner of his mouth. It hurts, Lucius moaned, clutching his face as he rose to kneel once more. Voldemort's hand delved into Lucius's hair, gripping firmly and pulling him into his lap. You wish to achieve countless merits? To leave me with nothing to bestow or reward. Do you understand what the consequences of that will be, Lucius? Lucius winced, his tone trembling. I apologize, master. I did not know. Voldemort struck Lucius's battered face repeatedly, the boy kneeling at his feet, whimpering softly from the pain. With an indifferent gaze, Voldemort focused on the boy's platinum hair, speaking in a flat tone. I will kill you. Lucius's eyes widened in shock, his body stiffening as his expression froze. Why? Isn't it about achieving merits? You may accumulate countless merits, becoming my right hand, yet even ascending to the highest rank will not grant you further titles. Voldemort lowered his lashes, casting a shadow over his eyes. His gaze as frigid as an icebound lake, the atmosphere around them plummeting to a chilling low, as if he were born devoid of compassion, with nothing left to reward. The only gift remaining is death. With no titles to bestow, the only fate left is entombment. Do you comprehend, Lucius? Voldemort struck Lucius's sorrowful cheek once more, then gently caressed it. So, Lucius, understand this. When one is not the sovereign seated upon the throne, one must not strive for perfection. A person must possess fatal flaws. You must proactively offer your leverage. If you were merely an ordinary Death Eater, I would genuinely doubt your longevity under my command. As he spoke, Voldemort cast a healing spell upon Lucius's head. Tears brimmed in Lucius's eyes. He placed his hands on Voldemort's knee. But you said, Master, that those are ordinary Death Eaters. Lucius fought back tears, gazing into Voldemort's eyes, the pearls of moisture in his orbs swirling, as if they might fall at any moment. But I am different, my master. Voldemort regarded him with a sardonic smile. Oh? How are you different? Are you not a Death Eater? Lucius stubbornly withheld his tears, letting them linger in his eyes, his nose twitching slightly. I am a Death Eater, yet I am unlike them. As he spoke, Lucius straightened his posture with a hint of pride, his tearful gaze defiantly tilting upward. I am but the master's dog. Voldemort paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, leaning back against his chair, thoroughly amused by his little companion. He extended a finger, gently lifting Lucius's chin, his fingertips brushing against the soft skin. How could you possess such an understanding, my little one? Though I have yet to mold you fully, it is merely a matter of time. Master rewarded me with magical chains yesterday. I was bound for an entire night. Lucius had intended to snuggle closer to his master, but Voldemort held his face in hand, tilting it left and right playfully. He could only gaze up with earnest eyes at his beloved master. Master, look at me. Behold my sincere, large eyes. Their bond was palpable. And Voldemort's previously taut brows relaxed slightly, though he felt a wicked urge to tease his little pet. Lucius, did you employ the Cruciatus curse on me? At these words, Lucius froze, his expression turning to one of utter disbelief. Had his master truly begun to pick fights? Was he so bereft of accusations that he resorted to such baseless claims? This was unfounded. It was a grave injustice. I did not, master. If you wish, you may punish me directly. I would never dare to engage in such acts. Are you implying that I am unjust, that I have wrongfully accused you? Lucius's vitality drained in an instant, leaving him listless, his eyes swimming with confusion. I do not dare, master. That is not what I meant. If you confess to having dared to use the Cruciatus curse on me, we can turn the page on this matter. If not, you shall receive 100 strikes. Lucius inhaled deeply, his breath hitching, tears cascading down his cheeks. He sobbed, I would never use it on you. Please punish me instead. Voldemort reached out, lifting the small platinum-haired figure onto his lap, soothingly murmuring, Do not cry. I was merely jesting. You shall not be punished. Lucius cried louder, Oh, master. You frightened me to death. Voldemort cradled him gently, swaying him in his embrace. A good master, having disciplined and punished, should then hold his pet close, rather than allow his little companion to wallow in despair alone. He wished to keep him by his side, understanding that he would protect his little pet. He had initially considered allowing Lucius to earn his crown through his own merit, only to kneel at his feet afterward. Yet, since he lacked that innate talent, it mattered not. The destination of his journey had already been predetermined. After all, both paths would lead to kneeling at his feet. And a slightly weaker pet was of no consequence. Whether nurturing a wolf or a dog, they were merely creatures beneath his command. He belonged to him, and he would safeguard him. His pet was destined to stand just below him, above all others.